Ancient 1 Chapter 56 to Chapter 109. Li Chunyang's pupil shrunk as though he didn't know Li Yunxiao at all. Shock flashed through his eyes as he stared at Li Yunxiao for a long time before he burst into laughter. Haha, my Li clan finally has a successor. You're really good at acting. Not only the entire capital, but even I have misjudged you and thought that you're just a good-for-nothing. Fuck, you even lied to me. Although he was cursing, his face was filled with relief and happiness. His turbid eyes seemed to be glowing. After Li Chunyang cursed loudly for a while, he was obviously in a good mood. He said with a smile, other than the 2 points you mentioned, I also have another goal. I want to see who in the family can take up the responsibility when I'm not around. In the end, sigh, I've really let this old man down. Your father also secretly returned to the capital and only left with peace of mind after meeting with me. As for the rest, only your fourth uncle is of some use, but, sigh. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said with joy, but it's different now. Your performance has exceeded my expectations. If it wasn't for the current situation, I'm afraid you'd still be acting dumb, right? Quick, tell me, what do you think of the current situation? What are your plans? Li Yunxiao said indifferently, I don't have much of an opinion on the family's situation. If you want to find a successor, you should find someone else. My goal is to reach the pinnacle of the martial Tao. I'm afraid that I don't have much time for a small matter like this. But judging from the current situation in the Aqua Sky Nation, the one who will inherit the country in the future will undoubtedly be the second prince, Qinyu. Li Chunyang was instantly stunned. He never thought that Li Yunxiao would actually say such a thing. Such a big clan was actually not in his eyes. What he wanted to pursue was the pinnacle of the martial Tao. A trace of unhappiness flashed across his face, but it was soon relieved. This brat's ambition was too big. It was a good thing that the Aqua Sky Nation couldn't contain him. How do you know that the second prince will be the one to inherit the country in the future? You should know that our Li family has always been on the side of the first prince. Li Yunxiao smiled without saying a word. He suddenly exuded the aura of a grandmaster. Even Li Chunyang was taken aback. Even His Majesty the King could not compare to such an aura of a superior. What was going on? Li Yunxiao said word by word, because I'm standing behind Qinyu. That's why he's bound to rule the country. Hiss. Li Chunyang was shocked. He was stunned by Li Yunxiao's confident expression. After a while, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Times have changed. The old man went into seclusion for a period of time. I don't recognize the world anymore. Qinyu? Since that's the case, I'll take the entire Li clan and board your ship. The old man and the young man looked at each other and smiled. Li Chunyang suddenly looked up at the sky and said, Oh no, time's up. He quickly turned around and lightly patted the large pillar behind him with his palms. Immediately, there was a loud rumble in the dilapidated house, and a hole appeared in the middle of the ground. Before Li Yunxiao could see it clearly, the old man's figure had already darted in. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly. He could faintly hear the wailing in the hole, and he followed. The surroundings of the tunnel were paved with bluestone slabs. It was obvious that they had been here for a long time. Li Yunxiao walked for about 30 to 40 meters before a spacious room appeared. There was a row of luminous pearls on both sides, and it was as bright as day. There was a huge wooden barrel in the middle of the room. An old man with disheveled hair was submerged in the barrel, and he was wailing in extreme pain. Li Chunyang placed his palms on the old man's back and transferred his true qi into the old man's body to reduce the pain he was suffering. There was another person standing next to the barrel, watching with a nervous expression. Li Yunxiao looked carefully, then quietly sat on the sofa on the side, not daring to disturb them. The strength of those people was not ordinary. The person watching from the outside was a rank 3 master-level arcane master, and the one wailing in pain in the barrel was a 3-star martial lord. Looking at how Li Chunyang was using his true qi with all his might, it was clear that their relationship was not ordinary. Only after the time it took to brew a cup of tea did the pained expression on the old man's face gradually disappear. Li Chunyang heavily breathed in. His body was drenched in sweat, and with a face full of worry, he said, Master Sun, the cold aura in my body is getting heavier and heavier. Every time I expel it, I need more and more true qi. If this continues, Sun Jingzong also said with a grave expression, Brother Chunyang, I've already done my best. He's been poisoned by the cold aura, and after suffering for so many years, he's already very lucky to be able to maintain his current state. It's also thanks to the fact that your strength has been increasing all these years, or else you wouldn't have been able to dispel the cold poison in his body long ago. He took out a bottle of medicinal pellets and gave it to Li Chunyang. This is the last bottle of melting pellets I've made, and there's a total of 30 of them. They can feed him for 30 days. After 30 days, even if he takes another melting pellet, with your strength of a 1-star martial king, you won't be able to suppress the cold poison. Li Chunyang turned pale with fright. Master Sun, what do you mean by that? You can't let him go. A hint of coldness flashed across Sun Jingzong's eyes, and he said indifferently, 5 years ago, I was hired by you with a lot of money and treated him for 5 whole years. That's enough for me. Now, the cold aura has entered his marrow, and I'm helpless. No matter how much money you give me, I won't be able to save him. The old man in the barrel gradually woke up. Hearing their conversation, he smiled bitterly. Big brother, I've been a burden to you for so many years. If you hadn't poured true qi into me every day, you would have long left the martial king realm and stepped into the legendary 6-combination martial ancestor realm. Now that I'm no longer a burden to you, I'm so happy. Haha. Li Chunyang felt like a knife was stabbing into his heart, and he shook his head. Sun Jingzong looked at the two of them helplessly, cupped his fists and said, Brother Chunyang, Brother Dasheng, goodbye. Hold on. Li Yunxiao, who was sitting on the sofa and watching everything, suddenly said, Are you really a 3rd-grade master alchemist? Sun Jingzong raised his eyebrows and said coldly, If you weren't Brother Chunyang's descendant, I would have crippled your cultivation for your rudeness. Li Yunxiao was stunned, and he said in shock, A mere 3rd-grade alchemist is so powerful? Wouldn't a rank 8 or rank 9 alchemist want to dig his eyeballs out just by looking at him? 3rd-grade alchemist? Rank 8 or rank 9? Sun Jingzong laughed angrily, Haha, you really don't know your place. Even if you're the king, you'd have to greet me. Although Li Chunyang was also dissatisfied with Sun Jingzong's attitude, he still suppressed his anger and said, Yunxiao, don't be rude. Master Sun is a master I invited from the Fire Crow Empire's 3rd-grade alchemist guild. Sun Jingzong proudly said, When I dominated the Fire Crow Empire's alchemist world, you were still drinking milk. Drink your sister. Dominate your sister. Li Yunxiao raised his middle finger and scolded, Since it's a 3rd-grade alchemist guild, then there should be at least a rank 5 emperor-level alchemist. You, a 3rd-grade kid, dare to brag about dominating the Fire Crow Empire? Do you want me to spread what you said just now, and let the entire Fire Crow Empire know? Let's see how you dominate when you return. Sun Jingzong's expression changed greatly, and he became furious. However, he also felt guilty. He was really afraid that Li Yunxiao would spread his words, and then he would really be too ashamed to face others. A 3rd-grade alchemist could do whatever they wanted in a subsidiary country like the Tianshui nation, but in the Fire Crow Empire, they were just ordinary characters. He was so angry that his beard trembled. Brother Chunyang, teach your descendant well. Li Chunyang also disliked Sun Jingzong's arrogance, but due to his face, he could not refute him. Now that he heard Li Yunxiao scolding, he was very happy. He stared at Li Yunxiao and laughed, Stinking brat, you dare to not give face to Master Sun? You've really eaten a leopard's gall. Hurry up and scram. Sun Jingzong's eyes popped out, and his face turned green. He said angrily, Brother Chunyang, are you going to let him scram so easily? Li Chunyang snorted, Then what does Master Sun think we should do? Now that Sun Jingzong did not care about Dasheng's matters, he did not have the patience to deal with this person. Usually, he served him as if he was serving an emperor, and the Li family's accumulated wealth over the years was also taken away by this person. He was already faintly angry. Sun Jingzong snorted, To be so disrespectful to me, you should at least break his limbs to serve as a warning to others. Li Yunxiao rushed forward in anger, and fiercely slapped him on the face. A crisp paw sound rang out, I gave you color, and you opened a dye shop. Silence, everyone in the room was stunned. Sun Jingzong was even more stunned for a few minutes. He covered his face and suddenly roared like a pig being slaughtered, You actually dare to hit a 3rd-grade alchemist. Li Yunxiao took out a badge from his ring and hung it on his shoulder, saying coldly, "What's so great about being an alchemist?" "I am also an alchemist, open your dog eyes and look clearly." This, not only Sun Jingzong, Li Chunyang was also stunned. That second-grade alchemist badge flickered with a faint light. Both of them had excellent eyesight and naturally knew that it was not a fake. Sun Jingzong turned pale with shock. This was even more shocking than a slap. How is this possible? Second grade? How old are you? Li Chunyang was also shocked, his eyes wide open. "Brat, you. Li Yunxiao took off the badge and tossed it around in his hand like a toy, saying with a cold smile, "Idiot, you have to know that there is always someone better than you in the world. You're so arrogant with this little ability, you'll be beaten to death when you go out. Me giving you a slap is better than letting you go out and be beaten to death. I'm teaching you." His words made everyone's head dizzy again. Sun Jingzong angrily said, "Impossible, how can you be a second-grade alchemist? Good, you dare to fake an alchemist badge, this is a capital crime. No matter how powerful you are, faking an alchemist badge will cause you to be hunted down by all the alchemists on the continent." Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold. "Hunted your sister, do you still want to be slapped?" Sun Jingzong hurriedly retracted his words and covered his face with his hands, staring at Li Yunxiao with hatred. But he could not understand, he was a 9-star martial artist, how could he be slapped by the other party, and feel that he had no way to avoid it? "Well, I'm in a good mood, hurry up and scram!" Li Yunxiao shouted. Sun Jingzong immediately revealed a ferocious expression and left. Li Chunyang's eyes emitted a trace of killing intent, and he said coldly, "Brat, offending a rank 3 alchemist, you let the tiger return to the mountain and leave behind future trouble. I'll go and kill him." "No." Li Yunxiao said in a deep voice, "All alchemists who are registered with the Alchemists Guild are only under the jurisdiction of the Alchemists Guild. Although he only has the strength of rank 3, he is considered a person with status in the Fire Crow Empire. If he dies for no reason, the Alchemists Guild will definitely investigate us. Let him go, he won't be able to do anything." Li Chunyang listened blankly, and pointed at the badge in Li Yunxiao's hand. "Don't tell me, is this real?" Li Yunxiao snorted, "Of course it's real, in the Sky Martial continent, who would dare to copy this thing?" Li Chunyang's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he asked carefully, "Then you really are, just a small alchemist?" Li Yunxiao said indifferently. The room was silent for a while, and suddenly Li Chunyang's roar came. "Little bastard, how many things are you hiding from me? You really know how to pretend." Chen Dasheng, who was in the wooden barrel, also laughed bitterly. "Big brother, you really have a successor. At such a young age, not only is he a 4-star martial artist, but he's also a rank 2 alchemist. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a second person like him in the whole Sky Water country." Li Chunyang still scolded, this brat. But he could not hide his extreme joy. Chen Dasheng laughed bitterly, "If my successor had a tenth of Yunxiao's achievements, I would be satisfied." Li Yunxiao looked at him, and said, "The old man called you little brother, and also called you Dasheng. Are you Qinzhen's grandfather? Didn't you die in battle a few years ago?" A look of sorrow flashed in Li Chunyang's eyes, and he sighed, "Dasheng's name is Qinzhen. I was supposed to go for that battle, but I was in my seclusion." In his desperation, Xiao Wuwang chose Dasheng to go with him. Li Yunxiao asked in surprise, "Xiao Qingwang? Could it be that the internal injuries on his body were also from the battle you mentioned?" Li Chunyang nodded and said, "That's right. All those years ago, the Aquasky Nation and the 100 Warring Kingdom fought for the position of a superior subsidiary nation of the Fire Crow Empire. At the border between the two nations, the 100 Warring Kingdom's Kuan-Jin city sent their experts to fight to the death. Although there were not many participants, it was no less tragic than a battle between a million troops. In that battle, the 5 squad leaders of the Divine Guard died in battle. Xiao Qingwang's deputy, Zhou Lin, who was also a martial king, also died for a noble cause. Because of this, my family name has fallen ill." Although he did not see it with his own eyes, he could imagine how tragic the battle was. Chen Dasheng bitterly recalled, "Although my Aquasky Nation won a Pyrrhic victory back then, we also suffered great losses. More than 100 people went, and they were all martial masters and above. Only a dozen or so of them came back alive. And they were all crippled. At that time I also thought that I would not live for long." Luckily, my brother invited Sun Jingzong from the Fire Crow Empire to help me treat my injuries. Li Yunxiao said in astonishment, no wonder the leaders of the Divine Guards are all young men. It turns out that the old ones are all dead. I didn't expect the ranking of a small kingdom could cause such a tragic battle. What is going on with the ranking? Li Qinyang heard him speak like an old man, and jokingly scolded, he's a young lad, you're just a baby drinking milk. His gaze also became a little bleak, and he began to explain the ranking tournament. The Fire Crow Empire was one of the 3 empires in the south of Tianwu continent. They had a total of 9 subsidiary kingdoms, which were split into the upper 3, middle 3, and lower 3. If the kingdom had a 6-direction realm martial ancestor or a grade 4 monarch realm refiner and they were willing to stay, then the country would automatically become a higher country. If there were less than 3 spots, the remaining spots would be fought for by the middle countries. The middle countries had to have a condition, which was to have a 5-element realm martial king or grade 3 refiner. 5 years ago, there was an empty spot and there were 3 countries that had the right to fight for it. They were Tianshui, 100 Warring Kingdoms, and East Shu. Although East Shu had a grade 3 refiner, their strength was much weaker than Tianshui and 100 Warring Kingdoms. This was why the 2 countries fought for this spot. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, then, how do we decide the winner of the ranking battle? Are we going to kill all of their martial kings or tier 3 alchemists? Li Qinyang stared and scolded, although the resources belong to each country. Once one breaks through to grade 3 refiner or 5-element realm martial king, one has to register at the Fire Crow Empire to be the middle power of the empire. Once a country is at war, one has to listen to them. Of course, the benefits after registration are huge. Each year, the Fire Crow Empire will give them large amounts of cultivation resources. He continued, so, grade 3 refiners and martial kings are precious resources. The Fire Crow Empire will pay attention to them and try not to lose them. The standard to determine victory or defeat was to fight until one side admitted defeat. If they don't, then they will continue to kill until all of them are wiped out. Li Yunxiao sighed, I didn't expect it to be so cruel for a ranking battle. Li Qinyang's expression turned solemn and he said coldly, cruel? To survive on this continent, the most important thing is strength. What does one rely on to ensure strength? That is resources. Hidden behind the ranking battle is the fight for resources. There was once a kingdom that didn't admit defeat. The entire country was uprooted and the royal family was wiped out. Chen Dashing, who was soaking in the wooden barrel, sighed, the heavens are heartless, treating all living beings like dogs. Li Qinyang said sternly, and what truly determines strength is the high-end combat power. This is why all countries must recruit powerful martial artists. Many empires are supported by strong sects and aristocratic families. For example, the Fire Crow Empire we are under, their backer is Jutian sect. Jutian sect? Li Yunxiao was stunned and his expression became a little weird. He remembered that his disciple Hua Qianshu had a disciple, the son of the Jutian sect leader. What was his name? He forgot. Hua Qianshu even specially brought him to meet him. He didn't give him any gifts and just casually gave him some pointers. Based on the time, it had been 20 to 30 years. Li Yunxiao thought about it. What was that kid called? He really couldn't remember, that's right. There was a trace of fear in Li Qinyang's eyes and he said solemnly, rumor has it that the Jutian sect leader Qi Feng is a 7-constellation realm martial emperor expert. He is only 1 step away from 8 desolate martial venerable. Moreover, this person is the personal disciple of Emperor Wu Hua Qianshu. Even the backers of other empires don't dare to provoke him. Li Yunxiao had a look of realization. He thought to himself, oh, I remember now. His name is Qi Feng. I didn't expect him to be the sect leader. Xiao Hua also advanced to Emperor Wu. This should have happened after I died. At that time, he was still stuck in the 8 desolate martial venerable realm. Li Qinyang cautiously warned, Yunxiao, if you have the chance to go to the Fire Crow Empire in the future, remember not to offend the Jutian sect. Any inner disciple of the Jutian sect, even the Fire Crow Empire's emperor, has to smile apologetically. If we offend them, it will definitely be a disaster. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, don't worry. If they don't provoke me, I won't go and offend them. Li Qingyang fainted and hurriedly said, "You will get into trouble sooner or later with this personality of yours. Even if they provoke you and knock out all your teeth, you have to swallow it." Within the territory of the Fire Crow Empire, the Jutian sect is an existence that is above the royal family. Li Yunxiao changed the topic and said, "Is it the ranking tournament that happens once every 5 years again?" Li Qingyang felt a sense of desolation and said in a deep voice, "That's right. The battle 5 years ago greatly reduced our country's strength. The wisest move is to withdraw from the fight for the upper position this time. Although we have to pay more taxes and resources, it is a rare move for the country to recuperate." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Then we have to speed up. With His Majesty's current state, he might not be willing to withdraw from the fight. Only by letting Moon Prince ascend can I persuade him to withdraw from the ranking tournament." Chen Dashing said in shock, "Moon Prince?" Li Qingyang sighed and briefly explained the current situation and Li family's decision. Chen Dashing said sorrowfully, "His Majesty treats loyal people like this, it really chills our hearts. It is a pity that I am a person who is about to die. Chen family will be entrusted to Big Brother and Yunxiao in the future." Li Qingyang's heart was filled with sorrow and felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He said, "Don't worry, as long as my Li family exists, the Chen family will not fall." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It is just extreme cold poison, there is no need to part forever. I see that Xiao Qingwang also has this kind of cold poison in his body. Although there is not much, it is still deep in his bones. You should have been injured by the same person, and that person cultivates this kind of extreme cold force." Chen Dashing said hatefully, "That's right, it is the #1 expert of the 100 warring states, Marshal King Yi Xiaoshan." Li Yunxiao seemed to be thinking and slightly muttered, "Earlier in the small courtyard, the martial lord next to 8th brother used an ice martial technique. It seems to be this extreme cold force, but his cultivation is not enough, so there is a huge difference between it and the cold poison in your body." "What?" Li Qingyang was shocked. His gaze gradually turned cold and murderous intent circulated in his eyes. "I understand now. No wonder this brat with such outstanding talent would come to the Li residence to be a lowly servant and climb so fast. Not only does he have His Majesty's support, he is also Yi Xiaoshan's man of the 100 warring states." Li Qingyang gnashed his teeth in hatred and said regretfully, "If I knew this, I would have killed this person earlier. Now that he has escaped, it will be difficult to chase after him." Li Yunxiao replied indifferently, "He won't give up just like that. There will always be a chance. Let's get rid of the cold poison in Grandpa Chen's body first." Li Qingyang's expression turned gloomy as he held the bottle left behind by Sun Jingzong. Even a rank 3 alchemist like Sun Jingzong can't do anything about it. What else can we do? A rank 4 monarch level arcane master is not someone people of our level can come into contact with, let alone invite. Li Yunxiao walked around the barrel and said indifferently, "It's indeed difficult to get rid of this cold poison completely. Only if I have the sole power of a rank 3 alchemist will I be able to refine the corresponding medicine. But if it's just suppressing it, my current level is enough." His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in their ears. What did you say? Brat, what did you say?" Li Qingyang grabbed onto Li Yunxiao's arm and said in disbelief, "Don't try to fool me with your lies." Li Yunxiao replied in a serious tone, "Sun Jingzong's idea is correct to get rid of this cold poison. The medicine is compatible with Grandpa Chen's martial King Qi. But his knowledge is too shallow, and the medicine isn't suitable. Grandpa Chen's Qi is also problematic, and it needs a Yang Qi." "A Yang Qi?" Li Qingyang said anxiously, "In the entire Aqua Sky Nation, only Commander Xiao, Zhongli Shan, and I are martial kings. None of us walk the path of Yang Qi. Where do you want me to find a Yang Qi martial king?" Li Yunxiao smiled, "I have a candidate in mind, but I don't know if she's willing to help." "Who is it?" Li Qingyang blurted out. No matter who it was, as long as they were in the Aqua Sky Nation, he would immediately capture them. Li Yunxiao smiled, "The commander of the 4th squad of the Guardian Divine Guards, Luo Yunshang. Although she's lacking in strength, she does cultivate a Yang Qi martial King Qi." Initially, he had been wondering why Luo Yunshang would cultivate such a male true technique. After knowing that she was a disciple of the Divine Firmament Palace, he immediately understood. The divine firmament palace had a supreme mystic art of extreme yang. Only a female with a 9-yang true body could cultivate it. However, the chances of a woman having a 9-yang body was almost 1 in 10,000. Hence, there were only a few people in the divine firmament palace who cultivated this technique in the past tens of thousands of years. However, every single person who had cultivated this technique had become the Emperor Wu at the pinnacle of the world. Li Qinyang stared blankly for a moment, then said, "This little girl indeed has the most masculine and masculine true qi. I really don't know how she cultivated it." "Yunxiao, you didn't lie to me. Can you really suppress the cold poison in Dashim's body? Then I'll go and catch that girl right now." Li Yunxiao said, "There's no rush, I need to refine some medicinal pills to suppress the cold poison." "But the medicinal ingredients?" Li Qinyang directly threw a key to him and said immediately, "This is the key to the Li family's secret vault. I've been guarding it by my side. Other than the half that Sun Xingzong extorted, the rest is inside. See if it's enough. If there's anything else, I'll go find it immediately." When he heard that Chen Dashing could be saved, he immediately became excited. Even if Li Yunxiao wanted the stars and the moon, he would think of a way to get them. Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up. Although he had never entered the Li family's secret vault, as such a powerful family in the Tianshui nation, there must be a lot of good things. What he currently lacked the most were various kinds of resources to increase the speed of his cultivation. "Wait for my news." After throwing down this sentence, he left the basement. There were already many Li family members gathered outside. They were all discussing and sighing endlessly. Obviously, they were somewhat at a loss regarding the current situation. No one could stand out to make a decision. When they saw Li Yunxiao appear, they were immediately overjoyed and came to welcome him. Li Yunxiao directly made a shushing gesture and said to Li Baifeng, "Fourth uncle, bring me to the family's secret vault." "Secret vault?" Li Baifeng was taken aback and said, "That's an important place for the family, and the key." His words were instantly stuck in his throat. His eyes widened as he looked at the small golden token in Li Yunxiao's hand. He said with joy, You've seen the old man? Is the old man all right?" Li Yunxiao nodded slightly. He took out a bunch of keys and tossed them a few times. "Don't ask too much. Bring me to the secret vault. This is also the old man's instructions." Good, good." Li Baifeng was so excited that he trembled a little. It seemed that he had found his backbone in an instant. He hurriedly brought Li Yunxiao to the secret vault. Li Yunxiao could not help but sigh inwardly. The Li clan's clansmen were too pampered and lacked tempering. Once the old man disappeared, there was indeed no one who could stand out to take charge. It seemed that Qin Zheng's intention for his father to be deployed outside for a long period of time. The secret vault was locked by 2 huge copper doors. The copper doors were inlaid with 18 upper-grade primordial stones. Primordial energy constantly leaked out and poured into the door. Streaks of colorful lines were carved on both sides of the copper door. It was actually a protective formation. Vermilion Bird Divine Fire Formation. Li Yunxiao was taken aback. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he touched the copper door. The colorful lines faintly formed the image of a firebird. Streaks of primordial energy flowed on the copper door. It felt like it was burning his hand. Li Baifeng said in shock, "Yunxiao, you recognize this formation? How is that possible?" "The old man has invited many experts to take a look, but no one recognized it." Li Yunxiao carefully looked around. This secret vault was built against the mountain. It was surrounded by hard diamond rocks. He asked, "How old is this secret vault?" Li Baifeng shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about that. But I've heard from the elders in the past that this secret vault already existed before the Li family was founded. It was not built by our Li family." Li Yunxiao nodded his head slightly. He got rid of the doubts in his heart. This Vermilion Bird Divine Fire Formation was a 9th-rank formation. It had been lost for a long time. Some of the versions in the continent were incomplete. If the ancestors of the Li family had the ability to set up this formation, they must have been a superpower in the Sky Martial continent. They would not have stayed in a mere aquasky country. He took out a key. It was a bronze beast-shaped accessory. He gently placed it into the hole on the door. Immediately, a stream of primordial energy flowed out from the upper-grade primordial stone. It flowed around the lines on the door. Then, the two doors rumbled open. Li Yunxiao used his divine sense to feel the power of the formation on the door. It was already abnormally weak. It proved that it had existed for at least 10,000 years. It would not last much longer. After the two doors opened, a long and narrow passage appeared in front of him. It led directly to the underground. On both sides of the narrow passage, there was an oil lamp every 3 meters. Inside the lamp, there were actually night pearls. Li Baifeng said, "The secret vault has always been the forbidden area of the family. Without the permission of the patriarch, no one can enter." "I will wait for you outside," Li Baifeng said. Li Yunxiao nodded lightly, and then he walked down the narrow path. The path wasn't long, and he quickly arrived at an abode. The abode was filled with various chests and shelves, and a large amount of various materials and piles of spirit stones were piled up within. Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up. He looked around in shock. His eyes did not fall on the resources. Instead, he looked at the cave itself. The shock in his eyes deepened. This. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. Haha, it's a mustard seed space. Such a large mustard seed space must exist with the help of a divine weapon. No wonder there is a vermilion bird divine fire formation guarding the entrance. He suppressed his excitement and hurriedly explored the cave. He kept mumbling, "Where is it? Where is the support of this mustard seed space?" He spread out his divine sense to the maximum. He searched the cave. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a corner of the pile of boxes. A huge amount of primordial stones and all kinds of boxes filled with treasures were thrown out like garbage by him. Soon, a long black tablet appeared in the corner, standing there quietly. The words on the tablet had been eroded by time. It was hard to read. The material of the tablet was also badly worn, showing the vicissitudes of life. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. His pupils suddenly curved into demonic crescent moons. The shape of the tablet started to twist and change in his eyes. This was an extremely powerful eye technique that Li Yunxiao had cultivated. It could only be used by relying on his powerful soul power. He only had the soul power of a rank 1 alchemist. It was extremely taxing on his soul power. The effect was minimal. However, the image of the ancient tablet gradually became clearer in his eyes. At the same time, the tablet seemed to sense something. It suddenly emitted a faint light. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted as an extremely strong backlash force invaded his consciousness through his eyes, burning his soul. Ah! He covered his eyes. He screamed. His body flew through the air. He landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Yunxiao crawled to his feet and opened his eyes slightly. Blood was flowing out of his eyes. He was not shocked. Instead, he laughed maniacally. Haha, it actually contains such a powerful force. I want to see what you are. He carefully walked towards the tablet. Both of his hands were constantly changing hand seals. Finally, his 10 fingers formed a strange shape. Circles of faint blue light emitted from both of his hands. He shouted, "Illusory dream, flower in the mirror, moon in water." The blue light in his hands was like a mirror. It fell from his hands. With a crash, it landed on the stone tablet. Wherever the blue watery light passed, the body of the tablet began to change. It was as if it had been cleansed. The marks of time instantly disappeared, and a brand new stone tablet suddenly stood on the ground. It was a translucent jade color, and its surface was overflowing with colorful lights. Spiritual chi constantly fluttered in the air. A few gold-stamped words flashed across from top to bottom. Li Yunxiao's pupils contracted abruptly and he cried out involuntarily, "Universe God Monument." The 3 golden words Universe God Tablet on the jade tablet flashed. It was glaring. Li Yunxiao's blood-red eyes started to bleed again. He grimaced in pain and closed his eyes again. What exactly is this world god steel? Why does it have such power? It can burn my soul directly through my Tsutsumi technique. Li Yunxiao's heart started beating rapidly. He closed his eyes and pondered, this strange surge of power is even stronger than my super rank 9 profound weapon, star-slashing sword. Could it be an item from the 10-direction divine realm? As someone who once stood at the peak of the continent, he naturally knew that above the Jiutian realm, there was still the illusory 10-direction realm. Rumor has it that once one entered the 10-direction realm, one could achieve the pinnacle of martial arts and become a god of martial arts. World God Steel, World God Steel. Could it be the legendary 10-direction realm divine weapon left behind by a martial god? He was astonished and muttered to himself excitedly, it must be. The only power that can directly attack the soul is the legendary 10-direction martial god's divine power. What exactly was Xianxia country? How could there be a treasure left behind by a martial god? No wonder there was a vermilion bird divine fire formation at the entrance. Although the formation was complete, it was set up crudely. It was obviously done in a hurry. The martial god must have met with an emergency, which was why he left the world god Steel. Just as he figured out the ins and outs of the situation, he suddenly muttered to himself, no, to achieve the pinnacle of martial arts and become a god of martial arts, one would already have a boundless lifespan. Every thought and action would be the rules of martial arts. How could he have met with an emergency? What exactly is going on? He sat down and closed his door to meditate. Strange power was emitted from the world god Steel, circulating and cleansing his body. Li Yunxiao felt indescribably comfortable, but he didn't dare to open his eyes, afraid that his soul would be burned again. Suddenly, his spirit sea flickered and thousands of fluorescent dots gathered on his spirit platform. Divine Evolution Technique. Receiving the power of the world god Steel, the Divine Evolution Technique automatically took shape again. Huge golden characters that contained supreme mysteries started to appear in the void in his sea of consciousness. He was delighted. At the same time, he could faintly feel that the Divine Evolution Technique was a cultivation technique cultivated by a martial god. Following the appearance of the Great Divine Evolution Technique, his injured soul began to receive a trace of nourishment. It was as if a clear spring had flowed through it, and his soul power was rapidly recovering. His body was bathed in the light of the Universe God Monument and he had an indescribable feeling of satisfaction. It was as if he was lying under the sun in winter. Not only was it so comfortable that he didn't want to move, but he also felt sleepy. After an unknown period of time, Li Yunxiao suddenly woke up. To his astonishment, he realized that he had really fallen asleep. The World Divine Monument had completely turned into a material that was made of white jade. It stood there quietly without any luster. There seemed to be silver sand flowing on the surface of the tablet. Li Yunxiao widened his eyes and looked carefully. Suddenly, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The flowing light was actually the galaxy of the universe. Li Yunxiao muttered to himself in astonishment, this Universe Divine Monument is actually able to communicate with the power of the Milky Way. It's really miraculous. I just don't know if I can leave a mark on it. He started to perform a mysterious hand seal with both of his hands. Very soon, a lotus appeared on his palms and he gently placed it on the Universe God Monument. He was extremely vigilant. The existence of the Universe God Monument had already surpassed any artifact that he had come into contact with in the past. Even when he was at his peak in his previous life, he didn't dare to treat it carelessly. Now, he was even more cautious. He was afraid that if he made a careless move, he would be doomed eternally. He didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to be reborn again. Swoosh! All of a sudden, Li Yunxiao's sea of consciousness shook violently. His eyes lit up and a gush of power rushed into his sea of consciousness. His entire body floated up uncontrollably. It was as if his mind was controlled by some kind of power and he had no control over it. He was astonished. He knew that his power was too weak and he was being controlled by the Universe God Monument. It was just like how he liked to use his eye sorcery to control others in the past. It was a form of being completely controlled by others. Luckily, it was a very short period of time. In an instant, his body fell down heavily and smashed onto the ground. He only felt that his sea of consciousness was clear and the Universe God Monument was floating above his dantian quietly with the Milky Way flowing. Success! Li Yunxiao jumped in joy. He hit his head with the jump and his head was in pain. He looked over and realized that the Li clan's cave was nowhere to be seen. The place where he stood was merely a small space of 10 square meters. It was only 2 meters tall and was completely made of diamond rocks. After he kept the universe god monument, the mustard seed space naturally disappeared as well. This place was the original cave. Li Yunxiao calmed himself down and checked his body. He was surprised to find out that he had made a breakthrough to a 5-star martial warrior after sleeping. Moreover, he was at the peak of 5-star and was only a step away from 6-star. However, he didn't feel too happy. After all, such a cultivation was trash to him. It didn't matter how much improvement he had. What made him really happy was that his soul power had improved tremendously. Although it hadn't reached the 2nd rank, it wasn't far from it. Let me try and see if I can control the universe god monument. He sat down carefully and started to insert his divine consciousness into the universe god monument. Since the universe god monument was kept in his body by his refinement imprint, it was naturally closely related to him. With his divine consciousness, he could indeed feel the existence of the universe god monument. However, he was disappointed that no matter how he tried to contact it, he could only enter the mustard seed space of the universe god monument. He couldn't control it at all. This is bad. He cursed, I can't control it at all. It's like I have another space ring. He was unwilling to give up and tried countless times, but there was still no reaction. However, all the items in the Li clan's secret vault were in the universe god monument. Not a single stone was left behind and they all belonged to him. After looking through the Li clan's inventory one by one, he felt a little better. Li Baifeng was waiting anxiously at the door. When he saw Li Yunxiao appear, he heaved a sigh of relief. He stared at the space ring in his hand and said angrily, "You stayed in there for so long. Don't tell me you took away all the good stuff. This is the accumulation of the Li clan for thousands of years. Don't take too much. Don't take too much. I've already taken away the cave abode." Li Yunxiao was sweating profusely. He took off the space ring in his hand and passed it to Li Baifeng, saying, "I'll give it to you." He had already placed all the valuable items into the universe god monument. There were only some gold coins and daily necessities left in the ring. This. Li Baifeng opened his mouth wide and looked at the space ring in his hand. He was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. He thought to himself, could it be that he didn't take much good stuff? This lad is quite kind. Li Yunxiao said, "Fourth uncle, you'll be in charge of the Li clan's daily affairs for now. I'll go into seclusion for a period of time. As for Li Yi, he won't dare to return within a short period of time. Also, the old master is fine. Don't worry." Hearing his instructions, although Li Baifeng felt that it was a little strange, he wasn't too surprised. After all, the abilities and wisdom that Li Yunxiao had displayed during this period of time had already gained everyone's recognition and praise. Originally, he was a little worried about Li Yi. However, when he heard that the old master was fine, he felt at ease. Li Chunyang was the absolute backbone of the Li clan. He was their spiritual pillar. Li Yunxiao asked the 4 martial grandmasters to report to Qingyu and White Eye. Then, he brought Ji Meng to the Alchemist Association. He wanted to start refining some elixirs. Not only for Xiaoqingwang's and Chen Daxing's injuries, but also for the cultivation of martial arts in the future. Also, he had to prepare everything he needed for his martial arts cultivation in the future. Tianshui Nation was currently in troubled times. There wouldn't be many peaceful days in the future. What he had to do now was to prepare for a rainy day. Master Jiarong? Lu Yao led Li Yunxiao and shook her head slightly, saying, "Master Jiarong went into seclusion at the same time as President Su. He hasn't come out yet." Li Yunxiao smiled, "It's fine. Go call him out. He won't blame you." Lu Yao was in a difficult position. She was clear about Li Yunxiao's identity, but no one could bear the consequences of interrupting an alchemist's seclusion. Furthermore, Jiarong had emphasized that no one was to disturb him even if the sky fell. She immediately said, "Young Master Yun, I really have no choice. If Master Jiarong, if he blames you, I will bear all the consequences. I will compensate you for all your losses." Li Yunxiao interrupted her and indifferently said. Lu Yao was immediately stunned. Her eyes were filled with difficulty as sweat dripped down her forehead. She couldn't afford to offend Jiarong, But how could she afford to offend young Master Yun? At this time, Jiming also frowned and said, "Young Master Yun, the seclusion of an alchemist is even more dangerous than the seclusion of a martial artist. If they are disturbed for no reason, the best-case scenario is that their cultivation is interrupted. If the consequences are serious, it is not impossible for them to go berserk." He saw that Lu Yao was in a difficult position, and he didn't want Li Yunxiao to cause trouble for no reason, so he kindly reminded him. Li Yunxiao ignored him and smiled at Lu Yao, saying, "If Jiarong knows that I am looking for him and you don't inform him, then the consequences will be very serious." Jiming's face darkened as he thought that Li Yunxiao was being too careless. What kind of people were arcane masters? In his opinion, they were all madmen who stayed in the research room all day with their eyes on the top of their heads. Other than arcane masters who were stronger than them, they didn't care about anyone else. What kind of person was Li Yunxiao? He was just the young master of the Li family. Although his martial arts comprehension was extremely high, he walked the path of arcane refinement. Why would he care about you? Just when Jiming was slightly unhappy, Lu Yao called out in surprise, "Master Liang." Liang Wenyu walked over, and she finally let out a sigh of relief. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone to hold it up. "Young Master Yun? Commander Ji?" Liang Wenyu was slightly startled, but he quickly understood the situation. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Li Yunxiao was a madman who didn't even care about the president and Master Zhang Qingfan. It was not easy to get rid of him. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Young Master Yun, Jiarong is in seclusion. It is not good for us to disturb him. If there is anything you need, I can help you solve it." Li Yunxiao said, "I plan to refine a batch of pills, and I need Jiarong's help." Liang Wenyu smiled and let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, so it is that. My alchemist guild may not have much, but we have a lot of arcane masters. I will arrange for 2 arcane masters to refine pills for young Master Yun." Jiming was stunned. Arcane masters were a bunch of lunatics. Since when did they become so easy to talk to? He remembered that he had once asked Liang Wenyu for a rank 2 pill with a large sum of money. Moreover, he had prepared all the materials himself, yet Liang Wenyu had to wait for more than a month before he could refine it for him. Li Yunxiao rejected, "Troublesome. It's more convenient for Jiarong to command. I'll have to trouble Master Liang to call him out." More convenient to command, Jiming, he was sweating profusely. This brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Liang Wenyu was in a good mood. If he still didn't know what was good for him, he might just throw him out. Liang Wenyu was also stunned. He stammered, This isn't too good." Li Yunxiao's patience was gradually wearing thin. He coldly said, "I'll ask one last time. Are you going to call him or not?" This? Li Yunxiao's domineering attitude stunned Liang Wenyu. He didn't expect this brat to not give him any face. Jiming and Lu Yao were sweating profusely. "This brat," Li Yunxiao nodded slightly. "All right. Jiming, let's go." He turned around and left without another word. Liang Wenyu was a little angry, but he finally let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he heard Li Yunxiao, who had already walked to the door, say, "I can't care about Xiao Qingwang's injury. Let him come to the Arcane Masters Guild himself." "What? Xiao Qingwang's injury?" Liang Wenyu immediately understood something. He remembered that Li Yunxiao said he could cure Xiao Qingwang's injury during the banquet. Then his pill refining was, wait. Liang Wenyu ran forward with cold sweat. He hurriedly dragged Li Yunxiao and said, "Young Master Yun, I'll go call Jiarong right now. Even if he's in a life or death seclusion, I'll drag him out." What a joke. If he interfered with Xiao Qingwang's recovery, not to mention Commander Xiao himself, even His Majesty the King or President Su Han would skin him alive. This isn't too good. Li Yunxiao looked worried. Jiarong is in seclusion. We shouldn't disturb him. Liang Wenyu fainted. That was exactly what he had said earlier. He laughed bitterly to himself. Was there a need for him to mess around with a child? Jiming was shocked to hear this. He naturally knew what was going on with Xiao Qingwang's injury. It was something that the entire country could not find a way to treat. Could it be that young Master Yun had a solution? How was this possible? He immediately pushed this absurd idea out of his mind, thinking that it must be something else. Liang Wenyu hurriedly said with a serious expression, "Commander Zhao's injury concerns the fate of the nation. In the entire nation, only young Master Yun has the ability to cure it. I'll go call Jiao Rong out of seclusion right now." Jiming was speechless. Li Yunxiao grabbed Liang Wenyu and lowered his head. He touched his forehead and said in a pained voice, "Forget it. I'm not feeling well all of a sudden. I'll come back when I feel better." Liang Wenyu's face turned green. He sent a cry for help to the dumbfounded Lu Yao at the side. Lu Yao hurriedly reacted and held on to Li Yunxiao's hand. She smiled apologetically and said, "Young Master Yun, it's all my fault for not being sensible earlier. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart." Lu Yao was able to work as a server in the Arcane Alchemist Guild for a few years, so she had some ability. In addition to her fresh and pleasant appearance, she was enchanting when she acted coquettishly. The moment she opened her mouth, it was as if a spring breeze had brushed past, easing the mood of others. Li Yunxiao slapped his head and said in bewilderment, "Eh? I was having a headache just now. How come it's gone?" After Lu Yao spoke. "Strange, strange. As long as your headache is gone, as long as it's gone, as long as it's gone," Liang Wenyu said awkwardly and gave Lu Yao a look of praise and affirmation. Lu Yao looked at Li Yunxiao's smiling eyes and felt a little warmth in her heart. He doesn't even give face to Master Liang Wenyu, but he's willing to do me a favor. He's helping me along the way. With this, Master Liang Wenyu has indirectly received a favor from me. In the future, my status in the Arcane Alchemist Guild will also increase accordingly." Ji Mei was so stunned that he didn't know what to say. He only felt that this Liang Wenyu was a little different from the one he knew before. The cold and aloof person in the past was now warm and generous. But he also knew that this was completely different from the person he knew. It could only be said that Li Yunxiao's position in his heart was much higher than his. He felt quite wronged. He was the vice commander of the Guardian Divine Guard Team 1. He could already be considered the backbone of the nation. What was this hedonistic young master? The four of them arrived outside the door of Jia Rong's seclusion room. Every arcane alchemist could apply to the guild for a seclusion room with a support array and a large amount of primal stones. "Call Jia Rong out now. I'm in a hurry. I've already been delayed by you for a long time." Li Yunxiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and said plainly. Liang Wenyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Jia Rong was probably going to flip out this time. Any arcane alchemist would fly into a rage when their seclusion was interrupted. But this time it was to refine pills for Shao Qingwang. He had no choice but to give him more compensation when the time comes. "Lu Yao, you go call him," Liang Wenyu said. Lu Yao was stunned for a moment. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat as she said, "Ah? I." She didn't dare to disobey Liang Wenyu's order. She could only wipe her sweat and carefully walk forward. There was a small calling array on the door. There was a piece of low-grade primal stone embedded in it. This array only had the function of amplifying sound. The low-grade primal stone was enough to last for 100 years. Lu Yao nervously pressed down the primal stone. She used the most gentle, cute, and alluring voice she could muster and said, "Master Jia, I have something to ask of you." The entire place outside became abnormally quiet. Lu Yao's palms were covered in sweat. She had already prepared herself to bear Jia Rong's rage. Liang Wenyu was also slightly nervous. After 10 minutes, the door suddenly opened. A gust of wind shot out. A figure could be seen flashing. Then, Lu Yao screamed miserably. Her entire person was sent flying by the shadow. Jia Rong rushed out in anger. His 5 fingers directly grabbed Lu Yao's neck and lifted her up against the wall. He angrily roared, "You slut, how dare you disturb my seclusion? Do you know how important this seclusion is to me? I was just a step away. Just a step away from directly advancing to rank 2 arcane alchemist. Rank 2. Now that I've failed at the last step, killing you won't be enough to dispel the hatred in my heart." "What? Rank 2? Liang Wenyu was shocked. He looked at the spirit energy fluctuations around Jia Rong in disbelief. He involuntarily exclaimed, "How long has it been since you advanced? How can you break through to rank 2 so quickly?" But this spirit energy fluctuation. Oh my god, it's really the fluctuation of breaking through to rank 2. How is this possible? Jia Rong turned around furiously. He stared at Liang Wenyu and roared, "Good, Liang Wenyu. So it was you. Did you see that I was about to advance to rank 2, so you deliberately came to find trouble?" Liang Wenyu sucked in a breath of cold air. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He thought to himself that he was really done for this time. Who would have thought that he was actually breaking through the rank 2 bottleneck? Not to mention treating Xiao Qingwang, even if the sky collapsed, he shouldn't have been disturbed. This time, he was in deep regret. He looked at Li Yunxiao with resentment and said, "It was young Master Yun who told us to come find you. I've already tried to stop him for a long time, but I really couldn't change his mind." He simply closed his eyes and pushed all the blame onto Li Yunxiao. Who asked this brat to not know what was good for him? He even used Xiao Qingwang to suppress him. Now he was in big trouble. Interrupting an arcane alchemist's advancement was a crime that couldn't be absolved even if he died 10,000 times. This time, let's see how this brat will endure Jia Rong's anger. It's a pity that I've been dragged into this. Young Master Yun. Jia Rong's eyes suddenly widened. At this time, he finally saw Li Yunxiao and Jiming standing to the side. Jiming's expression was also tense. He was ready to respond at any time. Although Jia Rong was only an ordinary martial artist, his status was noble. He could only defend and didn't dare to injure the other party. Meanwhile, Li Yunxiao's expression was indifferent. He leisurely said, "That's right, I was the one looking for you. I've waited for a long time." Liang Wenyu snorted coldly in his heart. "Humph, you still have the nerve to say that? Let's see how you die this time." Jia Rong's hand that was strangling Lu Yao's throat gradually loosened. The expression on his face gradually recovered. But in the blink of an eye, his beard stood on end and his body trembled with anger. He pointed at Lu Yao and shouted, "Young Master Yun came, why didn't you call me earlier? Do you know how precious young Master Yun's time is? You actually made young Master Yun wait for so long. I think you really want to carry your burden and scram." Lu Yao, after his angry roar, he hurriedly put on a smile and jogged to Li Yunxiao's side. He nodded and bowed. "Young Master Yun, it's all these people's fault for not being sensible. If I knew that young Master Yun was coming, I wouldn't have gone into seclusion." What kind of situation was this? Everyone felt a wave of dizziness. It was a surreal dizziness, Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "That's not good. You're trying to break through to level 2. Now that you've failed at the last step, even killing me won't be enough to quell the hatred in your heart." This was what Jia Rong had said to Lu Yao earlier. Now, Li Yunxiao was using it again. Jia Rong slapped his head and said with a smile, It's just breaking through to level 2. I can do it anytime." This blockhead of mine really chose the wrong time. Serves me right to be interrupted. Good interruption, good interruption. Hua. The few people finally couldn't hold on any longer and all fell over. Jiming looked around. If he didn't know both Liang Wenyu and Jia Rong, he would definitely think that he had come to the wrong place. Liang Wenyu wiped his cold sweat and said embarrassedly, "Jia Rong, you're trying to break through to level 2. Jia Rong rolled his eyes at him and said with bulging eyes, "There's plenty of time to break through to level 2. A person should be broad-minded. Only then will they be able to walk further on the path of technique refinement." Liang Wenyu felt a bit suffocated and hurriedly said, "Pretend I didn't say anything." He bid farewell and said, "Young Master Yun, I've already called Jia Rong out for you. If you have any other needs, just look for Lu Yao." He shook his head repeatedly and left. It was unknown whether he was provoked by Li Yunxiao or Jia Rong. Jia Rong put on a fawning smile, "Young Master Yun, what did you call me for?" Li Yunxiao pointed at Lu Yao and said coldly, "She's my friend." Lu Yao was caressing her throat. She felt like her bones were about to break. There was a bruise on her snow-white neck, making her look pitiful. Jia Rong was stunned for a moment before he walked forward and raised his hands above his head. He bowed down and said sincerely, "Miss Lu Yao, I was too rash. Please accept my apology." Lu Yao jumped in fright and waved her hands while holding her neck. She dodged to the side and helped Jia Rong up. She wanted to say something, but a sharp pain came from her throat and she coughed violently. Jimming had a bitter expression. How great would it be if these arcane masters could treat him like this? Jia Rong took out a milky white pill from his ring and handed it to her. This is a pill for blood circulation. Lu Yao refused, and it was Jia Rong's turn to panic. He stuffed the pill into her mouth before heaving a sigh of relief. He carefully looked at Li Yunxiao's eyes. After refining pills and forging at the guild, Li Yunxiao's position in his heart was equivalent to a sage of alchemy and a guiding teacher. After he went into seclusion, he pondered over the explanation Li Yunxiao gave to Zhang Qingfan and Su Han. He actually felt signs of breaking through to the second rank. This made him extremely shocked and happy. But at this moment, he was interrupted by Lu Yao's sound transmission. One could imagine her anger. If not for Li Yunxiao looking for him, the Arcane Master Guild would have exploded. Li Yunxiao said, "Your talent is better than I imagined. You will definitely achieve greater things in the future if you can break through to the second rank so quickly. I need to refine a large amount of pills this time, and I need your help." Pill refining? Jia Rong's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "What materials do you need?" "I will go prepare them now." Li Yunxiao said, "I have already prepared the materials. This time, it might take a while. Find a cultivation room first, I will make arrangements for gymming." Many alchemists were also martial artists. Although their achievements in martial arts were relatively low, they still needed to cultivate in seclusion. Hence, there were many training rooms. Jia Rong chose the biggest one for gymming to use during his seclusion. Li Yunxiao walked towards a wall. After a moment of contemplation, he took out Black Girl's greatsword and slashed it down. His sword stance was bold and unrestrained, firm and fierce. The surroundings of the training room were made of hard black iron. Every time Li Yunxiao swung his sword, he would cut off a piece of iron. Sparks flew on the walls, and soon, small words appeared and lined up neatly. Those small words were fresh and beautiful, and they were carved by the rough sword one after another. They were like little flowers that suddenly bloomed, unending. This kind of unyielding and powerful sword force actually produced such vivid and lifelike handwriting. Two completely different styles appeared under the sword of one person at the same time. This kind of strong contrast deeply shocked Ji Meng. Jia Rong was also a one-star warrior. Although his comprehension of martial arts was not high, he could still feel the imposing manner of Li Yunxiao's sword. He held his breath and concentrated, not daring to disturb him. A moment later, a refreshing poem appeared on the wall. It was as if there were many fresh flowers competing with each other in beauty. The Peach Blossom Temple in the Peach Blossom Cove, and the Peach Blossom Immortal in the Peach Blossom Temple. The Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and plucked peach blossoms in exchange for wine money. As the poem unfolded, a garden full of blooming peach blossoms suddenly appeared before their eyes. It was as if they were suddenly placed under a sky full of falling peach blossoms. The mountains and rivers were one color, and the sky and earth were one seagull. Li Yunxiao seemed to be very satisfied with his work. He smiled and said, "Jimming, when I come out of seclusion, if you still can't comprehend a higher peach blossom intent from it, it will only prove that you are not talented. You don't have to follow me anymore." After he finished speaking, he did not hear Ji Meng's reply. Ji Meng had already absorbed every stroke of the sword will. Peach blossoms bloomed on his bier. He could no longer hear Li Yunxiao's words. He suddenly sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his true qi. He fell into deep thought. Jia Rong was stunned. "Young Master Yun," Li Yunxiao shook his head slightly. "Let's go. It's time to do our own things." The two closed the door of the cultivation room and once again came to the place where they forged the Black Girl's sword. This time, Jia Rong gave a strict order. Even if the king died, they were not to disturb them. Such rebellious words scared Lu Yao, but she still nodded her head and gave the order. After Liang Wenyu knew about it, he even sent 4 martial masters to guard the door for them, just in case. Li Yunxiao walked one round around the cultivation room and once again picked out a few sturdy alchemy furnaces. He knocked on them a few times to show that he was satisfied. Last time, he directly destroyed a good alchemy furnace. If it were any other alchemist, they would have been captured and sent to compensate. However, not only did Zhang Qingfan and Su Han not say anything, they even took the damaged alchemy furnace to study. I'll take these. I'll refine the first batch first. Li Yunxiao said. Your job is mainly to learn. When my soul power runs out, you can take over. I didn't expect you to do much in the first place. I just wanted you to do odd jobs for me. Jia Rong's eyes lit up when he heard that he was mainly to learn. He hurriedly said, odd jobs is good. I love doing odd jobs for young Master Yun. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He sent a strand of his divine sense into the world divine steel in his dantian. Suddenly, a brilliant light flowed through the steel and rushed to the space between his eyebrows. It was as if a third eye had opened in his eyes. A beam of light shot out, and the entire cultivation room was filled with all kinds of items. Jiarong was shocked. He stared blankly at the items in the room. Young Master Yun, you didn't empty the guild storage, did you? Li Yunxiao said, this is our Li family storage. I moved it all here. Use what you can use. I'll return the rest when the time comes. Jiarong was speechless. The Li family was the #1 military power in the Aqua Sky Nation. Just as he was lost in thought, Li Yunxiao said, the medicine we're going to refine this time contains some yang energy. With my current soul power, I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to control it. No matter how good my technique is, it can't replace soul power. Therefore, the first thing we need to do is to become a rank 2 arcane refiner. Both you and I have to advance. Jiarong's expression turned serious. His bowing attitude disappeared. His eyes shone with the light of an arcane refiner. He replied loudly, yes, young Master Yun. Okay. Li Yunxiao was very satisfied with his attitude. He said, before that, I'll go have some tea. Jiarong, while Li Yunxiao was in seclusion, something big happened in the Aqua Sky Nation. The head of the Li family, Li Chunyang, who was thought to be under Li Yi's control, suddenly appeared in a high-profile manner. Not only did he regain control of the Li family, he even announced that Li Yi was an enemy spy. He issued a nationwide kill order. Anyone who harbored or protected Li Yi would be killed on the spot. His high-profile return shook the military, which had been in a slump for a long time. It was as if the military had been injected with energy. He began to appear frequently in the court, causing people to speculate. Furthermore, the old man took the opportunity of wiping out the remnants of Li Yi's faction to raid the homes of several court officials in the capital. Every single one of these court officials had supported Li Yi while the old man was in seclusion, suppressing the direct descendants of the Li family. A few of them were beaten to death when they tried to stop the Li family from raiding their homes. Their corpses were thrown to the dogs. This time, all the civil and military officials in the court were completely shocked. For a moment, everyone was in a state of panic. There were many court officials who submitted memorials to impeach the old man when he arrested Li Yi. However, when the corpses of the court officials were dragged to the market to be fed to the dogs, the entire court quieted down. No one dared to make a sound. The whole country seemed to have acquiesced to his nonsense. After all the enemies were beaten and the raids were carried out, the situation gradually calmed down. However, Li Yi, the main character of the whole thing, seemed to have disappeared and never appeared again. In the courtyard of the Lan family in the Prime Minister's mansion. The Prime Minister, Lan Hong, was tasting a fragrant tea while listening to his subordinate's report. 7 people from the family of Zhang Baixing, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, were killed. 7 million gold coins worth of property were stolen. Among them were Zhang Baixing's 6th concubine, one of his nephews, and 5 servants. 23 people were seriously injured with broken legs and over 100 were lightly injured. Zhang Baixing's left leg was also broken. Beside Lan Hong was a man in luxurious clothes. His eldest son was also Lan Xian and Lan Fei's father. Lan Guang said angrily, "Father, are we just going to let that old man do as he pleases? Killing loyal officials of the court as he pleases, does he want to rebel?" Lan Hong put down the fragrant tea in his hand, his gaze smiling as he said, "Lan Guang, your vision is still too shallow. You can't see too deep. If Li Chunyang really wanted to rebel, he wouldn't have caused such a big commotion. Besides, right now he's just picking up some flies and ants to beat. It doesn't matter." Lan Guang said blankly, "Don't tell me he's just venting his anger from being imprisoned?" Lan Hong snorted coldly, looking at Lan Guang with disdain. Do you really think this old man is so easily imprisoned? There's an 80% chance he's beating himself at his own game, deliberately concealing himself for a period of time to see the current situation. At the same time, he'll also find the enemies of the Li family hiding in the dark. And he'll also make a fortune. These few days, he's probably obtained more than 100 million gold coins from confiscating property. So much. Lan Guang jumped in fright, crying out involuntarily, "Does His Majesty not care?" Care? Humph. Lan Hong said in a cold voice, "His Majesty is aged. What can he still do? Furthermore, His Majesty is also waiting. He also wants to see what on earth Li Chunyang wants to do. If it doesn't surprise me, at the latest the day after tomorrow, Li Chunyang will hand over more than half of the assets he plundered to the national treasury." Only then did Lan Guang come to a realization and said, "Makes sense. The Li family has always been suppressed by His Majesty these few years. Especially the suppression of finances is very severe. The Li family can't make ends meet every year. Heh, it's also precisely taking advantage of this opportunity to replenish family assets. But the amount of more than 100 million gold coins is too terrifying. If he doesn't hand over half, how can His Majesty be at ease?" Lan Hong drank a mouthful of tea, his gaze becoming more and more turbid as he muttered to himself, "This old fogey jumping out at this time, could it be that he's already seen through the situation? How can it be? Why can't I tell?" Lan Guang said blankly, "Dad, the situation you're talking about, could it be?" Lan Hong raised his hand to cut him off, saying coldly, "Why do you think His Majesty allowed him to mess around? Just for that bit of gold? Humph, haven't you noticed, the people that Li Chunyang dealt with, apart from those who have a grudge with the Li family, the rest, are all the first prince's men." "Hey!" Lan Guang jumped in fright, standing up from his seat, his expression solemn. "You mean Li Chunyang has already chosen a side? Didn't he support the first prince in the past?" Lan Hong said, "In the past, he only favored the first prince. At our level, if the situation isn't clear, we won't easily choose a side. Moreover, the Li family's decline is an indisputable fact. This Li incident, isn't it the best test for the Li family? As long as Li Chunyang falls, and Li Chongfeng is restrained, the Li family will fall without a doubt. Li Chunyang saw it clearly, His Majesty also saw it clearly, so Li Chunyang shouldn't choose a side so easily. What is he thinking? Could it be that there's some news we don't know?" Lan Guang was also puzzled. Logically speaking, the first prince has a higher chance of winning, and it's also what the people are thinking. Lan Hong pondered, could it be that he wants to stake it all on one throw? If he helps Qin Yu succeed in ascending to the throne, then he'll undoubtedly be the first hero, and the Li family can continue to prosper for 100 years. Humph, Li Chunyang, he's really bold. If he loses, I'm afraid he'll be consigned to eternal damnation." Lan Guang said, "Father, then should we make a move?" "No." Lan Hong said in a low voice, "At this time, we must be cautious. We're not like the Li family. Among the younger generation, there are countless talents. And in the Li family, other than the recently emerged Li Yunxiao, there's no one else worthy of their attention. However, this Li Yunxiao is somewhat mysterious." His eyes suddenly lit up, radiating light, saying in shock, "Li Chunyang is willing to bet. Could it be that Li Yunxiao can cure Xiao Qingwang's internal injuries?" Lan Guang's heart skipped a beat, saying, "Impossible? That injury can't be cured even with the power of the whole country. If Xiao Qingwang also stands on Qin Yu's side, then the final outcome is even more uncertain." Lan Hong exhaled slightly, and cautiously said with a stern expression, "Lan Guang, you must remember, in times of change, no matter what, you must not expose your intentions and strength prematurely. Even if we don't seek merit, we can't make any mistakes. Only then can our Lan family continue to exist in the Aqua Sky Nation." "Father," Guang solemnly said. While Li Chunyang was wantonly plundering, First Prince Qin Yang's side was living like a year. Every day, there would be subordinates coming to his residence to complain tearfully. These were all his direct subordinates, and many of them secretly supported him. Qin, of officials, Qin Li Guang, and Li, Qin, and Li, Guang, Qin, of king, of Yang, and son. He entered the palace several times to have an audience with the king, but he was always evaded. He knew what Qin Jing was thinking. Li Qinyang's actions had suppressed Qin Yang's power, allowing the two princes to balance out their power slightly. This was something he was happy to see. The only thing he was unhappy about was that he had enriched the Li family's financial resources. After several fruitless visits, Qin Yang became even more furious and began to gather the forces around him to find a countermeasure. Some said that they should just bear with it, while others said that they should just take the rod. There were many different opinions, and their already irritated minds became even more irritable. Suddenly, a vigorous voice came from outside the door. "I'm here to give the eldest prince 3 suggestions to ensure that the eldest prince can smoothly ascend to the throne." Qin Yang's expression changed and his eyes shot out a bright light. He had already recognized the owner of the voice and said coldly, "You spy from the 100 Warring States kingdom, you still have the guts to come and see this king? This is all because of you. Since you're here, leave your head behind." As soon as he gave the order, a large number of martial artists rushed in from all directions and surrounded the 3 people. When Li saw this scene, he laughed out loud. "The eldest prince is in a precarious situation. Why do you still need me, the only person who can help you?" Qin Yang said coldly, "What a joke. I am the prince of the Aquasky kingdom, and you are a spy from the 100 Warring States kingdom. Killing you is only right and proper." The 2 people behind Li were both wearing the same silver-white martial robes. Killing intent suddenly burst out from their bodies. A cold air immediately spread out in the hall, causing the temperature to plummet. Some of the civil officials were so cold that they started to point their fingers. Gao Feng, who was beside Qin Yang, narrowed his eyes and whispered in Qin Yang's ear, "The 2 of them are very strong. They are both martial monarchs. This Li is not simple either. He actually has the cultivation of a martial grand master." A cold smile flashed across Li Yi's face. He raised his head proudly, "With the strength of the 3 of us, if the eldest prince wants to keep us here, he will have to pay an extremely painful price. Even with the eldest prince's current strength, it will be a huge blow." When he saw that Qin Yang was silent, he continued, "Furthermore, I am here to help the eldest prince. Why don't you let me finish talking about the 3 plans first? Recently, I have heard rumors that Li Chunyang, that old man, seems to be in contact with Qin Yu." Qin Yang's expression changed. This was what he was most afraid of. His eyes were filled with anger as he said in a deep voice, "Speak." Li Yi took large strides forward and said in a clear voice, "After Li Chunyang came out of seclusion, his strength has increased greatly. He seems to be showing signs of breaking through to the martial king realm. No matter if it is his own strength or the military strength that he represents, he will become a great weight by Qin Yu's side. The eldest prince will not be able to contend against him. Therefore, my first plan is to transfer Li Chunyang out of the capital." A cold smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. "Li Chunyang has a high position and authority. Furthermore, he is selling himself at an old age. Even my father might not be able to transfer him away. If your second plan is also so whimsical and laughable, then don't say it." A trace of anger appeared on Li Yi's face. He snorted coldly, "Since I dare to say it, I naturally have great confidence. There is no need for the eldest prince to worry about this matter. I will do my best to facilitate it. When the time comes, the eldest prince can just push the boat with the current." "Oh?" A trace of disbelief appeared on Qin Yang's face. He asked suspiciously, "You have a way to transfer Li Chunyang out of the capital? I'm very interested to hear about it." Li let out a faint smile as a glint flashed in his eyes. Then, he faintly said, "Kunjin City and Great Mang Mountain are located at the border between the Aquasky Nation and my 100 warring kingdoms. The Great Mang Mountain is infested with wild beasts. Moreover, the terrain is high in the east and low in the west. It is a natural barrier. Your country's army is guarding the white-headed town near the Great Mang Mountain. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, the Golden Lion Legion guarding the white-headed town seems to be the eldest prince's men." Qin Yang's pupil shrank. He said solemnly, "What do you want to say? Just say it." Li Yi snorted and his eyes gradually focused. He said carefully, "I hope to borrow the eldest prince's order to let the army of the 100 warring kingdoms pass through the white-headed town on the Great Mang Mountain and encircle Kunjin City from the south. we will trap the Flying Dragon Legion and Li Changfeng inside. Pa. Qin Yang slammed his palm on the armrest of the golden chair and roared, "What a good idea! If the White-Headed Town and Kunjin City are lost, then the 13 eastern cities of the Aqua Sky Kingdom will lose their barrier and be exposed to the cavalry of your 100 warring kingdoms. At that time, it will not just be a town or a city that we will lose, but more than half of our country." Li hurriedly said with a smile, "There is no need for the eldest prince to be angry. We are only sending troops to help the eldest prince. Once the matter is settled, we will naturally withdraw from Kunjin City." Qin Yang sneered, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Li Yi, I really didn't know that you have a talent for jokes. Li Yi's face turned slightly red. He said, "Why don't the eldest prince wait for me to finish my plan and then weigh the pros and cons before giving me an answer?" A trace of murderous intent flashed in Qin Yang's eyes and he sat back in his seat. Li Yi then continued, "As long as Kunjin City is destroyed and we cut off the food supply, Li Changfeng's 400,000 Flying Dragon Legion can only last for 3 months at most. At that time, Li Chunyang, who is far away in the capital, will naturally be unable to sit still. At that time, he will dispatch the army to Kunjin City. This is the best time for the eldest prince to act." He glanced at Qin Yang and found that the latter was expressionless and was quietly listening to him. Then he continued, "There are only 3 military forces near the capital. The first is the Li family led by Li Chunyang, the second is the Imperial Guards led by His Majesty, and the third is the eldest prince. As long as Li Chunyang leaves, we can rope in Longqing and the whole capital will be in the hands of the eldest prince. At that time, my second plan will be to kill Xiao Qingwang." A trace of murderous intent flashed across his face. He said coldly, "Xiao Qingwang's internal injuries have not healed. Whether that little bastard Li Yunxiao can really cure him or not, his strength will be greatly reduced. At that time, there is no need for the eldest prince to act. I will send someone to kill Xiao Qingwang on behalf of the eldest prince." Qin Yang said angrily, "Why should I kill Commander Xiao? You are asking me to destroy the Great Wall of China. At that time, who in the country can resist the martial king experts of the 100 warring states period?" Li Yi sneered, "Eldest prince, don't forget that if Li Yunxiao really can cure Xiao Qingwang, will Xiao Qingwang stand on your side or Qin Yu's side? At that time, Qin Yu will have Zhong Lishan on her left and Xiao Qingwang on her right. Even if Li Chunyang leaves the capital, you will not be able to do anything." A trace of anger flashed in Qin Yang's eyes and he became silent. His originally good situation seemed to have become precarious ever since Li Yunxiao appeared. He said angrily, "Then I will directly kill Li Yunxiao and stop him from treating Xiao Qingwang." Li Yi also became furious when he heard this name. He said with a sharp murderous intent, "Li Yunxiao naturally needs to be killed, but Xiao Qingwang cannot be let go." Previously, the eldest prince also sent people to assassinate Qin Yu and Li Yunxiao, but what was the result? He intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Gao Feng, who was beside Qin Yang. Gao Feng's face immediately turned cold. Not only did the assassination fail, but they also lost a deputy commander of the Divine Guards. This made Gao Feng and Qin Yang extremely furious. Li Yi continued, "After killing Xiao Qingwang, Commander Gao can ascend to the position of commander of the Divine Guards. At that time, all 5 squads of the Divine Guards will be under the control of the eldest prince. The entire capital's court will be in the hands of the eldest prince. Why should we worry about not being able to succeed?" Qin Yang seemed to have been persuaded. His eyes shone brightly and his breathing became rapid. "What about Zhong Lishan? He is Qin Yu's teacher. With his support, Qin Yu will be in big trouble." Li sneered in his heart, but his face was serious. "Zhong Lishan's strength has improved a lot these years. We don't have the confidence to get rid of him. But if we kill Queen Xiao Qing, we can be responsible for restraining Zhong Lishan so that he can't help Qin Yu. The third plan is to wait for Prince Xiao to rise to power. With a single call, the world will submit to him. With a single call, the world will submit to him." Qin Yang's face turned red. He tried to calm himself down and said slowly, "What benefits do you want from the 100 warring kingdoms? Kunjin City and Whitehead Mountain cannot be given to you." He had led troops for many years and knew the geography of the country. If a city or a town was lost, the 100 warring kingdoms' cavalry would come south. He wouldn't even have a bargaining chip. Li Yi laughed and said amiably, what Prince Qin said is different. Since we are willing to help Prince Qin like this, we naturally treat Prince Qin as a family. 100 Warring Kingdoms' condition is very simple. Your country will withdraw from this higher nation battle. Apart from giving us some material help, you must also help 100 Warring Kingdoms to obtain the position of higher nation. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and said in disbelief, that simple? Li Yi smiled. That simple. To be honest, with Aqua Sky Kingdom's current strength, it will be difficult for us to compete for the next higher nation battle. 100 Warring Kingdoms has been recuperating for the past 5 years. Under His Majesty's wise leadership, our country's strength is getting stronger day by day. This time, the ranking battle is almost in the bag. Of course, other opponents are also very strong. So, we need Prince Qin Yang to help us ascend to the position. Qin Yang started to ponder. Aqua Sky Kingdom's decline was inevitable. But he had ambition. As long as he ascended to the throne, he would be able to ascend to the position of higher nation in a few years. How can I believe that you will retreat after besieging Kunjin City? He asked in a deep voice. Li Yi smiled. Even if we take a detour and besiege Kunjin City, as long as Li Chongfeng holds his ground and waits for Li Chunyang's rescue, we'll suffer heavy losses if he attacks us from both the inside and outside. The ranking tournament is just around the corner. My 100 warring states does not want to waste our strength for no reason. The purpose of this deployment is to contain Li Chunyang and help the first prince ascend the throne. He took out a list and handed it to Qin Yang with a smile. These are some of the items that our country has requested for aid. I hope that after first prince ascends to the throne, you will be able to fulfill them. Qin Yang took a look at the list, and his face immediately turned green. Although he had already guessed that they would not let him off easily, the extortion was too blatant. Other than a large amount of gold coins, food, and equipment, there were also 50 level 1, 15 level 2, and 3 level 3 profound weapons. 500 level 1 medicinal pills, 100 level 2 medicinal pills, and 20 level 3 medicinal pills. Li Yi, you've gone too far. You've almost emptied our Xianxia country with such a huge amount of items. Qin Yang threw the list out furiously. Gao Feng glanced at it from the side, and his face also turned extremely ugly. Li Yi smiled. These things are just worldly possessions. Compared with the first prince's throne, I think the first prince should be able to weigh which is more important. If the first prince has made up his mind, you can come to me at any time. He dipped his hand in the water and wrote down his temporary address on the table. Then, he wandered away with a smile. Qin Yang's face was as calm as water, and he gloomily pondered in the hall. His subordinates also looked at each other and discussed in a low voice. Li Yunxiao and Jia Rong were still in closed-door training in the Alchemist Guild. This is the 20th one. Jia Rong wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out a milky white immemorial pill from a black alchemy furnace. Although his face was as pale as a withered leaf, his eyes were shining with joy. And, take a soul-nourishing pill and continue after you're done cultivating. Li Yunxiao sat in the middle of the formation and closed his eyes. Take a 1,000-bird pill and bring it over. Yes. Jia Rong replied. He walked to a long table and placed the pills he had just refined into a transparent jade box. There was already a pile of pills that were exactly the same as the one he had just refined. Jia Rong's heart was filled with complicated emotions. These pills were called Dark Flame pills, and they were genuine level 2 medicinal pills. Only a level 2 alchemist could refine them. However, under Li Yunxiao's guidance, he could easily refine them. Not only that, but he could also produce them in batches like an assembly line. He reached into the other 2 jade boxes and fished out a small green pill and a light yellow pill. He frowned after taking them out. Young Master Yun, there's only one soul-nourishing pill left. There aren't many 1,000-bird pills left either. Li Yunxiao's eyes were still closed. After you take this soul-nourishing pill and recover your soul power, refine a cauldron of soul-nourishing pills first, then stop refining the profound flame pill and help me refine some 1,000-bird pills. I'll refine the soul-nourishing pill and 1,000-bird pill? Jia Rong's body shook. Young Master Yun, you're going to give me the recipes for the soul-nourishing pill and 1,000-bird pill? Li Yunxiao frowned slightly. He opened his eyes and threw a recipe at Jia Rong. Why are you still acting like a newbie after following me for so long? These are just low-grade pills. They're just street goods. What are you so excited about? Why can't you stay calm? Jia Rong hurriedly ran over to pick up the recipe. He was so excited that his body trembled. He hadn't even taken the soul-nourishing pill, but he seemed to have completely recovered. He didn't dare to make a sound, afraid of being scolded again. Although being scolded wasn't a bad thing. The soul-nourishing pill wasn't some street goods. It was an upgraded product of a rank 1 soul-nourishing pill. It was a rank 2 pill, but it seemed to be even more powerful than some rank 2 soul-nourishing pills. In the past, Jia Rong would need at least 3 days to recover after using other rank 2 soul-nourishing pills. But now, he only needed a day to use this soul-nourishing pill. This was an absolutely shocking situation. It was equivalent to increasing an arcane master's efficiency by 3 times. Furthermore, the effect of training soul power was also increased by 3 times. If news of this were to spread, not to mention the surrounding rank 5 arcane master guilds, even the rank 4 arcane master guilds of the Fire Crow Empire would send people to demand it. If they weren't careful, they might even get themselves killed. Furthermore, the 1,000-bird pill wasn't simple either. According to what Li Yunxiao said, ordinary martial artists who used pills to increase their strength would taste good and feel extremely comfortable after eating them. However, there would always be hidden dangers when relying on pills to increase their strength. And this 1,000-bird pill wasn't an ordinary pill to increase one's strength. It was a pill that contained poison that stimulated the body. It wasn't absorbed by the martial artist through the energy contained in the pill itself. Instead, it continuously stimulated the body's potential through gentle stimulation, achieving the miraculous effect of training the body and meridians at the same time. The disadvantage was that it tasted terrible. After consuming it, one's entire body would sting as if thousands of birds were pecking at one's body. However, which one of those who pursued martial arts wasn't incomparably tenacious? This bit of pain was nothing to them. After consuming the last 1,000-bird pill, Li Yunxiao continued to sit cross-legged in the array to cultivate. The entire process of refining pills was basically handled by Jia Rong. Although it was exhausting, Jia Rong was happier than anything else in his heart. He hated that he couldn't continue refining like this for the rest of his life. After consuming the soul-nourishing pill, he also sat opposite of Li Yunxiao and began to nourish his soul. He could only feel waves of coolness flowing into his mind. It was indescribably comfortable. Furthermore, the recovery speed this time was much faster than before. His soul fire seemed to be a little restless. This is... Jia Rong was pleasantly surprised. It was actually a sign of breaking through to Tier 2. The previous attempt to break through to Tier 2 was interrupted, which made him exceptionally disappointed. However, that was also because he had inexplicably comprehended the bottleneck of Tier 2 when he was comprehending the path of refinement. He also knew that it was just a coincidence. It was impossible for him to break through with his soul power at that time. However, the longer he immersed himself in that state, the more experience and comprehension he would gain. It would be greatly beneficial for his future breakthrough. But how long had it been? Why was there another breakthrough? Jia Rong was a little confused, but he didn't dare to be careless. He began to carefully circulate the soul refinement art that Li Yunxiao taught him. He slowly gathered his soul power in his mind and felt the slight trembling of his soul fire. The trembling rhythm became stronger and stronger, driving the steps of his life. The soul fire was about to break through its shackles and enter a whole new world. Jia Rong suppressed the intense excitement in his heart. This kind of breaking rhythm was exactly what he felt when he was breaking through to Tier 1. It was the sign of success. Suddenly, an anxious voice exploded in the refinement room. "Young Master Yun, something happened to your family. Grandmaster Liang Wenyu asked me to call you out." It was Lu Yao's anxious voice transmission. PFFF. Jia Rong was at a critical juncture. The voice shook him, and he immediately lost control of his mind. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. The rhythm of the soul fire in his mind was completely disrupted, and it began to wreak havoc in his mind. "Young Master Yun, Jia Rong's heart was filled with fear. He had never experienced such a situation. However, it was described in the notes of many refinement masters. It was an extremely powerful soul storm. If it was light, the soul would be injured. If it was heavy, the sea of consciousness would be scattered, and the person would lose consciousness and become a vegetable. Pa. He didn't know when, but Li Yunxiao was already standing in front of him. He lightly placed an arm on Jia Rong's shoulder and said softly, "Open your eyes and look at me." His words seemed to have some kind of magical power. Jia Rong subconsciously raised his head and opened his eyes in fear. He met Li Yunxiao's gaze. Li Yunxiao's eyes began to turn into a demonic red crescent moon. Behind him was a boundless black. Jia Rong felt as if he was being sucked into the world in those eyes. All of a sudden, the entire red moon and black moon collapsed with a loud bang. The clouds parted to reveal the blue sky, and a clear sky appeared. In the vast sky, there were faint specks of golden light. Those specks of golden light suddenly condensed, and a row of large words appeared. The golden light was dazzling. Divine art of derivation. The moment the 4 golden words appeared, Jia Rong felt as if his eyes were being pierced by thousands of golden needles. A power that made his soul tremble rushed into his mind and blossomed. Pfft! He screamed in pain as he felt a splitting headache. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his mind shook. He fell to the ground in pain and lost consciousness. Li Yunxiao's eyes returned to normal. He examined Jia Rong, took out a golden needle, and inserted it into his brain. Ah! Jia Rong screamed and jumped up from the ground as if he had a knee-jerk reaction. Li Yunxiao kicked him and scolded, "You fainted from this little pain. You're as soft as a girl. How are you going to work for me in the future?" Jia Rong hugged his head and cried, "Young Master Yun, I'm so pitiful. I finally broke through to the second stage, and I was about to succeed. That friend of yours, Lu Yao, is really my nemesis." Sob sob sob. Li Yunxiao snorted. "Second stage? Aren't you already at the second stage?" Jia Rong was taken aback. He immediately discovered that his mind was clear, and a refreshing feeling that he had never felt before flowed through his soul. He jumped up and cried out in shock, "Ah? Ha 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 ha. Second stage, it's really second stage, ha ha. I really broke through to the second stage, ah, my God, am I dreaming? Young Master Yun, hit me hard. Let's see if I'm dreaming or not." Boom! Li Yunxiao's fist smashed into his chest, and his entire body was instantly blasted to the ground. The diamond stone floor immediately cracked into tens of thousands of spider-like cracks. Jia Rong's eyes bulged out, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His chest was in excruciating pain, and all of his bones were shattered. As he painfully reconnected his broken bones, he struggled to get up and said with a sad face, "Young Master Yun, you don't have to be so ruthless even if I say hit me once." His crying face suddenly froze, and he exclaimed in shock, "Young Master Yun, you have this kind of strength?" Li Yunxiao sighed slightly, "After taking so many thousand birds' pills, I only broke through to the 6-star warrior realm. It seemed that the power of the pill was nothing to my body. It was very difficult to stimulate my potential. However, it can also be considered a benefit. I have also broken through to become a Tier 2 alchemist." Under the tempering of the tyrannical heaven tempering art, the strength of his body was far beyond that of a martial warrior. The stimulation of the 1,000-bird pill to his body and meridians was getting weaker and weaker. He took out the arcane refiner's badge and played with it, finally worthy of this badge. Jia Rong was stunned for a moment before wailing and shouting, "Heavens, is there still justice in this world? Young Master Yun, when I first met you, you weren't even a martial warrior, right? Not even an arcane refiner? How long has it been since he became a nobody?" He had actually become a 6-star warrior, a Tier 2 incantation master. My heart can't take it." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Then I'll replace your heart." Jia Rong was so frightened that he trembled and hurriedly dodged. His chest was still aching, and his body was covered in blood. He was in a sorry state. Young Master Yun, did you hear that? Master Liang Wenyu asked me to call you out of seclusion." Lu Yao's voice rang out again. Li Yunxiao walked to the front of the long table, glanced at the few types of elixirs on the table, and put them all away. He then formed a few hand seals and the door to the refinement room slowly opened. The moment the door opened, Lu Yao's slender figure quickly retreated. She shrank into a ball in fear, as if she was afraid that the person inside would suddenly attack. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. Am I such an ungentlemanly person? No matter what, I can't attack a beauty. Lu Yao's face turned red as she hurriedly said, Young Master Yun, bad news. I heard that your father, Li Chongfeng, has been besieged by the 100 Warring Kingdoms army in Kunjin City. Duke Jing is furious and is about to send an army to rescue him. That's why he told us to let you out of seclusion and take charge of the Li family's affairs. The 100 Warring Kingdoms army has besieged Kunjin City? Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank as his expression gradually turned cold. He coldly said, You've only been in seclusion for a dozen days and you've already caused such a ruckus. It looks like you're all tired of living. Then I don't mind letting you all have some fun. He walked out of the Alchemist Guild without looking back. Jia Rong didn't have time to change his clothes and hurriedly followed. Lu Yao felt a chill in her heart. Although Li Yunxiao's words were ordinary, they made her feel a chill in her heart. She shook her head slightly. This wasn't something she could handle. It was better for her to be a good waitress. However, she hoped that nothing happened to young Master Yun. She shook her head and entered the refinement room, planning to clean it up. The moment she entered, she immediately felt dizzy. Heavens! What has happened inside? It's completely dilapidated. Not only has the array been destroyed, even the walls and floor are cracked. It looks like it could collapse at any moment. This is the best refinement room in the Alchemist Guild. Master Liang, Master Liang. She calmed herself down and hurriedly ran towards Liang Wenyu's residence. Jiming had been sitting in front of the Alchemist Guild for 3 days, meditating. He didn't pay any attention to the passers-by around him. He sat there for 3 days straight. Occasionally, someone he knew would pass by and be shocked. Lu Yao kindly brought him water and food, but he refused them all. Just like that, he sat there quietly, paying no attention to anything else. He treated it as if it was a training room and cultivated in peace. That was until Li Yunxiao came down with Jia Rong. Jiming opened his eyes for the first time in a few days. He abruptly stood up from the ground and strode forward. Everyone felt his powerful aura, and they all moved to the side in shock, creating a path for Li Yunxiao, who had a calm expression on his face. Jiming took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Li Yunxiao in the blink of an eye. He raised his hands above his head and bowed deeply. He said in a clear voice, From today onwards, Jiming is willing to follow young Master Yun. I pledge my life to obey young Master Yun's orders. May young Master Yun teach me a higher level of the martial Tao. Now, after comprehending the Peach Blossom poem, he was completely convinced by Li Yunxiao. He was willing to prostrate himself before Li Yunxiao and serve him wholeheartedly. Everyone in the Alchemist Guild's hall heard it clearly. They all looked at this youth in astonishment and tried to guess his identity. Those who knew Jiming's identity were even more dumbfounded. They looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. Many people also recognized Jia Rong. When they saw him following behind Li Yunxiao in a sorry state, their mouths were so wide open that a watermelon could be stuffed inside. Li Yunxiao glanced at him and said, You only advanced to 2 stars after 10 days. It seems like your talent is very ordinary. If you want to follow me, it will depend on your hard work. Those who knew Ji Meng's identity, including Jia Rong, were all shocked. Who was Ji Meng? He was a martial Grand Master. The further one progressed in the martial Tao, the harder it was to advance. When one reached the martial Grand Master level, every step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. According to this youth, Jiming actually advanced to 2 stars in 10 days. How was that possible? What made them even more depressed was that in this youth's eyes, advancing to 2 stars in 10 days was still very ordinary. Other than Jia Rong, everyone cursed in their hearts. F*CK, this kid really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Jiming had a slightly ashamed expression on his face. He said solemnly, Jiming is slow-witted and has failed young Master Yun's expectations. However, as the ancients say, diligence makes up for stupidity. I will definitely put in 10 times, no, 100 times more effort than others to follow young Master Yun and serve you. Li Yunxiao nodded. Since ancient times, those who could achieve the supreme martial Dao not only needed extraordinary talent, but also determination and perseverance. You have a good temperament. I like it. From today onwards, you are my trusted aide. Jiming was overjoyed. He naturally stood beside Jia Rong and stood behind him. Jia Rong had an envious expression on his face as he tried to curry favor. Young Master Yun, if Commander Jiming is your trusted aide, what about me? Li Yunxiao's expression darkened. He said coldly, You? Aren't you my slave? After you advance to the 4th rank, I will consider taking you in as my trusted aide. Slave, 4th rank, the surrounding people heard it clearly, and all of them widened their eyes. Many people were so shocked that they bit their tongues and cried out in pain. What surprised them even more was that Jia Rong, who was usually aloof and looked at people coldly, did not look angry at all. Instead, he frowned and said, How long will it take to advance to the 4th order? Young Master Yun, just let me follow you. Li Yunxiao frowned. It depends on your performance. I will consider it carefully. Work hard for the next few days and refine 10,000 bird pills for Jiming. There are so many people here, treating us like monkeys. We can talk about other things later. Jia Rong nodded. Then, his gaze turned cold as he looked around. Anyone who looked over felt a chill run down their spine. They shivered a few times and hurriedly turned around. They all thought, I thought I got the wrong person. This person really is Master Jia Rong. His cold gaze is even sharper than before. Heavens, just who is this kid? The three ignored the thoughts of the crowd and directly left the union. A group of people stood side by side outside the door. Their expressions were solemn, and their auras were spreading out, giving off a faint sense of pressure. The leader was a masked woman in white. She smiled when she saw them. White-eyed Lord is waiting for young Master Yun here on Prince Qingyu's order. Li Yunxiao smiled. It seems I have quite the face. I can't believe Commander White-eyed Lord came to welcome me personally. White-eyed Lord smiled. The situation in the capital is tense now. Prince Qingyu is afraid that someone will harm young Master Yun, so he sent me here to welcome you. She led 3 tall horses over and let Li Yunxiao and the other 2 ride them. The group of people and horses slowly made their way to King Qingyu's palace. During this period, there were many soldiers walking around the capital. The commoners were used to it. However, many sharp-witted people could smell the scent of something big. They shook their heads and sighed. When the group passed through a path in front of the Moon Prince mansion, countless arrows suddenly shot out from all directions. They were so powerful that there was a faint sound of them tearing through the air. They were no weaker than an ordinary martial artist's attack. The arrows were as many as the hair of a cow. They rained down from the sky with the momentum of blotting out the sun. Protect young Master Yun and Master Jia. White-eyed ghostly lord's pupils contracted slightly. After giving the order, she leaped from her horse's back. She performed a hand seal and shot it out from her right hand. A ray of green light suddenly exploded in the air into countless tiny sharp weapons that shot through the air. Immediately, a few agonizing cries and wails came from all directions. White-eyed ghostly lord leaped into the air. The rain of arrows rained down on her, but they seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. They could not advance any further and all fell to the ground. After she succeeded in her first move, she stepped on the flying arrows that were shot at her. Her figure quickly shot into the distance and began to kill wantonly. The people she brought to receive Li Yunxiao were all from the divine guards of the kingdom. Each of them was at least a martial master. Although the rain of arrows was sharp, they could not hurt them at all. After a moment of confusion, they were able to deal with the arrows with ease. Under Jiming's protection, Li Yunxiao and Jia Rong were unscathed. Li Yunxiao picked up an arrow from the ground and snapped it forcefully. With a crack, it broke. He casually tossed it out and said, "These are arrows made from green bamboo and iron wood. They're standard issue for the military's crossbows." Jiming frowned and said, "You're saying these are the first prince's men?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "I'm certain." "You must be careful. The other party didn't just send these lackeys. The main force has appeared." As expected, agonizing cries and wails came from afar. White-eyed ghostly lord seemed to have encountered a formidable opponent. Origin power ripples kept coming. Clearly, she was fighting them head-on. Suddenly, a ferocious voice came from behind. "Kill them all. Leave none alive." Immediately, several dozen figures appeared from all directions and surged over. Each of them was dressed in black and masked. However, each of them had extraordinary skills. They were all martial masters and above. As soon as they charged into Li Yunxiao's group, they immediately fell into a chaotic and bitter battle. Li Yunxiao looked at the owner of the voice and immediately smiled. "So it's you, eighth brother." Li Yi was furious. He pointed at Li Yunxiao and gnashed his teeth in anger. "Last time, Luo Yunchang saved you. Let's see how you die this time. Senior brothers, help me block the others. I want to kill this beast with my own hands." The two people behind him were the experts from the 100 warring states who had been lurking around him, and they were also his senior brothers. They were Guang Yu and Jia and Yu Yuanwen. Both of them were martial lords. Guang Yuan'e was the one who had brought Li Yi away from the Li family's courtyard. He stared at Jiming and laughed in disdain. "Don't worry, junior brother. None of these small fries will disturb you. Don't worry, you can cut off that kid's flesh piece by piece." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "So it turns out that you, a slave, have the intention to rebel against your master. Fine. Since you are a slave of my Li family, as the saying goes, a slave for a day, a slave for life. Then let me, the young master of the Li family, personally clean up this trash. Don't waste your breath. I'll take your life." Li couldn't bear it anymore. When he saw Li Yunxiao's indifferent face, his heart was filled with a nameless rage. He hated that he couldn't tear that face into pieces and step on it countless times. The rage that he had accumulated for many days finally exploded at this moment. The profound weapon in his hand suddenly let out a dragon's roar. His whole body shot up and slashed towards Li Yunxiao's vital points. Just as Jiming was about to protect his master, an overbearing pressure surged towards him. Guang Yuanjiao laughs loudly, "Puny martial grand master, your opponent is me. Display all your skills and let me have some fun. Don't die in one move. Otherwise, I won't be interested anymore." His spear pierced through the air. The body of the spear was filled with ice spots and the temperature dropped rapidly. It was aimed at the middle of Jiming's eyebrows. Jiming's heart sank. He didn't dare to be careless. He quickly turned his sword around and swept it towards the spear. His slender sword suddenly produced a few sword sparks and pierced through the ice. A sword ray landed on the body of the spear. Instantly, an ice flower burst out and scattered in all directions. The spear in Guang Yuan'e's hand was immediately deflected. He was shocked. He was a genuine martial monarch. How could he be deflected by a great martial master spear ray? He was momentarily dazed. He saw Jiming's sword sparks flashing. It was as if the sky was filled with flower shadows falling down and sweeping towards Li Yi. He was shocked. He quickly straightened his spear and swept it across the sky towards Jiming's body. Li Yunxiao took out an elixir and threw it to Jiming. "Take this elixir and stall these two martial monarchs for me. I'll help you after I kill the slave." "Stall two martial monarchs? Haha, do you think Jiming is a martial king expert? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Li Yi ridiculed. "A mere martial warrior like you wants to kill me, a 3 talents realm great martial master? What a joke." Without Jiming's interference, he once again took out his ice sword and stabbed it towards Li Yunxiao's body. Jiming's face darkened. After receiving the pill from Li Yunxiao, he didn't even look at it before swallowing it. Immediately, a strange power began to circulate within his dantian, quickly circulating through his entire body. The meridians in his body began to swell under the impact of this sudden surge of power. It was as if his body had been filled with air, causing it to swell slightly. Jia Rong nervously stared at Jiming. He didn't care about Jiming's life or death. He just wanted to know the effects of the elixir. He saw young Master Yun concoct the strengthened version of the explosive yuan pill with his own eyes. Guang Yuan disdainfully sneered. "Humph, explosive yuan pill? A great martial master is a great martial master. No matter how much medicine you use, you are still an ant under the martial monarch realm." Jiming also noticed the abnormality of the explosive yuan pill. He was originally a 9 stars great martial master. Normally, under the effects of the explosive Yuan pill, he would only be able to display the strength of a peak 9 stars martial master. This was because the explosive Yuan pill had a special characteristic. The purity of the pill determined the rank of the martial monarch after the surge of origin energy. However, no matter how pure the origin energy was, it would never be able to break through to the next realm. Even if a peak 9 stars great martial master consumed it, their strength would not be able to break through to the martial monarch realm. However, what shocked Jiming was that after his origin energy soared to the level of a peak 9 stars great martial master, it still continued to rise. He didn't care if his body could endure it or not. It kept rushing upwards. In a few blinks of an eye, he reached the bottleneck of a peak great martial master. An indescribable pressure made Jiming's entire body turn red. His muscles bulged a bit, as though his body was going to explode and die. Waves of aura spread out from his body. Even Guang Yuan'e and Yu Yuanwen looked at him in astonishment. They thought to themselves, this brat won't explode and die, right? Roar! 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 Suddenly, a shocking roar came out of Jiming's mouth. He roared 3 times towards the sky and the aura on his body rose another level. His entire body turned red and the signs of his bulging muscles also disappeared. His entire body returned to normal. Moreover, a silent and austere aura started to spread out from his eyes. What? This aura? Guang Yuanwen cried out in surprise. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He simply couldn't believe it. Yu Yuanwen's eyes also widened like copper bells. He cried out involuntarily, Martial Monarch. He actually reached the Martial Monarch realm. Heavens, what kind of pill was that just now? It could actually make someone break through to the next realm? Guang Yuanwen's face was as gloomy as water. He said ferociously, so what if he broke through to the Martial Monarch realm? He only reached the Martial Monarch realm in terms of the strength of his Yuan power. His comprehension of martial arts is still far away. I'll let you see how big of a difference there is between a true martial monarch and a fake martial monarch like you. He pointed his spear straight and lightly shouted, mountain-splitting silver-winged spear, unseal. Ripples of elemental energy were emitted from the body of the spear. The originally grayish-white spear instantly turned into a flickering silver light. Silver halos were emitted from the body of the spear. Just the might of the spear was enough to cause many of the surrounding martial masters to feel unsteady, causing them to retreat in horror. Soul-devouring ice. Guang Yuanwen shouted. The natural Yuan power within a circumference of 10 meters seemed to be sucked dry. It transformed into streams of cold air and sprinkled down like a rain of flowers. His long arms shook. The XXX spear pierced through the cold air and pierced through the air. He already used his full strength in that attack. Although his opponent relied on medicinal pills, he still reached the martial monarch realm. He did not dare to be careless. He raised his guard and attacked with all his strength. After Jiming broke through to the martial monarch realm, a power and state of mind that he had never felt before appeared in his heart. In that instant when he broke through, his knowledge and comprehension of martial arts once again reached a new level. The poem that Li Yunxiao left behind in the Alchemist Guild flashed in his mind. A brand new comprehension appeared in his consciousness. There was a feeling of being filled with wisdom and fortune. At that moment, what he advanced was not only power. Come at me. Spirit Snake Sword, unseal. Jiming's gaze was like lightning. His aura was calm. He completely forgot that he relied on medicinal pills to level up. It was as if he really broke through. His voice was like a mountain and his aura could swallow the galaxy. No matter what kind of opponent was in front of him, he had full confidence that he would win. After the spirit snake sword was unsealed, it transformed into a tiny snake and slithered in the ice that filled the sky. Everywhere it passed, creaking sounds of ice breaking could be heard. Pink peach blossoms spread out wherever the snake passed. It was as if the spring wind brushed across the earth, blowing away the ice and snow. The peach blossoms bloomed. Clang! The mountain-splitting silver spear was entangled by the snake. The slender spirit snake sword transformed into a ribbon and coiled around the body of the spear. Circle after circle, it coiled around the spear. Guang Yuanwen was shocked. His cold true energy was actually broken apart by the opponent's inexplicable sword intent. The spear in his hand was entangled by the opponent and he could not move at all. The snake-like spirit snake sword was like a maggot in a tarsal bone. With a fierce killing intent, it swallowed and spat out. In the blink of an eye, it was going to cut off his arm. Ha! Extreme cold. Explode. He shouted loudly and poured all of his true energy into the spear. In an instant, it exploded, the mountain-splitting silver spear let out a mournful cry. Waves after waves of cold energy burst out and swept out in all directions. Under the impact of the energy, Jiming's spirit snake sword quickly retracted back. However, wherever it passed, it still broke through the cold energy and caused the surrounding temperature to rise again. Guang Yuan detonated the vital energy on his spear. Although it was powerful, the vital energy it consumed was terrifying. Furthermore, it was extremely harmful to the Xian weapon. He wouldn't have done it unless he had no other choice. After he avoided the danger, he felt his aura weakening. The vital energy in his body seemed to be unable to be replenished. At the same time, he was furious. Just as he was about to go berserk, he realized that the temperature around him was getting higher and higher. Thousands of peach blossoms were blooming in the sky. All of them were falling towards his head. In an instant, he was about to be immersed in a sea of flowers. His martial monarch instinctively shocked him. The peach blossoms formed by the sword gleam were actually formed by martial intent. Every single flower contained an extremely high level of martial intent. His body instantly turned cold. He couldn't care less about his face anymore. He shouted, "Junior Yuanwen, hurry up and help me. Let's join hands and kill this pervert." Jiming was just a 9 stars martial grandmaster. Other than the word pervert, he couldn't think of any other word to describe him. Yu Yuanwen was weaving through the chaotic battle and killing many martial masters. Just as he was enjoying himself, he suddenly saw that Guang Yuan was in danger. He was shocked and immediately rushed forward to help. Without any hesitation, he conjured a long profound weapon, which was actually a battle halberd. As he raised it up, the frost chi condensed into a gigantic ice cube that rose from the ground and rushed towards the peach blossoms that filled the sky. Boom! The two energies collided with each other and exploded into countless shockwaves. Yu Yuanwen's face was extremely gloomy. He dragged his halberd and leaned against Guang Yuan. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. In the exchange of blows just now, Yu Yuanwen was actually at a disadvantage. The two of them couldn't accept this. Huge waves rose in their hearts. They were shocked. What elixir did this kid just eat? How could it have such a heaven-defying effect? Jia Rong, who was not far away, was also trembling non-stop. The power of the enhanced Yuan burst elixir had not only exceeded his expectations, it had completely exceeded his understanding. What made him excited was that Li Yunxiao had given him the enhanced Yuan burst elixir's formula. After Jiming used the sky of peach blossoms, his battle-intent sword. Endless energy surged from his dantian, as though it would never wither. He roared and rushed forward with his sword again. Guang Yuan and Yu Yuanwen's expressions changed as if they had been humiliated. The two of them rushed forward with a gloomy face. The three of them were soon engaged in a fight. Li Yi, who was fighting Li Yunxiao from afar, also noticed what was happening. His heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling about this. He was also a little confused. What kind of pill did Li Yunxiao take out just now? It actually allowed a martial grandmaster to fight two martial monarchs at the same time. This was too unreasonable. At the same time, his heart was gradually burning with passion. If he could obtain this kind of pill and refine it in large quantities, then, he had it. And if he could, he would, and Li. He had been fighting for a long time. He was getting mad. He didn't want to kill Li Yunxiao anymore. Instead, he wanted to capture Li Yunxiao and force him to tell him about the elixir. But no matter how hard he tried, Li seemed to know a set of brilliant footwork. He couldn't hit him. Li Yunxiao saw Jiming's state. He was relieved. The smile on his face turned cold. Hiding is to give you time to watch the show. Since you don't need it anymore, you can pay your debt. Li Yi was stunned. Pay my debt? Li Yunxiao sneered and said, you've been my servant for so many years. You eat and use my Li family's food, but in the end, you want to rebel against my Li family. Isn't this a debt? I will pay it with your life. Arrogant. Rank 3 Dark Weapon, Lunar Frost Sword, Unseal. Raging Waves. The ice attribute Profound Sword in Li Yi's hand was instantly unsealed. The cold air on the sword increased by more than 10 times. The whole sky was filled with flashes of cold light, blinding everyone's eyes. With a casual slash, the cold air on the sword was like a torrential river. Layer upon layer, it was like a huge tsunami, unstoppable. He was the same as Guan Yuanjia and Yu Yuanwen. They all had the same master. They all walked the path of ice attribute Qi. Jia Rong, who was watching the battle from afar, felt his heart in his throat. He shouted in horror, young Master Yun, you can't fight him. Run. From his point of view, Li Yunxiao was a great martial master. He could easily kill Li Yunxiao. Now that he had a rank 3 dark weapon, unless a martial monarch came personally, he would be invincible. Humph. A rank 3 dark weapon is powerful. But it depends on who is holding it. Li Yunxiao didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward. He lightly patted with his palm. The black girl greatsword transformed into a miniature form and condensed in his palm. He pressed it down fiercely. Want to kill me? Dream on. Hundredfold gravity, condense. His black girl greatsword originally only had a small piece of violet sunstone. However, he found a large piece in the world deity monument. After refining it for a period of time, the gravity formation on the black girl greatsword was enough to display 100-fold gravity. When Li Yunxiao was alone, he would transform the black girl greatsword into a miniature form and place it in his palm. This way, he would be in the gravity domain at any time and would be cultivating every minute and every second. After Li Yi displayed raging waves, he was originally full of confidence. However, he suddenly felt his body suddenly sink. His entire body felt a huge pulling force, as if it was about to collapse. His Tying Frost sword also sank down. Anyone who was suddenly subjected to 100 times the gravity would instantly feel extremely uncomfortable. Li Yi had already suffered a small loss last time. Although he was mentally prepared, he only knew that the gravity formation on Li Yunxiao's sword was only around 10-fold. With his cultivation as a martial grand master, 10 times the gravity was as easy as walking on flat ground. Actually, even if it was 100-fold gravity, he still had the strength to fight. However, this 100-fold gravity came too suddenly. Although Li Yunxiao was a martial warrior, he relied on his strong physical strength to forcefully swing his sword under the 100-fold gravity. The black girl greatsword suddenly returned to its original form and fiercely smashed towards the lunar frost sword. Clang! The lunar frost sword had already sunk down due to the gravity. Now, it was heavily struck by the black girl greatsword. This strike contained all of Li Yunxiao's qi jin and physical strength. Li Yi staggered and immediately felt numb. The frost sword in his hand flew out of his hand. My sword! Li Yi cried out involuntarily. He hurriedly tried to grab the sword with great difficulty. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. He raised his leg and used his movement technique. The instant his figure flashed, the 100-fold gravity suddenly disappeared. He charged forward as fast as lightning and grabbed the lunar frost sword in his hand. He turned his head to look at Li Yi, who had a blank expression on his face. He smiled lightly and said, although this sword is nothing much, I want it. Consider it as the interest for your free living in my Li family for all these years. Be ****, return my sword. Li Yi was completely driven mad. That level 3 profound weapon was personally bestowed to him by his master, Martial King Yi Shaoshan. Among his fellow disciples, only he had the honor of receiving a level 3 profound weapon. Moreover, he did not have the chance to use it. It was not easy for him to use it, but it was already in his opponent's hands. How could he not go berserk? Divine Frost Fist, attack! Although he did not have a sword in his hand, he had the cultivation of a 3 talents realm great martial master. With a punch, the temperature suddenly dropped. A large amount of cold air swept over, wanting to freeze Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's body and skin began to condense into ice crystals, becoming thicker and thicker. Many of the surrounding martial masters felt the cold air attacking them. Even their breathing became hurried. Li Yunxiao coldly snorted in disdain. "You want this sword? Then I'll return it to you." He raised the lunar frost sword high up and slashed down. Crash! The surrounding ice crystals all shattered under the sword, turning into water vapor and disappearing without a trace. The sword's momentum did not decrease as it rushed up. When it was 3 feet away from Li Yi, it suddenly condensed into a cold sword aura. Under the sunlight, the sword aura condensed into ice and slashed down fiercely. Crack, crack, crack. A large amount of ice shattered. Li Yi threw another punch, directly shattering the cold sword aura. His eyes were filled with shock as he roared angrily, "Cold sword aura! How can you know the cold sword aura?" Li Yunxiao sneered, "This kind of low-grade martial skill, you can copy it just by looking at it. You still have the nerve to use it?" Li Yi was speechless and said angrily, "Since you are so capable, then return the lunar frost sword to me." When the martial masters who were engaged in a chaotic battle heard this, they almost fell to the ground. In a life-and-death struggle, he actually had the face to ask for it back after his weapon was snatched. This was really an eye-opener. Li Yunxiao was also stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. "You think I care about this trash? I also have a third-rank profound weapon." He looked left and right and immediately took out the spring water sword that Zhang Qingfan gave him. The sword light was like water, gurgling and flowing. It really is a third-rank profound weapon." Li Yi was instantly dumbfounded and said in shock and anger, How can you have a third-rank profound weapon?" Li Yunxiao's gaze sank as he sneered, "You are asking too many questions today. You want to stall for time and live a little longer? In your dreams." His left hand slashed down with the sword. How much worry can a gentleman have, just like a spring river flowing east? His right hand slashed down with the sword. A hall full of flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests, one sword culled 14 provinces. 2 completely different sword auras slashed out at the same time, one left and one right, complementing each other but not affecting each other at all. It was as if 2 martial masters attacked at the same time. Spirit piercing through the rainbow, power astonishing. Li Yi turned pale with fright. The shock in his heart was even greater than the pressure from the sword aura. To be able to unseal 2 rank 3 profound armaments at the same time, not to mention a mere martial warrior like him, even if a martial monarch were to forcefully unseal 2 rank 3 profound armaments, they would absolutely not be able to use it with such ease. What is going on with this Li Yunxiao? Furthermore, the 2 sword auras are actually of different attributes. This is too terrifying. This person must be eliminated. His heart began to feel traces of fear. Originally, he wanted to interrogate Li Yi about the elixir, but he had already thrown it to the back of his mind. Now, he only wanted to take his opponent's life. With a gloomy face, he furiously punched out with both fists. Streams of icy true energy dispersed the sword aura and said angrily, "Even if you can use 2 rank 3 profound weapons at the same time, there is still a gap of 2 realms between us. Let's see how you are going to cross it." 2 realms? Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "If you were a martial monarch, I might still be a little afraid. A mere great martial master? Old 8, look at my eyes." Li Yi was stunned and subconsciously looked at Li Yunxiao's eyes. Suddenly, he saw a blood-red demonic Tsutsumi pupil. The surroundings were filled with endless darkness, like a bottomless abyss. Li Yunxiao's expression was cold as he lightly said, "Universe Soul Suppressor, Demonic Moon." Ah. Li Yi only felt that his mind was instantly lost. His whole body was in a daze. His hands naturally drooped down and he stood there in a daze. Very good. Very obedient. Stand there obediently and take 2 of my swords. Li Yunxiao's face became somewhat ferocious. His eyes were incomparably demonic. The veins on his forehead were bulging and large beads of sweat rolled down. Obviously, this eye technique consumed too much energy. He gently raised the lunar frost sword and fiercely slashed down. "Junior, be careful." Guang Yuan'e, who was far away, immediately noticed that the situation was not right and anxiously shouted. His sound wave was infused with the power of true energy. His voice was like a great bell, shaking people's hearts. Li Yi was startled and immediately woke up. He shockingly discovered that the long sword had already slashed down. It was only 3 inches away from the tip of his nose. There was no way to avoid it. Ah! In a moment of desperation, his potential increased limitlessly. He was actually forced to move a few steps to the side. The lunar frost sword slashed down and cut off his left arm. The huge pain made him grimace and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Li Yunxia's attack did not land. He slightly shook his head and knew that he had lost the opportunity. There was no point in fighting again. He simply took a few steps back and stood with his sword in his arms. He coldly looked at Li Yi. The soul attack technique he used just now was called Universe Soul Suppressing, and it was an extremely powerful divine ability. Only people with extremely powerful souls could use it, and it consumed a lot of soul power, no less than a high-intensity refinement. The Peak Emperor Wu, who was ranked at the top of the Sky and Earth reputation list, other than their own abilities, they all had an extremely powerful advantage that left their opponents in the dust. For example, Tyrant Emperor Wu's indestructible golden body, as well as his Gu Feiyang's 9th-ranked soul power, and Universe Soul Suppressing was a divine ability that directly targeted the soul. With his previous life's 9th-ranked soul power, even the Jiutian Emperor Wu didn't dare to look directly into his eyes. With his current Tier 2 Arcane Refinement Master Spirit power, it was enough to make a martial Grand Master temporarily lose their focus when they were defenseless. After losing an opportunity, not to mention the fact that Li Yi was on guard, he also didn't have the ability to use the Universe Soul Shock a second time in a short period of time. Li Yi didn't know about Li Yunxia's situation. One of his arms was broken, and he was shocked. Moreover, the feeling of his mind being controlled made him shiver. He hurriedly shouted, "Senior brother, let's retreat first." Guang Yuanjia and Yu Yuanwen, on the other hand, were being held back by Jiming. The more they fought, the angrier they became. Even though they had the upper hand by teaming up, the opponent's desperate fighting style and unpredictable sword skills were giving them a headache. Seeing that Li Yi lost, not only did he lose the lunar frost sword bestowed by his master, but he also lost an arm. He no longer had the will to fight. After forcefully shaking off Jiming, he retreated to Li Yi's side, grabbed him from both sides, and fled. Jiming was about to chase after them, but he was called back by Li Yunxiao. "Don't care about these 3 people. Take care of these small fries." When the opponent's martial masters saw that their backbone had escaped, they immediately lost their imposing manner. They fought as they retreated, wanting to leave. However, the divine guards on Li Yunxiao's side had suffered heavy casualties. They were already filled with resentment. How could they let them do as they wished? They became more and more courageous as they killed. Li Yunxiao looked at the massacre coldly. He was expressionless as if he was in a daze. However, his heart was filled with surprise. He could clearly feel that after he used the eye technique once and his soul power was greatly damaged, the great divine evolution technique that was originally difficult to materialize could actually be barely revealed in the Universe God Monument. As expected, the Universe God Monument was a divine weapon that surpassed the existence of supreme dark weapons. There must be some kind of power in it that could support the great divine evolution technique to materialize. Li Yunxiao immersed his divine sense into the Universe God Monument and read the small golden words in silence. Suddenly, he felt a strange power flowing out from the words. It started to flow through the Universe God Monument to his whole body. In the end, it converged into his mind, nourishing his soul like a clear spring. This nourishing feeling was much more comfortable and carefree than any spiritual medicine that he knew of. Just as the great divine evolution technique was nourishing his soul power through the Universe God Monument, Jiming joined the chaotic battle. Soon, all 20 martial masters were killed. Jiming walked up to a dead martial master and tore off his mask. Instantly, his eyes were filled with anger and his whole body was trembling. Li Yunxiao looked at his expression and asked, "He's your subordinate?" Jiming said sadly, "I didn't expect young Master Yun to have guessed it." "That's right, this person is called Lu Zheng. He joined Team 1 not long ago and was originally my direct subordinate. He's only 27 years old and is a 3-star martial master. I used to encourage him and told him to work hard. He has a bright future." Li Yunxiao said solemnly, "As a divine guard of the kingdom, he has no choice but to obey orders. Obeying orders was the highest duty. He was an outstanding guardian of the kingdom, but he died because of his faith. You should be happy for him. Half of White-Eyed Ghostly Lord's subordinates from Team 3 were either dead or injured. The remaining 10 were also riddled with injuries. When they heard Li Yunxiao's words, they immediately fell silent and saluted the corpses on the ground. Jiming said sorrowfully, they were all good people, but their deaths should have been for the sake of their country. They shouldn't have died in such a cowardly manner. I feel that it's not worth it for them. Li Yunxiao said, not everyone can die on the battlefield. They fulfilled their duty, and that's why they are good divine guards. As the two of them spoke, a white figure flew over from afar. It was White-Eyed Ghostly Lord. Her white robes were stained with blood, and her veil was also blood red. It was obvious that she was also injured. It was Gao Feng who led a team to ambush us. Is everyone all right? She turned to look at the corpses on the ground, and her eyes narrowed. A faint trace of anger seeped out of her. She gritted her teeth and said, Gao Feng. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, let's hurry up and leave. We don't want any more trouble. The group of people remained silent and continued to move forward slowly. However, what White-Eyed Ghostly Lord didn't know was that the divine guards from Team 3 were looking at Li Yunxiao and Jiming with reverence and respect. After a while, they arrived at Prince Qingyu's mansion. Everyone felt relieved. Not only was there a large number of experts guarding the mansion, but there were also all kinds of powerful formations. Unless they completely fell out with each other, no one would be stupid enough to attack the prince's mansion. Prince Qingyu and the others personally came out to greet them. Seeing the dejected looks of the crowd, he immediately became furious. He immediately sent people to help the martial masters settle down. Each of them was given a large amount of medicinal pellets and primal stones. The deceased were also given compensation and burial fees that were several times higher than usual. Only then did everyone's mood improve, and they went their separate ways. Li Yunxiao and the others followed behind him and entered the meeting hall. They noticed many officials were there, and the person sitting at the head of the table was the old man. Li Chunyang looked at Li Yunxiao and his eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. He hadn't seen him for half a month, and his grandson had risen to 2 stars. He felt gratified and smiled, what's wrong? Did you run into trouble along the way? Li Yunxiao roughly explained what happened. Not only did everyone's expression change, even White-Eyed Ghostly Lord's eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Li Chunyang's gaze was as gloomy as water. He said angrily, 8527, that bastard, is still in the capital. I thought he ran away. Now, it seems like he is colluding with the first prince. However, they have 2 martial monarchs, and 8527 is a martial grand master. How did you escape? White-Eyed Ghostly Lord and Qingjing were shocked. This was what they were wondering as well. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, it's all thanks to Jiming. He blocked 2 martial monarchs by himself. Only then could we deal with 8527. In the end, we chopped off one of his arms. The 2 martial monarchs panicked and escaped with him. As for the others, they were all former divine guards, and we killed them all. Not a single one of them escaped. His words sounded ordinary, but everyone could hear the danger in them. Li Chunyang stared at Jiming in astonishment. After a while, he said, how could a 9-star martial grand master stop 2 martial monarchs? Li Chunyang was Li Yunxiao's grandfather, so Jiming didn't dare to be careless. He quickly said, it's all thanks to young Master Yun giving me a miraculous pill that allowed me to break through to martial monarch in an instant. That's how I was able to stall those 2 enemies. Li Chunyang was shocked, what pill? It can allow a martial grand master to break through to martial monarch in an instant? Li Yunxiao pretended to be ignorant, old man, don't you know? I found it in the Li clan's treasury. It can increase one's strength in a short period of time, but the side effects are great. Within 10 days, one's cultivation will become weaker and weaker. In the end, it will drop to the level of an ordinary person. After another 10 days, one will slowly recover. In other words, one won't be able to fight for 20 days. Is there such a pill? Li Chunyang thought for a while, but he didn't seem to have heard of it. However, the side effects were great. It seemed that the pill's value wasn't as high as he thought, so he lost interest. Jimming heaved a sigh of relief. After using the pill, he was worried that it would affect his cultivation in the future. Now that he heard young Master Yun's words, he was relieved. It was just that he couldn't fight for 20 days. His comprehension of breaking through to martial monarch after using the pill was much better than cultivating in seclusion for 20 days. He was confident that he could break through to martial monarch in one go after his next seclusion. Xianxia said angrily, "I didn't expect Big Brother to collude with enemy spies just to deal with the Li clan. Don't tell me he has no bottom line when he does things." Li Chunyang narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, then it's not hard to explain what happened in Kunjin City. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "What exactly happened?" 5 days ago, there was news from the east that Baitu town was suddenly breached by 800,000 troops from the 100 Warring States Kingdom. Then, they besieged Kunjin City at lightning speed. Your father, General Fei Long, is still fighting the enemy in the city. But the request for reinforcements has been sent to the capital. What's the reaction from the court? Li Yunxiao frowned. Kunjin City and Baitu town are the natural barriers of the Aquasky Kingdom. Once they are breached, the consequences will be unimaginable. Of course, my father summoned all the military leaders and requested for Duke Jing to lead the army. What do you think, old master? Li Yunxiao looked at the old man. Li Chunyang was slightly stunned, but in his heart, he was extremely satisfied with this grandson of his. If anyone else heard that their father was trapped, they would have flown into a rage a long time ago, and wouldn't be able to wait a moment longer to set off. But this grandson of his was unusually calm, and there was not the slightest hint of emotion in his eyes. Li Chunyang smiled in relief. Kunjin City is easy to defend and hard to attack. Your father has 300,000 troops from the Flying Dragon Army stationed in the city. A mere 800,000 troops from the 100 Warring States Kingdom are nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, it's hard to say whether the 800,000 troops are real or fake. Now that you said that the 8527 colluded with Qin Yang, I'm even more certain that the so-called request for reinforcements is just a facade. Their real purpose is to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Li Yunxiao also said softly in deep thought, "What you mean is that you want to move the Li family's forces out of the capital, so that Prince Qin Yang can do whatever he wants? By the time we realize that something is wrong with Kunjin City, we can return to the capital. By then, it will be too late for regrets." That's right. Li Chunyang praised. As expected of my grandson, you understand immediately. Haha. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "But what if the request for help is real?" The smile on Li Chunyang's face gradually faded away and he lightly said, "It's dangerous to defend Kunjin City. If the 300,000 strong Flying Dragon Division still can't defeat the 800,000 strong army of the enemy, then it's your father's fault for not having the ability to suffer a bit. Besides, you know that I can't leave the capital." His last words were a little sad. Li Yunxiao naturally knew that he was referring to Chen Dashing's matter. Chen Dashing needed his true qi to assist him in fusing the Dan. Only then could he endure for a month. Now, half a month had passed. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps the old man's thinking is too simple. Even if that letter wasn't written by my father, I'm afraid that the situation in Kunjin City might not be as optimistic as everyone thinks. The 100 Warring States had been trapped in the east of the Great Ming Mountain for hundreds of years and had never been able to break through these two places. It wasn't easy for the army to advance this time. Do you think it was just to cooperate with Qin Yang to seize the throne and lure the tiger away from the mountain?" Qin Yu was shocked and said, "Are you saying that the 100 warring kingdoms really have the intention to invade? That's terrible. If Kunjin City falls, the 13 cities in the hinterland will be exposed to the 100 warring kingdoms' cavalry. What should we do then?" Li Yunxiao calmly analyzed, "The 100 warring kingdoms' strategy and goal are both real and fake, making it difficult for us to distinguish. But to rescue Kunjin City is a trap that we can't refuse. Even if we know it's a trap, we have to jump into it. Otherwise, the consequences will be too serious." His words made Li Chunyang agitated. He paced back and forth in the hall and cursed from time to time, "This Qin Yang is really crazy. How could he do such a thing?" Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "It's not difficult to understand. He has waited for the throne for so many years, and it's finally coming to an end. In the end, the Moon Prince appeared out of nowhere and began to reverse the situation, tipping the scales in his favor. How could he not go crazy? So it's not surprising that he would take the risk out of desperation. Qin Yu also said angrily, Big Brother is too selfish. For his own selfish desires, he disregarded the lives of the world. If he wants the throne, I won't fight with him. Shouting such righteous words could be said in front of the world, but who here was not an old fox? Instead, it showed Qin Yu's immaturity. A minister took the opportunity to flatter, Your Highness Moon Prince, please don't. Your Highness loves the people and has the world in your heart. You are a wise ruler and a blessing for the people. If Qin Yang takes the throne, there will be no daylight and no light. The billions of people in Aqua Sky Nation will be in hot water from then on. For the sake of the world, Moon Prince, please think twice. The minister was emotional and even used his sleeves to wipe his tears, looking like he was pleading for the world. Qin Yu nodded and said, Lord Su is right. It seems that for the sake of the people, I will fight with Big Brother even if I die. Li Chunyang was already annoyed to death, and hearing these flattering words, he felt even more vulgar. He said coldly, Since Lord Su is so concerned about the country and the people, I will give you 300,000 soldiers. Go and solve the siege of Kunjin City. Lord Su's face turned red, and he was at a loss for words. He lowered his head and stammered. Wide-eyed ghostly lord, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, Young Master Yun, do you have a good plan? Although Li Yunxiao was young, he had subtly become a core member of their team. Moreover, Wide-eyed ghostly lord was proficient in astrological divination. She firmly believed that whether Qin Yu could obtain the throne depended on Li Yunxiao. Moreover, the situation was developing more and more according to the astrology. When she asked this question, everyone quieted down, and all eyes fell on Li Yunxiao. The ministers beside Qin Yu all revealed disdainful and gloomy expressions. They thought to themselves that Li Chunyang was deliberately cultivating his grandson, highlighting his grandson's weight and ability by Qin Yu's side. This way, he could make a great contribution in the future and protect the Li family's foundation. Li Yunxiao took in the minister's expressions and sneered. I do have a plan, but there are too many ears. Qin Yu was stunned. She immediately waved her hand, signaling for the others to leave. The ministers were stunned, and then displeased. Lord Su said coldly, Everyone here is His Highness Moon Prince's trusted aide. Young Master Yun's actions seem to indicate that you don't trust us very much. Li Yunxiao looked at him disdainfully. It's not that I don't trust you, it's that I don't trust you at all. Lord Su said angrily, You. Li Yunxiao, you are insulting us and disrespecting His Highness Moon Prince. Li Yunxiao's gaze was as cold as an icy sword. If even one word of what I said today gets out, you can stay if you dare to guarantee it with your head. His cold gaze swept across the others. The same goes for all of you. If you stay, prepare to have your head hung on your belt. If you have the guts, you can stay. Lord Su felt as if an icy sword had pierced through his heart when Yunqi's gaze swept past him. His entire body froze, and he sucked in a breath with all his might, but he was still shivering from the cold. The others also felt as if a blizzard had brushed past their faces, and their hearts grew cold. Who was this Li Yunxiao? How could he have such a bone-chilling gaze? What a joke. Why should we be responsible for our heads if the news is leaked? They didn't want to take unnecessary risks, and they didn't dare to meet Li Yunxiao's piercing gaze. They walked out with dark expressions. Qin Yu said hurriedly, My dear subjects, you have worked hard for most of the day. Please rest in the residence's intoxicated flower pavilion. Come, have the residence's best singers and musicians go to the intoxicated flower pavilion. Also, bring out all the residence's best refreshments and fragrant tea. At this time, as the master, he couldn't disappoint everyone. Moreover, he knew what kind of people to use at the right time. In the past, his battles with Qin Yang were all in the dark, and he needed this group of civil officials to fight for the right position. Now that the two of them were fighting in the open, what they needed the most was the support of martial strength. Thus, the Li family's weight was greater than everyone else's. Soon, only Li Yunxiao's group, the old master, Qin Yu, and Wide-Eye were left in the meeting hall. Wide-Eye smiled lightly. Young Master Yun, can you speak now? Or do you want me to leave as well? Li Yunxiao laughed heartily. Haha, Commander Bai sure knows how to joke. He retracted his smile and said seriously, my opinion is that we should take care of both sides. Qingyu was taken aback. A trace of disappointment flashed through her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She sighed. This prince has also thought about it, but there is a limit to our manpower. If the capital is not overseen by Duke Jing, then how can this prince fight against eldest brother? Li Chunyang also frowned. You should know His Majesty's attitude toward our Li family. Most of the important positions in the military have been replaced by the first prince's men. Some of my former generals have also been demoted, stripped of their military authority, and have been shelved. Moreover, if Kunjin City is really besieged, the only force capable of rescuing it is the 500,000 soldiers in the Central Army. Qin Yu's expression darkened at the mention of the Central Army. Li Chunyang continued, however, the commander of the Central Army is the first prince, Qin Yang. Although the factions in the Central Army are complicated and Qin Yang may not have complete control, it doesn't seem very likely for him to send troops to rescue Kunjin City. Moreover, His Majesty's influence is weak now. Even if we lower the military order, I'm afraid Qin Yang will only obey on the surface. Unless I raise my arms and use some prestige, I might be able to recruit some of my former subordinates from the various armies. Qin Yu hurriedly said, Duke Jing, you must not leave the capital. This prince still relies on you to oversee the affairs of this prince. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. It's not a mistake for you to stay in the capital. Leave the rescue to me. You? Li Chunyang was stunned. He immediately shook his head. No. Even if I can gather some of my former subordinates, they are all unruly and unyielding. Unless I personally lead the troops, no one else will be able to command them. Wide-Eye frowned. Young Master Yun is still too young. Even if Duke Jing can gather some of his former subordinates, their numbers and fighting strength will be limited. If something really happens to Kunjin City, it will be difficult for such a force to do anything. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Li Yunxiao smiled. Everyone seems to have forgotten about 3 people. Qin Yu was stunned. 3 people? Which 3? The others were also stunned for a moment and pricked up their ears. Li Yunxiao extended a finger and said, the first one is the one leading the troops. I naturally don't have the qualifications to suppress those big shots in the military, but other than the old master, there is another person who can. His gaze contained a smile as he said, although I can't completely cure him now, as long as he follows by my side and regularly takes medicinal pills on time, recovering to his peak state is definitely not a problem. Li Chunyang's mind suddenly trembled and he said in ecstasy, You really found a way? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I refined some profound flame pills that can restrain the cold poison in his body for a short period of time. Then, I will use the true qi of extreme yang to heal his injuries. Under normal circumstances, he can completely recover to his peak state and not be affected. Li Chunyang's eyes burst with light and his eyes turned red. He said in joy, Great, great. Qin Yu could not help but ask, who are Duke Jing and young Master Yun talking about? Li Yunxiao said with a smile, Chen Dashing who followed the old master to split the land and set fire to 3,000 li of the 100 warring states. After death, he was posthumously conferred the title of Duke of Loyalty and Bravery. Duke of Loyalty and Bravery, Chen Dashing? Qin Yu said in shock, isn't he already dead? He died in the kingdom ranking tournament. Li Chunyang's gaze gradually turned cold and he said in a cold voice, back then, His Majesty sent Chen Dashing to participate in that damned kingdom ranking tournament in order to break up the people around me. Chen Dashing narrowly escaped death to return to the capital, but he was still plotted against that night. If I did not discover it in time, I'm afraid he would really be dead. Furthermore, after His Majesty conferred Chen Dashing the title of Duke of Loyalty and Bravery, he lowered the Chen family's nobility by 1 rank. Hee. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly felt the cold air and sinister laughter from Li Chunyang's body. Immediately, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She hurriedly bowed and said, Father is confused, Father is confused. Treating a loyal subject like this. After this prince ascends the throne, I will definitely restore the Chen family's nobility. Humph. Li Qinyang snorted coldly and said, later, I replaced Chen Dashing with a condemned prisoner and told the outside world that he was dead. In fact, he has been recuperating in the secret chamber of the Li clan. But after so many years, he has been unable to hold on any longer. Wai Tai's eyes glinted. Could General Chen's injury be related to Commander Xiao? That's right. Li Qinyang said solemnly, it's that Yi Xiaoshan's frost true qi. Qin Yu wiped the sweat off her forehead and said happily, since the Duke of Loyalty and Bravery can make a comeback, then there should be no problem with the position of commander. Li Yunxiao chuckled, since Commander Bai knows that Xiao Qingwang was also injured by the frost qi, then you naturally know who the second person I am talking about is, right? White Eye said softly, young Master Yun is truly a peerless genius, he even has a way to suppress the frigid qi. If Commander Xiao follows him, then he will naturally be unstoppable and invincible. I'm very curious now. With Chen Dashing and Commander Xiao, we can definitely support Kunjin City. Who is the third person that young Master Yun is talking about? Li Yunxiao said indifferently, naturally, it's the Moon Prince's teacher, Marshal King Zhong Lishan. Qin Yu was taken aback and immediately shook her head, impossible, impossible. Although teacher appears to support me on the surface, he will never participate in the affairs of the country. Unless the 100 Warring States Kingdom's army is at the city gates, then he might intervene. Li Yunxiao smiled, I'm not asking him to intervene. Has the Moon Prince forgotten the calamity of the Aqua Sky Nation 60 years ago? Qin Yu was taken aback, you mean, 60 years ago in the Aqua Sky Nation, the current king, Qin Jing, was still a prince. At that time a rebellion broke out in the south, and the rebel army directly attacked the capital city. All the troops were routed, and they were powerless to stop them. At that time, the dean of the Jiren Academy mobilized the students and organized a student army to fight against the rebel army. Not only did they save the capital from danger, but they also fought a 3,000-kilometer battle, beating the rebel army back to the south and finally defeating them. It was also at that time that Qin Jing's father, the king at that time, conferred the title of Guardian Divine Guards. This was also the origin of the Guardian Divine Guards. Li Yunxiao said, it's currently the holidays, and the academy has already begun to organize students to register for holiday missions. You should know that the degree of danger in Jiren Academy's missions is no less than that of Kunjin City's. If this mission is changed to support Kunjin City, then the rewards will be doubled. Good idea. Qin Yu was overjoyed. Young Master Yun is indeed resourceful. If we mobilize the academy's students, then we will have a large number of martial masters, warriors, and disciples. This kind of army is enough to fight 100 people. Li Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, over the years, almost all the experts in the Aqua Sky Nation have come from Jiren Academy. You can personally mobilize the students and rope in all the martial artists from the past few batches. They will be the cornerstones of the nation in the future. Not only that, but there will also be teachers from the academy to lead the troops. The lowest level of teachers from Jiren Academy are martial grandmasters. Also, to suppress the ice pure qi in Xiao Qingwang and Chen Dashing's bodies, we will need Luo Yunsheng to go with the army. Luo Yunsheng is a genuine martial monarch. The others were shocked to hear this. Li Yunxiao's move was too brilliant. Not only did he pull a strong army out of nowhere, but he also made all the country's future martial artists join Qin Yu. Future talents were the foundation of the nation. Wai Tai's eyes flickered and he praised, with Luo Yunsheng as the leader of the student army, this army's strength is even stronger than a team of the Guardian Divine Guards. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed and he smiled, Xiao Qingwang's injuries have worsened. His control over the Guardian Divine Guards can be said to be neither close nor distant. Gao Feng's team supports the eldest prince, while Commander Bai's team supports Prince Yu. There were also 3 other groups of people who had different opinions. But as long as Xiao Qingwang returns, who among the 5 teams of the Guardian Divine Guards will dare to go against him? Prince Qin Yu, the only 3 martial king experts in the Aqua Sky Nation are all on your side. How can you lose? 3 martial kings? Qin Yu's eyes widened and she asked in shock, who is the last one? Wai Tai's pupils shrank. He looked at Li Chunyang in shock and said, could it be Duke Jing, haha. Li Chunyang laughed out loud. That is me, I have stepped into the 5-element realm. He looked at Li Yunxiao with praise and his heart was filled with joy. His grandson's analysis was all brilliant. From the looks of it, Qin Yu was sure to win. Everyone present cried out in shock. Qin Yu hurriedly bowed down and said joyfully, "Congratulations, Duke Jing." The others didn't dare to be careless. Apart from Li Yunxiao, they all stood up and greeted him. 5-element realm martial kings were the strongest combat strength of a country. They were above tens of thousands of people. Even if they met the king, they didn't have to greet him. On the contrary, the king was respectful to every martial king realm expert. Haha, there is no need to be so polite. Li Chunyang saw that his grandson was so brave and smart and he was delighted. He didn't hide it anymore. The aura from his body spread out and a grandmaster-like aura pressed down on everyone's hearts. Apart from Li Yunxiao, everyone else was shaken and broke out in cold sweat. Wide Eye and Ji Meng had the highest cultivations and they felt it the most. This Li Chunyang was definitely a martial king. Qin Yu felt like a pie had fallen from the sky and he nearly fainted. He laughed out loud. He grabbed Li Yunxiao's hand and said warmly, "As expected, young Master Yun is my lucky star. If I can ascend to the throne, it will be because of you. Today, I am willing to become brothers with you. We will share blessings and difficulties." What does young Master Yun think? Li Chunyang's eyes lit up. He knew that Qin Yu did this because he had entered martial king. But if Yunxiao could become brothers with him, then the future glory of the Li family would be unimaginable. Wide Eye nodded his head and agreed with Qin Yu's actions. After all, Li Yunxiao was a talent worth roping in. Li Yunxiao was taken aback and immediately retracted his hand. He said awkwardly, this, let's talk about it in the future, what? Everyone was stunned. They thought that they had heard wrongly. Their eyes widened and their ears perked up. Qin Yu was also stunned on the spot. As a prince and the future monarch of a country, it was a great honor to want to become sworn brothers with a teenager. The millions of people in the world did not even dare to dream of it. Yet, the other party actually rejected it? He wasn't prepared for this at all and just stood there in a daze. Cold sweat appeared on Jia Rong's forehead. His heart was filled with admiration. He shouted, as expected of young Master Yun. "My idol." Ji Meng was stunned for a moment, but his eyes were filled with admiration. Li Chunyang was stunned for a moment before the joy in his eyes deepened. He finally understood. How could a tiny nation like the Aqua Sky Nation keep a grandson like him? He thought to himself, this kid has been hiding so deeply in the past. I'm afraid he already has the intention to fly out of the Aqua Sky Nation. That's why he doesn't care about worldly affairs. Now that the situation has forced him to reveal it. If it wasn't for a major event like a change of dynasty, this kid would probably continue playing dumb. Wide Eye also gulped and hurriedly helped Qin Yu out of the situation. Young Master Yun really prioritizes the affairs of the nation. Now is a time of internal and external troubles. You shouldn't be thinking about personal honor or disgrace. No wonder Prince Yu is so courteous and appreciative of talent. Why don't we wait until after the prince ascends to the throne? Qin Yu's expression darkened as she said, Commander Bai is right. Young Master Yun is truly a rare genius. This king truly cherishes him too much. Then we'll announce it to the world on the day this prince ascends to the throne. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The situation was finally resolved. Everyone could pretend that nothing had happened. This way, Qin Yu wouldn't feel embarrassed. However, Li Yunxiao suddenly frowned. The day of ascension? Forget it. He sighed. I'm used to being alone. I'm not used to calling others brothers. I've never thought of becoming brothers with anyone. Don't mention this again. Silence. The entire place was eerily silent. When Li Yunxiao finished speaking, everyone's jaws dropped, and their eyes widened like bronze bells. They were completely dumbfounded. Heavens, is young Master Yun's brain full of holes? Even if you really don't want to be sworn brothers, you don't have to reject Prince Yu's face like this, do you? No matter what, officials are different. He's a monarch, and you're a subject. A subject should have a duty as a subject. How is the monarch going to step down from his position like this? This time, even wide-eyed ghostly lord was dumbfounded. She didn't know how to smooth things over. Cough, cough. Li Chunyang coughed heavily a few times. His face was also filled with black lines. He scolded, "Brat, at least you have some self-awareness. You know that as a subject, how can you become sworn brothers with the monarch? Although His Highness you thinks highly of you, you should just know your place and do your duty as a subject. You haven't wasted the way I taught you since you were young." Qingyu laughed awkwardly. Haha, young Master Yun is indeed special. As expected of Duke Jing's successor. A trace of darkness flashed through his eyes. But who here wasn't an expert? Even Jiarong, who was the weakest among them, had an extraordinary divine sense. Li Chunyang and Jiming started to worry for Li Yunxiao. Although White-Eyed Ghostly Lord was also worried, she was worried about Qingyu. This was because her astrological divination showed that Li Yunxiao's fortune was extremely high. Even her special skill couldn't see through it. Although Qingyu also had the appearance of an emperor, she had to meet Li Yunxiao in order to succeed. If she bore a grudge because of today's matter, she would definitely plant a disaster for herself in the future. Jiarong laughed in his heart. His admiration for Li Yunxiao was like a surging river, endless and unstoppable. Li Yunxiao's thoughts were much simpler. Who was he? Emperor Wu Guifeiyang, the destroyer of armies. In the world today, those who were qualified to become sworn brothers with him were not more than one skill. Not to mention the princes of kingdoms, even the emperors of those super empires were not qualified. As for helping Qingyu ascend to the throne, that was just something that came along with his cultivation. If he wasn't in a good mood, it wouldn't matter if he supported Qin Yang instead. The fate of a small nation was not worth mentioning to him. In his previous life, he was the ruler of the world. If it weren't for his disciple Yang, then he would have been. How could Li Yunxiao not know what the crowd was thinking? However, his heart of martial arts was firm. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "The glory and disgrace of the world are all dust. If it be life, then the martial path is eternal. Yang would have been, Yang would Yang. If it Yang, then would have been." Everyone seemed to have caught on to something, but they could not fathom what it was. Even Qingyu and Jiarong, who were the weakest among them, felt their blood surge. The way they looked at Li Yunxiao changed once again. At this moment, Qingyu suddenly felt that her fight for the throne was so insignificant. Jiming's eyes widened. His face looked a little sluggish. He muttered to himself repeatedly, "The glory and disgrace of the world are all dust. Life is like fog, but martial arts are eternal." Suddenly, a feeling of fortune surged into his spirit sea, as if a ray of light had suddenly appeared. Four different energies began to flow out of his dantian, flowing along the four main meridians in his body. They represented the four cardinal directions: green, red, white, and black. The four colored energies washed through every meridian in his body. Finally, they converged and formed a brand new stream of Xinqi, returning to his dantian. Everyone in the meeting hall had noticed the strange phenomenon on Jiming's body. Four rays of four-colored radiance were emitted from his spirit sea. The surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi was also affected, being reflected in different colors. After a while, all of the light was absorbed into Jiming's body, and the strange phenomenon disappeared. "Martial Lord." White-Eye's pupils shrunk and she said in shock, "Commander Ji has become a martial lord?" Huge waves surged in her heart as she turned her head to look at the indifferent Li Yunxiao in astonishment. Half a month ago, when Jiming submitted to him, he was only a 7-star great martial master. In a short half a month, he actually broke through to martial lord? This completely incomprehensible and unbelievable speed made White-Eye's mouth wide open. She was stunned and didn't know what to do. Li Chunyang didn't know any of this, but he said in shock, "Back then, when I broke through to martial lord, I had to train in seclusion for 6 months. I spent over 1,000 mid-grade primal stones and countless elixirs before I succeeded. You, on the other hand, are blessed with good fortune and instantly broke through. Your luck is truly amazing." "Luck?" Jiming smiled faintly in his heart. The new realm made his heart of martial arts firmer. He looked gratefully at Li Yunxiao and deeply bowed. Li Yunxiao accepted Xiao Chen's bow without hesitation. He smiled and said, "This is your fate. Later, I'll get Jiarong to refine 10,000 birds' pills for you. Do your best to break through to Martial King. With your current cultivation, it's still very difficult for you to be my subordinate." Jiming was startled, then he replied, "Yes, young Master Yun." It's still difficult for a martial lord to be his subordinate? Everyone's face was filled with black lines. Only Jiming and Jia Rong didn't doubt Li Yunxiao's words even though they didn't know his real situation. Qingyu was shocked and a trace of envy flashed through her eyes. As a prince, she only had one martial lord, White Eye, by her side, and he wasn't even a subordinate. But he was also overjoyed, our side has gained another martial lord. This time, our chances of victory are even greater. I will personally go to Jiaolan Academy to see teacher. Li Yunxiao nodded, there's no time to lose. I will go home with the old man. Jiming, go fetch Xiao Qingwang. Jiarong, go fetch Luo Yunchong. No matter what, you must invite her. Li Chunyang was overjoyed. He fiercely hit his left hand with his right fist and said excitedly, tomorrow, I will send the central army to help and see His Majesty's attitude. If not, at the very least, I will send an order to transfer the army. At that time, Chen Dasheng and Xiao Qingwang will be there. Even if Yi Xiaoshan personally goes to battle, he will be defeated. After the discussion, everyone went their separate ways. Li Yunxiao followed the old man back to the Li family. In the mansion of the first prince, Qin Yang, in a secret meeting room. The furious Qin Yang smashed a priceless carved dragon chair with his palm and roared, you have 3 martial lords and the enemy only has 1. You have 30 martial masters and the enemy has 20. You still have more than 50 crossbow experts in the army. Only 4 of you are left to come back to see me. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at the pale Li Yi and said angrily, you. Dog of a slave, how are you going to explain this to me? Gao Feng's face was also extremely ugly. He said coldly with a gloomy face, the first team of the Guardian Divine Guards is almost all dead. These are my most elite subordinates. At that time, you said that it would be foolproof. Not only would it affect Qinyu's morale, but it would also destroy a large number of experts around Qinyu. That's why I agreed to cooperate with you. Who knew that this would be the result? I have successfully restrained White-Eyed Ghostly Lord. How are you going to explain this? How are you going to explain the lives of my 30 subordinates and 50 archers? Li Yi was also ashamed and angry. He looked at his wound and gritted his teeth, it's all because of that Li Yunxiao and Jiming. Jiming blocked 2 of my senior brothers, and Li Yunxiao chopped off 1 of my arms. If not for the 2 of them, the plan would have succeeded. Qin Yang said angrily, did I hear it wrong? Jiming is only a 7-star great martial master. Your 2 senior brothers are martial lords. 1 against 2. That Li Yunxiao is a martial warrior. You are a great martial master. Chopping off your arm? Can't you come up with a more normal reason? Li Yi and the other 2's faces turned red. They lowered their heads and their eyes were filled with hatred. Li Yi suppressed his anger and said, every word is true. I don't know what elixir that Jiming consumed, but he suddenly has the strength of a martial lord. As for that Li Yunxiao. When he mentioned that name, he felt like vomiting blood in his chest. He panted a few times and said hatefully, that Li Yunxiao is crafty and cunning. He hides it very well. Not only does he have a level 3 profound weapon, he also has a secret skill. When I was in the Li family, I did an investigation on him. The result showed that he is a complete wastrel. Who knew that he hides it so well? With this person's scheming and strength, he will definitely be a great enemy of the first prince. Gao Feng's eyes were also gloomy, this person is indeed strange. That night, when we assassinated Qinyu, it was foolproof. In the end, not only did it fail, he even subdued Jiming. This is really strange. Qin Yang's face was a little tired. He waved his hand and said, I don't want to listen to your explanation. What should we do now? You guys have a plan. Li Yi said, First Prince, don't be anxious. Although we failed this time, it doesn't matter. Isn't our plan being carried out in an orderly manner? When the first prince withdraws the Golden Lion army from Whitehead town and returns to the capital, we can gather the forces in the central army and integrate them. Isn't the whole capital still under the control of the first prince? Qin Yang said in a deep voice, I have confidence in this. But what about Xiao Qingwang? I think that Li Yunxiao may really be able to cure his injury. At that time, he will stand on Qinyu's side. Who can deal with him? The other martial king is Qinyu's teacher. This is the most troublesome part. Li Yi's face revealed a trace of a cold smile. First Prince, don't worry about this. At that time, my teacher will send more experts. Xiao Qingyang will definitely die. Qin Yang nodded and said, that's good. I hope there won't be any more mistakes. Li Yi made a solemn bow and guaranteed for a while. A trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes. He then retreated with Guang Yuna and Yu Yuanwen. Qin Yang was silent for a while and asked, Commander Gao, do you think the people of 100 warring states are reliable? A trace of murderous intent flashed in Gao Feng's eyes. He said coldly, if they are reliable, then I'll be damned. It's a pity that my team of 30 experts will be wasted. Qin Yang also nodded and said, this prince thinks so too. We still have to rely on ourselves. We have to speed up the implementation of that matter. Also, it's time to force the other 3 teams of the Guardian Divine Guards to express their stance. Yes. Gao Feng received the order and his eyes flashed with a little light. That's right, how is Kong Reni? It has already been arranged. Lord Kong is also very angry at Li Chunyang for acting recklessly, disregarding the laws of the country, and brutally killing ministers. Humph, what's the use of being angry? He is an old man without the strength to truss a chicken. It's fine to use him to win over people's hearts and raise flags for righteousness, but in this kind of changing era, when killing and bloodshed, he is not even as useful as an ordinary soldier. Right now, everyone has not shed all pretense of cordiality and weapons have not been placed on the table. Let him raise his moral high ground to cause some trouble for Li Chunyang and strike a blow to the Li family's arrogance is also not a bad thing. Perhaps there will be unexpected results. After all, Kong Reni's prestige is extremely high and represents the hearts of the world's scholars. I'm afraid that even Li Chunyang would not dare to offend the world. That's right, if we can use this opportunity to strike the Li family to the core, it will be of great help to me completely controlling the Central Army. As long as Old Man Kong stands on our side, the people of the world will also stand on our side. Qin Yang's expression finally relaxed a little. He waved his hand to dismiss Gao Feng and began to pace alone. The expression in his eyes kept changing and finally revealed a trace of a smile. He muttered to himself, these are just small matters. As long as that matter succeeds, even if everyone supports you, the throne will ultimately be mine. Li Yunxiao followed the old man back and saw a large crowd of people blocking the Li family's door from afar. The old man's expression turned cold and he snorted with a murderous aura, who dares to surround my Li family? Let's go up and take a look. The 2 of them were about to approach when suddenly a figure flashed past them. It was Li Xian, who was by Li Baifeng's side. He hurriedly knelt to the old man and said, First Master, bad news. Director at Kong Reni Darren's 3 disciples, Yan Jin, Gong Sun Rang, and Yu Zixin, the 3 of them have brought 100 Confucian scholars, among which there is no lack of ministers of the imperial court. They have listed the 10 major crimes of the Grand Master and have come to denounce him. What? It's that old man Kong Reni. Li Chunyang said in surprise. The killing intent on his body gradually retracted, and he looked like he was in deep thought. He turned around and said with a frown, Yunxiao, why don't we retreat for the time being? We'll naturally leave when these poor Confucian scholars are done causing trouble. Li Yunxiao's eyebrows twitched and his eyes narrowed as he looked into the distance. The 100 or so Confucian scholars were all holding huge banners with all sorts of flamboyant characters written on them. They were all raised high up in the air. Apart from the content, the words were indeed fresh and beautiful, and they emitted a scholarly aura. It was written by Kong Reni himself. They even dared to kill the old man's civil and military officials. Are they afraid of a mere 100 Confucian scholars? Yunxiao, you don't know this, but killing a few ministers doesn't matter to the country or the people. However, Kong Reni was different. He was the descendant of the scholarly sage, and he represented the 5 virtues. His every word and action was the epitome of a talented scholar. Even His Majesty the King and that old man Lan Hong would have to greet him as teacher. Although he is not an official in the court, his prestige is great. If we were to have any killing intent today, I'm afraid that the Li clan's wisdom will go down the drain, and we will be condemned by the world. There are many mediocre people in the world, what is there to be afraid of? I'm not afraid of an army of 1 million, let alone a mere spit. 4. Kong ready to jump out at this time. I'm afraid that he has been bewitched by the first prince. It seems that he is not a good person. Since he overestimates himself and stands in front of us, then let's get rid of him as well. After Li Yunxiao finished speaking, a murderous aura rose in his eyes, and his gaze became cold. It was as if he was looking at the 100 or so Confucian scholars in front of him, and they were all ice-cold corpses. Li Chunyang and Li Xian were both frightened by the murderous aura coming from him, and they followed behind him, full of worry. After all, the Li clan was a clan of generals, and they still had a bit of respect for scholars and scholars. This was actually a kind of respect for the sage's knowledge. The main gate of the Li clan had long since been tightly shut. Li Baifeng had never seen this kind of situation before, so he hid inside, not daring to come out. He also didn't know how to let Li Xian out to inform the Li clan. Over 100 white-robed Confucian scholars were all wearing mourning clothes, holding up the evidence of their crimes, sitting in front of the Li clan's gate and refusing to eat. Among them, the 3 people at the front had the words loyal and brave, benevolent and righteous, and wise and trustworthy tied to their foreheads. They were Kong Renyi's disciples, Yan Jin, Gong Sun Rang, and Yu Zixian. When the crowd saw Li Yunxiao's group of 3 approaching from afar, they immediately began to clamor. One by one, they stood up, their brows furrowed in anger. The aura of over 100 people merged together, and there was a faint aura of righteousness that lingered in the air. Yan Jin's group of 3 glanced at each other, then began to shout, deceiving the sovereign, harming ministers, overstepping military authority, indulging his subordinates, arrogant and conceited, disregarding the law, privately amassing wealth, killing people and confiscating property, vicious and merciless, and heartless. 10 major crimes, unforgivable. 10 major crimes, unforgivable. Over 100 people shouted in unison, and immediately, their voices shook the heavens. Each of them had thick necks and red faces, glaring angrily at the crowd. All of them were abnormally excited, feeling that they had a righteous cause in their hands, and wanted to subdue the evil. In the sky above the Li clan, the aura of righteousness condensed and did not dissipate, faintly showing signs of taking shape. Li Yunxiao used his middle finger to poke his nose, and very quickly dug out a big ball of booger, poked it into a ball, and flicked it out. A strong gust of wind cut through the sky, heading straight for Yan Jin's face. These people were all scholars, and even if there were some who practiced martial arts, it was only to strengthen their bodies. How could they withstand Li Yunxiao's strong qi? The booger rushed into the aura of righteousness, but it seemed to meet with some kind of obstruction, and became light as a feather. Finally, with a paw sound, it stuck to Yan Jin's mouth. Tui, 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 tui. Yan Jin vomited in disgust, and after vomiting more than 10 times, he still felt nauseous in his throat. He felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Li Yunxiao, how dare you blaspheme scholars and virtuous people? It seems that you are also in cahoots with Li Chunyang. You are guilty of the most heinous crimes. Gong Sun Rang roared angrily, directly putting a big hat on him. Snakes and rats, guilty of the most heinous crimes. The crowd also roared. Li Yunxiao did not pay attention to their expressions. Instead, he looked up at the aura of righteousness in the sky with a puzzled expression. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and used his fist to support his chin as he muttered to himself, the aura of righteousness of the Confucians is indeed something. It seems that I was still a little prejudiced in the past. He put down his arm, picked his ear, and stuck 2 fingers together. Yan Jin and the other 2's expressions changed, and they all became highly vigilant. They could not help but take a step back. Yu Zixian said angrily, You, what are you doing? TSK. Li Yunxiao sneered and looked at the 3 of them mockingly. Who cares about the heavens and the earth? Even a sage can't control other people's shit and fart. Could it be that Kong Renyi's 3 virtuous scholars forbid me from digging my earwax? Gong Sun Rang frowned and said angrily, How vulgar. Whoosh. Li Yunxiao flicked his finger lightly, and a ball of earwax shot through the air, directly into Gong Sun Rang's mouth. Gong Sun Rang burped in shock and anger, and directly swallowed it. Ugh. He bent over, and his stomach churned. He vomited a large amount of it. Yan Jin had only stuck it to his mouth, but he had actually eaten it. He had even vomited out the bile in his stomach. Haha. Li Chunyang, who was originally very worried, could not help but burst into laughter. The Confucian scholars around Gong Sun Rang smelled the stench of vomit. They all frowned and subconsciously moved away from him. Even Yan Jin and Yu Zixian frowned and maintained a certain distance from him. The entire procession suddenly became a little sparse. Li Yunxiao looked up at the sky. The awe-inspiring righteousness that was originally condensed and beginning to manifest into the image of the sage began to disperse. This awe-inspiring righteousness is indeed formed by the Confucian spiritual consciousness of the scholars and the qi of heaven and earth. It seems to be a great tonic. How can I waste it? He suddenly tapped his feet lightly and directly rose into the air, rushing into the image of the awe-inspiring righteousness. He released all his spiritual consciousness and activated the creation of one breath technique. Suddenly, the energy of righteousness that filled the sky surged wildly into all the bones in Li Yunxiao's body. In a split second, he felt that his whole body was refreshed and indescribably happy. He immediately laughed 3 times and formed a strange hand seal with his hands. It suddenly enlarged by several times and formed an invisible aura field that spread out and wrapped his whole body. Li Yunxiao's entire body was suspended in the air above the Li residence. Above his head, palms, and soles of his feet, there was a bubble the size of a star. He floated there quietly and motionlessly. However, under the operation of his spiritual consciousness, the creation of one breath technique was madly absorbing the awe-inspiring righteousness. What's going on? He can actually levitate in the air? Isn't it said that only martial ancestor powerhouses can fly in the air? He seems to be absorbing our awe-inspiring righteousness by levitating there. Yan Jin was also greatly shocked. However, he quickly composed himself and said, "Everyone, don't panic. This brat really knows demonic sorcery. However, the scholar's qi of us scholars is the most righteous energy in the world. Absorbing it into the demonic sorcery is courting death." Yu Zixian had a look of sudden realization and loudly said, "Brother Yan is right. Everyone, don't panic. Calm your hearts and guard your spirits. Recite the sage's teachings to strengthen the awe-inspiring righteousness and destroy this demonic sorcery." More than 100 people immediately calmed down and began to recite the sage's teachings. Suddenly, everyone began to faintly emit the aura of a scholar. As they recited the way of the sage, they rose into the air. Li Xian's mouth was agape as he asked in shock, "Old master, is young master Yun alright?" Li Chunyang was also abnormally shocked. Flying in the air was indeed something that only 6th-direction realm martial ancestors could do. However, Li Yunxiao had clearly used some kind of secret technique. He said in a deep voice, "This brat should know what he is doing." At this moment, Li Yunxiao, who was levitating in the air, was very happy. After absorbing the awe-inspiring righteousness into his body, not only did it transform into vital qi that flowed into his dantian, but it also nourished his soul step by step. This made him feel very satisfied. His cultivation, which had not advanced for a long time by relying on the 1,000-bird pill, started to loosen at this moment, and he was heading towards the peak of 6th star. Could it be because I've cultivated the tyrannical body tempering technique and the divine evolution technique? I can't even break through to the 1-star stage with so much noble righteousness. Li Yunxiao was a little surprised. He had used a large amount of 1,000-bird pills to break through to the 6th-star stage. He had a vague feeling that this was the case, and now he could confirm it. Looks like there are pros and cons to cultivating several techniques at the same time. But with the tyrannical body tempering technique and the divine evolution technique, coupled with my understanding of martial arts, I'm invincible under the same stage. After his genuine qi absorbed the awe-inspiring righteousness, he was stuck at the bottleneck of 6 stars. He was slightly disappointed. When he was about to go down, he happened to hear Yan Jin and Yu Zixian's words. The awe-inspiring righteousness was emitted from the bodies of more than 100 scholars like 100 rivers converging into the sea, surging endlessly. F***ck, Yan Jin, Yu Zixian, I love the both of you. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. He was like a half-full person who suddenly pushed a table full of Manchu Han imperial feast. I won't stand on ceremony. All the pores on his body opened up and greedily absorbed this pure noble righteousness. His entire mind was immersed in this wonderful feeling. In order to prevent them from cutting off the supply of noble righteousness, Li Yunxiao deliberately revealed a pained expression and shouted angrily, You're too cruel, too cruel. A large amount of noble righteousness was absorbed into his dantian and finally reached a saturation point. A brand new realm quietly descended in his body. All his meridians were opened up in an instant. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed like lightning. He had finally reached the 7-star warrior stage. He was so happy that he wanted to roar, but he continued to greedily absorb the noble righteousness. He shouted, B*****, stop, stop. I can't take it anymore, help. The faces of the scholars below were all pale. Large beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. They only felt that their vitality was rapidly draining away. They had never experienced such a situation before. Usually, the more they read the books of the saints, the more energetic they became. Everyone, hold on. This evil demon is about to die. Gongsun Rang gnashed his teeth. He had eaten a ball of Li Yunxiao's earwax and had vomited his entire stomach. He wished he could pull Li Yunxiao down and cut him into pieces. Therefore, he was the one who released the most powerful Confucian noble spirit. Li Xian was greatly alarmed. Master, what should we do? Young Master Yun can't hold on much longer. Li Chunyang was astounded. He raised his head to look at Li Yunxiao, who was in the sky. Apart from the pained expression on his face, his eyes were as clear as water. Where was the slightest hint of impotence? And the aura coming from the sky. Could it be that this kid had advanced? Finally, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the hundreds of scholars below could no longer hold on. The moment the sage book stopped, it was as if someone had forcefully cut off its connection with the righteous qi. Their entire bodies withered, as if their bodies had been hollowed out. Their essence, qi, and spirit were all gone. Pfft. Some of the weaker scholars even directly spat out a large mouthful of blood, directly fainting and dying. Gongsun Rang's thoughts were also too fierce. His entire body was dizzy, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Yan Jin and Yu Zishan's minds were also damaged. They looked towards the sky in shock, only to see a tranquil Li Yunxiao. His body was still wide open as he slowly descended from the sky. The two of them and some of the scholars who were still conscious were all dumbfounded. This doesn't look like he's injured at all. And the aura on his body seemed to be even stronger than before. Pop. The moment one of Li Yunxiao's feet touched the ground, the formless energy surging from his 5 hearts burst like a bubble. With a pop, it disappeared without a trace. He landed lightly on the ground, straightened his body, and slowly opened his eyes. It was as if a golden bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, disappearing in an instant. All of the scholars suddenly felt their minds shake. Those who were still conscious all spat out a large mouthful of blood, and dozens of people fainted once more. Li Yunxiao let out a long sigh of relief. He said angrily, "Few 7-star intermediate warrior, not bad. If you guys put in more effort, I should be able to break through to the pinnacle of 7-star. TSK, you guys can't even absorb such a small amount of noble spirit. How do you guys study normally?" His words were like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding in the ears of all the scholars. Those who fainted on the ground were immediately jolted awake. All of them were dumbfounded, and their minds went blank. What? He is actually using our noble spirit to break through. A large number of scholars spat out blood. Yan Jin and Gongsun Rang were also furious. They spat out a large mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Ah? Even Li Chunyang was dumbfounded. His eyes widened, and then he laughed out loud. Haha, you are indeed my grandson. Thank Kongrani for this big gift. You guys thank him for this old man. Haha, Li Chunyang's words hurt the minds of these scholars even more. All of them went crazy, and some of them were in a trance. All of you will die a horrible death. Yan Jin roared and cursed. Don't think that you will be fine just because you spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. You guys surrounded the Li family, acted recklessly, and tried to convict my grandfather. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, and his eyes flashed across all of them. Now, it's time to settle the score. He took a light step forward, and instantly, a mountain-like pressure pressed down on the bodies of these scholars who were already in a terrible condition. Yan Jin was the closest to Li Yunxiao, and he was the first to be hit by the pressure. He spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. You. What are you trying to do? Originally, there were more than 100 scholars and they had a mighty momentum, swearing to take down Li Chunyang. Who knew that before they could say a few words, all of them were lying on the ground in a half-dead state. The walls and the ground were covered with blood, and it was a ghastly sight to behold. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly. What am I trying to do? More than 100 of you surrounded the Li family's door, and you're asking me what I'm trying to do? Are you here to make a joke? Yu Zishan stopped the retreating Yan Jin and calmed himself down. He stepped forward and scolded, your Li clan's 10 major crimes are unforgivable. He knew that this mission was going to fail, but he had to uphold the principles of justice, and he had to pin the 10 major crimes on the Li family. Li Yunxia's eyes flashed, and he smiled at him. So you are here to make a joke? 10 major crimes? Do you think His Majesty is blind? You are clearly saying that His Majesty is unfaithful, close to the villains, and distant from the virtuous officials. That he is a complete bastard, and a fatuous ruler? Am I right? You. Yu Zishan was speechless, and he was at a loss as Li Yunxiao approached him. Gong Sun Rang came up to him and said angrily, Li Yunxiao, don't try to avoid the important points, and talk nonsense out of context. Li Yunxiao raised his eyelids slightly, and looked at him with disdain. He sneered. You? You just ate my earwax, and you've become stupid, haven't you? I don't want to talk to a person who ate sh*t. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Pfft. Gong Sun Rang was so angry that he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He could not stand steadily, and he kept falling backward. His finger pointed at Li Yunxiao, and he could not stop trembling. He held his breath in his chest. The 3 scholars and sages were all defeated, and each of them was so angry that they vomited blood. The rest of the scholars who had not yet fainted were also completely drained of blood. After losing their vitality, even their eyes became a little dazed. Seeing the 3 leaders fall one by one, they were dumbfounded and did not know what to do. This scene was completely different from what they had imagined. Under the condemnation of the crowd, Li Chunyang should have been executed. How could this be? Not to mention the 3 sages, Brother Zhou, Brother Zhang, Brother Meng, and Brother Situ. Each and every one of them were talented scholars who could guide the world. Why were they all lying on the ground like dead pigs, and there were even puddles of blood? Li Chunyang was also dumbfounded. A group of pedantic scholars who only knew how to make a living with their mouths were actually vomiting blood because of his own grandson. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, originally, you would have died for offending the Li clan. But seeing that you helped me advance, I will give you another option to save your lives. How dare you? We are the disciples of the sages, scholars, and sages. Don't tell me you dare to kill us. One of the scholars roared angrily. Li Yunxiao ignored him and pointed to the sky. Instantly, a banner flew into his hand. On it, the words 10 great crimes, unforgivable, were written. He laughed mockingly and his figure flashed. In an instant, he appeared in front of the scholar who had just spoken. Then, he lightly slapped the top of his head. Pa! Like a watermelon breaking, the scholar's head also exploded like a watermelon. Light yellow brain juice also burst out and splattered all over the ground. Li Yunxiao then slapped the scholar's chest. Instantly, his broken head spurted out a pillar of blood that was as thick as an arm. Ah! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and felt their bodies turn cold. When had they ever seen such a cruel method? Every day, they would bury their heads in the books of the sages and admire the flowers, moon, and the fragrance of autumn. They didn't even dare to kill chickens and ducks. Now, they were all dumbfounded. At this moment, a trace of fear rose in their hearts. They realized that they had really gone too far this time. Li Yunxiao threw the white banner towards the pillar of blood. Instantly, the 8 words were washed away by the blood. He clenched his fist, and a ball of blood condensed into a ball in the air. Under his control, it moved toward the banner. Immediately, a few bright red words appeared on the reverse side of the white banner. Kong Reni is a hypocrite, a real bastard. He threw the banner into the middle of the group of scholars and said calmly, hold this banner and walk 3 rounds around the city. Every 3 steps, shout one sentence. I will send people to follow behind you. Those who didn't shout, those who missed, and those who shouted too softly, will all be killed. Li Yunxiao, aren't you afraid of the world's curses? Aren't you afraid of the eternity? Yu Zishan pointed angrily. Suddenly, he felt a pain on his neck. He realized that his body was already far away from him. Not only his body, but the ground was also far away from his sight. Everyone raised their heads in fear and looked at him. Only then did he realize that his head had been sent flying. Pa! With one hand, Li Yunxiao snapped a long bamboo from the side of the road and stuck Yu Zishan's head on it. It looked like a skewer of meatballs. It was a ghastly sight. Let's call this bamboo pole the 100 heads pole. Let's see how many heads will hang on it in the end. Ah! All the scholars' faces turned pale, and their bodies turned cold. Even Yu Zishan, one of the 3 wise ones, could be killed without batting an eye. If he were to kill these so-called scholars, he would be no better than ants. Yan Jin and Gong Sunrang were stunned on the spot. They felt like they were in a trance. It felt extremely unreal. Their companion, who had been composing poems and songs with them yesterday and had been sleeping on the Qinhui River, was now just a lowly corpse with his head hanging high on a bamboo pole. Li Yunxiao grabbed the bamboo pole and walked in front of Yan Jin. He said emotionlessly, I'll give you 3 breaths time. Shout at the top of your head once. Yan Jin's body trembled. Gathering his last bit of courage, he gritted his teeth and said, a scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Even if I die today, my wisdom will live on. You may be proud for a moment, but you will be cursed for eternity. Li Yunxiao ignored him. He only counted softly, 1. This one was like a heavy hammer. It landed on Yan Jin's body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Even though scholars had integrity, when faced with life and death, who could hold on? He felt that these 3 breaths' time was as long as a century. But when Li Yunxiao said 2, he felt that it had passed too quickly. 2. He once again trembled violently. His eyes were filled with fear and confusion. His lips trembled uncontrollably, and he looked like he had lost his mind. 3. As the word 3 was uttered, Li Yunxiao's indifferent expression did not change, but the murderous aura on his body suddenly soared. The lunar frost sword was unsheathed, and a cold light flashed under the sun. Yan Jin felt a piercing pain in his eyes as he looked at the blurry head on the bamboo pole. It was as if it had turned into his own image. Immediately, the last bit of his emotion surged up like a broken dam, collapsing. Ah! Don't kill me. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Young Master Yun, I was wrong, please let me go. His spirit had completely collapsed, and he directly knelt in front of Li Yunxiao. The rest of the scholars all covered their faces and cried in pain, all of them crying out loud. The lunar frost sword rested on Yan Jin's shoulder. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, Read. Read? Yan Jin trembled as he raised his head. Looking at the scarlet words on the banner, he immediately burst into tears. It was as if he had let go of all the obsessions in his heart as he cried, Kongrani is a hypocrite, a real bastard. Woo-woo! All the scholars turned their faces away, grief welling up in their hearts. The Confucian school's 5 virtues paid particular attention to the heavens, the earth, the monarch, and the master. Regardless of whether or not Yan Jin could survive today, just insulting his master was enough to make him unable to raise his head for the rest of his life. Li Yunxiao said with satisfaction, Not bad, this is more like it. He rested his sword on Gong Sunrang's shoulder and said coldly, What about you? Gong Sunrang also lowered his head in pain, but he was more straightforward than Yan Jin. He cried bitterly, Kongrani is a hypocrite, a real bastard. Haha, not bad. After eating my sh*t, your head has become much more intelligent. These hypocrites are not even worth a fart in front of this young master. Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold. He pointed at the other scholars and said coldly, Within 3 breaths, those who don't shout will all die. A cold chill emanated from the extremely long sword, instantly enveloping everyone's hearts. The sky above also seemed to darken. At first, it was still bright and clear, but in an instant, it was covered by dark clouds, making everyone feel extremely oppressed. Speak, I'll speak. Finally, someone began to break down, crying loudly as he cursed, "Kongrini is a hypocrite, a real bastard." With an opening, and with the three sages already speaking, everyone had nothing to worry about. After all, their lives were more important. In an instant, there was a wave of cursing. At this time, everyone in the Li family mansion was somewhat stunned, thinking that they had heard wrongly. Originally, they were all cursing the old master. Why did it change? Why did it change to cursing Kongrini? After listening to it a few times and confirming that there was no mistake, they ran to report to Li Baifeng. Li Chunyang and Li Xian were also stunned, not daring to believe it. Even though they had personally experienced it, they still did not dare to believe that these scholars and sages, who regarded the sages as their spiritual pillar, were actually all cursing Kongrini. This completely subverted the two's understanding of each other. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Why is the scolding so unpleasant? I do not wish to hear that anyone is unhappy. Now, you all have to happily scold me, scold to your heart's content. Add one more rule: if anyone cries or doesn't laugh, kill them all." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and stopped crying, beginning to laugh loudly. "Haha, Kongrini is a hypocrite, a real bastard, haha, a real bastard, ha ha ha." Li Chunyang fainted again, only then did Li Yunxiao reveal a trace of a smile, praising, "That's more like it." He beckoned to Li Xian, handing him the 100-head pole and said, "Bring this group of people and walk 3 rounds around the capital. Remember what I said just now, anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Hang their heads on it. I want to see how many heads are hanging on it when you return." All the scholars trembled and shouted with all their might. Li Xian raised his pole high and led the group of people, beginning to parade through the streets in a grandiose manner. Very soon, the entire capital was in an uproar. The streets were empty, and everyone ran out to watch. In an instant, everyone in the capital could hear a large group of scholars shouting, "Haha, Kongrini is a hypocrite, a real bastard. Haha, ha ha ha." Li Baifeng was currently calmly drinking tea in the mansion. It was just a group of scholars demonstrating their might outside. As long as they did not charge in, he would have no worries. Everything would naturally be resolved when the old master returned. Fourth master, fourth master." A servant jogged in. "Why are you so flustered?" 9527, Li Baifeng put down the fragrant tea and said in a panic, "Could it be that they barged in?" 9527 hurriedly said, "No, fourth master, they are scolding Kongrini outside, saying that Kongrini is a hypocrite and a real bastard, and they are very happy scolding him." "What?" Li Baifeng was stunned. He raised his teacup and drank a mouthful, then gently put it down and thought, "Isn't this a little too strange? Come, let's go out and take a look. Call all the guards of the Li residence over." When they nervously opened the door, they were shocked to see Li Chunyang and Li Yunxiao standing at the door. Li Baifeng was stunned. Old master? Yunxiao? You're back, where are those scholars?" "Humph, useless trash." Li Chunyang's face was filled with anger. He kicked Li Baifeng away and walked in with large strides. Li Yunxiao chuckled softly and followed along. Li Baifeng was a little confused and wanted to follow, but he was stopped by Li Chunyang. "Stop, go to the door and clean up. Don't follow me and Yunxiao." The old man and the young man walked directly to the small courtyard and entered the secret room. Li Baifeng, on the other hand, brought a group of servants to the door. Looking at the blood all over the wall and the 2 headless corpses, he was immediately shocked. He thought to himself, could it be that the old man went crazy and killed all those scholars? Then where are the corpses? Where did the corpses go? After Li Yunxiao entered the secret room, Chen Dashing was still in a deep sleep. He checked the other's condition and frowned. "It's worse than I thought, but it's okay. Since I made a move, he won't die even if he wants to." Li Chunyang watched nervously as Li Yunxiao stuffed an elixir into Chen Dashing's mouth and asked anxiously, "How long will it take for him to wake up?" He knew Chen Dashing's current condition. The longer he was unconscious, the worse it would be. He needed to stay awake as much as possible. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly. "Isn't he awake now?" As expected, Chen Dashing slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the people in the room, he smiled bitterly. "I fainted again. I'm lucky to wake up again. I don't know if I'll have such good luck next time." Li Yunxiao said, "Try standing up." Chen Dasheng looked at him like he was looking at an idiot and said with bulging eyes, "Stand up?" "I haven't stood up for 5 years." Suddenly he stopped speaking. A strange expression appeared on his face. His eyes were filled with shock. I can feel my legs," he said excitedly and pleasantly surprised. "Boy, how did you do it?" Li Yunxiao smiled. "It's actually very simple. You've been poisoned by the extreme cold ice poison. That Sun Jingzong only knows how to refine the yang melting pill to nourish you. It can only treat the symptoms. The method to eradicate it not only neutralize the cold but also remove the cold poison. My mysterious flame pill can resist the cold and expel the poison. But it's only second level, not high enough. So I still need the yang true qi to help you heal." While he was explaining, Chen Dasheng had already used both hands to support himself from the wooden barrel. He stood up and slowly let go of his hands. Li Qingyang was afraid that he would fall and hastily went up to support him. But he was hugged by Chen Dasheng. His whole body trembled with excitement. Crying tears of joy, he said, "Big brother, after so many years, I can finally stand up again. Good brother, good brother." Li Chunyang was also very excited. He tightly hugged Chen Dasheng. During the 5 years of suffering, while Chen Dasheng was suffering, how could Li Chunyang not be suffering as well? Chen Dasheng wiped his tears and happily said, "Big brother, you really have a good grandson. I'm so envious." Li Chunyang said with a wry smile, this boy. He found that he didn't know what to say to describe this grandson. He suddenly sighed and said, "Ai, if I had told him about you earlier, maybe you wouldn't have to suffer so much." Chen Dasheng laughed and said, "I'm already very happy to be able to stand up now. I don't have any other extravagant requests." Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "In a few days, old man Chen still has to lead the army to the east. You can't be so depressed." "Lead the army to the east?" Chen Dasheng was surprised for a moment before he laughed. "Haha, boy, you really know how to joke." He pointed to his head and said, "In the future, I can only recall my military career here." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "How about we make a bet?" Chen Dasheng was stunned. He looked at Li Chunyang, who was also smiling without saying anything. "Big brother, is what he said true?" Li Chunyang patted Chen Dasheng's shoulder and sighed, "Brother, your injury is not healed yet. I will have to trouble you again." Chen Dasheng's eyes widened and suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, I never thought that I, Chen Dasheng, would have an iron armor. Big brother, please tell me what you want. I will not dare to disobey." Li Chunyang nodded and said, "We'll discuss this matter at length later." He turned his head and stared at Li Yunxiao. His eyes emitted a green light as if he was staring at a treasure house. He laughed. Li Yunxiao's hair stood on end from his stare. And he asked warily, "What? What are you looking at?" Li Chunyang was pleased, "Boy, you really are a second-rank alchemist. Now I really believe you." He suddenly changed his tone and revealed a greedy look. He squinted his eyes and smiled. "A second-rank alchemist must have a lot of good things on him, right? At the start, I was truly tricked by you when you said Jimming could instantly break through to martial lord after consuming that pellet. But now that I think about it, it should be something you made yourself, right? What is that 1,000-bird pill you gave to Jimming? I am your grandfather. My treatment should not be lower than Jiming's. So it was extortion." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. "What good things do I have?" Li Chunyang's face suddenly sank. He angrily said, "Nothing good? Where is the Li family's treasury? You should give me an explanation." He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Li Yunxiao. He cursed, "Oh my God. Our Li family's accumulation of hundreds of years has been emptied by you. It's fine if it's empty, but even the treasury is gone. Oh my God, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Are you so poor that you have to move a cave?" Cold sweat appeared on Li Yunxiao's forehead. He did not plan to tell anyone about the universe god's monument. Looking at Li Chunyang's murderous gaze, he then took out a bottle of elixir and handed it over, saying, "This is the 1,000-bird elixir. It is a type of elixir that stimulates one's potential through poison. After consuming it, one's body will feel extremely uncomfortable. However, once the effects of the elixir disappear, one will be fine. moreover, there won't be any side effects. The effect of the 1,000-bird pill on him was getting weaker and weaker, so he didn't have much use for it, so he generously took it out. An elixir that can stimulate one's potential without any side effects? Li Chunyang happily took the elixir and put it into his pocket. He continued to stare at Li Yunxiao with narrowed eyes. Holy shit. You're not going to exploit me, are you? These things are given by the elders to the younger generation. Where's the treasury? Where's the cave? This is a bottle of rain pill. It can clear the mind and calm the mind during cultivation. It can eliminate all distracting thoughts and inner demons. What? An elixir that can eliminate inner demons? Li Chunyang hurriedly snatched it over and took off the bottle cap. He sniffed it and put it into his pocket in disbelief. During cultivation, the most terrifying thing was the invasion of inner demons. If one couldn't eliminate distracting thoughts and calm the mind, then cultivation would only bring more harm than good, let alone improving one's cultivation. This type of elixir had always been priceless in the market. No one would take it out to sell. After Li Chunyang took 2 bottles of elixir, he stopped. After all, Li Yunxiao was his own grandson. He couldn't squeeze him dry in one go. There would be more opportunities in the future. Li Yunxiao looked at him like he was looking at a fat pig and couldn't help but shiver. Li Chunyang suddenly laughed and said, "The guests are all here. Let's go out." The entire Li residence was under the coverage of his divine sense. Nothing that happened could escape his eyes. Xiao Qingwang, Luo Yunsheng, Jiao Rong and Ji Meng had already been arranged in the meeting hall by Li Baifeng. All kinds of tea and snacks were served. When Li Chunyang walked in supporting Chen Dasheng, Xiao Qingwang's eyes narrowed. He suddenly stood up from his chair and stared at the two of them in shock. He cried out involuntarily, "You are Chen Dasheng? Little Li, you have advanced to Martial King?" Luo Yunsheng was not familiar with Chen Dasheng. Therefore, she didn't have much of an emotional reaction. However, when she heard that Li Chunyang had advanced to Martial King, her eyes revealed a look of shock. Chen Dasheng's face was filled with melancholy. He seemed to be reminiscing. He smiled bitterly, "Prince Qingwang, it's been 5 years since we last met." Xiao Qingwang stared at him for a while and said in a deep voice, "Back then, you were also infected with the extreme cold virus. Didn't you die?" Chen Dasheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. After Li Chunyang supported him to sit down, he sighed and told him the whole story. Xiao Qingwang was enraged and said angrily, "Little Li, why didn't you come find me back then? If this was truly done by His Majesty, I would definitely not sit by and do nothing." Li Chunyang sighed, "Back then, weren't you also heavily injured? Even your body was a problem. At that time I had only advanced to Martial Lord not too long ago. I simply didn't have the strength to handle this matter, so I could only hide Dasheng." Xiao Qingwang was silent for a while. In the past few years, he had been declining day by day. Although he still had the title of Martial King, it was getting weaker day by day. He was even powerless against the 5 teams of divine guards of the kingdom. He looked at Chen Dasheng, then looked at Li Yunxiao. Light blossomed in his eyes and he directly asked, "Young Master Yun, have you researched a healing method?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "That's right. I've made a medicinal pill called the Profound Fire Pill. It can suppress the extreme cold poison, but its rank is too low. It's only rank 2, so its medicinal power is limited. If you want to completely recover, you will need the assistance of Teacher Luo's pure yang energy." He played with the medicinal bottle in his hand and his gaze was a bit erratic as he said, "If I can completely cure Commander Zhao's injuries, I hope that Commander Xiao can do a few things for my Li family." Xiao Qingwang was extremely happy. The problem that had troubled him for many years could finally be solved by someone. However, after hearing the latter part of Li Yunxia's words, he pondered for a while and finally said with a serious voice, "I understand this point. Since I received a favor from someone, I naturally have to return the favor. I can promise you 3 things unconditionally, as long as you don't make it too difficult for me." "Okay, 3 is enough." Li Yunxiao's eyes burst with light. He laughed and handed over the medicinal bottle containing the Profound Fire Pill with both hands. Luo Yunsheng didn't seem to care about these things. She only looked at Li Yunxiao in shock and said in amazement, You refined a rank 2 medicinal pill?" How? Li Yunxiao also didn't know how to explain. He could only spread out his hands and said with a helpless expression, I also don't know. I accidentally refined it. Luck. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, Luo Yunxiang returned to normal. A strange expression appeared in her eyes as she shook her head and said, so that's how it is. You've been acting so deeply that even I was deceived. It made me worry endlessly for you in the past. Li Yunxiao was slightly moved in his heart. He knew that Luo Yunxiang really did it for his own good in the past. However, after knowing that her dream lover was actually him in his previous life, he suddenly had a strange feeling. Whenever he saw her, he would feel that it was very strange and unnatural. He said with sincere gratitude, thank you, Teacher Luo, for everything you've done for Yunxiao. This time, as long as teacher can help Old Man Chen and Commander Xiao treat their internal injuries, our Li family will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Luo Yunxiang shook her head and said, Commander Xiao and Old Man Chen are the backbone of the country. Helping them is my duty. There's no need for a reward. If one day you have an inspiration, don't forget to play a Guangling San for me. I really want to hear it. Her expression was unusually calm. However, when she said Guangling San, there seemed to be a slight fluctuation in her eyes. Li Yunxiao's state of mind also seemed to fluctuate along with that slight fluctuation. He was instantly shocked and hurriedly retracted his gaze. He lowered his head and said seriously, I will definitely play a song for you. His words were a little dejected. After a moment of shock, Luo Yunxiang nodded lightly and didn't say anything else. After a short discussion, everyone decided to stay in the Li family. Li Yunxiao let Jiao Rong be in charge of the treatment. After giving him a few instructions, he went into seclusion. The next day, Li Chunyang went to court early in the morning in order to request for the transfer of troops. It was the first time that Li Yunxiao entered the Li family's training room. It was much grander than the Jiaolan Academy, but it didn't have a gravitational formation. However, he had Black Girl's big sword with him. Under normal circumstances, he would be under 10 times the gravity. According to his original estimation, he had cultivated the most top-notch techniques and the most correct path of cultivation. With all these added together, even if there weren't any coincidences, he should have long become a martial master. However, he had absorbed Meng Bai's strange poison and the awe-inspiring righteousness cultivated by 100 scholars for many years. Yet, he had only stopped at the level of a 7-stars martial warrior. This caused him to be extremely puzzled. Phew! Li Yunxiao took a deep breath and formed a seal with both of his hands. He held his breath and focused his mind. Then, he sank his consciousness into his dantian and into the Universe God Monument. Previously, when he had performed his eye technique, the Universe God Monument seemed to have some strange reactions. Moreover, the space within it could allow the Great Divine Evolution technique to be completely revealed. This caused him to have the desire to develop the treasure's potential as soon as possible. His consciousness manifested in the Universe God Monument and turned into his original appearance. He stood quietly in the independent space. I have seen quite a number of people who have hidden an independent space in the profound weapon. They have all condensed the simple law of space into the weapon through a formation. However, this kind of space is a dead space, Li Yunxiao muttered to himself as he looked at the floating white clouds in the sky. The clear sky was bright and clear. He let out a long breath and said strangely, the space here seems to be a world of its own. It's like a secret realm. It seems to be alive? He dared to be 100% sure that the refining method of the Universe God Monument was far beyond his understanding. In the entire Tianwu continent, to be able to refine an existence like the Universe God Monument. He frowned and pondered. A gleam of light flashed past his eyes and he said in a deep voice, there is no one else. Li Yunxiao stepped on the ground lightly and felt the rhythm of the space quietly. He stared at his own body for a while and said to himself, to be able to condense one's consciousness and not disperse, and to be able to directly reveal one's soul, the rules in the Universe God Monument seem to be a little different from the outside world. He paced around freely and did a few actions. Suddenly, his expression became a little strange. After thinking for a while, his soul appeared in the World God Monument and sat down cross-legged. He formed seals with both hands and started to cultivate at the same time. The difference was that his original body absorbed the vitality of heaven and earth from the outside, while his soul was condensing his soul power in the world god monument. Both of them were going on at the same time, but their minds were connected. They were originally one, but they didn't interfere with each other. There really are two types of rules of heaven and earth. His eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. He said excitedly, "If that's the case, doesn't that mean I can multitask and cultivate both my soul and body at the same time? In this way, even if my cultivation path is more difficult than ordinary people, I can save half of the time. Also, the Great Divine Evolution technique can be used in the World God Monument. This way, recovering a rank 9 alchemist's soul power won't be so far away." The cultivation of the soul was 100 times more difficult than the cultivation of martial arts. Although he had all sorts of strange soul cultivation techniques, there were no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. No matter how good the resources were, it was impossible to avoid bitter cultivation, hardships, and the tempering of time. Any fighter or arcane master could only become a hero through endless cultivation. Although he still couldn't understand the world god monument, he already had a telepathic connection. He knew that his current power was too low and he couldn't explore it. The most important thing now was to increase his power as soon as possible. His soul condensed the Great Divine Evolution technique in the world god monument. His body started to do all sorts of weird movements in the tyrannical body refinement technique in the secret room of the Li family. He also carefully controlled the increase of the gravity, throwing himself at the edge of his limits to struggle. Only then could he continue to break through. Under the state of the tyrannical body refinement technique, the gravity increased to 30 times, finally reaching his limit. His muscles and limbs were all stretched, and a huge feeling of soreness spread to his brain. His soul in the world god monument was also disturbed, and he frowned slightly. Li Yunxiao's original body suddenly shot out a light the size of a soybean between his eyebrows. Suddenly, 10 low-grade primordial stones flew out from the world god monument and floated in front of him in a row. Bang bang bang. Hanyo held the great sword Mystique in her palm, and turned the sword into a palm. A golden light flashed, and the 10 low-grade primal stones suddenly exploded, and the world Yuan Qi contained within them began to spread out like boiling water vapor. The shattered primordial stones turned into pale powder and turned into dust, scattering in the secret room. Good fortune aura, absorb it. Li Yunxiao straightened up, and his body instantly bounced back to its original state. He had recovered from the celestial dominating style. He put his palms together and sat like Mount Tai. All the blood capillaries on his body seemed to have opened up, and billions of cells in his body seemed to have started breathing. A large amount of natural energy in the secret chamber instantly surged toward Li Yunxiao's body. Hiss. His breathing coordinated with the circulation of the blood vessels and vital energy in his body. With one breath, more than half of the energy contained in the 10 low-grade primordial stones was directly absorbed, turning into the purest vital energy that circulated in his body. During this process, more than half of the vital energy was lost, and a small portion was absorbed by his body. In the end, the condensed and deposited part returned to his dantian through his meridians, turning into his own vital energy. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes, which were filled with shock and joy. The soul, body, and vital energy are indeed inextricably linked. With the help of the first two, I can actually absorb the energy of about 8 low-grade primordial stones at one time when I circulate the good fortune aura. In my previous life, being able to absorb 2 low-grade primordial stones at one time was already heaven-defying. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, cultivating all 3 at the same time, the amount of vital energy required for each advancement is a few times that of ordinary warriors, but the speed of absorption is also a few times faster than ordinary warriors. In this way, I am not at a disadvantage. Moreover, with this kind of cultivation, even low-star martial artists may not be as vast and pure as my vital energy. When I return to the peak of the Jiutian realm, in the whole realm of heaven martial arts, no one can rival me. Li Yunxiao's eyes were burning. He took out a lot of primordial stones, and threw them into the sky as if they were worthless. Black Girl's big sword kept attacking, and the primordial stones exploded one after another. After a while, the density of vital energy in the whole secret room was almost solid. Good fortune aura, absorb all of it. If the vital energy was allowed to disperse, it would eventually return to heaven and earth. But with Li Yunxiao's good fortune aura, he was like the center of a whirlpool, and the surrounding vital energy was like a small whirlpool, sucking into Li Yunxiao's body. If this scene was seen by others, they would never believe it. Goo-goo-goo-goo. His body suddenly started to emit all kinds of weird sounds. His body was like an inflated balloon, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his meridians suddenly expanded several times. Not good. I'm absorbing too much, I'm too greedy. He was shocked to find that his body's endurance had reached the peak in a short time, as a large amount of vital energy was pouring into him, and his limbs and bones were about to explode. Whatever, I'll die. It's just the vital energy of 100 low-grade primordial stones, how can I possibly explode? His eyes were bloodshot, and his blood vessels and meridians appeared one by one, as if they were intertwined with old branches, densely covering his body. He looked horrifying. Roar. 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 Roars that were suppressed to the extreme were like thunder exploding from their chests. After 3 roars, wounds started to appear on Li Yunxiao's body, and blood burst out like juice, and tears of blood gushed out of his eyes, but his expression was strangely calm, and his eyes were as clear as water. The whole secret room suddenly quieted down, and the originally crazy vital energy also slowed down, and started to stop flowing. Li Yunxiao sat there cross-legged, motionless, as if there was no life in him at all, and even the light in his eyes started to dim. This feeling. Is it really because I can't take it, and my body is going to collapse? What a joke, how is that possible? He suddenly raised his head, and his eyes shone brightly again, as if a star had exploded. The soul projection in the universe God monument suddenly disappeared, and his divine sense returned to his body, and his mind became one. Roar. An unyielding roar was heard, and Li Yunxiao's eyes were wide open. He clenched his fist, and the bones in his body made a series of explosive sounds. The vital energy in the secret room, which had calmed down, was torn apart again, and gushed in crazily. 7-star martial warrior realm, go to hell. Charge straight at me. He roared, and his strong divine sense guided the excessive vital energy that gushed in, and started to break through the bottleneck of the 7-star martial warrior realm, like waves crashing down. The blood in his body was boiling, and blisters appeared on the surface of his skin. He clenched his teeth tightly, and blood seeped out of his 7 orifices. Rumble. The muffled sound of thunder rang in his mind, and suddenly, his whole body relaxed. A brand new power gushed into his limbs, and his meridians all over his body, and he felt indescribably happy. I've finally succeeded. Haha, I'm not dead yet, haha. Li Yunxiao laughed a few times, and his eyes were filled with madness. In the situation just now, if he was unlucky and careless, his body might have exploded, and he would have been consigned to eternal damnation, but which of these martial arts experts wasn't a lunatic? Feeling the power of an 8-star martial warrior surging in his body like a river, Li Yunxiao laughed, and he felt a little scared. He thought to himself that he couldn't risk his life like this in the future. He might be lucky once, but it didn't mean that he would succeed every time. If he died once, he would die for good. In the secret room of the Li family, there was a separate resting room and bathroom. He washed off the bloodstains on his body, and changed into a clean set of clothes. The wounds and cracks also healed rapidly under the circulation of vital energy. Just as he was about to continue cultivating and stabilize his 8-star martial warrior realm, a voice came from outside the door. There was an urgent matter to discuss. He frowned, and revealed a trace of displeasure and helplessness. In a flash, he opened the door and went out. The old man was standing at the door. When he saw Li Yunxiao coming out, he laughed awkwardly and coughed a few times. Cough, cough, it's like this. I really didn't want to disturb you, but, Ah? You, what's going on? You've broken through to an 8-star martial warrior? The words that he originally wanted to say were immediately choked back. His eyes turned from round to round, and his mouth opened so wide that a watermelon could be stuffed in. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, What's the matter? Hurry up and say it. It's not that you came to disturb me for no reason. I'm planning to advance to a martial master before coming out. Ah. Li Chunyang let out an ah, and his eyes were still wide open. He seemed to be completely dumbfounded, and his mind was blank. After all, this was too shocking, too unbelievable. The day before yesterday, he had only broken through to a 7-star martial warrior after absorbing the righteousness of the group of scholars. Now, in just 2 nights, he had become an 8-star martial warrior. How was this possible? Even if he ate level 9 pills every day, it wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? At this rate, wouldn't he directly announce his advancement to Emperor Wu in a few months? Li Yunxiao turned around and was about to enter the secret chamber. If there's nothing else, I'll continue to practice. Ah. No, there's something. Li Chunyang hurriedly supported Li Yunxiao, treating the huge shock in his heart as his own illusion and non-existent. Only then did he recover slightly. He held his breath and decided not to casually check on Li Yunxiao's strength, so that he wouldn't lose his composure. Sure enough, after calming down, he hurriedly gave a brief account of the matter. It turned out to be about the military transfer order. The old man didn't even dare to go to court. After the 3 virtuous scholars, all of them went into seclusion, went home, and went crazy. All of a sudden, the business on the flower boats by the Qinhuai River became cold and cheerless. Kong Reni was so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood and had a high fever. However, he asked someone to carry a stretcher and summoned all the imperial tutors of the Imperial College. They gathered in the court, waiting for Li Chunyang to give him an explanation. Li Chunyang was so scared that he slipped away from a distance. He heard that the group of people was still waiting in the court today, and they swore not to give up until they saw them. Only then did he helplessly call out to Li Yunxiao. F***ck, a group of weak scholars without the strength to truss a chicken. What are you afraid of, old man? Kill whoever blocks your way. A murderous look flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he said fiercely. Li Chunyang's heart skipped a beat. He smiled bitterly and said, if he was an ordinary minister, I would have killed him. However, Kong Reni is the descendant of the sage and represents the orthodox Confucianism of the world. His every word and action is an example for the scholars of the world. If I kill him, I will be condemned by the world. I will be ridiculed wherever I go. Li Yunxiao stared at Li Chunyang with a gaze as sharp as a knife. He sighed and shook his head. Old man, you are still too worldly. You must know that people like me who pursue martial arts pay attention to strength, and we are quick to repay kindness and hatred. What orthodox Confucianism? These are all the tricks of the secular world's emperors to fool the people. In my eyes, what is the difference between them and dung? When we shake the 9 heavens and laugh proudly at the clouds, let's see who in the world dares to scold us. Li Chunyang was dumbfounded. Every single word that Li Yunxiao had said was like a clap of thunder exploding in his head, causing his brain to buzz. People of our generation should rule the world. Old man has been unstoppable for many years and has never been afraid of battles. Today, you are afraid of a pedantic Confucian scholar. Don't let Yunxiao see you as a joke. Li Yunxiao's eyes gradually turned cold, but a thick killing intent spread out without any concealment. He said coldly, today, I will get rid of these pedantic ants. Let's see who can stop me. There was a strong murderous aura coming out of his body. As he walked, it flowed with the air and pressed down on Li Chunyang's face. This martial king expert could not help but shiver. His heart was in turmoil. Li Yunxiao's words just now were like thunder in his ears. He had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. It was as if the path of martial arts had suddenly opened up in front of him. How could he prove his Tao if he cowered? Only by moving forward and sweeping away all who stood in his way was the true nature of a martial artist, and now, the murderous aura that was being emitted from Li Yunxiao's body caused this old general, who had galloped through the battlefield and killed countless people, to feel a wave of fear in his heart. This was the most fundamental fear that came from the depths of his soul. How is this possible? How could this brat have such a heavy killing intent? It was as if he'd slaughtered a myriad of living beings and was tainted by the karmic energy of countless karma. Even I felt slightly timid before him. Li Chunyang's eyes were filled with confusion. He realized that he couldn't see through his grandson anymore. This kind of murderous aura was the aura of slaughter emitted by the soul. Although the number of people Li Yunxiao killed in his previous life was not as many as Li Chunyang, the people he killed were all grandmaster overlords. The intensity of the murderous aura on each of them was more than 10,000 times that of Li Chunyang. He, who had once stood at the pinnacle of the continent, had the aura of a sovereign overlooking the world, which made people revere him even more. The grandfather and grandson stood side by side, riding their white horses towards the imperial court. The two of them did not conceal their auras at all. Even from afar, the people on both sides of the road could feel a heart-palpitating sensation, and they quickly moved away. Li Chunyang carefully observed his grandson's expression, and his heart was filled with emotion. At the same time, his heart began to yearn for the endless pursuit of the martial way. Originally, when he had advanced to the rank of martial king, he was already very satisfied and felt that he had reached the pinnacle and the end of his life. However, at this moment, as he stood next to Li Yunxiao and sensed the aura of a grandmaster, he suddenly felt that he had been too narrow-minded and that he had only just started on the path of the martial way. He secretly made up his mind that once the matter with Qin Yu was settled, he would completely separate himself from worldly affairs and concentrate on his cultivation. Who's there? This is the entrance to the imperial palace, don't be presumptuous. Quickly dismount and walk. The guards at the entrance to the imperial palace watched from afar as the two white horses galloped towards them. Their pupils suddenly shrank and they were secretly shocked at the audacity of these people. They quickly gathered their strength and shouted loudly. Li Yunxiao's face was gloomy. He condensed his voice into a single line and suddenly spat it out, exploding in the sky above the imperial palace. The battle ahead is urgent. I have important military information to report to His Imperial Majesty and cannot be delayed. Please forgive my rudeness. The guard was shocked and hurriedly shouted, no matter what it is, immediately dismount and walk. Wait for me to report to His Imperial Majesty. It's too late, get out of the way. Presumptuous, dismount. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being ruthless. How dare you? If you don't dismount, you're courting death. Sigh, why bother? Li Yunxiao sighed softly. The white horse had already rushed to the entrance of the imperial palace. The two guards were shocked and hurriedly pulled out their swords. A trace of sword technique flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes and the lunar frost sword was suddenly unsheathed. A cold light shot out and instantly pierced the eyes of the two guards. Then, with a flash of cold light, two heads flew into the air. Li Chunyang's pupils dilated slightly and he said in a deep voice, just teach them a lesson. Why did you kill them? He had led troops for many years and treated his subordinates like family. Li Yunxiao's eyes darkened and a cold light flashed. His body was full of murderous intent. Today, I'm here to kill. Li Chunyang frowned. He did not say a word and followed behind him quietly. This grandson's actions and thoughts were completely beyond his understanding. But it gave him the feeling of a high mountain. He didn't want to interfere, he just wanted to quietly see how Li Yunxiao would deal with today's matter. In any case, with him as a martial king behind him, at the worst, he could just directly rebel. In the Tianshui kingdom, besides the one from Jiaolan Academy, who could stop him? After listening to Li Yunxiao's words early in the morning, his secular heart had gradually faded. He no longer cared about loyalty to the country. Who are you? How dare you break into the imperial palace and kill the guards? Angry shouts came from inside the imperial palace and a large number of guards surrounded them from all directions. It was morning court time and all the ministers were gathered in the main hall. Kong Renu was also lying on a stretcher in the middle of the hall. Outside the hall, hundreds of imperial tutors were kneeling. I am Li Yunxiao, the son of the flying dragon General Li Chongfeng. I have an urgent military matter to report to His Majesty. This is an urgent military matter and there is no time to report. Please step aside. Li Yunxiao shouted in response. The lunar frosty sword in his hand emitted a cold aura. The group of palace guards surrounded the two but didn't dare to come closer. Today, no matter who you are, you dare to kill the imperial palace guards, only death awaits you. A figure soared into the sky, his huge sleeves bulging in the air. His whole body was like a ball, whistling as he spun. If not for the fact that his head was still visible, one would have thought that he was a flower ball. In a blink, that person arrived above Li Yunxiao. He shouted as he extended his short arm and slammed it down. Instantly, black clouds rose in the sky. Four-colored power gathered at the center of his palm and formed a huge pressure that came down layer by layer, Li Yunxiao's entire body was locked down by the power. Not only was he unable to move in the slightest, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down and his body was under extreme pressure. Due to the pressure, the good-grade fine horse neighed and shrieked, then it exploded and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. His gaze slightly focused and he coldly said, 8-star 4 symbols realm, martial lord. Behind him, Li Chunyang's heart trembled and he was extremely astonished. The person who came was the commander of the Imperial Palace Guards, Jing Feibai. However, his strength was only in the realm of 8-star 4 symbols, which surpassed the old man's expectations. Without waiting for the wind from the palm to land, he suddenly leapt up from the back of the horse and rushed towards Jing Feibai with a speed that the naked eye couldn't follow. Asterisk bang. Asterisk everyone only saw two figures seemingly colliding in the air, and then the ball seemed to leak air. First, it spat out a large mouthful of blood in the air, then with a shoo sound, it flew away in a circle in the air. Only Li Yunxiao saw it clearly. The old man first grabbed Jing Feibai's arm and broke it, then kicked his chest. Li Chunyang descended from the air with a solemn expression on his face. With a powerful voice, he coldly said, "You dare to obstruct an urgent military report. If anyone dares to obstruct the report, they will be killed without mercy." The faces of the surrounding guards changed greatly. Commander Jing, who was like a god in their eyes, could not even withstand a single blow. Moreover, the crowd immediately recognized the person in front of them. It was the Duke of Jing, Li Chunyang. At that moment, they were even more terrified and no one dared to go up and obstruct him. Li Chunyang coldly looked around, then slightly nodded to Li Yunxiao, indicating that he could leave. Today, he would be the guard behind him. "Let's see who dares to obstruct you." Li Yunxiao knew that the old man was waiting to see his performance today, so he immediately smiled and strode forward. He loudly said, "Fei Long General Li Chongfeng's son, Li Yunxiao, has an urgent military report to His Majesty." His voice spread out and spread into the main hall. Everyone in the main hall was shocked. Qin Yang's expression changed and he sneered in his heart. He stepped out and said, "Royal father, this Li clan's grandson is becoming more and more lawless. What do they think the imperial palace is? They actually dared to kill the guards and force their way in. This is simply looking down on the heavens and should be punished with death." Qin Yu's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. She didn't think that Li Yunxiao would cause such a huge commotion when he came. In the imperial court, not only was Qin Yang eyeing them, but there was also Kong Rini, the descendant of the sage, and the Confucian tutor lying on the ground. They were all waiting to deal with them. Now that they had killed the palace guards, the strategy that they originally thought of to fight for the transfer of troops was now useless. Qin Jing was furious. He sat on the dragon throne and coughed violently. He said angrily, word by word, "Summon Li Chunyang and Li Yunxiao to your majesty. Summon Li Chunyang and Li Yunxiao to your majesty." The eunuch's voice was transmitted one by one. When the palace guards heard the summon, they all heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. If the king still didn't summon them and allowed Li Yunxiao to walk into the main hall, then all the palace guards would be sentenced to death. If they tried to stop him, they would definitely die. Now that the summon of Li Yunxiao and Li Yunxiao was equivalent to granting them amnesty, they quickly retreated. "Li Chunyang, Li Yunxiao, stop right there." Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front. The 100 or so Grand Tutor scholars kneeling outside the main hall all glared angrily. They stood up one by one outside the throne room and completely blocked the two's path. "Li Chunyang, Li Yunxiao, the two of you are the most sinful. After insulting Sage Kongshi, you killed over 100 scholars. You are truly unforgivable. Today, outside the throne room, the world will be clear. It will be the day that the two of you will be executed. The heavens and the earth can bear witness. The day that the heavens and the earth can bear witness." The 100 or so people shouted angrily at the same time. In an instant, their aura surged. Li Yunxiao raised his head and looked up at the sky. There was a faint righteous chi spreading out. He immediately shook his head in disappointment and said, "These directorate grand tutors have wasted so many years studying the sage's books. They are not even comparable to those scholars. I can't even be bothered with this bit of righteous chi." Clang! The sound of the sword resonated. He pulled out the lunar frost sword and slashed down without a word. Hiss, a few screams could be heard. 5 or 6 people's necks were directly cut open. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Flowers of blood scattered in the air. The 5 or 6 people covered their necks for a while. Due to the excessive blood loss, their pupils gradually dilated, and they fell dead on the spot. Hiss, all the directorate grand tutors sucked in a breath of cold air and scattered to the sides in shock. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that Li Yunxiao would dare to kill someone outside the throne room. Everyone was stunned by this slash. No one dared to shout anymore. Li Yunxiao sheathed his sword. He looked like a god of death. All the grand tutors were filled with grief and anger. Some even started to cry. He looked indifferently at these people and said indifferently, "The affairs of the imperial court are not something that scholars like you can casually participate in. You think you are righteous and benevolent when you are used as pawns? Ridiculous. The hundreds of scholars a day ago and all of you today are examples of this. But it doesn't help matters in the imperial court. You don't even know how you died. Stay in the directorate and teach. That's where you should be." He looked into the throne room and laughed coldly. Also, if Kongrini is truly benevolent, he shouldn't have let you guys die outside the throne room for him. After saying this, he followed Li Chunyang into the throne room, one in front of the other, and stepped into the throne room. When the directorate grand tutors heard this, they immediately understood. But when they saw their dead companions, they still felt sad. All the officials and Xianxia saw what happened outside the throne room. They were all shocked. They didn't expect Li Yunxiao to be so impudent. Kongrini got up directly from the stretcher and cried, "Oh my God! Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for me and kill these 2 demons." Xianxia angrily said, "Li Yunxiao, how dare you? How dare you kill someone outside the throne room in front of us? First you killed the imperial guards, then you killed the grand tutor. You are truly lawless." Li Yunxiao walked forward with his head held high and chest puffed out. He didn't even kneel down. Instead, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I killed these people precisely because I have the law." Nonsense. Xianxia jumped out and said angrily, "A life for a life. You dare to commit murder in the palace. You have no respect for the law. You should be executed." Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and sneered, "Does Prince Yang also know the law?" Xianxia snorted. "Let's see how Li Yunxiao is going to get away with his audacity today." He raised his head high and said in a loud voice, "Of course. If that's the case," Li Yunxiao said loudly, "is the Minister of Personnel here?" Ban Wenlin frowned and hesitated for a moment before walking out. He said, "This old man is here. May I know why young Master Yun is calling for this old man?" As the Minister of Personnel, although he wasn't as powerful as Lan Hong or Li Chunyang, he still held a high position. He didn't participate in the conflict between the 2 factions, so he didn't want to offend anyone. He politely called out to Li Yunxiao, "Young Master Yun." Li Yunxiao cupped his fists and bowed. "This young master has a few things that I don't understand. I hope the Minister of Personnel can enlighten me." Ban Wenlin made an inviting gesture. "Please speak, young Master Yun." Li Yunxiao looked at Xianxia coldly and said in a loud voice, "May I ask, according to the law, what is the punishment for obstructing an urgent military report?" Ban Wenlin was taken aback. He then frowned. "An urgent military report is a matter of national importance. According to the law, those who obstruct the report will have their entire family executed." Everyone was stunned for a moment before understanding dawned on them. No wonder this brat shouted from afar that there was an urgent military report. It seemed that the 2 guards really died in vain. Xianxia was also stunned. His face was dark. He didn't expect Li Yunxiao to take advantage of this loophole. He said coldly, "Even if the 2 guards committed a crime punishable by death, what about the grand tutors outside? You cold-blooded playboy, killing people like flies." These grand tutors were all well-educated and had no worldly strife. They wholeheartedly served the nation and nurtured countless pillars of the nation. How dare you kill them without saying a word? Is this also because of the law? Ugh, you 2 died so unjustly. Kongrini also began to cry. Li Yunxiao looked at the 2 of them coldly and sneered, "Let's not talk about them slandering my grandfather and granddaughter. May I ask the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, what is the punishment for slandering an important official of the court? Ban Wenlin's frown deepened. He looked meaningfully at Li Yunxiao before saying, if slandering is true, it will be a crime punishable by execution. Qin Yang was stunned. He hadn't expected such a rule to exist. It was common for these court officials to slander each other, but they never thought about the identity of the grand tutors. They were just low-ranking officials. Kong Reni's eyes were red as he shouted, if it was a commoner slandering, they would indeed be executed. But those grand tutors all have official positions, and what they said is the truth. How is this slander? Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and sneered at him. What you said is the truth. Sage Confucius, be careful that I don't sue you for slander. His Majesty summoned me to an audience, but these grand tutors obstructed me. May I ask, Sage Confucius, what is the punishment for obstructing the execution of the imperial edict? This. Kong Reni was dumbfounded. Obstructing the Li family's grandfather and grandson was their plan. They didn't expect His Majesty to summon them, and they didn't expect Li Yunxiao to be so ruthless. Now it seemed that these grand tutors had died in vain. Ban Wenlin shook his head slightly and said, obstructing the execution of the imperial edict will result in 9 familial extermination. Li Yunxiao immediately shouted, very good. If I'm not wrong, one of those grand tutors seems to be Sage Confucius's nephew, so Sage Confucius's 9 familial extermination naturally includes Sage Confucius. As the leader of the Confucian school and the descendant of Sage Confucius's every word and action is a role model for the world to follow. You should know that the law of the country is as firm as a mountain, and the law is merciless. Kong Reni panicked a little, and he hurriedly said, you. Suddenly, he had an idea and hurriedly bowed to Qin Jing. He cried, Your Majesty, please help me. Many of the court officials wanted to speak up, but they didn't want to offend the Li family. Secondly, when they heard Li Yunxiao say that the law is merciless, they immediately became speechless. This kind of matter could be big or small. It could be said that it was big or small, but it was not the same thing. It all depended on the other party's attitude. Li Yunxiao was now holding on to this point and was determined to pierce the heavens. Li Chunyang, who was standing behind him, was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the problem that gave him such a headache would be like this. Was this really his grandson? The Li family had always been a military family, and they were lacking in the battle of words. They were no match for these corrupt scholars. But today, not only did they break in unscrupulously and kill everyone they saw, they also directly took the initiative and pinned Kong Reni down on the country's law and morality. Even the court officials were dumbfounded. If Kong Reni was convicted, wouldn't he have to kill the descendant of the sage? But if not, looking at Li Yunxiao's appearance, he would definitely not let it go. This time even the king had a headache. Qin Zheng's face was full of worry, and his eyes were a little dull. Compared to the last time Li Yunxiao saw him, his spirit was obviously much worse. First, he was too old, and he had been indulging in wine and women all year round. Second, it was also because he was deeply poisoned, and he probably wouldn't last long. He thought for a while, and then slowly said, Teacher Kong is the descendant of the sage, and at the same time, he is also my first teacher. This time, it was his nephew who did it, so it is not his fault. On account of Teacher Kong's great contribution, I hereby pardon him. As for his nephew, drag him out and behead him. Take it as an explanation to Yunxiao. Long live your Majesty. Thank you for sparing my life. Kong Reni was overjoyed, and he knelt down and kowtowed. Hearing that he could live, he didn't care about his nephew's life anymore, and he kept flattering the king. This made some of the officials, who originally thought that Kong Reni was innocent, start to dislike him. Qin Jing took care of both sides. Kong Reni's crime was pardoned, and he also gave Li Yunxiao an answer. It was a very wise decision, and according to reason, both sides should be satisfied. But Li Yunxiao didn't let it go, and loudly said, Your Majesty, you can't. It is precisely because Sage Kong is the role model of the world that the law of the country is even more important. Moreover, if a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Is Sage Kong more honorable than a prince? Li Yunxiao, you. Seeing that the other party was forcing him into a dead end, Congrani immediately roared in anger. His Majesty has his own way of doing things, how can he allow you to criticize him? You clearly don't put His Majesty in your eyes. Li Yunxiao looked at him as if he was looking at a fool, and sneered, of course I don't put His Majesty in my eyes. Wow. As soon as he said this, there was a sudden sigh in shock. Even Li Chunyang's mouth was wide open, not knowing what this grandson was going to do. Qinyu felt a headache coming on. Originally, the situation was good, and the other party was firmly suppressed. Why did such a rebellious word suddenly come out? Qinjing was also stunned for a moment, and suddenly became furious. Just as he was about to attack, he saw Li Yunxiao pointing to his heart with a respectful look. Li Yunxiao said with an emotional face, His Majesty is to be respected here. As officials, we must always put His Majesty in our hearts and carefully listen to every decree and instruction of His Majesty. We should not be like you, talking about His Majesty all day and not caring at all. What are your intentions? No wonder Sage Kong dared to disobey the imperial edict. It turns out that he doesn't put His Majesty in his eyes at all. Does Sage Kong think that he is more honorable than His Majesty? Or does Sage Kong think that His Majesty is not virtuous enough? Then shouldn't you take His Majesty's position? Huh? Everyone was stunned once again. Before the crime of obstructing the imperial edict was cleared, he was immediately labeled as a rebel. Congrani suddenly felt his mind go blank. He was already seriously ill from anger, and now he was seething with anger. He pointed at Li Yunxiao with a trembling finger. You. After trembling for a while, he suddenly stopped, and his pupils began to dilate. Pfft! Congrani spat out a mouthful of fresh blood towards the sky. It was the pent-up anger that had accumulated in his chest. After completing this final action, he fell backwards onto the throne room with a loud bang, completely devoid of life. A great Confucian of a generation had died from anger. The entire hall was shocked. Li Yunxiao laughed involuntarily. As expected of the descendant of the sage, a great Confucian of the generation. Using death to atone for his mistakes, it can be said that he understood benevolence and shame. As the saying goes, the dead should be respected. We should also be magnanimous and forgive Teacher Kong's mistakes. Your Majesty, please forgive him. Everyone in the imperial court looked at each other, secretly thinking that this Li Yunxiao was too vicious. Congrani had already been angered to death, yet he still refused to clear the other party's name and insisted on pinning a crime on him. This kid would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, and he would not rest until he was dead. It was best not to provoke him. Qinjing coughed violently a few times before catching his breath. He said, Yunxiao is right. The dead should be respected. Let's forget about everything that happened before. After all, Teacher Kong was a great Confucian of a generation. We should hold a state funeral and mourn for him. After all, he had been an emperor for a long time. He also understood that it was not worth offending the Li family for a dead, worthless person. Therefore, he went along with Li Yunxiao's words and spoke vaguely. He did not want to convict Congrani, nor did he want to clear his name. If Congrani knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would come back to life. Soon, eunuchs and palace maids carried Congrani away and cleaned up the hall. Outside, the Imperial College's grand tutors were all crying. However, after listening to Li Yunxiao's words, many began to ponder and calmly look at these things. After sitting for a long time, Qinjing felt a bit tired. He reclined his body on the dragon chair and asked, Duke Jing, Li Yunxiao, what kind of urgent military situation is there for you to kill the guards and charge in? The old man shifted his body and moved to the side, indicating that he would let his grandson make the decision today. Everyone's gaze instantly fell on Li Yunxiao. All sorts of complicated thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Qin Yang's expression was extremely gloomy. Li Yunxiao said in a loud and clear voice, Whitehead Town has fallen, and the 100 Warring States army has besieged Kunjin City. Your Majesty, please send reinforcements immediately. Qinjing listened quietly and realized that there was no more. He asked in a daze, and then? Li Yunxiao widened his eyes and said, and then? That's all. Now, we just have to wait for His Majesty's order to deploy troops. Ah? Qinjing's mouth was wide open. Isn't this a military situation from a few days ago? Is this what you mean by urgent? A trace of anger appeared on his face. We already knew about this. Xianxia also said angrily, Li Yunxiao, how dare you? You actually killed the palace guards and grand tutors for an expired military situation. You should be executed. Li Yunxiao looked at him with contempt and said disdainfully, don't kill this and that. If you have the ability, go to the front lines and kill the 100 warring states army. You only know how to kill your own people. You really have the ability. You. Xianxia was so angry that he was speechless. He didn't know what to say for a moment, and his neck turned red. However, he immediately thought that this person had a sharp tongue. He must not quarrel with him. Even Kongrani was angered to death by him. If he continued to quarrel with him, he was afraid that he would be the next one. After thinking this through, he immediately glanced at him with a sharp gaze and shut his mouth. Ah! Li Yunxiao suddenly had a look of realization. He said, I forgot that the Golden Lion Corps in Whitehead Town was the eldest prince's army. They have already been killed by the 100 warring states army. No wonder the eldest prince could only kill his own people in the capital. His words did not give any face at all. He directly pointed out the crux of the problem. First, it was to mock Xianxia, and second, it was to blame him. It was precisely because of his army's failure that led to the current situation. Xianxia also slightly narrowed his eyes, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Xianxia. Xianxia gasped inwardly. The Golden Lion Corps had guarded Whitehead Town for over 100 years. In front of them was the Great Mang Mountain where monsters roamed. No army from the 100 warring states army had ever been able to break through. This matter could be said to be extremely mysterious. In fact, the ministers and the court were all speculating. Xianxia had been the emperor for many years. How could he not know the mystery behind this? If his father knew that he deliberately led the enemy into the country in order to fight for the throne, not to mention the throne, he might not even be a prince anymore. His whole body was drenched in cold sweat, but he thought to himself, as long as I refuse to admit it, no one will be able to get any evidence. Xianxia said slowly, Kunjin City is guarded by General Fei Long's 400,000 Flying Dragon Corps. Even if the enemy has 1,000,000 soldiers, it will be difficult to break through. Therefore, all my ministers and I believe that this request for help is fake. The enemy's real goal is to lead our central army away, and then directly attack the capital. This is their real goal. I see. But if the military intelligence is true, Li Yunxiao said solemnly, once the 100 warring states army breaks through Kunjin City, they can send their army south and take over all 13 main cities of Tianshui country. At that time, can your majesty's central army stop the 1,000,000 soldiers? What he said was exactly what everyone was worried about. For a moment, everyone was silent. Xianxia's face was gloomy. He gave a look to one of the ministers in the court. The minister's body trembled, and he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He walked out and said loudly, Li Yunxiao, the one who is trapped is your father. Of course you are worried. It is reasonable to deliberately make it sound so serious. However, military affairs are important to the country. How can we be careless? We have to think about it carefully. This minister was also full of helplessness and nervousness. After seeing how powerful Li Yunxiao was, he felt a little afraid. However, he did not dare to disobey the eldest prince's order. He could only stand out and fight back. Clang! The lunar frost sword suddenly appeared, and a terrifying cold light cut across the sky, directly pointing at the minister's throat. The Orm throne room was instantly in a panic. A large number of guards hurriedly surrounded Xianxia, shouting, Protect your majesty. Li Yunxiao sneered, Scoundrel, you do not care about the country of Tianshui country. Before the army sets off, I will use you as a sacrifice. Xianxia's face was also full of anger. He coughed violently and said, Li Yunxiao, how dare you draw your sword in the hall? What are you trying to do? Li Yunxiao said seriously, Your Majesty, I came with an urgent military matter. The matter was too urgent, so I did not disarm my troops. Please forgive me. Today, I have found a vermin of the country, a scoundrel, to purge the sight of the emperor. His frost sword lightly pointed forward. Although it did not touch the Minister's skin, the cold air penetrated his body. Blood flowed out and was frozen into a purplish-black color. The minister was so scared that his legs trembled. He directly knelt down. A disgusting smell came from his pants. He trembled and cried, "Your Majesty, save me. Eldest prince, save me." Xianxia could not bear it anymore. He stepped out of the ranks and said, "Father, this Li Yunxiao is playing with the lives of the ministers. He is pretending to be crazy and causing trouble in the court. Father, please give the order to execute this person." Li Qinyang's face darkened. The aura from his body suddenly spread out and formed a monstrous force. It fiercely crashed towards Xianxia. How could Xianxia withstand the pressure of a martial king? He was immediately sent flying and crashed into the walls of the throne room. His sternum broke and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The old man said angrily in a cold voice, "Who wants to execute my grandson? Stand out now." Bang! Everyone was shocked. How dare he beat up the prince in the throne room? The minister, who was trembling, was also dumbfounded. In the eyes of this person, his backer was someone who could be beaten up as he pleased. "It's over. It's all over now. Who asked me to stand on the wrong side?" His eyes dimmed and he immediately fainted. Xianxia's pupils also abruptly shrunk. Traces of fury and fear flashed across his face in shock. The aura from Li Qinyang's body was even stronger than before. He had probably made a lot of breakthroughs in the past few years. His heart sank even more. "Your Majesty, is the country of Tianshui more important, or is this old man more important? Do you still need to hesitate?" Li Yunxiao's face turned cold. He stared at Xianxia and said coldly, "If your Majesty thinks that I'm messing around, then pretend that I didn't say anything about this urgent military intelligence. Our Li family will also be happy to go home and retire." He glanced at the ministers around him and sneered, "If the country changes hands, you useless people can still become the ministers of the new master. Your titles and salaries will not change, but His Majesty. Hee, what a loyal minister with a deficit in his heart." Between the grandfather and grandson, one was eloquent and the other was majestic. Everyone in the imperial court was silent. No one dared to provoke them. Xianxia struggled down from the crack in the wall. His body was covered in blood and his eyes were filled with malice. This time, he learned his lesson and did not dare to speak anymore. He directly walked back to his group. Qianyu, on the other hand, was extremely excited. Looking at the grandfather and grandson of the Li family, if Xianxia was not willing to send the troops, it was not impossible for them to directly change the dynasty in the imperial court. Xianxia's solemn expression gradually relaxed. He said faintly with exhaustion, "Yunxiao is right. Since that's the case, I will give the order to appoint Duke Jing as the commander-in-chief. Make an inventory of the troops from the central army and set off today." Li Qinyang raised his eyebrows and said loudly, "This official's body has been weak in recent years and can no longer take on great responsibilities. However, this official will definitely find a reliable person to be the commander-in-chief. Your Majesty, please rest assured. F***ck, judging from his aura just now, I'm afraid he's almost at the level of a martial king. Weak body." All the officials in the imperial court cursed in their hearts. Xianxia's face was also gloomy. He snorted coldly, "Up to you." Xianxia's gaze swept across the ranks of the generals. A few of them nodded slightly in acknowledgement. They were Xianxia's confidants, the big shots in charge of the central army. Xianxia sneered in his heart. "Even if you, Li Qinyang, personally mobilized the troops, I would still give you an empty shell. What's more, you want to replace someone else? Let's see how you're going to cause trouble this time." Li Yunxiao saw the exchange between the few of them. He laughed coldly and stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, there's one more thing. I hope your Majesty will bestow the Shangfang sword upon us. If anyone disobeys your orders, I can kill them on the spot to show my respect." Tisk. This time, Xianxia and the other generals' faces changed. Their eyes were filled with shock. They didn't expect Li Yunxiao to have such a trick up his sleeve. They panicked. When the time came, he would have the Shangfang sword in his hand. If they disobeyed his orders, they would be killed. If they didn't, they would end up like Kongrani. Qin Jing was stunned. He flicked his sleeves and said, "The Shangfang sword is a weapon for killing. It's inauspicious. All of you should cooperate with the Central Army and work together to expel the foreign enemies. That's the right way. Don't mention the sword again." He knew what Li Yunxiao was thinking. He rejected him immediately. Afraid that the matter would continue, he said, "I'm tired." Court dismissed. Phew. Qin Yang and the generals heaved a sigh of relief. They stared at Li Yunxiao and his grandson with resentment. Li Yunxiao kicked the fainted official and woke him up. He picked him up like he was grabbing a chick and sneered, "When the army sets off tomorrow, I'll use you as a sacrifice to the flag." The official was so frightened that he started crying. When he saw Qin Yang, he cried, Eldest Prince, save me." Qin Yang's face darkened. It was impossible to save him from the hands of this grandfather and grandson. He comforted him, "Go in peace. I'll take good care of your family." The official's eyes rolled back and he fainted again. Li Yunxiao laughed, "Eldest Prince is indeed benevolent. Haha, I'll take my leave first. See you at the general roll call tomorrow." He and the old man carried the minister who looked like a little chicken and left. Qin Yang's face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. Immediately, a few big shots from the Central Army gathered around, all of them looking uncertain. Qin Yu walked past him and asked with a concerned expression, "Big brother, does your injury still hurt? I have a few bottles of top-notch healing panacea, and they're all of the third rank. Why don't I send someone to deliver them to Big Brother?" Qin Yang's expression turned cold as he laughed angrily, "Qin Yu, don't be happy too early. Let's see who has the last laugh. When the time comes, Big Brother will properly heal your injuries." Sigh. Qin Yu shook her head as a look of ridicule flashed in her eyes. She sighed and said, "It's fine if Big Brother doesn't appreciate it, but don't be so reckless next time. Duke Jing was mighty. If I accidentally let my eldest brother leave first, how could this little brother endure it? Ha ha. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. After fighting with Qin Yang for so long, he had never been as happy as he was today. The courtiers behind him also laughed along with him. Only Qin Yang's subordinates were left in the main hall with a gloomy expression. Qin Yu left the palace and rode in the direction of Li Yunxiao and his grandson. After a while, he caught up and ordered the courtier to be taken away in preparation for tomorrow's flag sacrifice. He smiled at Li Yunxiao with a face full of admiration. "Young Master Yun, after today, you will truly shock the entire court. Today, Jiaolan Academy is selecting students to form an army. Would you be interested in watching?" Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "That's fine. This student army will be the most loyal subordinates of His Highness Moon Prince in the future. I'll go take a look." Qin Yu was also excited. The establishment of a student army was in line with his needs. He was still young and had few supporters in the court. Furthermore, he didn't have many trusted aides. Right now, the most urgent thing was to nurture a force of his own, and those commoner students with no background but strength were the most suitable candidates. The few of them immediately changed directions and rode toward Jiaolan Academy. It was already the holiday period, but the academy was still bustling with activity. Every summer vacation, the academy would release some training missions for the students to choose freely. Not only were these training missions extremely tempting, but they also had great rewards for completing them. They were extremely attractive to the students who were mostly poor. Zhong Lishan also understood the importance of this matter to Qin Yu. During the entire registration process, he excluded teachers with inexplicable power in the court and found teachers from the academy who had no background or connections to take charge. Qin Yu also sent White-Eyed Ghost to take charge of the entire event. When the students saw the commander of the Guardian Divine Guards, they were all extremely excited, and the number of people signing up increased greatly. In front of a registration point, Meng Wu begged the teacher, "I beg you, let my younger brother sign up. He's also a martial warrior and meets the requirements." The teacher said impatiently, "I've already said that you must be a student of the academy to sign up. Also, look at your younger brother. His face is green, and his body is so frail. One look and you can tell that he's malnourished. How can he fight on the battlefield? Hurry up and leave. Don't delay the people behind." "I'm malnourished?" Meng Bai glared at the teacher and slammed his palm on the table. I eat half a goat every day, and you say that I'm malnourished? Haha. The surrounding students burst into laughter. His frame wasn't even the size of half a goat. The teacher was angry at first, but soon found it funny. He said to Meng Wu, your younger brother's talent isn't bad. To be able to reach martial warrior at such a young age, it's rare even in Jiaolan Academy. It's better to let him sign up for school after the holidays. Meng Wu revealed a helpless expression. Meng Bai was astonished and said, if you don't let me sign up, I'll look for my teacher. Teacher must have a way. The teacher smiled and said, you have a teacher? Unless the principal comes, it's useless for anyone else to come. Who's your teacher? Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded from behind him, his teacher is me. Everyone turned around to look, and each of them revealed a look of astonishment. Many people didn't recognize Li Chunyang and Prince Qinyu, but everyone knew about Li Yunxiao and White-Eyed Ghost. What? His teacher is Li Yunxiao? That can't be. That brat Li Yunxiao has only just become a martial warrior. I think it's hard to say. He defeated Lan Xian in one move, so he has some strength. Strength? Pa. He's just relying on his family's wealth and power to obtain large amounts of resources and high-level martial techniques. If I were the young master of the Li family, I would have broken through to martial lord long ago. Pfft, go ahead and be jealous. Having money and power is strength. Let's see what you'll do if he hears you. When Meng Bai saw this, he immediately ran over happily and shouted, teacher, you really only appear at the crucial moment. This old brat won't let me sign up. Meng Wu was also happy, but she still looked a bit nervous. She walked up and greeted in a low voice, young Master Yun. Li Chunyang was stunned. Why you accepted a disciple? He looked at Meng Bai and immediately exclaimed, Tisk tsk, this brat is actually a martial warrior at such a young age. He's probably not even 15, right? Why is his expression so ugly? Malnourished? He scolded, such an outstanding disciple, but you don't give him more to eat. 14 or 15 is the age of growth. Come, brat, grandpa will give you some money. Go buy more meat. Meng Bai felt dizzy and said angrily, who are you, old man? How rude. I have plenty of money. How dare you say I'm malnourished? At this time, the teacher in charge of registration immediately reacted. The students didn't know these people, but he did. He hurriedly ran up and greeted, Rongji greets your highness Prince Yu, Lord Duke Jing, and Commander Bai. What? This young man is Prince Qinyu? Wah, that old man is Duke Jing? Everyone around them exclaimed in surprise. Meng Bai's face immediately paled. Duke Jing? Isn't that master's grandfather? Just now, I actually, slap, as expected, in his days, he saw Li Yunxiao slap him and send him flying. Li Yunxiao's indifferent voice sounded next to his ear. You called my old man old man? You dare to call yourself old man in front of my old man? Go to the 20x gravity room and stay there for a day and a night. White-Eye looked at Meng Bai who was sent flying. He was surprised and said, Rongji, let this young man sign up as well. Yes. Rongji hurriedly replied. Qinyu glanced at the students who were looking at her with reverence and admiration and said with a smile, students, as long as you perform well in this expedition, you will be able to join the divine guards of the kingdom and become my trusted guards, regardless of your background. Whoa. Everyone was excited. Join the guardian divine guards and become Prince Yu's trusted guards. It was undoubtedly a fatal attraction to these martial artists who came from poor backgrounds. Moreover, everyone knew that Prince Yu was one of the strong contenders for the throne. If he could ascend the throne in the future, wouldn't they become the king's trusted guard? Teacher Rong, I want to sign up. Don't push. Push your ass. F***ck, you're not done yet? Hurry up and sign up and get lost. It's my turn. Everyone, line up. Don't push. F***ck. That pervert is poking my ass. Poke your ass. Everyone rushed to sign up in a frenzy. Qinyu and White-Eye looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with joy. White-Eye smiled and said, Duke Jing, young Master Yun, let's wait over there. The name list will be out soon. It's estimated that there will be more than 2,000 students signing up this time. Moreover, the lowest cultivation level will be martial warrior. Xianxia was slightly excited. An army of 2,000 martial warriors could fight against an army of 20,000, or even more. After all, martial warriors were true martial artists. Against ordinary people, it was extremely possible for one to fight against 100. Li Yunxiao smiled at Meng Wu. We'll go over there and rest for a while. Bring Meng Bai here too. Meng Wu looked at Li Yunxiao and blushed. Her heart skipped a beat. She didn't know why, but she originally hated this man who had barged into her life. Now, she missed him every day. Whenever she stopped, she would think of him. However, when she saw him, her cheeks would burn, and she didn't dare to look at him. She hurriedly nodded and ran to find Meng Bai. Just now, Li Yunxiao's palm had sent Meng Bai flying 100 meters away. Li Chunyang squinted his eyes at Meng Wu and chuckled, "Brat, this chick is not bad. Her butt is big and perky, good for bearing children." Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Ah? Li Chunyang pretended to be enlightened and said, "I understand. You must have someone else in your heart, so it's not a bad idea to take her as a mistress." "Oh right, who's the big one? Bring her here for Grandpa to see." Li Yunxiao raised his middle finger and said without any trace of politeness, "Scram." The registration results came out very quickly. There were a total of 2,330 people who signed up. Among them, 27 were martial masters, and the rest were martial warriors. Xianxia couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart. These were the future pillars of the kingdom. Now that he had all of them in his pocket, it was equivalent to grasping the kingdom's future. The martial practice field was filled with people. Zhongli Shan shouted from high above, and everyone immediately quietened down. His gaze was like a sharp blade as he swept through everyone and said in a deep voice, "You are all the most outstanding students in the academy. 60 years ago, it was your ancestors who formed the first student army to fight against the rebels and save the Aqua Sky Nation from its crisis. Now, the enemy's army has surrounded Kunjin City, and the nation's safety is at stake. Therefore, I have learned from my ancestors and gathered all of you here to fight for the nation." Fight for the nation. All the students were in high spirits and their blood was boiling. Zhongli Shan signaled for everyone to quiet down and continued, "This time, Prince Qin Yu will personally host it. In the future, Prince Qin Yu will lead everyone to an even more glorious future." The martial arts field immediately burst into an intense applause. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism. To be able to become Prince Qin Yu's trusted aide, their future was limitless. Zhong Lishan looked at Qin Yu, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He stared at Li Chunyang in astonishment, and his heart shook greatly. Li Chunyang replied with a laugh. Zhong Lishan was stunned, but he was now sure that Li Chunyang had indeed advanced to the martial king realm. He was also overjoyed. After all these years, ever since Xiao Qingwang was injured, he had never had a good fight with an opponent. Li Chunyang's leisurely expression immediately stimulated his nerves. His eyes slightly narrowed and he suddenly released his aura, forming a powerful pressure. It was like a dragon soaring into the sky, ruthlessly sweeping over. Li Chunyang snorted coldly and clasped his hands together. The imposing manner on his body suddenly condensed into an arc and fiercely slashed through the air. An ear-piercing slicing sound spread out and blasted against the pressure. Instantly, it formed a considerable force of a tornado and suddenly exploded on the martial arts practice field. A large amount of residual pressure was swept up into the sky, and there was still a lot of residual force that blew out in all directions. The expressions of the surrounding students changed greatly, and they could not stand steadily under the shock, and a large number of people fell backwards. At this moment, no matter how stupid they were, they could only watch as someone fought in secret. They all looked around in shock. Zhong Lishan suddenly burst into laughter. "Prince Qin Yu, please speak for everyone." When the students saw Zhong Lishan's satisfied expression, they were all baffled. On the other hand, Li Chunyang's gaze slightly darkened, and his mind became restless. Apart from the two of them, only Li Yunxiao could clearly see that the old man was clearly at a disadvantage in the exchange just now. He slightly smiled and did not think much of it. Zhong Lishan was a famous martial king expert with a strength of 4 stars. On the other hand, the old man was only a one-star martial king. There was still a big gap between the two of them. When Xianxia ascended the stage, the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time spread out, causing the students below to hold their breaths and quietly wait for him to speak. Xianxia slightly smiled and tried to relax himself as much as possible. He clearly said, "Today, I will only say 4 things. First, every student who registers will be rewarded with 3,000 gold coins. Second, if someone dies in battle, their family will enjoy the pension of a 5th-rank military officer. Those who come back alive will be rewarded with another 3,000 gold coins and will be promoted to a 5th-rank military officer after graduation. Third, those who have made contributions will all become my personal guards. I will take as many as I can." Whoosh! The students below immediately burst into an uproar. As long as they did not die, they would get 6,000 gold coins. Even if they died, their family would receive the pension of a 5th-rank military officer, and they would not have to worry for the rest of their lives. Furthermore, they would be promoted to a 5th-rank military officer after graduation. This was like a pie falling from the sky. When ordinary students graduated, unless they were promoted to a martial master and could directly enter the Guardian Divine Guards, they would have to follow the army from the 7th rank. It would take at least 10 years for them to be promoted to the 5th rank. As for the third point, if they made contributions, they could directly become the prince's personal guard. This was like ascending to the heavens in a single step. If Xianxia could ascend to the throne in the future, he would become the king's personal guard. His status would not be lower than a 1st-rank official in the imperial court. These generous terms immediately caused the students who did not register to widen their eyes, feeling extremely regretful. As for the 4th point, Xianxia loudly said, "This time, I have decided to appoint Li Yunxiao as the commander of your army. He will lead you into battle and kill the enemies. No one is allowed to disobey." Silence. Everyone was silent at the same time. Zhong Lishan frowned, and Li Yunxiao's mouth was wide open. He did not expect Xianxia to make such a decision. "What? Are you not satisfied?" Xianxia swept her gaze across the crowd. No one dared to make a sound. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Indeed, I am not satisfied. Unless he can defeat me." Someone in another corner shouted, "Me too." Whoosh! Everyone's gaze fell on the two. When they saw them clearly, they immediately understood. Ever since Li Yunxiao defeated Lan Xian in one move, the only people in the entire Jiao Lan Academy who dared to challenge him were the 2 people ranked above Lan Xian on the minor honor list. Lin Yu and Bai Qingfeng. Xianxia smiled slightly and said, "It is good for young people to dare to challenge. I like it. Young Master Yun, come on up. Don't lose and let others slap my face." Li Yunxiao could not help but smile bitterly. If he retreated at this time, Xianxia would indeed lose a lot of face. He was currently establishing his prestige, so of course he could not afford to lose face. Helpless, he could only step forward and walk to the front of the martial arts practice field. His gaze swept across Lin Yu and Bai Qingfeng, and he lightly said, "Both of you can come at me together." Whoosh! The martial arts practice field once again erupted. Those ranked at the top of the minor honor list were all heroes and idols in everyone's hearts. Although he had defeated Lan Xian in one move, there had been some element of luck involved. Now, he was actually going to fight 1 against 2. Lin Yu and Bai Qingfeng looked as if they had been insulted, and anger surged on their faces. Only Zhong Lishan's heart was greatly shaken. He had been so focused on Li Chunyang that he had overlooked Li Yunxiao's existence. This student had just become a 1-star martial warrior not too long ago. How could he have broken through to 8 stars? Impossible, this was absolutely impossible. His heart was greatly shaken, and he firmly denied the idea that he had broken through to 8 stars in the past 10 days. But under the sweep of his divine sense, no matter how he felt, he was undoubtedly an 8-star martial warrior. His expression suddenly became abnormally strange, like a duck that had been strangled by its neck. Li Yunxiao walked onto the martial arts practice field. This was the place where he had defeated Lan Xian in one move. Not far away, his own statue was still standing in the air. Under the illumination of the sun, it looked like a great sun. Lin Yu, who was on the left, suddenly leaped up, and the spear in his hand thrust out a few spear patterns. His feet lightly stepped on the tip of the spear, and he leaped down. This beautiful move of his immediately won the loud cheers of the whole place. Lin Yu held his spear horizontally and said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, you are too savage." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "I have the strength." "So what if I am savage?" "Whether I have the strength or not, we will see after you take a few moves from me." Lin Yu's body sank, and his spear shot out like a spring. He leaped over a distance of several zhang, and a series of afterimages appeared behind him as he pierced toward Li Yunxiao's vitals. So fast. What a powerful spear attack. All the students were shocked. Those in the front row even felt their eardrums being pierced by the sound of the air exploding. Zhong Lishan's eyes also lit up, and he praised, "This spear attack is like a tiger or a dragon, and there is a faint sound of a tiger or a dragon roaring." Lin Yu is just a 3-star martial master, but he was able to execute it. His talent is really not bad. Li Qingyang's pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but worry for his grandson. Although he knew that Li Yunxiao wasn't simple, he had never truly seen him in action. His opponent was a 3-star martial master, and such a spear attack that transcended his limits was something that even a 5-star martial master might not be able to withstand. Impressive, Dragon Tiger Spear Art. Today, I will subdue the dragon and tame the tiger. A strange light shot out from Li Yunxiao's pupils. He raised his right fist and took a horse stance, then pushed it out calmly toward the tip of the spear. He smiled faintly and said, "Meng Bai, watch carefully. Haven't you always wanted to learn the Crouching Tiger Fist? Master will teach you now." Crouching Tiger Fist. What? Everyone's eyeballs were about to pop out. There was nothing wrong with using the Crouching Tiger Fist, but to use his body to resist the tip of the spear? Could it be that there was something wrong with his brain? Martial artists had vital energy to protect their bodies, so they were not afraid of sabers and spears. However, Li Yunxiao's strength was a realm lower than his opponent's, and he still dared to use his body to resist. Bang! The fist landed on the tip of the spear, and the sound of a profound weapon trembling was heard, and ripples spread out. The tyrannical body tempering art that Li Yunxiao cultivated was the most young and unyielding body tempering art in the world. His body was like a diamond, and water and fire could not invade it. He really blocked it? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Zhong Lishan and Li Chunyang were also so shocked that their jaws dropped. This is so powerful, Master. Master is so powerful, you can do it. When Meng Bai saw this, he immediately shouted in excitement. The Crouching Tiger Fist that Li Yunxiao used was exactly the same as the one he learned from Uncle Li, but Uncle Li did not dare to use his body to block the spear. Lin Yu's heart was greatly shaken. The rebounding force from the spear caused the web between his thumb and index finger to split open, and the spear almost flew out of his hand. Although he did not know how Li Yunxiao did it, he understood that if he did not use his full strength, he might not have another chance. Unseal. Spear like a ferocious tiger, spear like a swimming dragon, dragon tiger roar spear. His body rose slightly, and the spear suddenly unsealed. Instantly, it turned into streaks of light and flew into the sky. They were actually countless ferocious tiger and swimming dragon shadows. They roared from all directions and swallowed Li Yunxiao. A light flashed between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows and the Black Maiden sword appeared in his hand. He grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and stabbed it into the ground. Waves of suppressive force emanated from his body. His eyes revealed a hint of madness as he laughed maniacally and shouted, "Come on, let's see if your dragon tiger roaring spear is stronger or if my defense is stronger." Defensive style, glass body. Under his frenzied fighting spirit, his body began to emit streams of light. His entire body seemed to become somewhat transparent, like a glass lamp. After practicing the tyrannical body tempering technique, the strength of the physical body would be divided into 3 levels, namely, glass body, overlord body, and indestructible golden body. After practicing the indestructible golden body tempering technique, one's physical body could directly become a sage. With a wave of his hand, the mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. Boom! Several shadows of dragons and tigers roared as they engulfed Li Yunxiao. A blinding light shot up to the sky. Where Li Yunxiao stood, it was like a huge flower of light, suddenly blossoming, blinding everyone's eyes. Crazy, too crazy. He didn't even block or dodge. My idol, he's my idol. Crazy, how can he be fine after taking such a blow? Even if he's seriously injured, he's still my idol. Li Yunxiao is too handsome. Not to mention the crowd of students, everyone who was present at the scene was dumbfounded. After the flower of light bloomed, Li Yunxiao's faint figure appeared again. His clothes were clean, without a speck of dust. Haha, glass body, interesting. Li Yunxiao suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, thinking to himself, no wonder Badian could use the indestructible golden body to resist my star-slashing sword. So he's this strong. Ah. Lin Yu took a deep breath as if he had received a great shock. He dragged his spear and retreated a few steps, at a loss of what to do. At this moment, on the training field, Luo Landuo, who had also signed up to join the army, had mixed feelings. She looked at the proud and aloof figure in front of her, who was laughing at the sky. Her mind was completely blank. She swallowed hard as the scenes began to replay in front of her eyes. My husband must be an indomitable hero. In the future, he must become a guardian divine guard. No matter how illustrious your background is, in the end, you are still a martial arts trash. Unless you can defeat me one day, then I will consider it a little. At this moment, Luo Landuo smiled bitterly as she looked at the monarch descending upon the world, as if he was a martial emperor soaring through the skies. She knew that from now on, the two of them, who were under the same sky, would never cross paths again. He would only get stronger and go further and further, while she could only watch helplessly as he left her in the dust. Perhaps, they wouldn't even be able to eat dust. Brother Lin, let's attack together. Suddenly, Bai Qingfeng also leapt forward and shouted, don't hold back anymore, only by working together will we have a higher chance of winning. Li Yunxiao's strength caused the two geniuses to completely put down their pride. There was only the conviction of victory in their eyes as they started to use their full strength. Ninefold chain thunderbolt beads, scatter. Bai Qingfeng let out a loud roar and opened his hands. Instantly, dozens of tiny pearls spread out in the air like a fishing net and shot towards Li Yunxiao. The speed at which the pearls pierced through the air seemed to be able to pierce through even diamond rocks. Furthermore, Bai Qingfeng's pupils constricted. Just as the beads were about to reach Li Yunxiao, he shouted, explode. Dozens of ninefold chain thunderbolt beads exploded in an instant. The impact of the beads came wave after wave, and finally, the impact of the beads merged with each other and exploded into a pillar of fire. With this kind of power, even a martial master would die without a doubt, but Bai Qingfeng felt that it was not enough. The moment the ninefold chain thunderbolt beads exploded, his body flashed and he clasped his arms together. The two bracers combined into one and formed a circular stone plate. It formed a shadow in the sky and fell towards Li Yunxiao. Cyan murderous millstone, suppress. Dragon tiger roar spear, attack with all your might. Lin Yu was very familiar with Bai Qingfeng. The moment Bai Qingfeng made his move, he also made his move. The combined attack of the two geniuses, coupled with dozens of ninefold chain thunderbolt beads, even a one-star martial master would not be able to escape death. Just when everyone thought that the two geniuses would definitely win, suddenly, from where Li Yunxiao was standing, rays of light began to shine. It was as if lotus flowers were blooming and disappearing one after another. Every lotus flower had a different colored light, as if it was a small world of its own. A soft voice came out from Li Yunxiao's mouth. Green Lotus Sword Song. Like a dream, Li Yunxiao's figure seemed to be situated in numerous green halos of light, and it seemed so illusory and unreal. All the attacks were blocked outside of the circle of light. No matter how hard they tried, they could not hurt the slender figure. Now, it's my turn to attack. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. The black maiden sword in his hand suddenly opened up, and an invisible force spread out. The heaven and earth yuan qi within a few meters of his body seemed to be sucked dry. It was extremely compressed on the body of the sword, faintly appearing, as if it was real. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He took a step forward and softly said, Green Lotus Sword Song, 1 kill in 10 steps. The big sword swept out horizontally, and the extremely compressed yuan qi suddenly exploded. It carried with it an aura of annihilation as it swept up. Lin Yu and Bai Qingfeng were shocked. When Li Yunxiao's figure appeared unscathed, they knew that they had completely lost. When the Green Lotus sword song slashed down with an invincible sword aura, the two of them were shocked and quickly retreated. Trying to escape? 100 times gravity, condense. Bang, bang. Just as the two of them wanted to soar into the sky, their feet were only a few inches away from the ground. Immediately, they felt 100 times gravity on them, and they fell down. The limestone stage cracked from the pressure. The two of them were shocked, and could only forcefully raise their profound weapons to block the thunderous sword aura. Boom! The sword aura exploded on the two of them. Crushed stones flew everywhere, and the entire stage was smashed into a huge pit. The two of them were lying in the deep pit covered in blood, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Ah! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated one after another. Their eyes were filled with fear and shock. Even Li Chunyang and wide-eyed ghostly lord had their mouths wide open in shock. Li Yunxiao's battle prowess was actually this strong. No wonder he could chop off one of Li Yi's arms. Such a powerful move had completely reached the level of a martial grandmaster. Although Zhong Lishan was shocked, he was more or less mentally prepared, and could still accept it calmly. He looked at Li Chunyang with extreme jealousy, and his heart was filled with anger. Li Yunxiao sheathed his sword and stood straight. His gaze swept across the 2,000 cadets like a knife, and he said coldly, "Who else is not convinced? Come up together." All the cadets retreated again with a swoosh, and they pulled a large distance away from him. Li Yunxiao then smiled with satisfaction and said seriously, "Although you are a temporary army, you must have the bearing of a soldier. Today, the academy will distribute military resources to you. Tomorrow at noon, I hope that everyone will be punctual at the general selection stage." After this battle, Li Yunxiao's image in the hearts of the cadets had reached a supreme level. Once his words were out, it was like a military order, and no one dared to disobey. The general selection stage was at the south of the capital, and it formed a corner with the royal palace. It was the place where His Majesty the King would appoint and review the troops before the army departed. But today, it was obvious that Qin Jing was not in a good mood, and he did not appear at the general selection stage. Only Li Chunyang sat alone on the stage with his transfer order in hand, resting with his eyes closed. Below him stood Qin Yu, Li Yunxiao, and the rest. Below the general selection stage, there were more than 2,000 cadet soldiers neatly dressed in armor. On the other side, there was a stark contrast. There were only a dozen scattered generals and 2,000 to 3,000 old, weak, and disabled soldiers. These generals were all direct descendants of the Li family. Under Qin Jing's deliberate targeting, they had all been shelved. Although they were prominent and influential, they did not have any real power in their hands. They stayed at home every day, planting flowers and raising birds. "Old master, what do we do? The time has come. I don't think anyone else will come." Han Bai's father, Han Qianfeng, said angrily, "Even without the central army, with our 5,000 elite troops, we can still lead the army to the east." Li Chunyang raised his eyelids slightly, and his eyes were cloudy. He turned to the person on the left side of the general selection stage and said, "Commander Xiao, let's begin." Xiao Qingwang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he leaped onto the general selection stage. He raised his head and looked at the clear sky. Suddenly, a heroic spirit rose, and he gathered his vital energy on his dantian, and suddenly whistled out from his mouth. A sound wave shot up to the 9 heavens, vibrating in the sky and spreading to every corner of the capital. The entire capital shook. Guardian Divine Guards, gather below the general selection stage in half an incense stick's time. Those of the 5 squads, if they are not present, will be punished according to the crime of disobeying the order. For a moment, everyone in the capital, regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners, raised their heads in shock and looked at the sky. That godlike voice descended from the sky, causing everyone to stop what they were doing. They were extremely shocked. "It's Xiao Qingwang." Gao Feng suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were filled with fear. He muttered involuntarily, "He's recovered, he's completely recovered. This power is even stronger than before. Li Yunxiao has really cured him." Qin Yang was also shocked, and his face was overcast. He said coldly, "So what if he has recovered? More than 90% of the central army is under my control. Does he want to gather 5 squads of the Guardian Divine Guards to fight against the enemy?" He looked at Gao Feng's terrified face and frowned. Since you're so nervous, let's go and see what my brother is up to this time. In the depths of the palace, a pair of misty and turbid eyes looked at Qin Jing, who was singing and dancing in front of him. Suddenly, the wine cup in his hand trembled, and the jade leaves scattered on the ground. His eyes seemed to become clearer, and he muttered to himself, Xiao Qingwang, you're finally back. I can finally be at ease. In the Prime Minister's mansion, Lan Hong also raised his head to look at the sky with a solemn expression. Lan Guang said in shock, Father, that voice just now, could it be? Lan Hong pondered, it's indeed Xiao Qingwang. The #1 martial artist of the Tianshui Kingdom has finally returned after 5 years of silence. General selection stage, it seems that the balance of fate has begun to tilt. Lan Guang was aghast, Father, you mean? Lan Hong let out a long sigh and said, tomorrow is Consort Xiang's birthday. Get someone to prepare a generous gift and send it to the palace. Lan Guang seemed to understand that Consort Xiang was Prince Qin Yu's birth mother. A smile suddenly appeared on Lan Hong's face and he muttered to himself, looks like the Li family will be suppressing us for many years to come. However, hasn't he suffered enough losses? On the Qinhuai River, on a pleasure boat, a pair of middle-aged men were drinking to their heart's content. More than 10 gorgeously dressed beauties surrounded them, constantly acting coquettishly and making them laugh. The man on the left was dressed in a tight-fitting robe. He had delicate features and was hugging 2 beauties. His hands were constantly rubbing the soft parts of their bodies. He laughed and said, Li Yunxia's actions are good. Those self-proclaimed romantic scholars have all scrammed back to their hometowns. Now, you and I can choose the beauties on this Qinhuai pleasure boat. The man on the right had a shallow knife scar on his face. His eyes showed disdain and he said with disdain, those weak and rotten scholars who only know how to pant on women actually dared to go to the Li family to stir up trouble. They deserve to die. That old man Kong usually flaunts himself as a virtuous person. This time, he was used by the first prince and ended up like this. The man on the left laughed softly, what do these court matters have to do with you and me? Gao Feng was blinded by benefits and assisted the first prince. Wide-eyed was trapped by love and was willing to stand behind Qinyu. It's still Luo Yunsheng and you and I who are living freely. Now that there are fewer of those annoying scholars fighting with us for girls, it's even more like heaven on earth. Haha. The man on the right also laughed loudly. The two raised their cups and drank. His other hand was already touching somewhere. The beauties beside him were all panting and panting. Suddenly, the two of them trembled. Xiao Qingwang's voice exploded in the sky. The pleasure boat that the two of them were on shook incessantly. The girls were so frightened that they swayed left and right. The spring water in the river suddenly blew, as if a storm was coming. The two of them looked at each other in shock and looked at the sky at the same time. In the next moment, the dozen or so beauties on the pleasure boat discovered that they had already lost sight of the two of them. Only a large amount of gold coins were left in the boat, and the women immediately began to fight over them happily. Gao Feng, commander of the first squad of the Guardian Divine Guards, greets the King of Light. Qin Yang and Gao Feng were the first to arrive. Gao Feng looked at the solemn and indifferent Xiao Qingwang and immediately felt uneasy. He walked down the stage and cupped his hands in greeting. Qin Yang glanced at the crowd coldly, walked straight to the other side of the platform, and sat down peacefully. He looked at the 2,000 to 3,000 old and weak soldiers below the stage with a mocking look on his face. Wang Suguan, the commander of the second team of the Guardian Divine Guards, greets the King of Light. Commander of the 5th squad of the Guardian Divine Guards, Xiao Chen, greets Prince Qing. 2 voices approached from afar. By the time everyone turned their heads around, 2 people had already landed below the general selection platform. They were the 2 middle-aged men who were having fun on the pleasure boat earlier. Luo Yunsheng and White Eye, who were on the left side of the platform, also stood up and walked down the stage hand in hand. Commander of the 3rd squad of the Guardian Divine Guards, White Eye, greets the King of Light. Commander of the 4th squad of the Guardian Divine Guards, Luo Yunsheng, greets the King of Light. With the 5 commanders in place, in an instant, a large number of Guardian Divine Guards poured in from all directions and lined up behind the 5 of them. Very soon, there were more than 100 people below the stage. On the other side, the 2,000 student soldiers were extremely excited. Seeing the heroes in their hearts appear one by one, their blood immediately boiled. Only then did Xiao Qingwang raise his eyes. With his sleeves fluttering, he stood in the wind. Wherever his gaze landed, no one dared to raise their heads to look at him. He then coldly said, "The duty of a divine guard is to protect and defend the nation. We are to devote ourselves to the task until our last breath. Now that the army of the 100 warring kingdoms has invaded the country, His Majesty has issued an oral order for the central army to go to the rescue. But so far, only 2,000 to 3,000 people have arrived." So, Qin Yang, who was at the side, had a cold smile on his face. He thought to himself, so what? So the 100 over Guardian Divine Guards are also going to participate in the war? TSK. Among the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, even if they were all martial masters, it would be of no use. Xiao Qingwang's eyes suddenly revealed a murderous aura as he shouted coldly, "Therefore, the 124 Central Army generals have disobeyed the Emperor's will and should be punished with death. Now, send all of you to immediately capture these 124 people and execute them on the spot." Bang! Everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Yang even jumped up from his chair and roared angrily, "Xiao Qingwang! You want to kill the generals of the army? How dare you?" Xiao Qingwang's eyes focused and pierced into Qin Yang's body like a saber. Qin Yang only felt his body tremble as a cold chill rushed into his brain. He was extremely shocked. Xiao Qingwang stared at him and said coldly, "Qin Yang is one of the generals of the Central Army and a prince of the current dynasty. He took the lead in disobeying the Emperor's will and disregarded the safety of the country. This is the first crime." He paused and released a majestic murderous aura from his body. He shouted, "Men, take down Qin Yang first. Later, kill him together with the 124 people as a sacrifice." Bang! This time, not only did everyone's mind go blank, even Li Chunyang, who had always been calm, was shocked and opened his eyes in shock. Only Li Yunxiao was surprised. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he nodded his head slightly. In his eyes, Xiao Qingwang's heart was unfettered and he could kill as he pleased. Who cared if they were common people or important officials of the country? As long as they made him unhappy, he would kill them if he wanted to. This was the temperament that a martial artist should have. The path of martial arts was eternal, but it was ruthless. Every person who reached the peak and shook the world, which one of them did not have hands stained with blood? As for Li Chunyang, he had fought for the country for many years. The concept of loyalty and patriotism was deeply ingrained in his mind. Therefore, he could not be as free and unrestrained as Xiao Qingwang. Therefore, his achievements were far from Xiao Qingwang's. You want to kill me? You dare to kill me?" Qin Yang's eyes widened as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. His eyes were filled with a sense of disbelief. He was a prince of the country, a noble existence who would inherit the throne in the future. "You, Xiao Qingwang, are just an official. How dare you say you want to kill me?" Ha 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 ha. He suddenly felt that it was too much of a lie and he unconsciously laughed out loud. But after laughing for a while, he only felt his body turn cold. Xiao Qingwang's gaze was like he was looking at a dead man, causing him to feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "Why can't I kill you? Why don't I dare to kill you?" Xiao Qingwang said in a cold and contemptuous voice, "If not for Li Chunyang fighting for the country, if not for me, Xiao Qingwang, protecting the country and guarding the capital, the entire Tianshui country would have long ceased to exist. Your Qin family would have long become a speck of dust in history. And you, who do you think you are? I am an 8-star martial king, in the entire Tianshui country, who dares to go against me? Killing you is like killing a dog. Killing you is like killing a dog." Qin Yang's eardrums seemed to have been shattered. His brain was filled with buzzing noises and he almost collapsed to the ground. The 5 teams of divine guards were also dumbfounded, each and every one of them stood rooted to the ground. Xiao Qingwang once again roared angrily. Only then did everyone come to their senses. In an instant, the birds and beasts dispersed to capture the 124 generals on the list. After being silent for 5 years, Xiao Qingwang, who had not cared about the affairs of the world and was always smiling and laughing, had finally returned. The wrath of a martial king had shocked the entire country. Gao Feng also hurriedly dispersed among the crowd. He was not going to capture any generals, but was rushing towards the palace. He had followed Xiao Qingyang for many years and was not unfamiliar with the murderous aura emanating from him. It was definitely not to scare people. If there were no unforeseen events, Prince Qingyang would definitely be somewhere else. The only person who could save Qingyang now was the one in the palace, the king of the Tianshui country, Qin Jing. On the stage, everyone was still unable to recover from the shock, including Qin Yu. He saw his elder brother, whose status was higher than his, being tied up like a dumpling and hung up with a rope like a criminal. He did not feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart. Instead, he felt like he was in a trance. For the first time, he had great doubts about the throne. If one ascends to the throne, would he really be above everyone else and have the entire world submit to him? Then what was his elder brother's current state? Xiao Qingyang was an 8-star martial king. Even if he really killed the princes, could the country's laws and millions of soldiers arrest him? The answer was obviously no. Killing Qingyang was like killing a dog, but what about killing him? There was obviously no difference. Qin Yu's heart was filled with bitterness. For the first time, he felt that perhaps his target was wrong. The 2,000 students below the stage, as well as the 2,000 to 3,000 old and weak soldiers, all felt their blood boiling under Xiao Qingyang's imposing manner. The neat and tidy military postures immediately appeared in front of them. No one dared to breathe loudly, and no one dared to move lightly. There were more than 5,000 people present, but it was as if there was only silence. All the divine guards of the kingdom were mobilized at the same time. The efficiency was extremely shocking. Very quickly, all 124 generals were tied up and brought over. One by one, they were pressed onto the ground. Some of them were unconvinced at first, but when they saw Qingyang being tied up like a dumpling and hung under the flag of a marshal, they immediately collapsed in horror. All 124 of them were kneeling neatly before the stage. Behind each of them was a divine guard. They did not dare to show the slightest bit of resistance. Xiao Qingyang's gaze swept across these people, as if he was looking at dead pigs. He sneered mockingly and said, "You must think that the law does not punish the masses? You must think that Li Chunyang can't do anything to you? Now, I will use the blood of your heads as a sacrifice to the flag. In your next life, remember that the Tianshui kingdom will still be glorious without you. Don't think too highly of yourselves. You are nothing." He waved his hand and a bone-chilling murderous aura blew across their faces. "Kill them all." Bang! These 124 people were scared out of their wits. Originally, they thought that the reason they were tied up was just to put on airs and kill them a little. In the end, they still had to rely on them to lead the troops to war. They never thought that they would be killed so decisively. This had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Wait! Suddenly, a vigorous voice came from afar. Gao Feng seemed to have soared into the sky and instantly arrived below the stage. He knelt down on both knees and raised an imperial edict with both hands. He was panting heavily and his body was already drenched in sweat. It was obvious that he had not rested at all. "His Majesty's Imperial Edict, Prince Qingyang, please accept the edict." Gao Feng panted loudly. Xiao Qingyang looked at him coldly and stood still. He said expressionlessly, "Read it." Gao Feng quickly unfolded the edict and said loudly, "His Majesty's Edict, Qingyang and the other Central Army generals were arrogant and disobeyed orders. They will be punished with death. Now that the country is in danger, I will give them a chance to redeem themselves with meritorious service." As for Qingyang, as a prince, he did not prioritize the affairs of the country. He will be whipped 100 times as a warning to others. Phew! At this moment, all the generals, including Qingyang, heaved a sigh of relief. He had almost lost his life. Qingyang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had never felt so close to death before. Although being whipped 100 times was still extremely painful, at least his life was saved. Moreover, his direct subordinates were also saved. Xiao Qingyang gently raised his eyelids. His pupils suddenly shrank and with an indifferent expression, he said to the crowd below the stage, "Apart from Qingyang, I will whip him 500 times as a warning to others. Kill everyone else." Pfft! Everyone was shocked. One of the generals glared angrily and shouted, "Xiao Qinhuang, you old man, how dare you defy the imperial edict? You are the one who deserves to die." Bang! As soon as he finished, the guardian divine guard behind him slapped his head, causing his brain to splatter. Bang! Ah! All sorts of screams could be heard, but soon, silence was restored. 124 Central Army generals were all killed. None of Qin Yang's subordinates in the Central Army were spared. Pfft! Qin Yang felt dizzy and spat out a mouthful of blood. He said viciously, "Xiao Qinhuang, you defy the imperial edict. Your 9 generations will be executed." Xiao Qinhuang smiled coldly, "His Majesty gave them a chance, but I did not. You all disobeyed the imperial edict. Someone will kill you." "I disobeyed, who dares to kill me? I think you don't want me to give you a chance either." His cold gaze swept past Qin Yang, causing him to turn pale. He quickly shut his mouth and did not dare to speak again. He believed that if he made another sound, he would be dead on the spot. Xiao Qinhuang waved his hand and said, "Drag Qin Yang away and give him 500 lashes." He looked at the corpses on the ground and said coldly without any expression, "Immediately inform all the lower-ranked generals to come here in half an incense stick's time. Those who don't come, don't say anything, just kill them." Immediately, more than 100 divine guards spread out again. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, all the generals in the capital, big and small, had arrived. Those who should be here and those who shouldn't have been here had all arrived. Furthermore, all of them were equipped with swords and armor, looking valiant and formidable. None of them dared to reveal a trace of impatience or fatigue. Very good. Xiao Qinhuang looked at the audience with satisfaction. He then turned around and walked down the stage, handing over the control of the stage to Li Chunyang. After he walked down, he directly sat on the left side of the table and said to Li Yunxiao, "The first task has been completed." Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, "Prince of Qing is indeed ruthless. Now, no one will dare to be dishonest." Li Chunyang glanced down from the general selection platform, then said sternly, "The commander of this expedition is Chen Dasheng. Chen Dasheng, step forward and receive the commander's seal." Everyone was at a loss. Chen Dasheng? Who? There was no such person among the high-ranked generals. Everyone knew that Li Chunyang would only send his own direct descendants. Han Qianfeng and the Chen family's patriarch, Chen Lin, were both possible candidates, but no one expected such an unfamiliar name to be chosen. But soon, some of the older generals seemed to have thought of something. Their expressions changed greatly and they all looked towards the stage in shock. Chen Lin, who was below the stage, was even more shocked. His whole body trembled as he looked at an old man who slowly stood up from the left side of the stage. Chen Lin only felt a little dazed. When he saw the old man's face clearly, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. He ran forward and knelt down, crying loudly. "Father, father, it's really you. You're not dead." Chen Dasheng was also in tears. He held back his joy and patted Chen Lin's head. Suddenly, his face darkened and he kicked Chen Lin away. He said angrily, "How can you cry in front of the stage? What a scandal. Get out of here." He strode to the front of the platform and received the commander's seal with both hands. In a loud voice, he said, "Chen Dasheng accepts the order." Chen Dasheng raised the commander's seal for everyone to look up at. He then walked onto the stage and shouted, "Han Qianfeng is present. Your subject is present." Han Qianfeng hurried forward to accept the order. Chen Dasheng's death had greatly shocked him. Although he wasn't crying with joy like Chen Lin, he was still very happy. Chen Dasheng took out a commander's seal and threw it down. "I order you to be the left vanguard, with 100,000 troops." Han Qianfeng accepted the order. "Yes. Chen Lin is present." "Yes, yes, I'm present." Sob, sob, sob. Chen Lin's face was still full of tears as he ran forward excitedly. Chen Dasheng huffed angrily and threw a commander's seal at his face. "Right vanguard, with 100,000 troops." "Yes, yes." Sob, sob, sobbed. Chen Lin picked up the commander's seal and returned to the formation. "Is Li Yunxiao present?" Li Yunxiao stepped forward from the left side of the formation, walked forward, and cupped his hands. This young master is present. Chen Dasheng frowned. If anyone else dared to address themselves as this young master in front of him, they would definitely be finished. However, this was Li Yunxiao, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He threw down the commander's seal and said, I order you to be the chief of logistics. You will lead 2,000 students and ensure the logistics. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He had actually been sent to handle logistics. He took the commander's seal and retreated. Some of the 2,000 students were happy, while others were sad. The happy thing was that they didn't have to go to the front lines. It was safer. The sad thing was that they wouldn't be able to gain merit if they went to the front lines, and they wouldn't be able to become Qin Yu's trusted aides. For a moment, everyone had their own thoughts. Chen Dasheng continued to shout, the rest of you, listen to this commander's orders. Now, the army will move out. Army, move out. All the generals shouted in unison. Their voices instantly shook the heavens. The troops that were ready to set off began to circle around the capital before exiting the city. This was the custom before every expedition. Only then did Qin Yu walk up to Chen Dasheng and say respectfully, Tianshui's national security is in General Chen's hands. Chen Dasheng nodded. Prince Yu, don't worry. If I don't defeat the enemy, I swear I won't return. Li Qinyang patted him on the shoulder and said affectionately, Dasheng, be careful and take care. Chen Dasheng grinned. Don't worry, big brother. I didn't die even 5 years ago, let alone now. After saying their goodbyes, the group also set off. Just as they were about to leave the capital, 2 figures suddenly ran over and ran to Li Yunxia's side. They shouted, Young Master Yun, take us with you. The 2 of them jumped onto his chariot. It was Han Bai and Chen Jin. Both of them looked dejected. The army's main chariot was more than 30 meters long and more than 10 meters wide. It was pulled by 8 horses and could accommodate dozens of people. As it turned out, the 2 of them were slightly less talented. After taking the vitality charging pill that Li Yunxiao gave them, they had already reached the peak of 7 chakras and were just a step away from breaking through. They just happened to meet the registration period, and the minimum requirement was to be a martial warrior. This made the 2 of them depressed for quite a while. When they found out that the main commander of the student army was actually Li Yunxiao, they were immediately overjoyed and waited by the city gates. The moment they saw Li Yunxiao, they immediately rushed over shamelessly. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, the 2 of you are quite talented. Even after taking my vitality charging pill, you still haven't broken through to martial warrior. Han Bai released his primordial chi slightly, and the light of a martial warrior immediately bloomed. He smiled bitterly and said, I didn't sleep last night and broke through just like that. I'm a day late. Chen Jin said bitterly, your foundation is better than mine. I've been stuck at the peak of 3 chakras for 3 days and still haven't broken through. Meng Bai, who was at the side, said in surprise, I have the power of 5 chakras and broke through to martial warrior on the night I took the vitality charging pill. Aren't the 2 of you too talented? Chen Jin said angrily, that can only mean that young Master Yun is biased. The quality of the pills he gave us are not as good as yours. Humph, you're useless, yet you're blaming the pills. A cold snort came from the tent of the chariot. Who dares to scold me? Chen Jin was furious. He kicked open the tent's curtain and rushed in with a roar. Silence. They had thought that there would be a big commotion, but who knew that it was as if they had fallen into the sea. There was no sound at all. Han Bai frowned in surprise and said, what's going on? Could his father be inside? Li Yunxiao smiled. Not only his father, but his father's father was also inside. Ah! A scream came from inside the tent. It was from Chen Jin. Then, Chen Dasheng's voice came. Yunxiao, Han Bai, you guys come in as well. The 2 of them walked into the tent. Originally, Chen Dasheng, Chen Lin, and Han Qianfeng were discussing tactics. Now, Chen Jin was kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat. Li Yunxiao's gaze froze. He stared at Chen Jin, and his expression immediately darkened. He said in a serious voice, you guys forced him to break through? Han Bai was also shocked. He hurriedly looked at Chen Jin, who was lying on the ground and panting. As expected, he was already a first-element martial warrior. His body was constantly circulating with the light of primordial qi. A trace of anger flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He said coldly, "Don't you know that this is harming him? Forcefully breaking through at such an important stage will definitely affect his future achievements." Chen Dashing stopped working on the sand table in his hands and looked up at Li Yunxiao, who was quietly looking at him. He sighed and said, "Yunxiao, you must also know that my grandson's aptitude is really mediocre. What level do you think he will be able to reach in the future? There are limits to life, but there are no limits to the path of martial arts. Rather than letting him linger around as a low-level martial warrior, why not let me give him a hand and mold him as soon as possible?" Li Yunxiao's gaze gradually turned sharp. He said coldly, "Then, what level do you think he can be molded to?" Chen Dashing said, "I have discussed this with Chen Lin. With the help of experts and all sorts of medicinal pills, I will be satisfied if he can become a martial grandmaster in the future." Li Yunxiao nodded. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and he said coldly, "Very well. Put away your laughable thoughts." He extended a finger and said coldly, 1 year. Give me 1 year. I will definitely let him step into the Four Symbols realm and become a martial lord. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Chen Dashing's eyes shot out a bright light and he said in a deep voice, "Yunxiao, I know you are very capable. However, on the path of martial arts, every step is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Back then, my aptitude was already at the peak within my generation. I only stepped into the Four Symbols realm after experiencing life and death and by coincidence. I know you have good intentions for Chen Zhen, but you cannot let your emotions affect your decisions." Li Yunxiao picked up Chen Zhen on the ground and looked coldly at the three. "Are you done? If you are, then continue with your business. But if I find out that you forcefully broke through the barrier and increased your realm again, don't mention that you're close to my grandfather, I'll turn against you all the same. I'm cautiously warning you, there won't be a next time." His words caused Chen Dashing and the others to be dumbstruck, and Han Bai was extremely shocked as well. Li Yunxiao carried Chen Zhen out of the tent with a cold face. Han Bai stole a glance at the three dumbfounded people. He didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly followed. Han Qianfeng was the first to speak. "This Li Yunxiao is indeed different from before. There's been a lot of talk about him recently. Look at his aura, he dares to be so impudent in front of the three of us." Chen Lin also frowned. "This kid is quite talented. He's the same year as Chen Zhen and he's already an 8-star warrior. But I don't quite believe he can suppress the two geniuses of Jiaolan Academy, Lin Yu and Bai Qingfeng. I've observed both of them closely. Both of them are peerless existences that are 1 in a million." Han Qianfeng said, "The fact that Duke Jing is willing to let him come out alone shows that he's indeed outstanding. But it's too exaggerated. Letting Chen Zhen become a martial lord in a year, does he think martial lords are common goods?" Chen Dashing squeezed the little person into a ball and said seriously, "Let this kid try. Don't interfere with Chen Zhen's cultivation for now." Chen Lin was shocked and said anxiously, "Father, do you believe his nonsense? Haha, becoming a martial lord in a year, does he think he—" "Enough." Chen Dashing interrupted. "This kid is indeed strange. Although I think it's absurd, the moment he said it, I couldn't help but believe it." Chen Lin's eyes widened and he shook his head. "Father, this is complete nonsense." Chen Dashing's eyes narrowed. "Give him a year. With your cultivation, you can't understand that feeling. It's an instinctive belief. Moreover, what you all don't know is that this kid is a genuine second-level arcane master." Chen Lin and Han Qianfeng's eyes widened in horror. After Li Yunxiao left the tent, he threw Chen Zhen to Jiarong and said, "Give him a rain pill to stabilize his realm." He turned to look at an officer beside him and asked, "Where is the next city? How long will it take?" The officer hurriedly saluted and reporting to General, "The next city is Yangpu City. According to our current speed, we still have 10 days left." 10 days? So long? Li Yunxiao frowned and looked into the distance. In his previous life, he didn't have the concept of traveling at all. He just tore through space and traveled tens of thousands of miles, shrinking the distance to an inch. What? The novelty is gone? At some point, Chen Dashing had also walked out of the tent and stood behind him. He chuckled and said, "We are already on a rapid march. If we were to march normally, it would take at least a month. Fighting a war is a life of desperation, not for fun." Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him. "Fun? I just want to get there early so I can get some herbs for Chen Zhen to consume and temporarily stabilize his realm at 1-star warrior. This will remove the negative influence you all have on him." Eh? Chen Dashing felt his throat choking. He realized that this kid's invisible aura was vaguely above his own. This made him extremely unhappy. He thought to himself, no matter what, I am still the general, I have to suppress this kid's prestige. He pointed at the rapidly marching army of hundreds of thousands and said, "Kid, what do you think of this army?" Li Yunxiao indifferently said, "Just SOSO. Just SOSO? Chen Dashing's eyes bulged and sneered, "You are just a newborn calf that has never seen the world. Although this 400,000 strong army is not a tiger and wolf army, it is disciplined and well-trained. This can be seen from the details of the march." He preached and proudly said, "Also, look at the murderous aura emanating from this army. This can only be produced after experiencing life and death battles. This kind of murderous aura is enough to—" "Alright, I got it." Li Yunxiao interrupted, "It is already noon. Grandpa, you should take your medicine. Don't forget to let Teacher Yunshang help you suppress the poison." Chen Dashing froze on the spot, feeling extremely awkward. The people on both sides covered their mouths and laughed, but they did not dare to laugh out loud. Chen Dashing angrily said, "Kid, I know you are an alchemist. Amazing. But marching and fighting—" Li Yunxiao frowned and interrupted again, "Isn't it just murderous aura?" He pointed at the student army that was escorting the various training materials and said, 10 days later, before we enter Yangpu City, the murderous aura of these 2,000 students will surpass your 400,000 strong army. Do you believe me?" Haha, his arrogance is boundless. Do you think murderous aura is air? You can just breathe it in. Chen Dashing laughed maniacally. Li Yunxiao pointed at his head and coldly said, "I will use my head to make a military pledge. If I enter 10 days later, I will let you kick my head like a ball. If I win, the position of general will belong to me. As for you, you just have to do odd jobs for me." Chen Dashing's expression changed greatly. This time, even the people around him were stunned. Chen Dashing said in a deep voice, "How can a military pledge be taken lightly? As a student army general, you should know that there is no joking in the army." Li Yunxiao chuckled and raised his head, "Of course. However, in these 10 days, I will leave the matter of escorting the supplies to you. I will take these people and leave first. See you in 10 days at Yangpu City." He lightly rose into the air and landed on another chariot. Ji Meng, Jiarong, Meng Wu, Chen Zhen, and Han Bai also followed. Li Yunxiao stood at the top of the chariot and shouted, "All student army, listen up. Immediately drop all the supplies and follow my chariot at full speed." The officer driving the chariot hurriedly whipped his horse. Li Yunxiao's chariot instantly overtook the chariot. The chariot took the lead in front of the army. Behind it, more than 2,000 student soldiers also increased their speed and charged forward. These 2,000 people were martial warriors with outstanding strength. Regardless of whether it was their physical strength or cultivation, they were several times stronger than an ordinary army. Thus, it was relatively easy for them to run. Soon, Li Yunxiao led the group of people and left, leaving a trail of dust behind them. Chen Dashing looked at the dust in front of him, his expression uncertain. Chen Lin said in shock, "Father, you are really letting him go just like that? This is clearly nonsense. Do you believe what he said, that in 10 days, while marching, he will be able to condense murderous aura that is stronger than the central army?" Chen Dashing snorted, "Of course not." Chen Lin was stunned. Then what about you? He will use his head to guarantee that when the time comes. Chen Dashing slapped the back of Chen Lin's head and scolded, "Who heard the military order? Are you really going to let the military law kill that brat? When the time comes, just hang him up and give him a good beating." He turned around and went back to his tent, muttering to himself, My body is starting to hurt again. I really need to take some medicine." When he turned around, he saw Xiao Qingwang and Luo Yunshang. He did not know when they had appeared on the chariot. Luo Yunxiang's forehead was slightly covered in sweat. It was obvious that she had just consumed a large amount of vital energy. Chen Dashing asked, "Teacher Luo, can you still hold on?" Luo Yunxiang chuckled, "No problem. I don't know where this Li Yunxiao got his healing technique from. While helping you guys to suppress the cold qi, I can also feel my yang vital energy continuously strengthening. It seems to be even more effective than cultivating in seclusion." Chen Dashing said angrily, "Don't mention that brat. When the time comes, see if I don't hang him up and beat him until half of his body is crippled to vent my anger." Xiao Qingwang, who had been silent all this while, smiled meaningfully and said, "Oh. I don't think you will have a chance." He looked as if he was waiting for Chen Dashing to do odd jobs for him. Chen Dashing was stunned for a moment, then his face filled with disbelief. Li Yunxiao led the 2,000 student army and left, leaving a trail of dust behind him. The people around him were all silent. Chen Jin said bitterly, "Young Master Yun, you've really gone too far this time. You made a military pledge. Even if you don't get beheaded, you will definitely be beaten half to death by my grandfather." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's just condensing some killing intent." "Is it that difficult?" Han Bai said seriously, "It's just condensing some killing intent? To think that you can say that. This is the killing intent that can only be accumulated in the body after fighting with real swords and spears on the battlefield. Once on the battlefield, this kind of killing intent will be released and greatly increase the combat power of the soldiers. Not to mention 10 days, if you don't personally go on the battlefield, you won't be able to train it even if you train it for 10 years. Li Yunxiao had a smile in his eyes and said with a relaxed smile, "Then let them experience life and death battles, isn't that enough?" He ignored everyone's astonished expression and shouted, "Full speed march. I want you to reach Yangpu City within 4 days. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile and he said in a voice that only the people beside him could hear, "In the remaining 6 days, I will send you all to hell." He flicked his long sleeves and went into the big tent. The rest of the people looked at each other and did not dare to go in and disturb him. One by one, they sat down outside the tent and began to cultivate. The officer driving the chariot drove the chariot with all his might. The 2,000 students were all martial warriors, so they ran even more fiercely than a horse. However, each of them had some reservations and did not dare to surpass Li Yunxia's chariot. All of them followed closely behind. On the 3rd day, the spirits of these students were completely down. Each of them was like a frosted eggplant. The 2,000 people pulled a few miles, shuttling through the pipes like a chain. Many of them looked at the chariot in front of them with resentment. They thought to themselves, "I've been running hard for 3 days, but all of you good-for-nothings are sitting comfortably in the chariot." But following closely behind the chariot were 2 figures that everyone once looked up to without the slightest trace of fatigue. Lin Yu and Bai Chingfeng gritted their teeth and followed behind the chariot without the slightest complaint. There was only an unyielding gaze and willpower in their eyes. The 8 horses pulling the commander's chariot were all hybrids purchased from the Fire Crow Empire at a high price. They were hybrids between horses and demonic beasts. Their eyes were blood red and their legs were powerful. However, they could not endure this kind of non-stop running. Finally, on the 3rd day, when they arrived outside Yangpu City, they all neighed and died on the ground. After 10 minutes, everyone finally arrived. They were all panting, their faces pale. Li Yunxiao lazily walked down from the chariot. He stretched and yawned a few times, then looked up at the sky. Why is it so late? The moon is really round today. Come on down, let's admire the moon." Chen Zhen, Han Bai and the rest jumped down from the chariot one after another. They each held a cup of hot water in their hands and took a few sips from time to time. More than 2,000 students were seething with anger and resentment. However, when they thought of Li Yunxiao's shocking battle strength, they were all furious, but did not dare to speak. Li Yunxiao had a playful smile on his face. "All right, tea time is over, time to work." Chen Zhan and the rest put down their teacups and began drawing on the ground with their weapons. The 2,000 students watched curiously, but did not know what they were doing. Very soon, a huge circle was drawn on the ground. Some of the students immediately recognized it. It was a formation that contained more than 2,000 people. "What is this for? What array is this? Heavens, to activate such a large array, how many primal stones would it take? How strong must the arcane master be to activate it? A student with knowledge of arrays exclaimed. Didn't you see the rank 2 arcane master Xianxia following us? TSK, I know, it must be a huge recovery array to help our sect recover. Oh? There's such a good thing? Of course, if you don't believe me, just wait and see. Li Yunxiao smirked as he listened to the discussions of the crowd. Soon, the array was set up. On both sides of the array, there were countless primal stones of different sizes and grades. Everyone was speechless, this was too wasteful. The young master of a large aristocratic family was indeed rich, little did they know that Li Yunxiao was also feeling extremely distressed at this moment. In order to set up this formation, he had almost emptied the primordial stones in the World Divine Monument. Enduring the pain in his heart, he walked to the center of the formation, took out the Lunar Frost Sword and the Spring Water Sword, and directly inserted them into the formation. Suddenly, a beam of light soared into the sky, and the two sword shadows appeared in the void. The light alternated, and the cold air was oppressive. The students of the club had never seen such a magnificent scene before. Their attention was immediately drawn to the sky. Li Yunxiao's lips curled into a cruel smile as he said evilly, "This is an array that has used up all of my family's assets, and the 2 array eyes are grade 3 profound weapons. This array can help all of you become true warriors in a short period of time. Everyone, let's begin a joyous journey of enjoyment." Under the reflection of the sword light, his gaze became unusually demonic. A few spiritual techniques were cast from his hands, and ancient and strange characters appeared in the void, falling into the array. Suddenly, everyone was shocked to discover that the originally bright and beautiful moon in the sky had suddenly become demonic, and gradually, traces of blood red appeared. This is? Everyone was shocked. That bright moon had actually turned into a demonic eyeball. Li Yunxiao stood coldly outside the array. Both of his eyes had already turned blood red, and they began to gradually curve, turning into 2 crescent moons. His pupils suddenly dilated, and a demonic power suddenly rippled out. All the students in the formation were shocked. A strange feeling came from the blood-red eyeball moon, instantly taking control of everyone's mind. Everyone immediately became at a loss, and the expressions on their faces began to turn sluggish. The people standing outside the array looked in, and saw that the students were all dumbfounded, standing there quietly, not moving at all. Young Master Yun, what's wrong with them?" Chen Jin asked in shock. Li Yunxiao had only told them the steps to set up the array, but he hadn't explained its use. Li Yunxiao turned his head and glanced at him. His demonic eyes caused Chen Jin to take a few steps back in horror and shock. "You guys can go in and play as well." As soon as Li Yunxiao finished speaking, he took a few steps forward and attacked at the same time, instantly slapping Chen Jin, Han Bai, Meng Wu, and Meng Bai inside. Only Jia Rong and Jiming were left. Jia Rong's face was full of fear, and he quickly retreated. Jiming's brows furrowed, and he wanted to walk into the array himself. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "Don't go in. You're a martial lord, and Jia Rong is a rank 2 alchemist. My eye technique is still too weak, and I can't control your minds." Jia Rong let out a sigh of relief, and his courage grew. He walked forward and carefully asked, "Young Master Yun, this array?" Li Yunxiao closed his demonic eyes and said quietly, "This is an illusion array, called the Thousand Illusion Array. They will experience some unforgettable, and extremely interesting things inside." Jia Rong's body trembled. When Li Yunxiao said extremely interesting things, his playful and sinister smile made Jia Rong's heart shiver, and he began to silently pray for these people. Li Yunxiao said quietly, "Jiming, protect everyone. I don't know how long I can last, but I'll try my best." He drew a small circle under his feet, and placed a few source stones in it. He sat inside, formed a seal with his hands, and began to meditate. Jiming's eyes focused, and he leaped up, hiding in a nearby tree. He spread out his divine sense as far as possible. He began to protect everyone. Jia Rong was the only one who had nothing to do, so he sat down and began to cultivate. Zhang Tao was the most outstanding student in the Sky Eagle Martial Academy. At the age of 13, he had already opened 5 chakras, and there was a high chance that he could condense his dantian before the age of 15. Then, he would step into the first nascent realm and become a true martial warrior. His biggest wish was to quickly save up enough money to enter the capital's Jiaolan Martial Academy. After graduating, he would become a guardian divine guard, bring honor to his ancestors, let his parents live a good life, and let his sister find a good family and marry a good one. Every day, Zhang Tao would come to the back mountain to cultivate alone, and he could punch a hole in a tree that required 2 people to hug it. What, this is? He had just blasted a hole the size of a faceplate into a big tree, but a white head was revealed from inside. It was actually a wolf. Why is a wolf in a tree? Zhang Tao retreated in horror. The wolf with white fur and green eyes floated out of the tree, and Zhang Tao cried out in horror, "Demon wolf! Demon beast! Why is there a demon beast in the back mountain?" He didn't have time to think, and he ran down the mountain with all his might. Demon beasts were existences that even real martial artists didn't dare to fight against. Awoo! The demonic wolf let out a long howl and pounced over. It opened its scarlet, blood-red mouth and bit down. Zhang Tao didn't have time to escape, and he quickly turned around and took a horse stance. In his heart, he kept telling himself, don't panic, don't panic. I'm not afraid. King Kong fist. He exerted strength in his legs, and when there was no way to escape, he made up his mind to fight. The punch was like a King Kong, with the force of 1,000 pounds, and it was accompanied by a whistling sound. If it was a real ordinary wolf, it would definitely die under this punch, but what he meant was a demon wolf, and the punch landed directly on the wolf's head. Just when Zhang Tao was overjoyed, he was shocked to find that his fist had penetrated the body of the demon wolf, as if he had punched an empty space. What's going on? His mind instantly went blank. Suddenly, the demon wolf on his arm opened its mouth and bit down fiercely. Ah! A sharp pain came from his arm, and Zhang Tao's eyes widened in anger. His right arm had been bitten off by the demon wolf. Bastard, I'll kill you. His eyes were bloodshot, and he clawed at the demon wolf's head with the 5 fingers of his left hand. It was the eagle claw. What? The eagle claw penetrated the body of the demon wolf again, and there was no feeling of touch at all. Zhang Tao was shocked, and he roared, "How could this be? How could this be?" Ah! Another heart-wrenching scream was heard, and the whole mountain was startled by countless birds. Zhang Tao fainted on the ground, and it was already late when he woke up. How could this be? He stared at the bloodstains on the ground, and his broken arms. Both of them had been eaten by the demon wolf. Ah! Why didn't you just kill me? Zhang Tao ran crazily in the back mountain, and 2 streams of tears flowed down from his eyes. How could I practice martial arts without my arms? How could I get into the Jiaolan Academy? How could I become a guardian divine guard? How could I bring a new life to my parents and sister? God, why did you do this to me? Zhang Tao had no idea how he made it back home, as the faces of those who were waiting for him flashed across his mind. Looking at the dim light in the dilapidated house, his father must be smoking a hookah in front of the door, his mother must still be mending someone's clothes in front of the bed, and his little sister must be sitting in the kitchen making dinner. Looking at his empty arms, he didn't feel any pain, but he felt like his heart was filled with lead, so heavy that he couldn't breathe, and he couldn't even lift his feet. He didn't know how to face the people closest to him. Ah! No, sob sob sob. Suddenly, a painful cry for help came from inside the house. That was his sister's voice. Zhang Tao abruptly raised his head and hurriedly ran in. The shabby door had already fallen to one side. He saw his father was hitting someone's forehead with a hoe. But the person kicked him in the chest, and he was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood in the air. His father fell to the ground, and he died with blood flowing out of his orifices. Dad! Zhang Tao felt like he was being torn apart. He roared and rushed forward. He wanted to carry his father, but how could he do it without his hands? Don't, please don't. There was another painful cry for mercy from inside the house, but this time it was his mother. Mother! Zhang Tao rushed in with grief and indignation, just in time to see the mayor's son step on his mother's head fiercely. His mother's eyes were wide open, and her shriveled body twitched a few times before she finally died. Her sad eyes were wide open, and she died with everlasting regret. Mother! Zhang Tao spat out a mouthful of blood, only feeling that the world was spinning. Inside the house, the mayor's son was naked, lying on his sister's white body with a group of lowly ruffians, twitching excitedly. A large amount of blood flowed from his sister's legs. Her tender face, which was only 10 years old, was in so much pain that she couldn't make a sound. Only despair and pain were left in her eyes. Bastards, I'll kill you. Zhang Tao was completely crazy. Like a mad bull, he used his head to desperately hit his sister. Kill? Haha, I was a little afraid of you. Now you have lost your arm, how can you kill me? Beat him to death, beat this trash to death. The mayor's son shouted unscrupulously, but his body did not stop for a moment, still twitching on his sister's body. It seemed that he was more excited and quickened his movements. Zhang Tao only felt a sharp pain on his head, and his whole body fell to the ground. Fists and feet fell like a storm, and his limbs and bones were all broken. A fuzzy consciousness began to attack his mind, his pupils began to dilate, and his whole body began to gradually lose consciousness. His powerless eyes stared blankly at the blood constantly flowing from his sister's body. He was powerless. His body was in pain, but he couldn't feel it at all. His heart felt like it was being cut by a sharp knife. The mayor's son twitched happily, and his whole body suddenly entered the climax. After a violent tremble, he finally fell down softly, lying on his sister's petite body. At the same time, his younger sister's pure white body started to slowly harden, turn cold, and turn purplish green. After suffering all kinds of abuse, she finally died. Zhang Tao's heart instantly broke, and suddenly his pupils began to gradually focus. He lay on the ground, and he didn't know where the power came from. He felt that he suddenly had strength. As he clenched his hands, a feeling of strength that he had never felt before came to his heart. 2 fists? He was stunned for a moment. He actually had a fist? Not only did he have 2 hands, but he also had a sword in his right hand, a sharp sword that shone brightly and emitted a chilling aura. Kill, kill, kill. His mind went blank. Then, a huge murderous thought appeared in his eyes. He raised his sword, and with a flash of cold light, all the hooligans who were punching and kicking him were cut in half, dying without a burial. Good sword. His face contorted as he walked towards the mayor's son. Kill, kill, I want to kill everyone, everyone must die. Holding his sword, Zhang Tao walked out of the house and headed for the mayor's house. Everywhere they passed, corpses were left strewn all over the place. Run. Zhang Tao is killing people. Don't, I'm the granny next door, don't kill me. Quick, go find the mayor. Quick, go find someone to subdue this murderer. Oh no, the mayor and his family were all killed. What should we do? Who can save us? Run, hurry up and run. The whole town was in chaos. Zhang Tao held his sword. He had already lost count of how many people he had killed. From day to night, there was no one left alive. The whole town became empty. The moon at night was unusually round and big. His mind was blank, and there was no emotion in his eyes. He raised his head to look at the full moon in the sky. How was this a full moon? It was clearly a huge red human pupil. Zhang Tao stared at the huge eye in the sky in a daze. The whole town was dead. There was dead silence, and there was no sense of life. He suddenly felt like he was in a trance. It was as if the scenery around him had begun to distort, and an extremely surreal feeling appeared in front of him. All the corpses were gone, and even the town was gone. There was only a wilderness, a pitch-black night, thousands of students from Jiaolan Academy, and the bright moon in the sky. This? Zhang Tao looked at the scenery around him in a daze, his face full of confusion. Just like him, there were more than 2,000 students from the academy. All of them were in a daze, and their eyes were filled with confusion. Wah! Suddenly, a female student burst into tears. It was as if a stone had been thrown into an ancient well, rippling the surface of the lake. The entire wilderness erupted. Everyone covered their faces and hugged their heads, crying loudly. The sound of sorrow was earth-shattering. There were even more students kneeling on the ground, punching the ground with their fists. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were all filled with grief and indignation. Jiarong was dumbfounded. In his opinion, these people had only been standing there for a day and night. How could they suddenly have such a huge emotional upheaval? He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He thought of the interesting things Li Yunxiao had mentioned. He shivered and sneaked a peek. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's eyes had returned to normal. His entire body was abnormally pale, and the tiny veins on his body could be seen clearly. Jiarong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If not for the fact that he was a level 2 arcane master with extremely strong mental strength, he would have been pushed into that interesting things by Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was definitely not feeling well. The burden had exceeded his expectations. After 3 days and 3 nights of running, the mental power of the over 2,000 people had already fallen to an extremely low level. With the aid of his eye technique and the thousand illusions formation, he could easily pull over 2,000 people into an illusion. However, the exhaustion was extremely shocking. He had no choice but to end the illusion prematurely and let these people out. As soon as his mental strength was cut off, the entire illusion disappeared. Li Yunxiao immersed his soul power into the World Divine Monument, revealing his true form. The golden-colored Great Divine Evolution technique started to appear in the air. Waves of warmth, like sunlight dispersing the coldness, shone on his soul, giving him an indescribable feeling of comfort and nourishment. Li Yunxiao said to Jiarong, "Serve me and let me rest in the war chariot. Let them enjoy the happiness of crying. Sometimes, people don't even have the right to cry anymore." Jiarong was shocked. It turned out that Li Yunxiao had already weakened to such an extent. Even when he cultivated in seclusion to refine pills, he did not consume so much energy. However, to make over 2,000 people fall into an illusion at the same time, he could not help but shiver. The 2,000 students were both sad and happy. After suffering for most of the night, they finally could not take it anymore and all of them fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. After running around for 3 days and 3 nights, they were completely crushed by the stab of pain in their minds. On the second day, everyone had a sweet dream. In the dream, the world was filled with a fragrant aroma. The sun was bright and beautiful, and the sky was clear for miles. It was indescribably blissful. When they woke up, they realized that it was just like in the dream. A faint fragrance assailed their noses, and it was indescribably pleasant. "Little brats, are all of you awake? Wake up!" Jiarong said angrily with dark circles in his eyes, "Let me burn the purple dragon roaring incense for all of you for an entire night. You guys slept so comfortably." Everyone then realized that there was a pile of firewood beside Jiarong. He was also holding a cattail leaf fan and fanning the incense over. To have a rank 2 alchemist serve them in their sleep was something that they had never dared to imagine. They were so shocked that they crawled up from the ground. However, everyone hurriedly jumped out of the circle of the formation, not daring to stay inside any longer. The primordial stones that were placed on the formation had all turned into piles of powder. After the primordial energy was used up, they returned to dust. Li Yunxiao also walked out of the war chariot energetically. All the students looked as if they had seen a devil. One by one, their expressions changed greatly, and their feet involuntarily retreated. Jiarong's pupils shrank slightly, his heart filled with shock. Last night, he was 100% sure that Li Yunxia's soul power had been completely exhausted. However, in just one night, looking at his radiant face, it was clear that he had completely recovered. Wasn't this speed a little too shocking? Li Yunxiao looked at everyone with a beaming smile. "Did everyone have fun yesterday?" "Fun your sister. *CK your ancestors." Over 2,000 people cursed in their hearts, but no one dared to show it. Looking at the smile on Li Yunxiao's face, everyone felt a gust of cold wind blow over them, and they unconsciously moved back a bit. Zhang Tao's face was also extremely pale. Every time he thought about what had happened in the illusion yesterday, his whole body would tremble. It was practically a nightmare. "Haha," Li Yunxiao laughed, "I know you must all be cursing at me." However, his face suddenly darkened, his eyes as deep as the sea, and he said word by word, "I don't know what you saw in the illusion, but I can tell you that if you don't have the strength, what you saw in the illusion might actually happen." Ah! Zhang Tao only felt a chill run down his spine. He screamed in his heart, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's too scary, I can't let what happened in the dream happen. Strength, I need strength. Li Yunxiao coldly looked at these young faces. Even Lin Yu and Bai Qingfeng, the two leaders of the students, were only two children in his eyes. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although the illusion is fake, the obsession in your hearts is real. This is how the world is, survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. If you want to live well, if you want to protect that trace of weakness in your heart, you must continue to strengthen yourself, and continue to advance on the path of martial arts. He looked at everyone's eyes that seemed to have an additional murderous intent that had not been there before, and immediately smiled in satisfaction. Therefore, I will use the remaining 5 days to teach you a martial art that will rapidly increase your strength, murderous aura. Ji Meng, who was far away, was also moved, and unconsciously walked over. Li Yunxiao looked at him, and said, the swordsmanship that you practice is agile and graceful, the complete opposite of this murderous aura. But all martial arts in the world are connected to the path, and ultimately, it all comes back to the understanding of martial intent. You can use it as a reference, but there is no need to learn it. Ji Meng listened attentively and watched attentively at the side. Li Yunxiao explained, the murderous aura manual is a technique that uses murderous aura to stimulate a person's hidden strength. It first appeared on the battlefield and was discovered by martial artists who researched it and created this technique. The extent to which murderous aura increases your strength is also related to your own level. This technique is divided into 2 parts. One is to condense murderous aura, and the other is to stimulate your potential. Now, everyone, memorize this mental cultivation technique. He began to dictate on the spot, and all the students recited it silently over and over again. Ji Meng, who was at the side, was greatly shocked. He originally thought that this murderous aura manual was just an ordinary technique, but after listening to the mental cultivation technique, he immediately understood the value of this murderous aura manual. It was simply immeasurable. According to the description of the mental cultivation technique, if a person's murderous aura was strong enough, it was enough to double their strength, not to mention an individual. If this mental cultivation technique was used to train soldiers, then the strength of an army. He felt a chill in his heart just thinking about it. Looking at Li Yunxiao's indifferent expression, he was extremely suspicious. Was this really a 15-year-old youth? After Li Yunxiao finished teaching, he said seriously, if many people cultivate this murderous aura manual at the same time, their murderous aura can affect each other, layer by layer, and the effect will be multiplied. I hope that after 5 days, when all of you use the murderous aura manual at the same time, your combat strength will double. In order to encourage everyone, when the time comes, the 30 people with the greatest increase in murderous aura will each be rewarded with a level 2 pill that can increase their potential without any side effects. Level 2 pill? Increase potential without any side effects? Everyone's eyes lit up. Level 2 pills were too far away for them. Apart from some aristocratic family disciples, they had never even seen what a level 1 pill looked like. When Jia Rong, who was at the side, heard this, his face instantly turned bitter and dispirited. He knew that these pills were definitely for him to refine again. After Li Yunxiao finished giving the instructions, he looked at Meng Bai, whose entire body had turned green, and revealed a smile. Meng Bai shivered and hurriedly moved to Meng Wu's side. Master, what are you doing? He was now in awe of Li Yunxiao. The nightmare in the illusory realm still made him shudder in fear. Hee. Li Yunxiao smacked his lips. I'll borrow the poison in your body to help me break through to the 9 stars warrior realm. More than 2,000 students sat down cross-legged. Each of them tried their best to recall the despairing killing intent they had in the illusion, and slowly condensed their killing intent. Li Yunxiao ignored Meng Bai's resistance and directly dragged him into the war chariot, beginning to forcefully absorb the poison. Jia Rong began to refine the 1,000-bird pill with a sullen face. Fortunately, after advancing to a Tier 2 alchemist, he was able to refine Tier 2 pills with ease. However, if it was 30 pills, there was still hope for him to refine them overnight. Jiming also started to recall the contents of the incantation of killing aura, bit by bit as he closed his eyes and pondered. He faintly felt that the martial intent contained within was the key to his breakthrough. Ever since he became a martial lord, his cultivation had stagnated. However, every step in the martial lord realm was not something a martial great master could compare to, so he was not in a rush. Time slowly passed. 3 days and 3 nights later. Jiming's heart seemed to be moved, and his stagnant state seemed to open up slightly. Suddenly, an extremely strong killing intent surged towards him. His heart trembled violently, and he raised his head in shock. He saw that the eyes of more than 2,000 students in front of him were all bloodshot. That killing intent caused each of their hair to emit a faint purplish-black aura, and it began to condense. This is? He widened his eyes in shock. In the sky above the 2,000 students, a mass of purplish-black killing intent appeared. It condensed and did not dissipate. It faintly formed a huge finger with mottled scales on it. It flickered with a demonic light, and it made Jiming, a martial lord, feel a suffocating feeling of horror. It went straight into his bones. Not bad. To be able to reach this level in 3 days, it seems like the stimulation in the illusion has contributed quite a bit. Li Yunxiao was already standing behind him. He smiled as he looked at the faintly discernible terrifying finger in the air. Jiming fiercely gulped and said in shock, "Young Master Yun, what is this?" Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "The killer god's finger condensed from killing intent. It is the strongest profound of the killer intent technique." He stared at the sky and continued, "This killer god's finger is vague and unstable. It has not even reached the most basic level. However, for them to be able to reach this level in 3 days, it is already not bad." Killer god's finger. Jiming muttered in shock, "If this finger were to materialize, how powerful would it be?" Materialize? Li Yunxiao smiled hoarsely. "No one has managed to cultivate it to the point where it can materialize. If one can directly summon the killing god to descend, even a peak 9th heaven martial emperor would be able to kill him with one finger. But how strong would the killing intent need to be? At least tens of thousands of times, or even hundreds of thousands of times. Not to mention normal martial artists, even a powerhouse like Emperor Wu would not be able to do it." Jiming heaved a heavy sigh of relief. "If someone could really do it, then who in this world could stop them?" Li Yunxiao said, "Let them continue to train. The army will arrive in about 2 days. I will go into the city to look around and get some herbs for Qin Zhen to stabilize his realm." Hearing this, Jiarong hurried over. "Young Master Yun, take me with you." He had a bitter expression. "I have been refining for 3 days and 3 nights. Take me with you to relax." Me too, me too." Meng Bai also ran over. After staying in this small place in the wilderness for a few days, he was already sick of it. At this moment, his skin was snow white. The poison had already been completely absorbed by Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said, "All right, Jiarong, Meng Bai, and your sister. The 3 of you will follow me into the city. Jiming, you stay here and protect them." Soon, Meng Wu was called out from among the students, and the 4 of them headed for Puyang City. Looking at the 4 disappearing figures, Jiming could not hide the shock in his heart. He shook his head with a bitter smile and muttered to himself, "My God, how many days has it been?" Peak 8-star martial artist. Puyang City was the hub of the Tianshui country's east-west route. Its importance was much higher than that of a normal city. At the same time, because of its convenient location, it was also one of the most prosperous cities in the Tianshui country. When entering the city, Li Yunxiao noticed that people entering and leaving seemed to have to pay money, which surprised him. Soon, the 4 of them were stopped by the guards. 4 people, 200 copper coins each, a total of 800. 1 silver coin was worth 1,000 copper coins. It was not much money, but Jiarong said coldly, "We have to pay to enter and leave the city? Which law stipulates this?" The guard was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, "Asking you to pay is giving you a chance to enter the city. Looks like you don't want to enter the city anymore. Hurry up and get lost." Suddenly, another guard hurried forward and dragged the guard back. He kept whispering in the guard's ear, and his eyes were sizing up the 4 of them. Probably because the 4 of them were dressed extraordinarily, maybe they were important people. The guard frowned and waved his hand impatiently. Forget it, forget it. Go in." Jiarong was already boiling with anger and was about to explode. However, he was grabbed by Li Yunxiao, who smiled at the guard and entered the city. "Young Master Yun, why don't you let me teach them a lesson? This is obviously a private fee, which is against the law." Jia Rong said indignantly. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, there are many things that violate the law. Can you control them? If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked. The key is not those two guards, they are also working hard. Do you think that the money collected is directly pocketed by them? I can guarantee that 99% of it will be handed over to the top. Meng Bai said angrily, these officials are really hateful. He and Meng Wu had been self-reliant since they were young. The two of them made a living on their own, so they naturally understood the severity of these officials' exploitation of the people. Li Yunxiao said, even if we intervene, this place will return to its original state after we leave. Moreover, whether it is martial Dao or formula Dao, our minds should be free from the shackles of the world. These things can be left for Qingyu to slowly change after she ascends the throne. As the four of them spoke, they strolled along the streets of Puyang City. It was indeed a bustling scene, not at all inferior to the capital. Soon, they arrived at the largest medicinal herb store in Puyang City. After entering, they were immediately disappointed. The variety of medicinal herbs inside was far inferior to the capital. After all, the capital was full of talents, and there were many alchemists. However, Puyang City might not even have a single alchemist. Li Yunxiao frowned and thought for a while. Then, he listed a few common medicinal herbs and asked the shopkeeper to prepare 10 portions of each. The shopkeeper took the herbs according to the list and suddenly said in shock, there are only 8 portions of ancient orchid leaves left. This is the main ingredient for refining body-strengthening medicine, so the demand is great. Li Yunxiao said, 8 portions it is. Wrap them all up. At this moment, 2 people walked in from outside the store. One of them's eyes lit up. He directly strode forward and placed a palm on the ancient orchid leaves, saying loudly, shopkeeper, I want all of these ancient orchid leaves. This young master's body-strengthening medicine has just been used up. I was just waiting for these ancient orchid leaves. The shopkeeper's expression changed. He hastily forced a smile and said, young master Wu Guang, it is rare for you to visit our humble store. However, these ancient orchid leaves have already been bought by these customers. Wu Guang's expression changed. He sized up the 4 of them. When he saw Meng Wu, his eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his head and looked at Li Yunxiao with a condescending gaze. He smiled and said, give this ancient orchid leaves and this girl to me. Name a price. Meng Wu was furious. He actually dared to lie and rob a beauty. She was about to rush up but was stopped by Li Yunxiao. He laughed involuntarily and said, all right, the price is negotiable. However, I'm afraid you can't afford it. Can't afford it? Wu Guang seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed and said, shopkeeper, tell him who I am. The shopkeeper looked at Li Yunxiao with pity and said timidly, sir, young master Wu Guang is the son of the lord of Puyang City. This great master Zhong Tai behind him is a high-level arcane refinement apprentice. Oh? Li Yunxiao suddenly became interested. May I know which arcane refinement master this great master Zhong Tai is studying under? Zhong Tai looked at them with disgust. It seemed that talking to these people would damage his face. He said coldly, could it be that you know these arcane refinement masters? There is no harm in telling you. I am Great Master Jia Rong of the Arcane Refinement Guild. Bang! Under Li Yunxiao's shocked gaze, Jia Rong fell to the ground. He crawled up with an ashen face and cried, young Master Yun, this is a rumor. This is definitely a rumor. He pointed at Zhong Tai and shouted, I know Jia Rong. Since when did he have a disciple like you? Zhong Tai was stunned. Although Grandmaster Jia didn't accept me as a disciple, I am good friends with his disciple, Shi Yuan. However, his disciple, Shi Yuan, and I are good friends. The two of us often discuss the art of refinement, so I can be considered as half of Grandmaster Jia's disciple. He looked at the 4 of them suspiciously. How do you know Grandmaster Jia Rong? Wu Guang had already lost his patience. Zhong Tai, why are you talking to these country bumpkins? He pointed at Li Yunxiao and said, how much do you want to sell the ancient orchid leaves and this girl? Hurry up and tell me. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. He sneered, cheap. I'll use your heads to exchange for it. What? How dare you? Wu Guang was furious. Do you really know who I am? Li Yunxiao said coldly, slap him and that grandmaster together. Slap. Jia Rong was the first to jump out. He slapped Wu Guang, then rushed at Zhong Tai and started beating him up. He was a martial warrior, so beating up Zhong Tai was more than enough. He hated young Master Yun for using his name to show off, but he just had to provoke young Master Yun. This greatly reduced young Master Yun's impression of him, and he was instantly furious. The Mengwu siblings were beating up Wu Guang. Both of them were martial warriors, and after cultivating the killing aura technique, they had a faint murderous aura that made people shudder. The shopkeeper was stunned. He hurriedly ran over and cried, "Everyone, you can't beat them, you can't beat them. I beg you, please don't beat them anymore." The city lord's son and grandmaster Zhong Tai were beaten up in his little store. This was a huge responsibility. It would be fine if these four were arrested and sent to prison, but if they ran away after beating them up, then the shopkeeper would be completely done for. Therefore, when it hit the two of them, it hurt the shopkeeper's heart. "Alright, if you continue, you'll die." Li Yunxiao saw that it was about time and called for a stop. The three of them fought for a while and spat a few mouthfuls of saliva before leaving with Li Yunxiao. Young Master Wu Guang, are you alright?" The shopkeeper was scared silly. He hurriedly went to the ground to help them up, but he saw two pig heads that were swollen beyond human shape. He cried bitterly in horror, "Which one of you is young Master Wu Guang?" The pig head on the left pointed at himself and said in a hoarse voice, I am." He struggled to take out a signal flare and held it up to the shopkeeper. Hurry, send the signal." I want to kill them." The shopkeeper trembled as he picked up the signal flare. He ran to the door and pulled it open. Immediately, a firework soared into the sky. It was a beautiful sight. But the shopkeeper was not in the mood to look at the firework. He only prayed that the people from the city lord's mansion would come quickly. As long as they caught Li Yunxiao and the other three, he would be fine. Li Yunxiao suddenly stopped and looked at the firework in the sky. Jia Rong also frowned. "It seems to be released from the medicine shop. I guess trouble is coming." "Trouble?" Li Yunxiao smiled. He was not a person who liked to look for trouble, but he was not afraid of trouble looking for him. Sure enough, before the four of them walked out of the city, a large number of troops came from all directions and surrounded the four of them. Wu Guang and Zhong Tai were also very fast. They wrapped the pig head tightly with gauze, leaving only the two eyeballs. The leader was a middle-aged general. His eyes were like torches and he looked majestic. He looked down at the four of them and said coldly, "Where did these four little devils come from? Where are your parents?" At a glance, he saw that they were all teenagers around 15 years old. Only Jia Rong was older, in his early 20s. So his words were directed at Jia Rong. As the commander of Puyang City's guards for many years, Ban Bingbai's eyesight was naturally much better than ordinary people. Although the four of them were dressed well, they could not enter his eyes. The most important thing was that the four of them were martial warriors. One of them was even a peak 8-star martial warrior. A 15-year-old peak 8-star martial warrior. What did this mean? At least this group of teenagers must have a big background. So he did not rashly order to capture them directly. Jia Rong was stunned, and then a trace of black lines appeared on his forehead. He said coldly, "Get lost." Wu Guang flew into a rage. "Commander Ban, why are you talking nonsense with them? Hang them up and beat them to death. Send that woman to my room. I will also let her live a life worse than death." Ban Bingbai's head was dizzy. He really wanted to slap such a hedonistic young master. He did not know how to restrain himself in front of so many people. But as a guard of the city, he could not help himself. He said to Jia Rong with a gloomy face, "Do you know what crime you have committed? If you do not call your lord over, the consequences will be very serious." Jia Rong said coldly with disdain, "If you do not move away, the consequences will be even more serious." Ban Bingbai knew that it was useless to say anything more. He waved his hand, and immediately rows of soldiers drew their weapons and surrounded them. "Wait!" Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, "You are bullying us with numbers, right? Wu Guang's pig head was ferocious as he shouted, "Yes, we are bullying you because you have fewer people. So what? Not satisfied? If you are not satisfied, I will beat you up." Li Yunxiao nodded slightly. There were many First Origin Realm experts among these guards. The commander on the horse was even a martial grandmaster. He was naturally not afraid if he was alone. He could come and go as he pleased. No one could stop him, but Meng Wu and the others were in trouble. He said quietly, "Didn't you want us to call the Lord over? Then wait for 5 minutes." Ban Bingbai waved his hand, and the group of guards immediately stopped. They were orderly and solemnly waiting. It was obvious that they were well trained. Li Yunxiao took out a sleeve dart and directly shot it into the sky. Immediately, it exploded into 8 small arrows, bringing with it intense smoke and flames as it flew in all directions. "Cloud-piercing arrow!" Ban Bingbai cried out in shock. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Cold sweat began to appear on his forehead as he looked at the 4 people in shock. He had been in the army before, so he naturally knew the origin of these cloud-piercing arrows. They were the highest level summoning signal in the army. Each arrow was made of stainless steel and contained a substance called flaming cloud scale powder. When it exploded, it would erupt with intense smoke and light. The 8 small arrows inside the cloud-piercing arrow would shoot out in all directions. No matter the environment, it could accurately locate the target. Although Wu Guang did not know what the cloud-piercing arrow was, he was a little stunned. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with joy. "Commander Ban, kill them. I want the sleeve dart. This thing is much more powerful than the firework that I used to signal for help." Ban Bingbai almost fell off his horse. His face turned green. "Damn it, they have the strongest cloud-piercing arrow in the army. Yours are just firework. How can they be compared? Idiot. This is a big disaster." He immediately judged that the identity of Li Yunxiao and the other 3 people was not simple. He hurriedly whispered a few words to the guard beside him. The guard accepted the order and rushed toward the city lord's mansion. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the city gate, and the ground started to tremble. "Run, run quickly! Who are you people? How dare you break into Puyang City without permission? Quickly run, there is an army attacking the city. Quickly, go and inform the city lord and Commander Ban." The commotion coming from afar startled everyone. Ban Bingbai looked at the calm faces of Li Yunxiao and the other 3 people. Even the corners of his mouth were slightly raised into a smile. He suddenly understood. His heart sank straight into the abyss. This time it was really over. He had provoked people that he could not afford to provoke. Wu Guang had run amok in Puyang City for many years. Finally, he had kicked an iron plate. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, more than 2,000 students were exuding a strong murderous aura. All the guards of Puyang City were tightly surrounded. "You, who are you people?" Wu Guang panicked. He seemed to have understood something. He hurriedly pushed Ban Bingbai and said in fear, "Commander Ban, what should we do?" Ban Bingbai fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His whole body was dripping with cold sweat. When these people surrounded him, the cold murderous aura made even him, a great martial master, palpitate. What made him feel even colder was that a mountain-like pressure directly locked the space around him. The murderous aura directly penetrated into his bone marrow. He did not dare to move recklessly. He believed that as long as he moved casually, he would immediately die on the spot. An army with more than 2,000 martial warriors, and there were even martial monarchs among them. Oh my God! Who were these 4 people? Could it be a prince? Even if it was a prince, he would not have such a terrifying army. He felt his whole body was stiff. Only sweat flowed down his body. He did not dare to move recklessly. Silence, it was extremely quiet. Although there were thousands of people surrounding them, there was not a trace of sound. There was only the rustling of the cold wind. Seeing that Ban Bingbai was ignoring him, Wu Guang was at a loss of what to do. He became flustered and looked around. He could feel the murderous aura exuding from each and every one of them, making him shudder with fear. Li Yunxiao finally opened his mouth. "Okay, now we can start playing. Pig Wu, let's start." The moment Li Yunxiao opened his mouth, Ban Bingbai suddenly felt the pressure around him disappear without a trace. However, his intuition told him that there seemed to be a divine sense locked on him. If he did not behave, he was afraid that he would be killed in an instant. In this situation, Wu Guang did not dare to speak. He was so scared that he lay on the horse and did not dare to raise his head. Ban Bingbai could only straighten his body and jump down from the horse. He did not have that arrogant aura from before. Instead, he said carefully, "Who are you people? This is Puyang City. It is protected by the law. How can you mobilize the army so casually?" "The law?" Meng Bai's eyes bulged and he laughed. "When you had more people, you talked to us with your fists. Now that we have more people, you want to talk to us about the law?" Li Yunxiao sneered. "At first, a few hundred of you wanted to fight the four of us. Now, 2,000 of us want to fight a few hundred of you. According to the ratio, we are at a disadvantage. Commander Ban, let's start. Don't waste time. I am still very busy." Ban Bingbai's head drooped. He didn't dare to start fighting. Not to mention that the martial monarch could kill all of them by himself. These 2,000 soldiers were all martial warriors, and their murderous aura was not something that ordinary soldiers could have. It was obvious that they had experienced countless battles of life and death to cultivate this aura. Fighting with such an army was no doubt courting death. Just when Ban Bingbai was at his wit's end, there was a commotion outside. The city lord had finally arrived. Ban Bingbai finally let out a long sigh. No matter how big the matter was, the city lord would take care of it. Anyway, it was his son who caused trouble. Fortunately, he didn't offend these people. Excuse me, officers and soldiers, excuse me, I am Puyang City Lord Wu Liantian." A pot-bellied man came in surrounded by several guards. Just as he was about to say a few words, he saw 4 children surrounded in the middle. He was stunned. He didn't know who was the main character and didn't know who to talk to. "Dad. You're finally here." Wu Guang fell from his horse and ran to Wu Liantian's side. He hugged Wu Liantian and cried. He felt that everything could be solved now that his dad was here. He didn't have to stay in this damned place anymore. It was too scary to be surrounded by a group of ghost people. "Dad, it's this group of people." He pointed at Li Yunxiao and the others and said, "Look, they beat me into a pig's head and called so many soldiers to surround us. Dad, you must catch them and hang them up and beat them." The surrounding city guards were all drenched in cold sweat. Even Zhong Tai's eyes revealed a look of fear. Wasn't this foppish young master too idiotic? Couldn't he see the situation clearly? God! If we follow such an idiotic young master, how can we have a future in the future? Beat your pig's head. Wu Liantian was also speechless. He hastily pretended to be fierce and knocked Wu Guang's pig head. He fiercely reprimanded, "You cause trouble everywhere. When we get home, I will teach you a lesson." He didn't know who was in charge, so he cupped his hands towards the 4 people and said, "I am the Lord of Puyang City. I didn't teach my son well, so I offended the 4 of you. Please forgive me." Only then did Li Yunxiao say, it's okay. We're all easy to talk to. It's not a good idea for everyone to gather here, right? Why don't we talk somewhere else?" Jia Rong and the others looked at Li Yunxiao in astonishment, not knowing what he was doing. Now that the army was here, he could do whatever he wanted. What was there to talk about? Wu Liantian was taken aback. He didn't expect this young man to be the real master. It seemed like he was easy to talk to. Moreover, he was just a kid, so he could be coaxed with some candy. Wu Liantian was overjoyed. Of course. This way, please come to my residence for a chat." Soon, they became the distinguished guests of the Puyang City Lord's mansion. What shocked Wu Liantian the most was that the student army of over 2,000 students did not regroup. Instead, they surrounded the entire city lord manor tightly. Li Yunxiao drank his fragrant tea and said with a smile, "Brother Wu Guang and I don't get to know each other without fighting." Wu Liantian hurriedly said, yes. "Guanger, hurry up and pour wine for this brother." He still didn't know Li Yunxiao's identity. He asked tentatively, "Little brother, what's your surname? What position do you hold in the imperial court?" Li Yunxiao looked at Wu Guang, who had a face full of dissatisfaction. He smiled lightly and said, "My name is not worth mentioning. It's just that I heard that the war ahead is urgent, so I'm in high spirits and want to lead a group of brothers to protect the country." Wu Liantian was stunned for a moment. He almost laughed out loud. "You bunch of trash also want to go to the front line?" He didn't know the strength of these people. He only saw that they looked young. But his face was still full of enthusiasm. He said loudly, "Good job. Little brother is really heroic. You're for the country and the people. Guang you have to learn more from this brother." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, There's no need to learn. I just happened to pass by your city and sparred with brother Wu Guang a few times. It can be considered some fate. At the same time, it's rare for city lord to have such a patriotic heart. This one has a presumptuous request." Wu Liantian was stunned. Here comes the main topic. Let's see what he wants to do. He hurriedly said, "Quickly say it." "We're all for the country and the people. What's there to be polite about?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Then I won't stand on ceremony. City Lord has also seen it. We 2,000 people came empty-handed without the slightest preparation. So I want to borrow some rations from City Lord." "Borrow rations?" Wu Liantian was stunned. He then mused, "This city's reserves of rations are also very short. I'm afraid it's hard to lend." Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said, "Then it's fine to exchange some valuables. We'll go to the other nearby cities and see if we can buy some rations." Wu Liantian sneered coldly in his heart. He finally got to the point. He pretended to be in a difficult position. "Little brother, you rushed to the battlefield to protect the country. Originally, I would also do my best to help. Although this city is a rich and populous place, this city lord is compassionate towards the people. I don't have much savings. How about this, I'll take out 10,000 gold coins from my frugal expenses to help everyone." His words were imposing and awe-inspiring. In his opinion, 10,000 gold coins was more than enough to get rid of a child. Only Ban Bingbai smiled bitterly. Putting everything else aside, the cloud-piercing arrow was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. The city lord's thinking was too simple this time. Li Yunxiao laughed loudly, and Jia Rong, who was beside him, laughed along with him. The two of them laughed so hard that Wu Liantian, who was initially filled with confidence, suddenly lost his confidence. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "City Lord Wu is too generous. We only have 2,000 people. We don't need so many gold coins. I'll just let my people take a little." He whispered a few words into Jia Rong's ear and Jia Rong walked out with a sneer. Wu Liantian suddenly panicked and asked, "Little brother, what is the meaning of this?" Li Yunxiao smiled and raised his teacup, "Nothing, have some tea. Come, City Lord and Commander Ban, let's have some tea. It is indeed a good tea." At this moment, a commotion came from outside. There were all sorts of shouts and the sound of weapons clashing. Soon, many screams came from outside, causing Wu Liantian to feel a chill down his spine. He quickly gave Ban Bingbai a look. Ban Bingbai shook his head with a bitter smile and whispered into Wu Liantian's ear, "This youth has a martial lord as his subordinate." Ban Bingbai's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Wu Liantian's mind, causing it to buzz. This youth has a martial lord as his subordinate? What kind of concept was a martial lord? In the Aquasky Kingdom, all martial lords were either bosses of a region, generals of the army, or commanders of the divine guards of the kingdom. Every single one of them was a person who could shake the heavens and earth. Even he, the city lord, had to lower his head in front of them. Such a figure was actually this youth's subordinate. Wu Liantian suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly said, "Little brother, let's talk this out. Isn't this robbery?" "Robbery?" Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold and his face immediately darkened. A murderous aura burst out of his eyes. "You have to be responsible for your words. Speaking nonsense will kill you." Wu Liantian's body went cold. When he heard the sounds of fighting and looting outside, he immediately put on a long face and said, "Little brother, my residence is really poor. How about this, I'll get someone to gather 100,000 gold coins and give it to you." Slap, Li Yunxiao slammed the table and broke it. He angrily stood up and said, "Wu Liantian, who do you think I am? I just want to gather some military funds and you're treating me as a robber? Fine, if that's the case, don't blame me for falling out with you. He shouted, guards. Chen Zhen and Han Bai, who had been waiting outside, immediately rushed in and tied up Wu Liantian and Wu Guang without any explanation. When Wu Guang saw this, he was so frightened that he started crying. Wu Liantian was also frightened and hurriedly shouted, Commander Ban. Ban Bingbai was just about to move when a murderous aura locked onto him. Li Yunxiao said coldly, anyone who moves will be killed without mercy. What shocked Ban Bingbai was that the fear that made his heart palpitate did not come from the martial lord, but from this youth of about 15 years of age. He instinctively felt that if he moved, this youth would not hesitate to kill him. But he was only an 8-star martial warrior. Why would he have such an absurd intuition? Soon, the Wu father and son were tied up and hung up. Ban Bingbai watched from the side, not daring to move at all. The student army kept running in, piling up boxes of loot on the floor. Soon, they occupied half the hall. Other than large amounts of gold and silver coins, there were also rare treasures, large amounts of yuan stones, medicinal pellets, profound weapons, and all kinds of cultivation materials. Even Li Yunxiao was shocked. It wasn't that he had never seen so many valuable things, but the wealth accumulated in a small city lord's residence was actually more than the Li family's treasury. Han Bai was also shocked and said in shock, young Master Yun, a small city lord's residence actually has so much wealth. There are at least hundreds of millions of gold coins. How many people's blood and sweat are they plundering? If we report it, it'll be enough for him to execute 9 generations of his family. Report? Why should we report it? Li Yunxiao feigned ignorance and said, City Lord Wu is clean and innocent. He's extremely poor. Did any of you see any wealth in his residence? No, Chen Zhen hurriedly said, I didn't see it. Did you? Meng Bai also shook his head and said, no, the treasury of the city lord's residence is empty. If you don't believe me, go take a look. I believe you, I definitely believe you. Chen Zhen chuckled. Wu Liantian was hung in the air and his mouth was gagged, but he still shouted with all his might, you can't touch these things, or you'll die. These are all the first prince's possessions. If you dare to touch them, your 9 generations of family will be executed. Li Yunxiao came to a realization. Oh, no wonder. So it's Qin Yang's. Hee, then I won't be polite. He lightly pointed and a large amount of yuan stones and cultivation materials were collected. After leaving behind the treasures, medicinal pellets, and profound weapons, he turned to Meng Wu and said, distribute these things to everyone as a reward. Meng Wu was shocked. She didn't even dare to think about so many precious items. Finally, with the help of a few people, everything was carried outside and distributed. Among them, there were a few rank 2 profound weapons which were immediately divided among Chen Zhen and the others. Everyone had nothing to say and snatched the rest of the items. Those who didn't get any profound weapons or elixirs also received a large amount of money. All of them were extremely excited. Meng Bai snatched 2 second-rank profound weapons. He kept the tiger head saber for himself and gave the green longsword to Meng Wu. Chen Zhen and Han Bai each took a rank 2 profound weapon and couldn't stop smiling. Han Bai pointed at the Wu father and son and said, young Master Yun, what should we do with these 2? He made a gesture and said coldly, why don't we just kill them? They're the first prince's men anyway, it's pointless to kill them. Wu Liantian was truly afraid now. Who were these people? They weren't even afraid of the first prince. He begged for mercy, little brother, don't kill me, please don't kill me. Take all the items, I don't want them anymore. Fine, let them go, Li Yunxiao ordered. It wouldn't be right to take someone's life after taking their hard-earned wealth for so many years. He cheerfully walked to Wu Liantian and patted his shoulder, do your best, I'll come visit you in a few years. Wu Liantian's body trembled in anger but he didn't dare to say anything. He watched as Li Yunxiao and the others wandered away and his eyes spat fire. His face twisted like a servant, hurry up and write a letter to the first prince. I want these people to die, die, die. Oh my God, my treasures, my treasures. He sat on the ground and wailed, as if he had lost his soul. The wealth that had been robbed not only included the annual tribute to the first prince, but also the wealth that he had accumulated over the years. This time, he was really penniless. In the end, he didn't even know who the other party was. A servant jogged in and whispered a few words into Wu Liantian's ear with a look of extreme urgency. Wu Liantian's eyes lit up, and he instantly jumped up as if he'd been injected with stimulants. He suddenly grabbed the servant and shook him a few times before saying with great joy, "Really? Haha, this is great, the heavens are helping me. Hurry up and report this matter to General Tsang, hurry up." Towards the end of his speech, he was practically shouting madly. The servant hurriedly ran out. Wu Liantian's eyes shone brightly as he laughed heartily, "Haha, we're saved now. Just wait for the good show." Wu Guang and Ban Bingbai, who were standing behind him, were puzzled. Li Yunxiao brought the 2,000-plus student army to tour around the city. All the students were elated. They had become rich in an instant. Their rewards this time were even more than the rewards promised by Prince Qinyu. Each of them acted like a tycoon as they madly shopped in the city before leaving the city. "Just stay where you are and continue to practice the killing aura incantation." After Li Yunxiao gave the order, his expression suddenly changed as he looked towards Puyang City. He saw a cloud of dust and the ground was trembling. It seemed like a large number of troops were galloping over. Shenzhen said in shock, "This old man really can't be forgiven. He's already mobilized troops to deal with us." Li Yunxiao shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, prepare for battle." He took the lead and looked coldly at the dust that filled the sky. Han Bai frowned and said, "That's not right. Puyang City only has a city defense force of around 5,000 people. Moreover, they don't have so many warhorses. What exactly is this force?" A large number of warhorses rushed out of the city gate and spread out in a straight line. Soon, thousands of warhorses gathered at the city gate. Each of them looked majestic, and each of them held a standard military spear in their hands. Behind them, there was still a continuous flow of people coming out of the city gate. The entire Puyang city was trembling as if there was no end to it. Han Bai's expression changed greatly as he said in shock, "Young Master Yun, what do we do? This is definitely a regular army. There are at least hundreds of thousands of people." The whole army was lined up like a dense mass of ants. In the blink of an eye, Li Yunxiao and the others were surrounded. The mountains and plains were filled with people. At this time, a large flag was finally raised on a chariot. The flag depicted a big golden lion bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. "Golden Lion Legion." Shenzhen cried out in shock, "Didn't they lose by 2 town? How can there be so many people?" Han Bai's face was also gloomy. He sneered and said, "Not only are there so many people, but they are also full of spirit and fighting spirit. Look at these warhorses and equipment. How does it look like they have been defeated?" Shenzhen's heart suddenly shook and he said in shock, "Could it be that they fled without fighting?" At this time, on the chariot in front of them, a general sitting on a tiger-skin chair, holding a glass of wine, said lazily, "Who are you people? How dare you come to Puyang City to rob?" The chariot was decorated extremely luxuriously. There were even 2 enchanting beauties pouring wine and massaging his back. He seemed to be enjoying it very much. Li Yunxiao said mockingly, "We retreated after suffering a defeat at the front lines. We specially came to Puyang City to show off our might." Bang! The wine glass in the general's hand was crushed and the fine wine splashed all over the ground. The 2 beauties' beautiful faces paled in fright and they covered their mouths. A boundless murderous aura suddenly radiated from his body. He slowly stood up from his seat and a faint aura of power spread out from his body. 2 words were softly spat out from his mouth. "You're courting death." The might of a tiger on the general's body combined with the battle formation of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It was as if a group of mountains surrounded the 2,000 people and squeezed them together. The 2,000 people were all students and they had never seen such a battle formation before. Their hearts were already beating like drums and they felt as if there was a heavy burden on their hearts. They were pressed to the point that they could not breathe. The aura of a martial lord suddenly spread out from Jiming's body. It was as if he was standing proudly in front of the thousands of soldiers and horses. He shook away all of the atmosphere and coldly stared at the chariot. "Martial lord." The general's face changed. His pupils constricted and he shouted, "Who are you people?" Jiming laughed coldly, "Song Lakun, how have you been?" Do you really not recognize me? Song Lakun frowned and thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said in shock, "You are Jiming? You have also become a martial lord?" He was secretly shocked. When he returned to the capital a year ago, he remembered that Jiming was only a stage 6 martial master. Now, he was actually the same as him and stepped into the Four Symbols realm. Jiming nodded and said, "I was lucky." "What is General Tsong doing?" Song Lakun coldly snorted and reprimanded, "Since we are all working for the first prince, why do you want to loot Puyang City and make things difficult for Wu Liantian?" Jiming smiled faintly and walked behind Li Yunxiao and said, "I am no longer the first prince's man. I am now wholeheartedly following young Master Yun. The first prince's matter has nothing to do with me." "What?" Song Lakun's face was full of shock. He originally thought that the leader of these people was Jiming, but he didn't expect it to be this young martial warrior. His face immediately sank and he shouted, "If that is the case, then there is no need for us to be polite. Who is this brat?" Li Yunxiao took out a token and shouted, "The chief logistics officer of the Eastern Punitive Expedition. This time, we are going to Puyang City to solve the food shortage problem. City Lord Wu Liantian has given away all of his family's wealth, which is a great merit. This time, when we return, we will definitely report to His Majesty and reward him handsomely." Song Lakun was startled. He looked at the token in Li Yunxiao's hand and was surprised that it was not fake. He had just received the news a few days ago that the capital had deployed the Central Army to Kunjin City. He didn't expect to meet them so soon. His eyes gradually revealed a strange look. "Eastern Punitive Expedition? Why are there only a few of you?" Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, "The journey of the army is top secret. We were ordered to gather provisions." Song Lakun's eyes were filled with doubt. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the chariot and whispered in Song Lakun's ear. Li Yunxiao's pupils suddenly shrank. The person was looking at him with a sinister smile. It was Li Yi. Song Lakun heard this and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He laughed coldly and said, "You were ordered to gather provisions, but you actually lied about the military order and robbed an official. You deserve to die. Men, take down this group of people. Anyone who disobeys will be killed." "Yes." Hundreds of thousands of soldiers shouted at the same time, reverberating in the wilderness for a distance of 3 miles. The faces of over 2,000 students changed. Li Yi's face was cold and his lips moved slightly. Li Yunxiao could see clearly that it was, "Let's see how you die this time." He raised his head proudly and a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. He also used the lip sorcery to say, "Long time no see, 8th brother. It must be hard to lose an arm, right?" Haha. Li Yi's expression changed drastically. Whether it was 8th brother or broken arm, both of them struck him where it hurt. Suddenly, his neck turned red and his body trembled. The murderous intent in his eyes was enough to melt a person. "Kill!" The hundreds of thousands of soldiers shouted at the same time. The few thousand cavalrymen at the front took the lead and charged forward. They held their spears on their bodies and charged forward with indomitable will. Li Yunxiao's face darkened and he ordered, "Everyone, spread out and kill them one by one." The 2,000 students instantly calmed down and quickly spread out like birds and beasts. Under the charge of the cavalrymen, staying together was a dead end. Their advantage was that their individual combat ability was far superior to their opponents. As long as they did not let the cavalrymen's advantage be used, they could deal with them easily. Under the charge of thousands of cavalrymen, it was like a cockroach rushing into a swarm of ants. Everyone scattered. They were at least martial warrior level. They were martial artists in the truest sense of the word. There was a world of difference between them and these normal soldiers. Once everyone calmed down, murderous intent rose to the sky. All kinds of bloodthirsty lights flashed and it became a massacre. Ah! Ah! Screams could be heard from the chaos in the wilderness. The students of Jialan Academy were all very skilled. They weaved in and out of the warhorses and killed at lightning speed. Streaks of blood shot out and a large number of riders fell from their horses after being killed. In just half a cup of tea's time, they were all killed. Ah! Song Lakun sucked in a breath of cold air as he stood up from the chariot in shock. Only now did he realize that the opponent's 2,000 soldiers were all martial warriors. Such a powerful formation was unique in the Aquasky Nation's army. How can there be such an army? What's going on? Although he was a little shocked, he quickly calmed down. No matter how strong the martial warriors were, they could only fight against 10 or 100 at most. It was impossible for them to escape from the encirclement of his 400,000 soldiers. But if they relied on numbers, the losses would be too great. He suddenly became a little hesitant. Li Yunxiao raised his arm and shouted, "Well done! Now, everyone circulate the murderous aura art and form a square formation. We'll break through from the south." Yes. After a round of slaughter, everyone's confidence was greatly boosted. Coupled with the effects of the murderous aura art, traces of killing intent and bloodlust appeared in their eyes. The 2,000 soldiers formed a square formation, and suddenly, a purplish-black gas appeared in the sky above the square formation and began to condense into the shape of a finger. What is this? Song Lakun's eyes widened. That bone-chilling, murderous aura also made him feel a burst of fear. At this moment, the faint shadow of a finger in the sky above the square formation made his chest feel suffocated, and he felt like vomiting blood. Kill! With a loud roar of kill, the morale of more than 2,000 people soared. Their eyes were bloodshot as they charged towards the south. Very quickly, they charged into the 400,000-strong army. Everywhere they passed, walls crumbled like tofu. The 2,000 students didn't seem to have made a move. Just the purplish-black gas alone was enough to devour a large number of soldiers, and they were invincible. Song Lakun suddenly roared, "Block, block! We must block it at all costs." He was shocked to find that the 2,000 soldiers in the square formation were like a meat grinder, and all the soldiers that were thrown into it were completely killed. Li Yi's eyes widened in shock, and he said with a sinister expression, "This Li Yunxiao is indeed a monster. If we don't get out as soon as possible, he will definitely become a great threat in the future. This demonic phalanx is commanded by him. As long as we get rid of him, we can definitely destroy it." Song Lakun also noticed this and shouted, "There's no time to lose, I'll stall Jiming. All of you, kill Li Yunxiao." As soon as he said that, he flew out and slashed at Jiming with a saber in his hand. Li Yi cursed inwardly, "Old fox." Song Lakun was also aware of Li Yunxiao's identity. Although they were on opposing sides, if he were to die in his hands, wouldn't Li Chunyang and Li Chongfeng skin him alive? Even the eldest prince might not be able to protect him. "Senior brothers, we must kill this kid this time. This child is born to be our nemesis. If he doesn't die, not only will we suffer, I'm afraid that Master's great plan will also be ruined by him." "Exactly, I also think this kid is too monstrous. Junior brother, just rest here, the two of us will be enough." Guang Yuan'e and Yu Yuanwen appeared on the chariot at the same time and stared at Li Yunxiao with a gloomy expression. Li Yi nodded and said, "Originally, only one senior brother would be enough, but this kid is too monstrous. It will be better for both of you to attack together. That way, he will definitely die. Don't worry, let's go." The two of them raised their weapons and leaped into the sky. They aggressively charged at Li Yunxiao. After Jiming blocked Song Lakun with his sword, he immediately noticed that Guang Yuan'e and Yu Yuanwen were charging at Li Yunxiao. His face turned pale with fright, and his eyes revealed a fierce killing intent as he rushed over. However, Song Lakun was a 2-star martial monarch, and he was even stronger than him. How could he give up? He brandished his saber and firmly stalled Jiming. "Young Master Yun, be careful." He couldn't save Jiming, so he could only anxiously shout. Li Yunxiao had already noticed the two of them. He shouted, "Everyone, charge towards the south. Don't get distracted." He lightly tapped his feet and leaped into the sky, also running towards the south. He wasn't stupid enough to fight two martial monarchs head-on. The student army could only rush out of the gap and run towards the south. According to the estimated time, Chen Daoxing's army would soon catch up. That would be the time to counterattack. Trying to escape? Guang Yuan'e sneered. The spear in his hand brought along strings of ice crystals as it pierced through the air. He was a genuine martial monarch. The air was directly split apart by his spear, and the entire sky was frozen. It turned into an ice bridge and fell towards Li Yunxiao. "Humph, if you want to kill me, kill your own people first." His figure flashed, and he lightly shouted, "Shifting shadows, moon step." He directly charged into the Golden Lion Corps' army, flashing back and forth in the chaotic crowd. Guan Yuan's ice bridge chased after him, instantly killing many soldiers of the Golden Lion Corps. However, he didn't care so much. With a sneer, he mercilessly killed them. Yu Yuanwen also didn't want to be left behind. He waved his halberd and charged into the army, starting a massacre. Li Yunxiao's footwork was extremely marvelous, and he easily flashed through the crowd. From time to time, he would push soldiers as shields and throw them at Guan Yuan'e and Yu Yuanwen. Without exception, they were all cut in half. Immediately, all the soldiers gasped and ran away in horror, glaring at him. "What's wrong with you? Don't kill my soldiers." Song Lakun, who was fighting on the side, also realized something was wrong and roared angrily. These were all loyal subordinates who had followed him for many years. Seeing them fall one by one in the hands of his own people made him so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Guan Yuan roared as he killed, "It's all because this brat is too cunning. He used your soldiers as shields. See if I don't hack him to death." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot a soldier that Li Yunxiao had thrown at him with his spear. Blood splattered in the air, and it immediately froze into the color of blue ice, shattering as it fell. Song Lakun was furious, and he roared, "If you kill my subordinates again, don't blame me for not showing mercy." "Humph." Yu Yuanwen coldly snorted and slightly restrained himself. He kicked the soldier that Li Yunxiao had thrown at him away. Li Yunxiao was like a fish in water in the crowd. The more he dodged, the happier he became. All the soldiers avoided him as if he was the plague, fleeing one after another. Coupled with the student army's relentless charge, an opening was soon opened in the south, and everyone rushed out. Li watched anxiously from the chariot in the distance, and he shouted, "Kill his comrades, let's see if he can still hide." When Guan Yuan'e heard this, he immediately swept his gaze across the crowd. After the thousands of student army broke through the opening, they lost their leader and immediately fell into chaos. They scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing towards the south. Behind the opening was Lin Yu and Bai Qingfeng, who were covering the retreat. The two of them were the only two martial master powerhouses in the student army, so they consciously took on the greater responsibility. "Humph." Guan Yuan coldly snorted, ignoring Li Yunxiao and thrusting his spear straight at the two of them. The two who were covering the retreat immediately felt a fatal killing intent lock onto them. The aura of death descended, and their hair stood on end. Bai Qingfeng was, after all, stronger, so he was the first to react. He hurriedly shouted and used the Heavenly Maiden scattering flowers technique. Hundreds of 9-chain thunderbolt beads were released. He clasped his hands together, and the two arm guards formed a huge millstone, flying into the air and blocking in front of the two. "You think a grain of rice can emit light?" Guan Yuan coldly laughed, and his spear pierced through the air. The hundreds of 9-chain thunderbolt beads exploded one after another, but they could not stop his spear at all. Clang! The spear struck the millstone, and with a loud bang, the two arm guards were directly blown into pieces. The remaining force of the spear pierced through the air, and it ruthlessly stabbed into Bai Qingfeng's body, piercing through his chest. Pfft! Bai Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body instantly became listless. "Qingfeng!" Lin Yu's face was lifeless, and with a loud roar, he suddenly rushed over and hugged Bai Qingfeng. However, his pupils began to slowly lose focus. "And die." Guan Yuan'e was furious that his spear did not kill a martial master in an instant, and once again raised his spear and pointed. "Lin Yu, watch out." From afar, a beautiful voice sounded, and Roland's body trembled. Her face turned pale, and she desperately shouted, "Run, Lin Yu, run." She only felt weak all over, and she could only watch her beloved die under the enemy's spear. Clang! A dragon's roar and sword chi rang out. Li Yunxiao suddenly appeared. His spring water sword raised up rays of sword light, like sword lotuses that dispersed one by one, sweeping towards Guan Yuanjia's head. Green Lotus Sword Song. Guan Yuan'e instinctively felt a chill. He did not understand why an 8-star martial master would make him feel cold, but it was the most instinctive feeling of a martial master. He took a deep breath, and did not care about killing Lin Yu anymore. He hurriedly pulled back his spear, and with a sweep of his body, he extinguished the sword lotus. In the distance, Rolando's heart, which had been raised to her throat, finally relaxed. She felt a sense of powerlessness and exhaustion. Looking at the figure in the sword lotus, her heart was abnormally complicated. Take Bai Qingfeng and retreat, and find Jia Rong for treatment. As soon as Li Yunxiao said this, he was immediately enveloped by Guan Yuan's ice spear, and every step was dangerous. Lin Yu was indignant, and he knew that he would only be a burden if he stayed, so he punched the ground unwillingly, and a pile of dust flew up. Then, he carried Bai Qingfeng and retreated from the student army. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Guan Yuan, Li Yunxiao, Song Lekun, and Jiming. The 400,000 student army could not block the 2,000 student army, and now, even if they attacked, it would be futile. When Jiming saw that Li Yunxiao was trapped, he immediately panicked and attacked with all his might. His sword technique was elegant and nimble, and everywhere it passed, peach blossoms bloomed, giving people a beautiful feeling. Song Lekun was abnormally depressed from the beating. Originally, he was 1 star higher than Lin Yu, and he thought that he could easily suppress him, and even kill him. Who would have thought that he would gradually feel like he could not hold on? Kid, don't hide if you have the guts. If you are a man, then take my spear. On the other side, Guan Yuan was also depressed. Although his spear technique was getting faster and faster, and he saw that Li Yunxiao was in danger, he could always easily dodge at the most critical moment. It seemed that each time was luck, but after a few times, he realized that it was strength. Do you have any shame? Li Yunxiao sneered, a martial lord against a martial warrior, and you don't want me to dodge? Your face is thicker than the city wall. Guan Yuan was furious. His spear attacks became fiercer and fiercer, but he still managed to dodge at the most critical moment. In fact, Li Yunxiao was also feeling bitter inside. His body was drenched in cold sweat. He had already used Shadow Shift to its limit. If this stalemate continued, he would lose for sure. The opponent's martial lord level cold chi was not something he could contend against. If he was hit, he would die for sure. Han Bai and the others in the distance felt their hearts pounding. They were frightened by Li Yunxiao's dangerous performance. Chen Jin roared furiously, everyone, kill your way over and save young Master Yun. Don't forget who taught you martial skills, who shared benefits with you, who covered your retreat at the most dangerous time. If you are a man, follow me and charge. The women can stay. Lin Yu's face was filled with grief and indignation. He raised his spear and roared, charge. Those who stay are all cowards. Don't come to the academy again. If I don't die today, I will beat you every time I see you until you die. He raised his spear horizontally and took the lead in charging forward. The rest of the students were stimulated to the point that their blood was boiling. The feeling of killing in the illusion instantly surged into their hearts. Their eyes were wide open and bloodshot. Soon, a faint purplish-black killing intent gathered on them. It was much clearer than when they charged out of the encirclement. Kill. Charge. Kill these bastards. Those who stop me will die. I will kill you all. Today, I will kill 10,000 people. More than 2,000 students immediately rushed back, their faces full of determination. They would not rest until they were dead. The 400,000 soldiers felt a chill. That suffocating killing intent was even more terrifying than the demonic beasts they saw in Whitehead Town and Great Ming Mountain. Everyone subconsciously retreated. Song Lekun was also very anxious. Jiming's fighting style was one where both sides would suffer. It looked elegant and nimble, but in reality, it was extremely crazy. If you didn't defend against every move, both sides would suffer. He was able to become a martial lord, and even had his current position, so how could he be willing to risk his life? So, he became passive in every aspect. At this moment, when he saw over 2,000 students charging at him, their unwavering determination to press forward without turning back made him even more astonished. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. With this discouragement, he immediately began to gradually fall into a disadvantageous position. Senior brother Yu, what are you waiting for? Quickly help senior brother Guan kill that thief. From afar, Li Yi began to feel that something was amiss. It was not just the strange killer god's finger. What made him even more uneasy was that in the distance, as far as his eyes could see, dust began to roll, as if an army was approaching. Yu Yuanwen also faintly sensed the danger and no longer cared about his face. With a wing sound, the halberd in his hand shone brightly, directly rushing towards Li Yunxiao, drawing out a streak of cold air, covering his head. Jia Rong was healing by Qingfeng from afar. His divine sense was far stronger than a normal person's, and he had also discovered that Chen Daxing's army was already nearby. He immediately roared madly, "Everyone, kill!" Reinforcements had arrived, 400,000 soldiers had arrived. Kill all these B***stards. His words immediately gave the student army a huge boost of encouragement, and all of them roared as they rushed towards Yu Yuanwen. The people from the Golden Lion army had long retreated behind them, none of them daring to advance. Yu Yuanwen was just about to take Li Yunxiao's life when he suddenly felt an extremely uncomfortable power shrouding the sky above him. He looked up in shock, only to see that the purplish-black finger that had appeared above the student army had stood up, and the long fingertip was pointing downwards, pointing towards his body. F***ck, what is this? He was extremely shocked, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. An extremely strong sense of death instantly surged in his heart. He could no longer care about Li Yunxiao, and immediately withdrew his halberd, focusing all his strength on his weapon, and fiercely struck towards the fingertip. Hiss! Yu Yuanwen's power struck the fingertip, and was immediately forcefully suppressed. It was as if a huge inflated rubber ball suddenly had a hole, and all the gas inside had leaked out. He only felt an unimaginable and terrifying power directly piercing through all of his defenses and striking his body. Bang! An explosion rang out, and before everyone's terrified gazes, after the finger of the slaughter god landed, Yu Yuanwen's entire body exploded into minced meat, splattering all over the ground. Hew! The 400,000 student army collectively gasped, and in shock, they continuously retreated. Even the over 2,000 student army soldiers were completely dumbfounded. After the killer god's finger had killed Yu Yuanwen, it had suddenly disappeared. Everyone immediately felt as if their bodies had been sucked dry, as if all of their vitality had been sucked away. Not only did their bloodshot eyes recover, all of their strength had also disappeared. All of you, retreat. Don't worry about me. Li Yunxiao shouted anxiously as soon as he survived the crisis. He knew the student army's current state the best. The finger of the slaughter god had sucked away all of their aura of slaughter and vitality, which was why it could easily kill a martial lord. If the Golden Lion army were to attack at that moment, they would definitely be completely wiped out. Fortunately, the 400,000 student army was already terrified by the previous massacre. At that moment, when a martial lord expert was killed by that inexplicable thing, they were so frightened that their faces turned green. How could they still have the courage to charge forward? Li could not believe what he saw. His senior brother, who was a martial lord, had died in such a ridiculous manner. He rubbed his eyes and immediately went mad. He drew out a sword and rushed over, as if he had gone mad. He lost all rationality and roared, "Bastard! You bastard! I will kill you!" At that moment, the two armies were dumbfounded as they watched the fight. Li Yi was originally a martial grandmaster. Although he had lost an arm, his strength was still there. In addition, he had completely lost all rationality, so his power had increased greatly. With one strike, Li Yunxiao could not dodge. "All of you, stop!" Suddenly, a loud roar came from afar. The sound wave was ear-piercing, and it spread wildly in the wilderness. Everyone's hearts trembled. This is? Li Yi's madness was immediately awakened by the roar. He cried out in shock, "Xiao Qingwang! Not good! Senior brother, quickly kill this brat!" He was filled with grief and indignation. Li Yunxiao seemed to be his natural nemesis. Every time they fought, he would be ravaged until there was not a single part of him left unscathed. This time, in a situation where victory was certain, a senior brother had died. At that moment, he had to kill Li Yunxiao no matter what. Otherwise, his mind would always be suppressed, and in the future, it would be difficult for him to break through in martial arts. "Let's see how you escape this time." Li Yi's eyes were ferocious. Under the joint attack of the two, Li Yunxiao finally could not hold on any longer. His body began to be hit by streams of icy energy. Although he avoided the vital parts, it was getting worse and worse. In the distance, a few figures were madly rushing over. From their speed, they were definitely experts. This time, no one can save you. Li Yi fiercely kicked Li Yunxiao, sending him flying into the air. The faces of the two people below were ferocious. Two streams of icy energy directly rose from the ground, like bamboo shoots after the rain, suddenly piercing the air from the ground. Li Yunxiao's body was covered with injuries. He forcefully took a deep breath, and his body suddenly opened up, forming the shape of the Chinese character. A water-like power was emitted from his palms and feet, and actually stabilized his body in the air, preventing him from falling. The icy stab missed. Li Yi and Guan Yu and Jia's pupils shrank in shock. The three people who were madly rushing over from the distance were Xiao Qingwang, Luo Yunsheng, and Chen Dasheng. Although they did not understand what had happened, the previous battle was reflected in their eyes. Especially the killer god's finger, the process of directly killing Yu Yuanwen, made their hearts tremble violently. At this moment, Li Yunxiao was in danger, which made the three people extremely anxious. They used all their strength to run wildly. Chen Dasheng's face was gloomy and indignant. He roared from afar, be ****. If even a single hair on Li Yunxiao's head is injured, I will make all of you accompany him to the grave. Li Yunxiao was his big brother's only grandson, and he had taken care of him. If he died again, how would he have the face to go back and explain to his big brother? He would probably have to commit suicide on the spot. Luo Yunsheng also felt an indescribable fear. It was as if the person she loved was about to leave her, and the pain was unbearable. Only Xiao Qingwang's expression was the calmest, but his eyes also could not hide the huge murderous intent. Li Yunxiao floated quietly in the air, but because he had used up too much energy, he still slowly fell down. He raised his head to look at the distant reinforcements, and bitterly said to himself, "It's too late." Bang! The bubble floating around him suddenly burst, and he quickly withdrew his four limbs. Suddenly, there were more than 10 colorful needles in his hands, and he fiercely pierced the hundreds of acupuncture points in his body. This is? Everyone was stunned, and even Ji Meng and Song Lekun stopped. The two of them looked at each other cautiously, and they both focused their divine senses on Li Yunxiao. As the 5-colored godly void needles were inserted into his body, Li Yunxiao's body began to emit an astonishing aura, and it continued to rise. Although the bubble had burst, his body was still floating in the air, as if it was being pulled by some kind of force, and it was slowly falling. Motherf ****, this still can't kill you. Li Yi almost roared crazily. He felt that he was going crazy, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he took out a golden pill from his bosom, and directly swallowed it. Guang Yuan'e was shocked, and he cried out involuntarily, "Junior brother, you." Li Yi's face was ferocious, and he began to pant violently. The muscles all over his body suddenly swelled up, and he fell into an extremely painful expression. He roared, "If I don't kill him today, how can I be satisfied?" Roar! He suddenly let out a loud roar, and his height suddenly rose from the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had grown a few feet taller, and black hair appeared all over his body. His entire face had changed, and he looked like a huge mountain ape. What is going on? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Li Yi was an ape in disguise? Isn't this too preposterous? The few people who were running over from afar were also greatly shocked. When their hearts sank, the power that erupted from the mountain ape's body was actually comparable to a martial king. Monster transformation pill. It's actually a monster transformation pill. Luo Yunsheng immediately understood. She was born in the divine cloud palace, so her master had told her everything in the world. The monster transformation pill was an extremely powerful special pill. It required the blood and soul of a monstrous beast to be refined. After a normal person consumed it, they would immediately undergo the effect of monstrous beast transformation. At the same time, they would also possess the power of a monstrous beast for a short period of time. However, this kind of pill also had extremely great side effects, especially when it was a monster transformation pill that surpassed one's own realm. If one wasn't careful, their body could explode and they would die. Normally, people who possessed a monster transformation pill would deliberately strengthen their physical body so that they could endure even greater power. It was said that there was a person who swallowed a level 9 monstrous beast's monster transformation pill during battle and directly crossed 2 realms, instantly raising his strength to the Jiotian realm, Emperor Wu. Haha, power, I feel such powerful power. Li Yunxiao, between you and me, we can finally put an end to this. Mountain Ape Li laughed sinisterly and roared, then fiercely slapped towards Li Yunxiao. A dark cloud flashed across the sky, covering the sun. A shadow instantly surged into everyone's heart as they looked at each other in shock. The full power strike of a martial king actually compressed the air to the point that it made creaking sounds, piercing everyone's eardrums. It's time to put an end to this. Li Yunxiao's face was calm as he said indifferently. That gaze seemed to have always stood there since the ancient times. It was as calm as the ocean, as deep as the sky, and could contain all things. 4-colored light suddenly appeared on his body and converged from all directions. Azure, red, white, black, 4-colored world energy suddenly appeared on his palm. It was dazzling and beautiful, and the power of the surrounding space seemed to have been sucked dry by him. This is? For symbols elements? How is this possible? In the distance, Song Lakun was greatly shocked. He was dumbfounded from shock. That was clearly the power of 4 symbols that only 4 symbols martial lords could possess. Moreover, the elemental power with such a bright color was flowing so familiarly in Li Yunxiao's hands. It was like a river returning to the ocean. There was actually a feeling of cheering and jumping for joy. This kind of understanding of the power of the 4 symbols was far above his own. He also began to realize that this youth was too strange, and a faint sense of fear arose in his heart. If he didn't kill this person today, then he would definitely cause endless trouble in the future. Just as his killing intent was about to rise, he suddenly felt a cold wind rustling. A chill went straight into his heart, and his body could not help but shiver. What's going on? Song Lakun suddenly felt that something was wrong and asked in surprise, why is there wind? Even if there was wind, it was impossible for him, a 4 symbols martial lord, to feel cold. Above the wilderness, a strong wind suddenly blew. The clouds in the sky surged, giving off a feeling that the wind and clouds were changing. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers looked up at the sky in astonishment. What kind of power could actually cause such a phenomenon? This is? Luo Yunxiang suddenly stopped and looked into the distance in astonishment. Under the changing clouds, a proud and peerless figure was floating in the air. Her heart was greatly shaken, and a trembling feeling that came from her soul surged into her heart. Her entire body felt as if it was pierced by electricity. Suddenly, she felt like crying, and 2 clear tears uncontrollably flowed down. That lonely figure, in an instant, completely overlapped with the Lord who came on clouds 15 years ago. Strong wind rises, Shi Yin Fei Yang, wind and clouds rise in the world, wind and clouds are all mine. Li Yunxiao's body slowly floated up. Not only was there wind and clouds coiling around him, there were even 4-colored lights flickering around his body. It was extremely beautiful, as if a god had descended. His eyes were actually as deep as the ocean and sky, preventing others from seeing his appearance clearly. His hands lightly formed a seal, and immediately, boundless power surged from all directions. He lightly raised his hand, and the power of the world condensed on his right palm. Suddenly, he fiercely slammed it down, the wind and clouds changed, and the world collapsed. The surrounding air seemed to be burning at this moment, and balls of flame soared from all directions. The clouds in the sky suddenly shrank, and all of them turned into that person's endless figure. The whole sky seemed to have gathered under this wind and clouds, and then it collapsed. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers, including several martial monarchs, all felt that the sky was collapsing, and the earth was collapsing. Roar! Under this huge power, Mountain Ape Li instantly realized how insignificant the power he thought was. Under the wind of the palm, the hair on his body stood up, and his skin began to crack. His face was full of pain, and he constantly wailed. Boom! The power of the 4 elephants suddenly fell, and ruthlessly blasted Mountain Ape Li to the ground. A huge wave of power came from the ground, and all the soldiers could not open their eyes due to the glaring light, so they closed their eyes one after another. After Li Yunxiao blasted out with his palm, his entire body was sent flying by the huge force of the recoil. Like a deflated balloon, he began to spin in the air. In an instant, Jiming's figure flashed, and he chased after him. The wind and cloud palm landed on the ground, and dust rose up into the sky. Everything within 40 to 50 meters was covered in dust, and the eyes could not see clearly. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers felt that the oppressive atmosphere finally dissipated, and the sky became clear again. However, the ground seemed to be heavily damaged, and the dust billowed, making everyone cough violently. "Young Master Yunxiao, are you okay?" Xiao Qingwang and the other two finally arrived. When they saw Li Yunxiao being hugged by Jiming, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, the shock that could not be dispelled was frozen on the faces of the three of them. That earth-shattering palm had been deeply engraved into their bones. It was likely that they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Li Yunxiao's face was extremely pale, and the dozens of five-colored godly void needles in his body had all turned white, and there were signs of them breaking. There was no longer any spiritual energy. He looked at the few people who were concerned about him, and his gaze fell on Luo Yunsheng. He chuckled and said, "It's better if Teacher Luo carries me, I think I will be fine." Luo Yunsheng's face turned red. She wanted to curse, but she suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't bring herself to curse. She was stunned for a long time before she angrily said, "Nonsense." Xiao Qingwang looked at Luo Yunsheng in surprise, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chen Dasheng laughed and said, "You can still flirt with a female teacher at this time, seems like you are really fine." The smile on his face began to fade, and gradually, a murderous intent surfaced on his face. He turned to look at the golden lion core, and a voice that seemed to come from the netherworld said, "You are fine, and now it's their turn to be in trouble." The dust caused by Li Yunxiao's palm of wind and cloud did not disperse for a long time. When the dust finally landed, everyone was shocked to find that there was a huge pit that was more than 10 meters wide. What was even more shocking was that there was a bloody body lying in the pit, but it was obviously not Li Yi's. It was Guang Yuan'e. What happened? The one who was hit was the gorilla. How did it turn into another person? Where's the gorilla? Did he run away? That can't be right. He was clearly enveloped by the palm energy, and I saw him fall. How did he run away? Everyone was still shocked when they recalled the scene just now. When they saw the huge pit and Guang Yuan'e, they were even more shocked, and they began to discuss among themselves. Their faces were full of disbelief. Song Lakun was shocked as well. He did not notice at all how Li had escaped or how he had turned into the Guang Yuan armor and died in the pit. However, he could not care less about these questions now. A few terrifying murderous intents locked onto him, and every one of them had a higher cultivation level than him. He swallowed hard, knowing that he was in big trouble this time. Looking at the cold faces of Chen Dasheng and the others, his heart kept on sinking. The 400,000 people from the Central Army rushed over, and very quickly, they were in a stalemate with the Golden Lion Army. The two sides were at daggers drawn. The only difference was that the Central Army had a majestic atmosphere, while the Golden Lion Army, after going through a series of events, all of their faces paled. After Li Yunxiao consumed a few medicinal pellets, he walked over with the support of Jiarong. At that moment, his body had completely collapsed. The five-colored godly void needle brought out the greatest limit of his body's potential in one go, giving him the power of a four symbols martial lord. The consequences were also extremely severe. His meridians and body were almost completely destroyed, and now, he only had a single breath of life left. Chen Dasheng said in a deep voice, "Yunxiao, how do you think we should deal with this person?" Song Lakun's expression changed. He knew that he was going to suffer greatly today, but he still forcefully argued, "I am the commander of the Golden Lion Army, and I am investigating the person who robbed the Puyang City Lord's office. What right do you have to deal with me?" He didn't care about the consequences, and he first took the word reason and occupied the moral ground. As long as there was reason, it would be easier to talk. They were both from the Tianshui nation's army, and he could be counted as a big shot in the army. As the commander of an army, the other party wouldn't act recklessly, right? Why? Li Yunxiao smiled with a pale face. Tell him why. A trace of killing intent flashed across Jiming's eyes. In his heart, Li Yunxiao held an incomparably high position. He instantly leaped up, and fiercely punched down from the sky, fiercely towards Song Lakun's face. Song Lakun's expression changed, and he was about to resist. Suddenly, a killing intent that far surpassed his realm locked onto him. Xiao Qingwang's gaze slightly froze, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Song Lakun trembled in fear. He didn't dare to move, and he obediently watched as Jiming's fist became bigger and bigger. Bang! Song Lakun's face took a solid hit, and he spat out a mouthful of blood along with his teeth. His entire body was sent flying, and a 10-meter-long mark was left on the ground. Jiming lightly tapped his feet, and in an instant, he appeared above Song Lakun. He used his elbow to smash down. Bang! This hit directly on his chest, and Song Lakun's eyeballs almost popped out. His internal organs were severely injured, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood and crushed internal organs more than a foot high. Bang, 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 bang. Following that, Jiming continuously punched and kicked, and every hit was aimed at a vital spot. However, he controlled his strength very well, so that he wouldn't suffer a fatal injury, but he would suffer the greatest pain. Don't hit me. Song Lakun painfully begged for mercy. At that moment, he realized he was wrong. His thinking was too simple. The opponent was not going to reason with him. Stop. Li Yunxiao coldly said. He mocked, now do you know why we are here? I know. Song Lakun wailed. When the 400,000 soldiers of the Golden Lion Legion saw their emperor-like commander begging for mercy in such a cowardly manner, they were so shocked that they opened their mouths wide and felt indignant and disdainful. They lost all their will to fight and hung their heads low. Li Yunxiao sneered, you're already an adult and you've lived for dozens of years. Don't you understand that strength is everything? How did you become a martial lord? It's good that you understand now. You can die in peace. He lightly spat and a bleak chill attacked, kill him. What? Song Lakun, who was lying on the ground, was greatly shaken. He cried out in disbelief, kill me? You want to kill me? He seemed to be in disbelief. His eyes were filled with horror and shock. He said angrily, I'm a minister of the court, a general who guards a region. You want to kill me without permission? Do you have His Majesty's decree? Li Yunxiao looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. He sneered, you almost killed me. That's a capital offense. The law and the imperial edict are nothing in my eyes. Killing you is the law and the imperial edict. Li Yunxiao emitted an attitude of disdain. It was as if he was truly an ant-like existence. He suddenly felt that his greatest reliance and capital were all gone. Song Lakun was truly afraid now. He said with a pale face, don't kill me. I'm a Four Symbols martial lord. Keeping me alive will be of great use. As long as you don't kill me, I will be loyal to you until death. Chen Dashing and the others were also silent. He was, after all, a martial lord. He was one of the few powerful existences in the Aqua Sky Nation. If he could join them, he would definitely be a great help. Martial lord? Li Yunxiao disdainfully sneered and said, in my eyes, on the path of the martial Dao, martial lords haven't even entered the door. If I tell you to die, then die. Why are you being so long-winded? Kill. On the path of martial Dao, martial monarchs had not even entered the door. Xiao Qingwang and the other experts above the martial lord realm were all shocked. A martial king could control the lifeline of a country, and a martial lord could at least influence a faction. Such a powerful force, in his words, had not even entered the door. However, they were not unhappy at all. Instead, they felt a faint sense of approval in their hearts. Hiss. Like a whistling wind, Song Lakun's neck was immediately sliced open by Jiming. Fresh blood flowed out like a firework, and after it bloomed, death followed. Bang! Song Lakun, a big shot in the army, the commander of the 400,000 Golden Lion Legion, died in the wilderness outside Puyang City in such a cowardly manner. There was no need for Li Yunxiao to worry about the rest. He was helped into the commander's chariot to rest. Chen Dashing's eyes swept over the 400,000 Golden Lion Legion. Joy flashed in his eyes, and he shouted with a cold face, Song Lakun abused his power for personal gain and colluded with the enemy. He deserves to die. Now that he has been executed, he deserves it. The commander is dead, but where is the deputy commander? Step forward. Two middle-aged generals slowly walked out from the army. Their faces were gloomy, and they seemed to be struggling. When they walked past Song Lakun's corpse, they seemed to have made some kind of decision and heaved a sigh of relief. Golden Lion Legion's deputy commander Huang Hong and Hua Man greet Marshal Chen. The two shouted in unison. Chen Dashing looked at Huang Hong in surprise. Two-star martial master? Such a low cultivation, yet he could become a deputy commander. It seems that either his family's background is deep, or he is a resourceful strategist. There is no family with the surname Huang in the entire Aquasky nation. It seems that it is the latter. The importance he attached to Huang Hong in his heart immediately increased by a lot. What they lacked now wasn't manpower, nor high-end combat power. What they lacked was a strategist who knew everything about the 100 warring states. Although Chen Dashing himself was a godly commander, he had been injured for many years, so he didn't know much about the current military of the two nations. Huang Hong said loudly, Marshal Chen is wise. He secretly admired Chen Dashing in his heart. The older the ginger, the spicier. He was indeed the strategist of the Golden Lion Legion. It could be said that since the establishment of the Golden Lion Legion, he had personally handled almost all the major matters. Hua Man, on the other hand, was a martial grandmaster, and he completely relied on his martial strength to get to his position. Very good. Chen Dashing looked at the two of them, and a murderous aura shot out. You have seen that Song Lakun colluded with the enemy. Now that I have ordered for the Golden Lion Legion to be reorganized, do you have any objections? The two of them were shocked, and they said in unison, we are at your disposal, we have no objections. Cold sweat seeped out of their palms. If they still had any objections at this time, then they would never have any objections in this lifetime. When the two of them walked past Song Lakun's corpse, they had already made up their minds to submit. Good. The 400,000 Golden Lion Legion will be under Huang Hong's command according to the original organization. Chen Dashing took out a token and shouted loudly, Huang Hong, receive the order. Yes. Huang Hong shouted loudly and went forward to receive the token. His eyes were filled with joy. He didn't expect that he, a person who had submitted, would be the commander. In his heart, he admired Chen Dashing's way of using people. Don't use people you doubt, and don't doubt people you use. This was the way of a great general. Chen Dashing gathered a mouthful of vital energy in his dantian and shouted, 400,000 troops, fleeing without a fight, and losing the military fortress is a capital crime. Now, I will give you a chance to atone for your crimes. Return to the front line and protect the nation. Huang Hong also shouted loudly, atone for your crimes with meritorious deeds, protect the nation. All the officers and soldiers of the Golden Lion Legion looked at each other, and soon, many people followed suit. In the end, the slogan was uniform and it shook Xianxia. Atone for your crimes with meritorious deeds, protect the nation. Atone for your crimes with meritorious deeds, protect the nation. Just as everyone was shouting outside the city, inside Puyang City, in the city lord's mansion, Wu Liantian paced back and forth restlessly, beating his hands from time to time, and said, Sai, do you think that General Tsang can get back those treasures? He had painstakingly collected them for many years, disregarding face and shame, and accumulated them year after year. Wu Guang held the pig-head sack and said, of course. General Tsang is the commander of the Golden Lion Legion, Lord Wu Jun. I didn't ask you. Wu Liantian reprimanded. He knew his son's IQ, so his opinion could be ignored. Commander Ban, what do you think? Ban Bingbai looked at the father and son, and sighed helplessly. It's not a big problem to get back them, but it's also impossible to make Song Lakun spit them all out. Sigh. I knew it. Wu Liantian wailed, it's better to get back some of them than to lose them all. He said angrily, it's best to catch all those thieves alive and let me deal with them. I will definitely tear them apart inch by inch. A city guard hurriedly ran in and reported, Sir, the Golden Lion Legion is back. Wu Liantian was overjoyed, and quickly grabbed the soldier and asked, did you see those thieves? The soldier opened his eyes and thought for a moment, and said, I saw them, they seem to be in the crowd. But. Haha, that's great. I want to remove their bones one by one. Wu Liantian didn't wait for him to finish, and happily jumped up, and hurriedly walked out of the door. Guang Commander Ban, come with me to welcome the army. No need. A sneer came from outside the door, and a bag flew in and fell to the ground. A round ball rolled out and stopped at Wu Liantian's feet. He looked at it, and the smile on his face immediately froze. That ball was actually Tsang Lakun's head. He raised his head in shock, and saw Li Yunxiao and the others standing at the entrance, looking at him coldly. Wu Liantian's heart suddenly sank. Little brother, it's a misunderstanding, a mistake. Before he could finish his words, he found that his body was far away from him, and the whole world was spinning. It turned out that his head had flown up, and finally fell to the ground, smashing together with Tsang Lakun's head. Soon, another head flew over, and this one was much bigger. It was Wu Guang's pig head. Everything in Puyang City is temporarily under your control. Li Yunxiao glanced at Ban Bingbai indifferently, and disappeared in front of the door. Ban Bingbai's face was extremely pale, and he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Outside, there were several auras that were enough to make him tremble. He quietly stood in the city lord's mansion, and didn't even dare to move. He just listened to the sound of the army passing through the city, uniform, and the ground trembling. After marching for more than an hour, Ban Bingbai heard the sound of the army going far away, and then heaved a heavy sigh of relief. His eyes fell on the 3 heads on the ground, and his face was gloomy. Chen Dashing and the others had too many questions to ask Li Yunxiao, about the killer god's finger, and about the wind cloud palm. However, Ji Meng and Jia Rong were guarding outside the war chariot's tent with solemn faces, and no one was allowed to go in and disturb them. Everyone, what do you think? In Chen Dashing's commander's tent, a few people sat in a circle. All of them were confused, and Chen Dashing was the first to break the silence, and took the lead to ask. It's too exaggerated, this kid is not human. Chen Lin was the first to shout, and his eyes were filled with horror, and he said, the purplish-black murderous aura in the 2000 student army. I've been fighting in the army for decades, and I've only seen it in some extremely bloodthirsty killers, and it's far less intense than this. These 2000 people are simply killing gods. Chen Dashing's eyes swept across the few people, and everyone fell into deep thought, and all of them were confused. Only Luo Yunshang's eyes were a little dull, and the expression on her face was calm and tranquil. Chen Dashing's face also became a little dignified, and his eyes seemed to be drifting, and he said with a slightly reminiscing voice, there's an ancient legend, if the killing on the battlefield is too fierce, it will attract the god of massacre to come to the world. According to the legend, the god of massacre was surrounded by purplish-black aura, and his body was covered with scales, and it was impossible to look at him directly. Han Qianfang asked in a daze, Marshal, are there really gods? The rest of the people also turned their gazes over, wanting to hear more. On this continent, only the Jiutian Emperor Wu could reach the peak and look down on the world. As for gods, they have occasionally heard of them, but most of them are lies. Chen Dashing's gaze was deep as he explained, gods are too vague. The so-called god of death is actually referring to this purplish-black killing intent. On the battlefield, there is an ancient name, Ramayana, which means the power to kill everything. Ramayana. The few of them muttered to themselves. Chen Dashing sighed, the martial path is endless, how can we ordinary people lose it all? This killing intent is actually a kind of power. It is rumored that there are experts who specialize in this path. When facing an enemy, their killing intent is overflowing. Not only does it greatly increase their strength, but it can also weaken the opponent's momentum. Han Qianfang's expression became strange as he frowned, this cultivation method is extremely rare. How did Yunxiao learn it? Furthermore, this secret technique is definitely a priceless treasure. He actually passed it on to over 2,000 people. Now that it has been made public, although it has increased the overall strength of the army, it is still a pity. Every cultivation method was a treasure. No martial artist would be foolish enough to pass it on to others. They would cherish it and leave it for their own people. With one look, it was obvious that the killing intent technique was a brilliant cultivation method. Han Qianfang naturally felt some heartache. Xiao Qingwang's eyes flashed as he said with certainty, this Li Yunxiao must have an expert behind him to guide him. Let's not talk about this Ramayana. He is only 15 this year, but he is already a second-rank alchemist and an 8-star martial artist. His true combat strength is comparable to a martial grandmaster. If you say he doesn't have a master, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. That's right. Qin Daxing's eyes lit up as if everything was easily solved. I wonder what kind of existence the expert behind him is. To be able to nurture such an outstanding disciple, he is definitely not a simple person. On the path of martial arts, martial monarchs have not even entered the door. When Xiao Qinhuang thought of this, a sense of desolation involuntarily arose in his heart. He solemnly said, "This person's cultivation is definitely far above ours." Chen Daxing said in shock, "Could it be a six-direction realm martial ancestor expert?" Xiao Qinhuang didn't say anything. He suddenly turned to look at Luo Yunsheng and said with a smile, "Yunsheng should have guessed it as well, right? If I'm not mistaken, the martial technique that Li Yunxiao used to kill Guan Yu and Jia should be the conquering army's emperor Wu Gufeiyang's great wind cloud palm." Luo Yunsheng's heart skipped a beat. Although she already knew that Li Yunxiao knew the great wind cloud palm, seeing it with her own eyes was another matter altogether. Moreover, 15 years ago, she had seen that peerless figure descend from the sky with her own eyes. The two of them were so similar, her heartstrings were plucked and she could no longer calm down. Xiao Qinhuang said with a smile, "It is said that Gu Feiyang accepted a total of 5 disciples. The eldest disciple, Hua Qianshu, was promoted to Emperor Wu a few years ago and is in Misty Snow Sacred City. The second disciple, Mo Xiaochuan, is a member of the Mo clan of Black Iron City. There has been little news of him in the continent for the past 10 years. The third disciple, Jun Ruyun, is said to have become the son-in-law of one of the 3 great empires, Gu Emperor Wu Kingdom. The fourth disciple, young Emperor Hao Lian, fought with the leader of the Blazing Fire mercenaries for the position of King of Mercenaries in Mercenary City, but to no avail. The fifth disciple, Yang Di, is the one everyone is most familiar with. In these past few years, he has directly advanced from a 3rd-grade Grandmaster to a 5th-grade King-grade Arcane Master. In the Fire Crow Empire, he can be said to be at the apex. Everyone here knows some of these things. The Aquasky nation may have lost its best chance to become an empire, and may never have another chance. I heard that he has already stepped into the 7th-grade Emperor-grade Arcane Master, but I don't know if it's true. If it's true, I'm afraid he has already gone to the deity transformation sea." Chen Daxing revealed a trace of fascination and sighed, "These names are all like thunder piercing the ears, existences that can shake a region. Even the weakest, Lord Yang Di, may have already broken free from the shackles of the secular world and soared above the sky martial continent." After listening, Chen Lin carefully analyzed, "It's impossible for Lord Yang Di to be Yang Di. Let's not talk about whether he has the cultivation of the 6 directions realm. Because of the matter with Mo Xian, he has already sworn that he will never take a step into the Aquasky nation again." Han Qianfeng's index finger tapped on the table as he said, "Mercenary City's Light Song Forest is one of the most complicated places on the continent. The situation can change in an instant, so it's impossible for young Emperor Hao Lian to come to a small place like the Aquasky nation to be Yun Zhao's master." Xiao Qinhuang also began to ponder. The ancient Emperor Wu's empire is one of the 3 great empires that traverse the continent. It's located in the western region of the Sky Martial continent. If Jun Ruyun wants to nurture Yun Xiao, he can just give the order. Let alone the Aquasky nation, even the Fire Crow Empire wouldn't dare to say anything. As for the Black Iron City, it's thousands of miles away from us. Unless he has reached the realm of Emperor Wu and can shatter space, he wouldn't run so far away." After listening to everyone's analysis, Chen Daxing said in a daze, "So the person behind Yun Xiao is most likely Emperor Wu, Hua Qianshu? Are you joking? An expert of the Emperor Wu's realm?" He found it hard to believe, and the others were also making their own guesses. After all, the existence of Emperor Wu was too far away for them to reach. Xiao Qinhuang suddenly smiled, "Yun Shang, what do you think? I'm afraid no one here understands Gu Feiyang better than you, right?" Luo Yunsheng's face blushed slightly, revealing a bashful expression. That day at the banquet in the Imperial Palace, she had publicly announced that the person she loved was Gu Feiyang. Now, the entire nation knew about it. Qin Daxing also hurriedly said, "Commander Luo, who do you think is the most likely expert behind Yun Xiao?" Luo Yunsheng's thoughts seemed to return to that lonely and desolate snowfall peak. That night, he was like a god, indifferent to the common people, stepping on the wind and clouds to arrive. All the beauty in the world had transformed into his lonely back. No one knew what Luo Yunsheng was thinking. Her eyes were like stars, and a trace of a smile actually appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her thin lips said softly, "Why must it be these 5?" Everyone was stunned. Even Chen Dashing said in surprise, "Could it be that other than Gu Feiyang's disciples, there are others who also know the great wind cloud palm?" Of course. Luo Yunsheng's face revealed a trace of determination, as if she had confirmed something. "Although I have not seen these 5 lords, I am certain." Li Yunxiao's great wind cloud palm was definitely not learned from these 5 people. Xiao Qingwang's pupils shrank slightly, asking in shock, "Who?" Luo Yunsheng's eyes suddenly flickered. Her eyes were like crystals as they trembled. She smiled lightly, and it was as if a spring breeze had blown across the tent. "Of course it's Lord Gu Feiyang himself." Pfft. The few people in the tent immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, they felt as if they were bathing in the spring breeze, but now they felt a threatening chill. Chen Dashing cried out involuntarily, "How could it be? Gu Feiyang died in the Tianshao Mountains 15 years ago. This is a matter that everyone knows." Luo Yunsheng smiled lightly. At this moment she seemed to be abnormally happy. That pair of star-like eyes, that peerless godlike figure, once again surfaced in her mind. Li Yunxiao's great wind cloud palm was exactly the same as that lord 15 years ago. Not only the aura, but also the spirit, the only person who could teach such a disciple was that lord himself. Indeed, in this world, there is absolutely no one who can kill him. Luo Yunsheng smiled lightly. Immediately a rough outline appeared in her mind. She thought that it must be that Gu Feiyang was seriously injured 15 years ago, and the outside world thought that he had already died. But that was not the case. When he was seriously injured, he somehow ended up in Tianshui country, and by coincidence, he became Li Yunxiao's master. Yes, that must be it. She gently wiped away her tears, smiling happily. It must be Lord Gu Feiyang, I can feel it. That kind of heaven-shaking spirit, that kind of disdainful aura, other than him, who else in this world could teach him? Chen Dashing, his father, and Han Qianfeng shook their heads with all their might. They could not believe it no matter what. This conjecture was too shocking to the world. Xiao Qingwang was also stunned. "According to what you're saying, not only did Pejuan Emperor Wu Gu Feiyang not die, but he is hiding in Tianshui country." Luo Yunsheng revealed a fascinated expression, happily saying, "That must be it." Chen Dashing could not accept this speculation. He smiled bitterly. On the road of martial arts, a martial monarch is only the beginning. If this was said by Lord Gu Feiyang, then a martial monarch is not the beginning, but dog shit. Xiao Qingwang's expression suddenly darkened, as if he had thought of something extremely serious. His gaze swept across the tent, and he said word by word, "If this speculation is true, and if it is spread out to the enemies who had the strength to seriously injure Gu Feiyang back then, not to mention our Tianshui kingdom, even the entire Huowu Empire will be annihilated." Everyone's expression changed greatly. This was indeed an exceptionally terrifying speculation. A person who could seriously injure Gu Feiyang could easily destroy the Huowu Empire, not to mention a subsidiary kingdom like Tianshui country. Almost 1/3 of the Tianshui country's top martial forces were gathered in this tent. It was likely that they would not even be able to withstand a breath of air from that person. After Xiao Qingwang's words, the atmosphere in the tent immediately became extremely oppressive. Everyone felt an enormous pressure, some of them unable to breathe. Chen Dashing's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "This topic ends here. No one is allowed to continue discussing. No matter who is behind Yunxiao, as long as they do not harm him, we do not need to worry. Furthermore, with that person's strength, there is no point in worrying." Luo Yunsheng also felt that she had spoken indiscreetly, and she faintly felt some regret in her heart. Her gaze also became cold, and she glanced at everyone. She said in a cold voice, "I will say the ugly words first. If this matter is spread out and it affects the safety of that lord, I, Luo Yunsheng, will kill him even if my body is torn into pieces." She had already firmly believed that the person behind Li Yunxiao was Gu Feiyang. At this moment, she was extremely regretful, and she blamed herself for being careless. She should have thought of this speculation, but why did she have to say it out? Chen Dashing said cautiously, "Commander Luo, don't worry. The Han and Li families are friends of life and death. We are closer than blood brothers. Xiao Qingwang has also received a great favor from Yunxiao, so naturally, he will not leak any information. Xiao Qingwang came to a sudden realization, no wonder he's so skilled in medicine. He can even remove the cold energy that has accumulated in our bodies for so many years. Yunxiang, don't worry, we're all on the same side. Luo Yunxiang nodded, but when she thought about how Gu Feiyang was still alive, she couldn't calm down. Suddenly, someone reported from outside the tent, "Marshal, we've reached Flourishing Water City. Should we enter or take a detour?" Chen Dashing furrowed his brows and crossed his arms as he pondered. Prosperous Water City Lord Shua Hongguang is also first Prince Qin Yang's man. If we enter the city, we won't give him any face, lest we invite trouble for ourselves. Pass down the order to take a detour. There should be a town 100 li ahead, we'll rest there. Yes. The man acknowledged the order and was about to leave. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Wait." Ji Meng's silhouette walked into the commander's tent. He cupped his fists and said, "Commander, young Master Yun just said that the people in Flourishing Water City belong to First Prince Qin Yang. He wants the army to stop for a while and let me lead the student army in to get some rations." Ask for some rations? Chen Dashing was surprised. Is the army running out of rations? He didn't know that Li Yunxiao had plundered Puyang City's mayor's residence. Jiming also showed a rare smile. Hee, we're borrowing some money from First Prince's men to spend. Faint, everyone understood now. Chen Lin said angrily, "We're a regular army, not bandits." How can we? Chen Dashing suddenly made a hand gesture to stop Chen Lin. After a moment of thought, he said, "Now is the time to fight for the position of Crown Prince. It's a good thing to strike the enemy to fill up our ranks. I'll give you the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, go quickly." At the same time, he ordered, "Rest outside the city for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn." Jiming laughed, "No need, we'll be back in 15 minutes. With a light tap of his foot, he soared into the sky. Chen Lin and Han Qianfeng were both speechless. They felt that their commander doted on Li Yunxiao too much, to the point that he would even do something that violated the law. This would have been unimaginable in the past. Soon, the 800,000 soldiers stopped outside the city and reorganized themselves. Jiming, on the other hand, led 2,000 students into the city. When the soldiers guarding the gate saw this, they didn't dare to stop them. More than 2,000 people were also very disciplined. After entering the city, they headed straight for the city lord's mansion. What made everyone overjoyed was that the city lord, Shua Hongguang, was taking in 27 concubines today. All the people who came to congratulate him all brought gifts, their faces beaming with joy. Shua Hongguang was also dressed in a red wedding robe. He was holding his 14-year-old concubine's hand as they performed the ceremony. A servant ran in with a face full of cold sweat, and hurriedly whispered in Shua Hongguang's ear, "City lord, bad news." Suddenly, a large number of soldiers came and stopped right outside our mansion. Shua Hongguang was taken aback for a moment before he pondered, could it be that one of the generals has also come to congratulate me? There doesn't seem to be any troops stationed nearby. Just as he was feeling doubtful, Jiming's voice drifted over. "The Eastern Punitive Expedition is passing through your territory and is here to borrow some money. City Lord Shua, continue. Don't worry about us. We'll just take some for ourselves." Very quickly, more than 2,000 students rushed into the mansion. Even more than 10 people ran into the main hall. In front of all the people who came to congratulate him, they swept away all the gifts in the hall. By the time Shua Hongguang reacted, more than 2,000 students were all in high spirits and prepared to leave. Shua Hongguang flew into a rage. Just as he was about to bring his men to vent his anger, Jiming coldly swept out with his sword. The tallest building in the city lord's mansion, Admiring Moon Pavilion, collapsed with a loud bang. One sword collapsing a building, this time everyone was scared stiff. The strongest commander in the city was only a 9-star martial grandmaster. He immediately hid himself, not daring to show his face. The rest of the people didn't dare to make a sound. They could only watch as more than 2,000 students left. Indeed, in less than the time it took for a jaw stick to burn, Jiming brought his men back to the army. He came to the commander's tent alone and said with a face full of smiles, "Commander, we can continue the march." Chen Dashing chuckled and said, from the looks of it, you must have gained quite a lot, right? How many gold coins did you get? Han Qianfeng also chuckled and said, although prosperous Water City is not as rich as Puyang City, it is still one of the main cities of the Tianshui nation. I'm guessing that you guys got at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins, maybe even millions. Chen Lin was shocked. Millions? That much? He looked annoyed. If I knew this, I would have gone too. Jiming laughed and said, not much. Not even 1/10 of what Puyang City got. F***CK. You guys got Puyang City too? Chen Dashing stared and said, no wonder you guys are so familiar with the route. How much did you get here? Jiming thought for a while with his fingers and said, I didn't count carefully. Just the gold coins alone, there are only about 30 million. As for the other rare treasures, they're probably worth 1 or 200 million. What? 30 million gold coins. Treasures worth 100 to 200 million. Han Qianfeng bit his tongue and cried out in pain. Chen Dashing's eyes almost fell to the ground. He said in shock, the military expenditure of the entire nation is only 1 billion gold coins a year. How can there be so much money? Chen Lin was also going crazy. He said, didn't you just say that this is not even 1/10 of what Puyang City got? Only Xiao Qingwang and Luo Yunsheng had a weak concept of money. After a slight shock, they smiled and didn't say anything. Han Qianfeng cried, Marshal, let's return to the army and go to Puyang City again. Chen Dashing was dumbfounded. He opened the tent flap and saw the 2,000 student soldiers outside. Their morale was high and everyone had a happy smile on their faces. Jiming smiled and said, I have to go back and report to young Master Yun. He jumped up and landed on Li Yunxiao's war chariot and walked in. Father. Chen Lin also cried, I have never seen so much gold coins in my life. It's the same as him, but it's his first time leading troops to war. When he returns, he will probably become the richest man in the nation. We are also leading troops to war. It's been so many years, but we are so poor. That's right, Marshal. Han Qianfeng also had a bitter expression as he complained, I have been a general for so many years, but apart from the soldiers' pay, I have never seen so much money. When will I be rich enough to retire? Chen Dashing's mind was in a mess. He slammed the table and shouted, bring me the map. Immediately, an officer took out a military map and spread it on the table. Chen Lin didn't understand and asked, Father, why are you looking at the military map? Chen Dashing waved his hand and looked at the map carefully. Let's see how many cities of the first prince's forces are up ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, he counted them one by one. Chen Lin and Han Qianfeng almost fainted, but they soon became excited. Their eyes were filled with gold coins. Only 5? Chen Dashing was stunned. Not enough, not enough. He paced back and forth a few times, then slammed the table and said, we will take a detour and arrive 2 days later. We can pass by 3 more cities. In any case, Li Changfeng isn't in a hurry. Good. We agree as well. Han Qianfeng and the other man stood up abruptly and laughed in delight. The 800,000-strong army immediately changed their original marching plan and began to take a detour. Everywhere they passed, there were smiles on everyone's faces. Only the local city lords were crying. There were 13 main cities in the Tianshui country and more than 30 small cities. The city lord was the highest official in the area, almost like a local emperor. Furthermore, it was a lifelong position that could be inherited. Therefore, in some cities with a long history, the prefecture lord was an extremely wealthy existence. Soon, letters after letters flew into the capital like snowflakes and were delivered to the imperial court. At the same time, they landed in the residence of the first prince, Qin Yang, because everyone who was robbed was attached to his faction. Bang! Another messenger was kicked to death by Qin Yang. He angrily roared in the residence, Xiao Qingwang, Chen Dasheng. You and I will not exist under the same sky. Gao Feng said calmly behind him, another place was robbed? Qin Yang roared, all these years, I relied on the financial resources provided by the city lords of these places to develop my faction to where I am today. Now, not only have I lost my financial resources, the central army is gone, and the Golden Lion Legion is also gone. Almost overnight, the general trend has left me. How can there be such a ridiculous thing? Gao Feng also felt that the changes in this period of time were too fast. He said with a cold face, looks like Li Yi was right. That Li Yunxiao is really a monster. Ever since he rose to power and sided with Qinyu, the first prince's faction started to collapse and all of them started to side with Qinyu. Qin Yang's eyes were spitting fire as he said angrily, Li Yunxiao deserves to die. Now, even Li Yi's fate is unknown and his whereabouts are unknown. A few days ago, there was news that even that old fox Lan Hong started to side with Li Yi. He directly gave that bitch concubine Fragrance a birthday gift worth tens of millions. One by one, they left me. Do they no longer have faith in me? Gao Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. First Prince, don't be impatient. Don't forget that we still have our biggest trump card. When the time comes, even if the whole world stands with Qinyu, it will be useless. Only then did Qin Yang calm down a little. His eyes revealed a fierce look as he said to Gao Feng, that's right. This is my biggest and only trump card. Commander Gao, you are my most trusted confidant. You must handle this matter properly for me. When I ascend to the throne, you will be in existence above all others. Gao Feng bowed and said, First Prince, rest assured. This matter is about to be completed. I will definitely make haste and there will not be any mistakes. Qin Yang said coldly, very good. Only then did he recover his high and mighty aura of a prince. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, all of you just wait and see how I cut you into pieces. After a few days of detours, the Eastern Punitive Expedition finally arrived at Anyang City after 8 days. Kunjin City was just a few dozen miles away. Anyang City was a small city. In terms of strategic position, it was only a buffer zone. If the 100 Warring Kingdoms army were to advance westward, their first stop would be Anyang City. Thus, the citizens of the city had all fled with their belongings, leaving behind a city guard of 5,000 men who lived in constant fear. Thus, when the Eastern Punitive Expedition arrived, the city lord Yuan Zijin received the news and immediately lined up at the city gates to welcome them. When they saw the arrival of the army, they all cheered and heaved a sigh of relief. With an army of 800,000, it would be extremely difficult for the 100 Warring Kingdom to break into Anyang City. Furthermore, after the arrival of the army, all the defense and command would be handed over to the army. The city guards and the city lord would not have to bear any responsibility. When the army arrived at Anyang City, their morale was high and they were beaming with joy. This caused Yuan Zijin to feel extremely strange. Normally, soldiers would be frowning when they were about to enter the battlefield. Why were these soldiers smiling so happily? He thought to himself that the central army was indeed extraordinary. At the very least, their appearance was completely different from the other armies. Chen Dasheng was also in a good mood. Along the way, he had made a fortune. Later on, the student army would no longer have a share in the cities. Towards the end, the soldiers were addicted to making a fortune and did not care whether the cities belonged to the first prince or not. However, the discipline was still very strict. They would only look for the city lord's residence and leave after making a fortune. They were not allowed to harass the commoners. After showing the transfer order, Yuan Zijin finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, Everyone, please follow me into the city. Fortunately, the commoners in the city had already fled and became an empty city. Although it could not accommodate an army of 800,000, it would not be a problem to accommodate 400,000 to 500,000 people. The rest were to camp outside the city. Chen Dasheng and the other generals immediately entered the city lord's residence. Before they could settle down, they gathered all the generals and Yuan Zijin to analyze the current situation. Li Yunxiao appeared in front of everyone accompanied by Jia Rong and Ji Meng. This was the first time he walked out of the tent after being injured. Although he did not look as lively as a dragon or a tiger, his complexion was rosy and it seemed that his injuries had all healed. Chen Dasheng and the rest's eyelids twitched as their hearts were once again shocked. 9-star warrior. However, when they thought of the person behind him, they all regained their senses. With such a powerful expert around, it was not strange for them to advance so quickly. Yunxiao, are you done? The first to stand up and ask was Luo Yunsheng. Her face was full of concern. If you haven't recovered, go back to meditating. You can't help here anyway. Xiao Qingwang and the others had a strange look in their eyes as they smiled without saying a word. Li Yunxiao was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, as the chief of the logistics department and the commander of the student army, how can I not attend the meeting? Although I haven't fully recovered, I'm almost there. Luo Yunsheng patted his shoulder affectionately and said softly, don't work too hard, your health is more important. Her thoughts were simple. Since Li Yunxiao was that lord's disciple, she would do her best to protect and care for him when that lord wasn't around. But in Li Yunxiao's ears, cold sweat broke out all over his body, and he was at a loss as to what to do. He looked at Luo Yunsheng in horror and thought, does she know my identity? Impossible. Not to mention guessing, even if I said it myself, no one would believe me. Chen Dashing and the others covered their mouths and snickered. He shouted, Yunxiao, come over and take a look. Only then did Li Yunxiao feel relieved. He hurriedly ran over and sat down beside Chen Dashing. Yuan Zijin was slightly surprised. How could such a young man be a general? But he knew that many nobles in the court liked to send their children to the army. They didn't need to do anything and treated it as a vacation. When they returned, they would be promoted to nobility, so he didn't find it strange. Under Chen Dashing's signal, he began to explain the current situation. The army of the 100 warring states has besieged Kunjin City for a total of 27 days, but there hasn't been any news from inside. Although the army hasn't advanced west, there are 3 small towns in front of Anyang City that have already been occupied by the army of the 100 warring states. I'm afraid that once Kunjin City falls, they will immediately rush to Anyang City. The 3 small towns are Fengshan Town, Feifeng Town, and Yongsan Town. I've sent people to investigate the military deployment in each town, and there are about 20,000 people. Because we can't break through these 3 towns, we don't know anything about the situation at the front. It's still unknown how many people there are in the 100 warring states. But according to my estimation, it should be around 800,000. Everyone began to ponder after hearing this. Chen Dashing muttered, they haven't been able to take down the city after more than a month, but they are still defending it. It seems that they intend to force the city to run out of food. But there's a big doubt here. Our army has already set out for half a month. They should have already received the news and taken countermeasures, but it seems that they haven't taken any action yet. In other words, they aren't afraid of our army pressing on, and even working together to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Han Qianfeng said, yes, this doesn't make sense at all. If I were the enemy's general with only 800,000 troops, after the enemy's army set out, I would either attack the city by force and strive to break the city as soon as possible, or I would directly advance west and take advantage of the terrain. Another possibility is to directly retreat to the 100 warring states. So far, they haven't done anything and are just biding their time. It's really strange. Chen Dashing's heart stirred, and he called out, Huang Hong, tell us your opinion. Immediately, everyone's eyes fell on him. Huang Hong was slightly nervous. After all, his identity was still in a relatively awkward position. But he quickly recovered and said thoughtfully, when the 100 warring states army passed by Baitu town, I also secretly paid attention. It's indeed around 800,000 troops, but it shouldn't exceed 1 million. After the Golden Lion Corps retreated, it's unclear whether they sent any more troops. But when our army retreated, they didn't occupy Baitu town, but just passed by. So I don't think there will be any more reinforcements. At present, there should be 800,000 troops surrounding Kunjin City. Chen Dashing nodded in satisfaction. This Huang Hong was indeed smart. He asked doubtfully, if it's really 800,000 troops, what's their purpose? Is it really to lure us out and cooperate with the first prince in the capital? Xiao Qingwang said, if it was a month ago, it might be possible. But now, Qin Yang's forces have basically collapsed. Even if the capital makes a big move, it won't be able to save the situation. So this reason doesn't hold water. It's really puzzling. It seems that we have to send people to break through the blockade of the 3 towns and send people in to understand the situation. Chen Dashing's eyes wandered around the crowd. Suddenly, his heart moved. Yunxiao, what do you think? He didn't dare to look down on this junior in the slightest. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I really don't know anything about marching and fighting, but but I just feel that it's strange. Just now, Uncle Han mentioned 3 points. Either attack by force, advance westward, or retreat. Why can't they just wait for us to come and wipe us out together? All the generals revealed a strange expression, and some even sneered undisguisedly. Chen Dashing shook his head and said with a wry smile, "You really don't understand. Not to mention that we have the absolute advantage in numbers. Even if we are at a disadvantage, they won't be able to escape under a pincer attack. Unless they have several times more troops than our army, they won't dare to wait for us." Li Yunxiao frowned and said coldly, "Marshal only considers the number of troops, but not the quality? What if they have 800,000 martial artists, 800,000 martial artists? I can't believe you can think of that." Han Qianfang smiled and said, "Your student army of 2,000 is already an anomaly." Xiao Qingwang's expression changed, and he said, "Young Master Yun only said that we have to consider high-end martial artists." Li Yunxiao looked at Xiao Qingwang and said with a smile, "That's right. 800,000 soldiers are extremely powerful in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in the eyes of martial artists, Xiao Qingwang alone can fight 100,000 of such soldiers. If the other party has a martial ancestor of the 6 combinations realm, he can kill 1,000,000 soldiers alone." Everyone instantly fell silent. Although they believed that the other party couldn't have a martial ancestor, if there were a few martial kings and martial lords, it would be extremely troublesome. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I'm just analyzing the situation. In reality, it's not very possible. If that's the case, Kunjin City would have been conquered long ago. Actually, I think there's only one possibility. The purpose of the 100 Warring Kingdoms army is not to attack or occupy the city." Chen Dashing was stunned, and his eyes immediately lit up as he shouted, "Yunxiao's words make sense. If the 100 Warring Kingdom didn't mobilize such a huge army to attack the city, then what is their purpose? The most important thing now is to understand their purpose. Is Ding Bai here?" A general hurriedly stepped out and said, "This general is here." Chen Dashing's gaze turned cold as he ordered, "I order you to select 300 elite soldiers to quickly investigate the 100 Warring Kingdoms' intelligence. Do not miss out on anything. Report back immediately if there's any news." "Yes." Ding Bai immediately accepted the order and retreated. Chen Dashing ordered, "Yuan Zijin, you will lead all the city guards and be in charge of the army's food, lodging, and logistics. The rest of you, go back and wait for Ding Bai to find out more information before making a plan." After the temporary meeting ended, everyone found a place to stay. In any case, the city was empty. Whoever occupied it could take it. Li Yunxiao had already sent Ji Meng to occupy a large courtyard. It was enough for them to stay in. After returning to the small courtyard, Li Yunxiao felt uncomfortable all over. He turned around and said, "Teacher Luo, I'm already here. There's no need to send me off. You can go back." Luo Yunxiang looked around the small courtyard and lightly stroked her hair. She said indifferently, "I also haven't found a place to stay." "Your place is big enough. I'll stay here." "Ah?" Li Yunxiao was stunned. "That's not very good, right? It's already full, there's not enough." Meng Wu just happened to come out and overheard their conversation. She immediately said happily, "It's all right, young Master Yun. Just let Teacher Luo stay with me. It just so happens that the bed in my room is very big." Li Yunxiao fiercely glared at her and said angrily, "Your bed is big, isn't it? Do you want me to squeeze in with you? I just happen to have no place to stay." Meng Wu blushed and ran away angrily. Luo Yunxiang's gaze turned cold and a hint of anger appeared on her face. She said coldly, "It seems like you don't welcome me to stay here?" "Of course not, I welcome you. I'm just afraid that the place is too shabby and you might not be used to it." Li Yunxiao hurriedly made an inviting gesture and ordered his subordinates to clean up a room. Luo Yunxiang nodded slightly and said, "That's good. Yunxiao, come with me, I have something to ask you." She directly walked into a bedroom, which was where Li Yunxiao lived. She closed the door and seemed to feel that it wasn't tight enough. She made a hand seal with her fingertips and a few seals flew out and landed around the room. Li Yunxiao recognized that these were seals used to isolate eavesdropping. The entire room had become a sealed space and no one would hear him even if he shouted himself hoarse. He looked at the way Luo Yunsheng was staring at him and immediately panicked. He thought to himself, what is she trying to do? Don't tell me you're trying to force yourself on me. Looking at Luo Yunsheng's beautiful face and unique temperament, as well as the faint virgin fragrance, his heart instantly rippled. He thought to himself, forget it, the difference in our cultivation is too big. Even if I resist with all my strength, it'll probably be futile. I'll let you have your way today. He immediately closed his eyes and looked forward to that moment of happiness. Why? You don't dare to look at me? Luo Yunsheng smiled gently. Her smile was very infectious, like 100 flowers blooming, and the air seemed to be a little clearer. It was just that she rarely smiled. Li Yunxiao took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He said, no, I just feel very nervous. It seems like you're mentally prepared. Yes, Luo Yunsheng said softly, I thought about it for a long time before I came to look for you. Li Yunxiao moved his arms nervously and rubbed his hands together. He smiled and said, hee, as expected of a teacher. I'm half dead from anxiety. Come on, hurry up. He began to undress. Luo Yunsheng was stunned. She said in a daze, what are you doing? Take off your clothes. If you don't take off your clothes, how? Li Yunxiao slapped his head, oh, I forgot. I'm a man, so I should take the initiative and undress teacher first. He put on his loose clothes and went forward to pull Luo Yunsheng's belt. Murderous aura, a murderous aura that was even stronger than Ramayana's. Li Yunxiao felt a chill run down his spine. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight into his head. One of his hands stopped in front of the belt of Luo Yunsheng's clothes. It was as if a layer of ice had formed on his body, making it hard for him to move. A surge of murderous aura surged directly into the depths of his sea of consciousness, and he felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. What's going on? Is Teacher Luo going to play SM? Boom, a giant axe appeared in the air. It shone brightly, as if a giant ship had appeared and filled the entire room. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked. He exclaimed, isn't this SM too ruthless? Who can withstand it? Rumble. Just as he was feeling bewildered, Luo Yunsheng's face darkened to the point that it was dripping water. Her giant battle axe slammed down with the force of Mount Tai. Fortunately, the back of the axe was facing downwards. Li Yunxiao used both his hands to block the blow. Without any suspense, his entire body was directly smashed into the pit. The entire room had collapsed, a pitch-black, bottomless hole appeared, and Li Yunxiao's entire body disappeared. Luo Yunsheng's face turned pale. She was so angry that her body was trembling. She shouted into the pit, Li Yunxiao, if you weren't his disciple, today would be the day you die. She reached out, and the giant axe in the air turned into a miniature form. It flew into her hand, and she left. In the deep pit, Li Yunxiao lay covered in blood. He smiled bitterly and said to himself, aren't you going to play SM? What do you want? Can't you just say it? My great aunt. A thought flashed in his mind, and he said to himself, his disciple? His disciple. Oh, that's right. She didn't guess my identity. She thought I was Gu Feiyong's disciple. No wonder. Oh, I got hit for nothing. Ji Meng and the others rushed in very quickly. They saw Luo Yunsheng walk out of the room with a frosty expression on her face. They all shivered and felt a chill. Then, they jumped into the pit one by one and rescued Li Yunxiao. Meng Bai asked in confusion, Master, why is Teacher Luo so angry? Chen Zhen's eyes lit up. He said in surprise, Young Master Yun, why are your clothes unbuttoned? Wow, you can't be thinking of. He covered his mouth and stared at Luo Yunyang in disbelief. Then, he gave him a thumbs up and said in admiration, amazing, amazing. You've been so amazing all this time. I've never admired you as much as I did today. Han Bai's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. He said carefully, Young Master Yun, it's tough to lead troops into battle, but don't you have Mengwu by your side? You don't have to be so daring as to. He shuddered at the thought. It was as if Luo Yunsheng was looking at him from behind. He did not dare to say anything else. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. Meng Bai blinked and said innocently, what are you guys talking about? Why are you talking about my sister? Tui. Mengwu happened to be outside. She was about to jump into the pit when she overheard their conversation. She immediately blushed and ran away in anger and embarrassment. In the next few days, Anyang City was relatively quiet. Luo Yunxiang did not leave. Instead, she stayed in the small courtyard. Li Yunxiao did not dare to see her again. As soon as he came out of the pit, he quickly found an excuse to go into seclusion. Ever since he used the 5-colored godly void needle to stimulate his potential outside of Puyang City, his body had been in a complete mess. He had been relying on all kinds of pills to suppress his injuries. If he had not cultivated the tyrannical heavenly tempering technique and forcefully raised his cultivation from a martial warrior to a martial lord, his body would have exploded and he would have died. Now that he was hit by Luo Yunxiang with all her might, although he was heavily injured again, the extreme yang energy was completely absorbed by his glazed body. After slowly digesting it, it actually had a very good healing effect on his previous injuries. The 9 yang energy is indeed mysterious. No wonder it's the Xinxiao Palace's treasure. It was no wonder that Marshall and Xiao Qingwang's injuries were better than I had expected. I just don't know who will benefit from it in the end. It turned out that the 9 yang immortal technique had a secret. Back then, Chu Hongyan had once told him that if a woman who cultivated the 9 yang immortal technique had intercourse with a man for the first time, she would transfer a trace of the purest energy from her body into the man's body. From there, she would break the 9 yang immortal body. This would greatly benefit both parties. After a man obtains the purest energy, his cultivation would increase greatly. And after a woman breaks the 9 yang immortal technique, her body would produce a trace of extreme yin energy, softening her original extreme yang and extreme yang body. Under the intercourse of yin and yang, her cultivation would also increase by leaps and bounds. Thus, the 9 yang immortal technique was a rare treasure. Unfortunately, there was not even 1 in 10,000 women who possessed an extreme yang body. For thousands of years, the number of people who cultivated this technique could be counted on one hand. But without exception, all of them became peerless experts who could shake the heavens and the earth. This glazed body is quite powerful. Even a martial king cannot resist the 1,000-bird pill, but she actually has the ability to resist it. Now that she has taken this pill, it has no effect. What should I do? Do I have to refine the 9 orifices break adversity pill? I don't know if it can withstand such a huge medicinal power. Moreover, I need a rank 3 alchemist to barely refine it. Forget it, let's start collecting the ingredients for the 9 orifices break adversity pill. The 5 main ingredients are the scaly sound branch, Sirius rock orchid, divine space crystal, mysterious thunder blood, and jade void fruit. I only have the scaly sound branch now, and I'm still missing 4 ingredients. Each one is more precious than the last. I haven't found any after plundering so many city lord mansions. I'm afraid there might not be any in the entire Aquasky nation. He pondered for a moment, then said firmly, when this matter is over and Qin Yu ascends to the throne, I will go to the deity transformation sea. Even if I don't expose my identity there, I should be able to raise my cultivation the fastest there. After making up his mind, he began to regulate his breathing. After absorbing Luo Yunxiang's 9 yang qi, his injuries began to gradually heal. Once he entered a meditative state, his body began to gradually become transparent, revealing a glazed body with light circulating around it. In the World God Monument, another incarnation of his soul image was constantly refining his soul power, while his real body in the secret room was constantly breathing in and absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth, refining his dantian and meridians. As he cultivated the body, energy, and soul at the same time, the amount of energy Li Yunxiao needed to advance by 1 level was extremely huge. The amount of energy that could allow other martial artists to advance by several stars was not even enough for him to advance by 1 star. As such, it was rare for him to have a match within the same level. Suddenly, the soul image in the World God Monument became agitated, and it was difficult for him to enter a meditative state. Li Yunxiao woke up from his meditative state involuntarily. He had never experienced such a situation before. He suddenly raised his head in shock and looked at the sky. The sky that was originally filled with the golden tadpole inscriptions of the great divine technique disappeared in an instant. The entire sky was cloudless and clear. Suddenly, in the south of the Universe God Monument, there was a faint ray of fiery light that soared into the sky. It was as if the clouds were burning. What's going on? It was the first time he saw a phenomenon in the World God Monument. Limited by his weak soul power, he was unable to explore the larger space in the monument. He could only watch helplessly as the flames in the south seemed to transform into a golden phoenix that danced in the sky before slowly disappearing. Real spirit fire phoenix? Li Yunxiao was shocked. Looking at the flame image gradually disappear, he said with a solemn face, "Could there be a real spirit fire phoenix in the World God Monument? How is that possible? That is a divine item of heaven and earth. Even I have never seen it in my previous life." His mind was in a mess, and he could no longer calm down. In the secret room, Li Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. No, that should be the shadow of the fire phoenix. The legendary real spirit can travel through the void, so how could it be trapped in a profound artifact? But why would such a phenomenon appear at this time? He thought for a long time, but he could not understand it. Suddenly, Jiming's voice came from outside. "Young Master Yun, the commander has ordered all the generals to immediately go to the city lord's residence to discuss matters." Li Yunxiao sighed and said, "Got it." He did not think too much and stood up to go to the city lord's residence. The atmosphere in the castellan's mansion became heavy. Everyone was silent with ashen faces. Li Yunxiao arrived rather late. He frowned and asked, "What happened?" Chen Daxian glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "We've already sent out 5 batches of scouts, and all of them disappeared without a trace. There were a total of 1,500 people. The last 2 batches were in coordination with each other. Each person was equipped with a cloud-piercing arrow. If there was any danger, they would immediately send a signal. But they never returned, and there's no news." Li Yunxiao was also shocked. "You mean, every batch of scouts were killed instantly, and they didn't even have time to release the cloud-piercing arrow?" Chen Len explained with a troubled expression, "According to the situation, that's what happened, but the truth is not so simple. Because every time they send out 300 people, they are divided into many small teams. For example, 5 to 6 people in a team. They also split up to investigate. It's impossible to kill all of them without a trace." All the officers looked distressed, unable to figure out what was going on. Chen Daxian also felt a trace of irritation, and said hatefully, "There's no news at all. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation since I led troops to war." Li Yunxiao's eyes were slightly moved. He walked to a chair and sat down. "It seems that the situation I mentioned before is very likely. They're really fearless and waiting for their prey." Chen Daxian's pupils constricted, and he said in shock, "You mean, they've arranged a large number of experts in these 3 towns? Li Yunxiao's expression was calm, and he said indifferently, "Not only experts, but they've also arranged a large-scale formation. I suspect that all 3 towns are covered in a formation. Otherwise, it's impossible that no one sent a signal with over 1,000 people entering." Formation? Everyone was taken aback, and their gazes fell on Jia Rong one after another in shock. From their point of view, something as mysterious as a formation could only be done by arcane masters. Most people only knew that Jia Rong was a rank 2 arcane master who followed the army, and did not know about Li Yunxiao's situation. After such an analysis, the originally dispensable Li Yunxiao's group became more and more important. Chen Daxian asked with a serious expression, "Then what should we do?" Suddenly, a report came from outside the door. "Commander, there's a strange phenomenon in the southern sky." Phenomenon? Everyone was stunned. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly stood up from his seat and flew out. Fiery clouds appeared in the sky to the south, and golden light flickered within them. Suddenly, it transformed into a fiery phoenix that soared through the sky. In the blink of an eye, it charged down from the clouds and disappeared into the southern sky. It was exactly the same as the vision in the World God Monument. Li Yunxiao was extremely shocked and suddenly shouted, "Master Yuan Zijin, where did the fire phoenix land?" Yuan Zijin was also stunned by the strange phenomenon just now. When he heard someone calling his name, he pondered for a moment before replying, "That's Flying Phoenix Town. These 3 towns are all located at the foot of a phoenix mountain. Legend has it that there are phoenixes in the mountains. To think that it's actually true. Phoenix Mountain? Li Yunxiao's pupils suddenly contracted. His expression turned solemn as he muttered to himself, "So that's how it is." Chen Dasheng was shocked. "Yunxiao, what do you know?" Li Yunxiao waved his hand and turned to walk into the governor's residence. "Come in and we'll talk." Very quickly, everyone sat in their respective positions and all eyes fell on Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said, "I finally know what's going on. The strange phenomenon in the sky just now was actually a sign of the birth of a precious treasure. This treasure must be related to the phoenix. The 100 Warring Kingdoms' operation this time might not be to invade the Aqua Sky Nation. Their objective should be this treasure." Xiao Qingwang's pupils shrank as he said in a serious tone, "I've only heard of a treasure that can cause a strange phenomenon in the heavens and earth. To think that it's actually true. Since it's a treasure that appeared in our Aqua Sky Nation, we naturally can't let it fall into the hands of the 100 Warring Kingdoms." "That's right," Chen Dasheng said in a deep voice. "This time, they mobilized 800,000 soldiers as a cover. This treasure must be extraordinary. Let's not waste any time and let the army attack the town. I don't believe that a formation can trap an army of 800,000. Li Yunxiao declined to comment. Not to mention a formation that trapped an army of 800,000, he had even seen a formation that trapped 8 billion soldiers. Basically, no matter how many came, they would all die. As long as the formation wasn't destroyed, there would be endless slaughter. However, it was impossible for the 100 Warring Kingdoms to have such a powerful force. He pondered and said, "It's better to be careful. Since they dared to act so brazenly, they must have something to rely on. I think it's better to go and investigate first." "Investigate?" Chen Dasheng's eyes widened as he smiled bitterly. "The most outstanding scouts have all gone and never returned. How can we investigate?" Li Yunxiao smiled, "Let me go this time." "You?" Chen Dasheng immediately became silent. Logically speaking, Li Yunxiao was indeed the best candidate. However, in Chen Dasheng's heart, his safety was more important than the 800,000 soldiers. "No." Luo Yunxiang said coldly, "I don't agree." After so many days, she finally spoke for the first time. Li Yunxiao looked over in astonishment. When he met the knife-like gaze, he was so frightened that he hurriedly withdrew and turned his head away. "How about this, I'll accompany young Master Yun. It shouldn't be a big problem." Xiao Qingwang said with a smile, "Moreover, I also want to see this treasure that can cause a natural phenomenon. It can be considered as an eye-opener." Li Yunxiao refused. "No, you must use Teacher Luo's pure yang qi to suppress the cold poison. Otherwise, if it backfires, it will become a burden. Let Jimming accompany me will be enough." Luo Yunxiang suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, "Li Yunxiao, are you ignoring my words? This is a battle between two armies. Why are you trying to be a hero?" Although she was reprimanding him, her concern was evident in her words. Everyone became silent. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly. His lips moved slightly, and he used secret voice sending. Luo Yunxiang's angry expression immediately disappeared. Her face was full of disbelief. She asked suspiciously, "Really?" Li Yunxiao nodded slightly and smiled. Only then did Luo Yunxiang frown and sit back down, not saying anything. Everyone was stunned, and their eyes widened. They didn't know what the two of them had talked about, and they reached a compromise so quickly. Chen Dasheng was still worried. "Yunxiao, are you really going?" "Of course." Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "It's rare to find something good. No matter what, I have to go and make a fortune." Chen Dasheng nodded. "If that's the case, I won't stop you. Remember, safety is the most important thing." Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Just wait for my good news." He and Jiming's silhouettes instantly disappeared from the city lord's mansion. Everyone's vision blurred, and they were instantly stunned. Luo Yunxiang watched the figures disappear outside the door, and her eyes were filled with deep concern. The two of them ran at a speed several times faster than a horse. Fenghuang Mountain was only 100 miles away from Anyong Town. An hour later, they could vaguely see the outline of Feifeng Town. Only then did they slow down. Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and looked at the sky in the distance. In an instant, streams of divine consciousness were emitted from his body in a frenzy, radiating toward Feifeng Town. His divine sense was far stronger than that of a rank 2 alchemist. Soon, it reached the sky above Feifeng town, but it was immediately blocked by a strange force. Humph. Li Yunxiao snorted. Ocular sorcery, demonic moon. His eyes turned into a blood-red crescent moon, and soon, the situation in the town began to appear in his pupils. The houses were all lifeless, without the slightest sign of life. The streets of the town were littered with corpses. Apart from soldiers, there were also civilians. As expected, the scouts were all dead, and the residents were all slaughtered. Apart from the devastation, there was no sign of life in the town. A strange power spread out from the Phoenix Mountain outside the town. Li Yunxiao's eyes regained their clarity, but his face was a little flushed. It was clear that he had expended a lot of soul power. Jiming couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Yun, how is it?" Li Yunxiao adjusted his breathing for a moment, then opened his eyes and said calmly, "They're all dead. There's no one left alive in the town." A trace of anger burst out of Jiming's eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Did they all enter Fenghuang Mountain?" Li Yunxiao looked at the strange town in front of him and said slowly, "Not necessarily. The situation here is more complicated than I thought. The people in the town died in an extremely strange way. We have to be extra careful." The two of them raised their vigilance to the extreme, and they began to walk step by step towards the town. Soon, they seemed to pass through a layer of energy, and something seemed to brush past their faces. The two of them knew that they had entered the array. The scene in front of them was exactly the same as what they saw with the eye technique, but it was even more shocking. Moreover, there was a foul stench that soared into the sky. If it wasn't for their high cultivation, they would have vomited already. Even so, they both frowned. "It's a trap for 10,000 people." Jiming said gloomily and angrily, "The people of the 100 warring states are too vicious. They don't even let the defenseless civilians go." The two of them walked and looked at the shocking scene. Li Yunxiao's expression became more and more solemn, and he said slowly, "They killed the civilians to prevent the news from leaking. What I'm most concerned about now is, how did these people die? Look at the wounds on their bodies, they're not done by humans." Jiming was shocked, and he looked at the bodies. Sure enough, the wounds on their bodies were a mess, as if they were bitten by wild beasts. He said in shock, "Could it be?" Li Yunxiao's footsteps suddenly stopped. There seemed to be a weak aura coming from all directions, and it was getting stronger and more numerous. His gaze sank, and he said coldly, "As expected, it's demonic beasts." Jiming looked around in horror. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound coming from the bungalows around them. Rays of weak light appeared and increased in number. They were like fireflies. In the blink of an eye, they had completely surrounded the two of them. These glowing bodies were like bees, constantly buzzing, but also like fireflies, their tails glowing. Their bodies were the size of a fist, and their faces were as ugly as flies. Jiming's hair stood on end. If he met one or two of these things, he wouldn't be afraid and would just kill them. But in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of them swarmed over, covering the sky and covering the earth. The entire town was instantly covered by these insects. "Young Master Yun, what are these things?" "Each one of them is a martial warrior." Jiming felt his scalp go numb. These tens of thousands of demonic insects, each emitting an aura of a first origin realm existence. Rank 1 demonic beast of Ichi corpse worm, a type of demonic beast that grows by absorbing nutrients from corpses. Their strength is low, but their numbers are huge. If there are mountains of corpses, they can breed easily. Li Yunxiao looked at the Avicii corpse worms popping out of the corpses from time to time and said coldly, "No wonder they made it like this, it's to cultivate these things. Many of them have just hatched, so they shouldn't be strong." However, there are also a few old bugs who have reached the peak of the martial warrior realm. Jiming felt his scalp go numb, even if they are only martial warriors, but this number. Li Yunxiao took out the lunar frost sword and sneered, "Don't worry, these worms don't have intelligence and don't listen to orders. They just look disgusting. They are very easy to kill, look." He raised his sword and slashed down fiercely, releasing an extremely cold stream of chi. The Avicii corpse worms seemed to feel the danger and retreated, but due to their large numbers, more than 10 of them were still hit by the sword chi. They froze in the air and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. This sword seemed to have provoked the Avicii corpse worms, and they all roared angrily. Jiming's heart sank slightly, but he also smiled bitterly in his heart. Li Yunxiao himself was only a martial warrior, but he killed more than 10 First Origin Realm demonic beasts with a single sword strike. This, fortunately, he was already used to it. Immediately, he shook his spirit and pulled out his flexible sword. He brandished it a few times and surrounded the two of them. Outside the sword light, peach blossoms bloomed. As each peach blossom grew and died, a Avicii corpse worm was torn to shreds. I don't need protection. Just kill as many insects as you can. Don't use fancy moves, save some energy for later. Li Yunxiao's voice rang out. His footwork kept changing as he dodged the attacks. The lunar frost sword in his hand casually slashed out, and every time he slashed out, he would cut down more than 10 corpse bugs. Jiming was shocked, but he immediately understood. He simplified his moves into a horizontal and a vertical. Instantly, more Avicii corpse worms died. Soon, the corpses of the undead insects piled up like a mountain beside the two of them. The buzzing sound in the sky also weakened, leaving only a few hundred undead insects flying to their deaths like moths to a flame. Suddenly, a black cloud floated across the sky. The sunlight in the small town was blocked, and the two of them felt it was dark. Raising his head, he jumped in shock. Those weren't dark clouds at all. They were actually 4 incomparably huge Avicii corpse worms. Each of them was the size of a millstone, and they suddenly swooped down. These 4 Avicii corpse worms had the power of 2 realms. Obviously, they were the kings of the Avicii corpse worms. The reason why the two of them were shocked was that they looked so disgusting. They felt like vomiting and their stomachs were rolling. The 4 kings of the Avicii corpse worms seemed to have some intelligence. They seemed to be able to distinguish the strength of the two of them. All of them rushed towards Li Yunxiao, trying to bite him. Jiming was shocked. Just when he was about to rush over to save him, he saw a cold light flash by. Many ice lotuses bloomed in the sky. Green Lotus Sword Song. 7 huge ice lotuses lined up in the sky and landed on the ground, forming a very pleasing piece of art. The 4 kings of the Avicii corpse worms were all frozen in 4 of the lotuses. After the disgusting insects turned into a piece of art, they had a unique taste, and they didn't look so disgusting anymore. Jiming's eyes brightened. He seemed to have understood something. He slashed down with his sword, and 7 huge peach blossoms lined up in the air. The petals were blown by the wind and turned into pieces. Like falling snow, they swept toward the remaining Avicii corpse worm. The falling petals were the most heartless things. They turned into spring mud to protect the flowers. The petals in the sky shot out and suddenly turned into golden light spots. It was as if thousands of arrows had pierced through their hearts. The remaining hundreds of Avicii corpse worms in the sky were all pierced through by the golden light and fell down. Li Yunxiao smiled and praised, "Not bad. Your sword is even better than before. I am afraid you will have a breakthrough soon." Jiming had learned something, but it was not a suitable place to stop and train. He could only sigh. The two of them looked at the corpses of the worms on the ground. There was green juice everywhere. They felt disgusted. They quickly left the Flying Phoenix town and ran towards the Fenghuang Mountain. In front of a huge cliff in the Fenghuang Mountain, a group of people were holding their breath and watching the pattern on the stone wall change. There was a flashing hexagram in a circle. 8 tadpole patterns spread out in all directions. In the hexagram, there was a pattern of a fire phoenix dancing. A red-haired middle-aged man was controlling the pattern's changes with a serious expression. He seemed to be struggling and confused. Every time he performed the spirit art, he would have to think for a long time. Most of the tadpole patterns on the pattern had already let out a silver light. Only a few of them were still gray. Suddenly, a man riding on a lion changed his expression. He took out a jade pendant from his chest. It was already broken into many small pieces. His pupils shrunk. He grabbed the jade pendant with his 5 fingers. The jade pendant was instantly crushed into pieces and was blown away by the wind. "Su Pinghong, what happened?" An elder nodded slightly and asked with flickering eyes. The man riding on the lion's expression did not change. He said lightly, "The 4 Avicii corpse worms I placed in the Flying Phoenix town have been killed. The elder's eyes flickered and he said coldly, "Someone finally broke in?" "Hee hee, Senior Marshal Brother Sue, those few worms of yours are only trash of the two talents realm. Isn't it normal for them to be killed?" A bewitching woman smiled softly. Her forehead was slightly pressed on the shoulder of a man beside her. She looked like a gentle and considerate lady. The elder said seriously, "We can't be careless. One of you go take care of it." The bewitching woman said gently, "It's just some small mice. Let me and Senior Marshal Brothers will go." Su Pinghong looked coldly at her and the man beside her and said coldly, "They killed my Avicii corpse worms. Let me go. I alone am enough." After he finished speaking, he turned around and rode down the mountain on his lion. A man with a cold aura said seriously, "I heard that Xiao Qingwang also came this time. If he also enters the Flying Phoenix town, I'm afraid Junior Marshal Brother Su won't be his match." The elder frowned and said in deep thought, "Xiao Qingwang was injured by your extremely cold true energy for 5 years. Even if he recovers, his cultivation will fall greatly. There's nothing to fear. Moreover, Su Pinghong has the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar. Even if he really meets a martial king expert, he won't lose. Let's wait and see. If there's anything strange, we'll send someone." The man with the cold aura was Yi Shaoshan, a martial king expert from the 100 Kingdoms kingdom. He said respectfully to the elder, "Yes, martial uncle." The elder was called Xianxia. He was the deputy palace lord of the supreme palace in the Fire Crow Empire. The bewitching woman was called Sun Xiumei. She and the man beside her, Li Wenshi, were from the same sect and were husband and wife. The man who was focused on deciphering the formation was called Hu Yanming. There was also Song Qingtian, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating. Together with Yi Shaoshan and Su Pinghong, they were known as the Supreme Six. Sun Xiumei smiled affectionately, "Senior Marshal Brother Yi, you've stayed in the 100 Kingdoms kingdom for so many years. After this is over, follow us back to the Supreme Palace. Master misses you so much." Yi Shaoshan looked a little lonely and sighed, "Back then, I received the great kindness of the 100 Kingdoms king, but I can't repay him. For the past 10 years, I've been wholeheartedly trying to promote the 100 Kingdoms kingdom to an upper vassal state, but I haven't succeeded. The ranking tournament that happens once every 5 years is coming. This is the biggest opportunity. After the ranking tournament is over, I'll have no more regrets. At that time, I'll naturally return to the Supreme Palace and not care about the secular world anymore. I'll focus on the path of martial arts." Song Tiancheng, who had been sitting and adjusting his breathing, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Yi, after you left, it'll be hard for me to meet an opponent. I'm very lonely by myself." A smile flickered in Yi Shaoshan's eyes. "Junior Song is already an 8-star martial king. I'm no longer your opponent." He replied lazily, but there was not the slightest hint of admitting defeat in his eyes. Instead, his fighting spirit overflowed. Li Yunxiao and Jiming walked to the end of the Flying Phoenix town. In front of them was the Phoenix Mountain. Just as the two of them prepared to step into the mountain, a faint pressure suddenly came over. They discovered a middle-aged man quietly standing at the foot of the mountain while riding a lion. Su Pinghong seemed to be a bit impatient from waiting and said lazily, "I even thought some big mouse entered. But it's only a 2-star martial lord and a 9-star martial warrior." He sneered with a face of disdain, "Trash." Li Yunxiao faintly smiled and said, "You don't need to introduce your name. We're not interested." What a smart-mouth brat. "I'll send you to heaven right now, then I'll use your corpses to float 2 Avicii corpse worms." A trace of anger flashed past Su Pinghong's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by killing intent. His entire body rose into the air, and a palm of lightning fell towards Jiming's body. He planned to kill the martial lord first. As for the martial warrior, in his eyes, he couldn't even be called an appetizer. Li Yunxiao did not move. He stared at Su Pinghong's lion for a while, then said with a stunned smile, "Profound lightning cloud shocking roar? TSK, I just happened to be lacking profound lightning blood, so the heavens sent me a profound lightning beast. Jiming, stall the sky. I'll take care of this monstrous beast." When Su Pinghong heard that Li Yunxiao recognized his mount, he was instantly shocked. Then, when he heard that he was going to use the profound lightning cloud shocking roar, he couldn't help but laugh. He was an extremely rare beast tamer and most of his time was spent on how to control monster beasts. After many years of hard work, he was barely able to control the rank 5 profound lightning cloud roar. A martial warrior level child actually said he wanted to deal with it. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Putting aside the bloodthirsty nature of monster beasts and their strong physical bodies, even a docile rank 5 monster beast was equivalent to a 5-element martial king. Jiming didn't find it funny at all. Since young Master Yun said it, then it wouldn't be wrong. He suddenly attacked with his flexible sword and lightly shouted, "Unseal." Instantly, it became a long snake and swept towards Su Pinghong. Su Pinghong was a 4-star martial lord and he didn't dare to be careless. Right from the start, he used his full strength and dragged his opponent into a tough battle. On the other side, Li Yunxiao chuckled as he walked towards the profound lightning cloud roar. He had a mischievous look on his face. Although monster beasts didn't have intelligence, they had intuition that humans couldn't compare to. It immediately felt that the person who came was unkind. It immediately stood up from its lying position and stared at Li Yunxiao with a face full of vigilance, as if it would pounce over at any moment. "Be good, don't be nervous." Li Yunxiao started singing softly. Child, why are you so bad? Bully, cheat, why do you do it? Learn to be a good child, love each other, care is in your heart, full of color. Be good, come back quickly. My embrace is always open for you. Be good, repent sincerely. Roar. The profound lightning cloud roar couldn't take it anymore. It didn't know how to vomit, so it could only roar to express the anger and disgust in its heart. After it roared angrily, its bell-like eyes suddenly froze. Li Yunxiao's eyes had already become red crescent moons. There was an indescribable demonic expression on his face as he said softly, "Come in, baby." The profound lightning cloud roar shivered. A feeling that came from the depths of its soul made it tremble. Instantly, it realized that the sky in front of it had completely changed. It was under a cloudless sky. Li Yunxiao, who was originally standing in front of it, had unknowingly sat cross-legged in the distance. He stood up with a smile and walked toward her step by step. He laughed softly and said, "Baby, don't be afraid. This is the Universe God Monument. I've only pulled one of your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls in." Compared to humans, monster beasts relied on their bloodthirsty power and strong bodies to be much stronger than humans within the same rank. However, their only flaw was that their consciousness was extremely weak and they didn't have enough intelligence. Beasts would be extremely passive if they met an expert in soul attacks like Li Yunxiao. He could not understand the mystic thunder cloud's shocking roar, but he instinctively felt a trace of fear. In particular, the golden tadpole characters that were constantly disappearing in the sky made it tremble and feel uneasy from the bottom of its heart. The 2 of to it. Li to it, the king, to the 2, to the 2, the dragon spirit, it, beast, 2, Chin god to of Li Yunxiao's soul projection immediately turned into golden light and dissipated as he pounced on it. Very quickly, it condensed in the sky again. There was a faint smile on his face that never changed. In the World God Monument, he was nourished by the great God evolution skill. His soul was many times stronger than it was outside. Even if a master, who was a few levels higher than him, entered with their soul, they wouldn't be his match. He knew about the profession of a beast tamer. Usually, they would use some auxiliary profound level weapons and various secret skills to control the monster beasts. For example, the profound of lightning cloud roar in front of him had a bell on its neck. It was an auxiliary profound level weapon. The reason why Li Yunxiao had dragged it into the Universe God Monument was because he wanted to use his powerful soul power to subdue it. Su Pinghong, who was outside, was slightly shocked. He saw his mount roar loudly, then lay there motionlessly. The warrior child sat down with his legs crossed. The 2 of them seemed to be looking at each other. However, the profound of lightning cloud roar's eyes were blank. Little Xian, little Xian." Su Pinghong shouted a few times, but it didn't have the slightest effect. The profound of lightning cloud roar seemed to be slightly stunned, then returned to its blank face. Su Pinghong paled from fright, and only then did he feel astonished in his heart. According to the standard of the beast taming technique, he had already trained this profound of lightning cloud roar to 80%. Normally, it was almost impossible for it to betray him. However, at that moment, he used a secret technique to shout a few times, yet it seemed to not hear him. How could he not be shocked and furious? One had to know that this rank 5 monster beast was nurtured with all of his resources and painstaking care. It was almost his strongest battle power and trump card. He immediately recalled the words the child said when he wanted to deal with his mount. Instantly, he couldn't smile anymore. In his heart, there was only shock and fury. He hated that he couldn't immediately fly over and kill that brat. However, the 2-star martial lord in front of him became more and more courageous as he fought. He was clearly 2 stars higher than him, yet not only could he not do anything to him, danger would descend from time to time. It made him anxious and furious. Bastard, thunder azure light break. He was endlessly furious. He took out a pair of bracelets and put them together. Instantly, lightning interweaved and flickered. There seemed to be the faint might of thunder as it fiercely struck down. Jimeng did not panic. His state of mind was like water. Although his cultivation was only that of a 2-star martial lord, his comprehension and martial intent already far surpassed his opponent. As long as he calmly faced the battle, he would definitely win. Peach Blossom Sword Intent. The longsword was raised, and a huge peach blossom started to sprout from the seed. In an instant, it bloomed. Countless golden radiance blossomed, and it completely engulfed the lightning strike. The world laughs at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at them for not seeing through me. Pointing at the 5-tomb hero's tomb, no flowers, no wine, no hose, and no fields. A painting of peach blossoms and flowing water suddenly unfolded under his sword. It was as if he was under an endless peach blossom tree, singing and drinking, and it was extremely carefree. Jimeng's sword danced faster and faster, and the more he danced, the more free and unrestrained he became. Tens of thousands of peach blossoms bloomed around his body, and very quickly, Su Pinghong was submerged within. Impossible! Su Pinghong loudly roared. He was shocked and furious. Bastard, how can you defeat me? But the cruel reality immediately made him despair. He crazily yelled at the profound thunder-shocking cloud, Little Xian. Save me. This time, it was even worse than last time. The profound thunder-shocking cloud was not even stunned for a moment, as if it did not hear him at all. Su Pinghong's heart suddenly sunk. He did not dare to fight anymore, and he quickly retreated, wanting to escape. Want to escape? Jimeng coldly smiled. The scene of Li Yunxiao killing 7 lotuses with 1 sword and flying Phoenix Town appeared in his mind again. He suddenly yelled, Green Lotus Sword Song. His flexible sword swept across the air. What bloomed were not green lotuses, but many peach blossoms. It was the sword intent of the Green Lotus Sword Song. 7 huge peach blossoms appeared in the air again, and they were a lot more beautiful than when they were in the small town. A light breeze blew, and the flowers bloomed and withered. Tens of thousands of peach blossoms flew down and engulfed the sky. Su Pinghong's heart was shocked. He looked at the falling petals that filled the sky, and he could not help but use all his strength to yell, Martial Uncle, save me. His voice shook the sky, and it went straight into Phoenix Mountain. Ah! Unfortunately, the peach blossoms had already fallen, and they turned into spring mud to protect the flowers. Su Pinghong screamed and died under the tens of thousands of peach blossoms. The scene was exceptionally beautiful and shocking. Jimeng looked at Li Yunxiao in the distance, and did not dare to disturb him. Also, at that moment, there was a faint restless feeling in his body. He was wild with joy, and he quickly sat down to adjust his breathing. That was the sign of a breakthrough. Time passed bit by bit, and the energy in his body finally broke through the bottleneck, and he became a 3-star martial lord. Jimeng looked at the flow of energy in his body in disbelief, and an excited feeling surged through his entire body. A month ago, he was just a 7-star martial master, and his biggest dream in his life was to become a martial lord one day. He did not expect that after following Li Yunxiao for a month, he had already broken through 6 stars, and became a 3-star martial lord. He slightly opened his eyes, and was stunned to find that Li Yunxiao was silently looking at him with a smile on his face. Young Master Yun, he called out, a little touched. Not bad, Li Yunxiao praised without any hesitation. That sword just now indeed had the feeling of the Green Lotus Sword Song, but it is still far from it. However, with your current understanding, it is more than enough for you to become a 3-star martial lord. Jimeng was very grateful in his heart, but it was stuck in his throat, and he could not say it. He suddenly saw the profound thundercloud roar standing on the side, and he was instantly shocked. Young Master Yun, this, Li Yunxiao smiled and patted the profound thundercloud roar's forehead, and said with a smile, Xiaoxian is our friend now. The profound thundercloud roar seemed to want to prove his words, and it immediately twisted its body like a spoiled child. At the same time, it used its head to rub against Li Yunxiao's hand a few times, and its face was like an obedient baby. Ah? Jimeng's mouth was wide open, and he did not know what to do. He could feel the aura emanating from the monstrous beast's body. It was definitely an existence of the martial king level. Even he would tremble, but now, it was like a kitten. As for Li Yunxiao's divine ability, he was speechless once again. Let's go. Now that we have Xiaoxian's help, it will be much easier for us to charge into the mountain. Li Yunxiao patted the profound thundercloud roar's body, and the 2 people and 1 beast ran towards Fenghuang Mountain. Suddenly, a sharp attack came straight down from the mountain, and everywhere it passed, the trees and rocks were all shattered into pieces. A vacuum was formed under the impact. The power was aimed at Li Yunxiao and Jimeng. Get out of the way. Li Yunxiao lightly shouted, and the 2 people and 1 beast immediately flew up, and landed far away. They vigilantly looked at the figure that gradually appeared on the mountain. Sun Xiaomei was still tenderly leaning on Li Wencher's shoulder, and looked at Li Yunxiao and Jimeng with affection. A trace of astonishment flashed through her eyes, and she said with astonishment, how come senior brother Su's lion cub was also subdued by you? Li Wencher coldly stared at the 2. I thought some big mouse entered, but it's just a 3-star martial monarch and a 9-star martial warrior, trash. He sneered with a face full of disdain, and said, senior brother Su can't even take care of ants of this level, he really deserves to die. Li Yunxiao was stunned, he was somewhat speechless. Are you from the same sect as the one who raised the lion? Even the words you said are exactly the same. Could it be that you are also called trash? Trash sect? I have never heard of it. Li Wencher's expression changed, he said sternly, brat, you are courting death. Junior sister, you trap that beast, wait for me to kill these 2 mice, then we will deal with that beast together. I heard that the blood of the profound thundercloud shocking hell is a great nourishment. After you and I eat it, our power will definitely increase greatly. Sun Xiaomei smiled shyly. Her body was as light as a swallow as she flew in the forest, heading straight for the mysterious thundercloud roar. She giggled and said, senior martial brother has been interested in this beast's blood for a long time. Now that senior martial brother Su is dead, it will help us. The profound thundercloud shocking hell felt a burst of killing intent. It immediately became furious. Without waiting for Li Yunxiao's order, it roared loudly and rushed towards Sun Xiaomei. Its body faintly flickered with lightning. Jimeng's eyes flashed. This lightning was exactly the same as the lightning on Su Pinghong's shocking thunder palm. Presumably it was also obtained from the profound thundercloud shocking hell, but in comparison, it was much weaker. Sun Xiaomei stood high between 2 branches, her whole body vigilant. Even she did not dare to underestimate the strength of the profound thundercloud shocking hell. She raised both of her hands high, a circle of blue water vapor rose from her body. With a loud shout, both of her hands suddenly pushed down, Kuei water hula hoop. Hoop after hoop continuously flew out from her body, getting bigger and bigger in the air, completely trapping the profound thundercloud shocking hell. Restrain. Sun Xiaomei lightly shouted. Those huge hoops suddenly shrunk, dozens of them all shrunk to the size of a person's arm, just enough to trap the profound thundercloud shocking hell. Her eyes revealed a trace of joy. She laughed, beast is beast, it was so easy to catch. The profound thundercloud shocking hell seemed to be unconvinced. It roared angrily again and again, the lightning on its body flashed, the hoop made of Kuei water started to boil, it seemed difficult to trap. Humph, obediently stay here for me. Sun Xiaomei pointed her jade-like finger, and the Kuei water flew into the sky under her guidance. Stopping in front of her, one of her hands suddenly turned the color of Kuei water, as if it had completely disappeared, and directly pushed into the hula hoop. The profound thundercloud shocking roar, which was about to break free, suddenly opened its eyes wide and roared continuously. The hula hoops around his body began to solidify, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move them at all. Sun Xiaomei coldly looked at its struggling appearance, revealing a charming smile. "Little darling, don't move, later Xiaomei and senior brother will come to drink your blood. If you struggle too much, your blood will produce toxins, which will be bitter and astringent. It won't taste good." Her innocent and charming appearance formed a sharp contrast with the roar of the mystic thunder cloud shocking hell. Beauty and Beast. However, the beauty was a tiger, and the beast was a sheep. "Brat, what are you looking at?" Ji Meng suddenly felt a strong wind blowing towards him, and in a great shock, he raised his sword and swept it horizontally, but it was a feint. Li Wenshi looked at him mockingly, and his face began to turn sinister. Small bubbles began to appear on his face, as if he had just poured boiling water on him, turning him into a monster. "You can't even protect your own life, and you still have the mood to look at other places." Li Wenshi laughed strangely, and not only did his appearance become extremely terrifying, even his voice had completely changed. Li Yunxiao's pupils slightly shrank, and he secretly cursed in his heart. He recognized that this was a type of inherited divine ability of a demonic beast, and very few humans could obtain it. If one obtained it, after cultivating, his entire body would begin to appear in the form of a demonic beast. He hurriedly took out a strengthened version of explosive yuan pill and fed it to Ji Meng. Ji Meng hesitated for a moment, and looked at the rising aura of Li Wenshi, who had already reached the martial king realm. Only then did he clench his teeth and swallow it. He also knew the side effects of the strengthened version of explosive yuan pill. After this battle, he would no longer have the strength to advance, and could only retreat. Also, once he lost the ability to fight, Li Yunxiao would also be in an extremely dangerous situation. However, the danger in front of him did not allow him to think too much. Unseal, Peach Blossom Sword Intent. After consuming the explosive yuan pill, the aura of his body instantly started to rise. 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars, 7 stars, and it was still rising. Ji Meng roared, and without waiting for Li Wenshi's change, he raised his sword and attacked. Sun Xiaomei was extremely astonished, and she said in shock, "What pellet is this? How can it increase one's strength so quickly?" The sword was like a swimming dragon, and when it slashed in front of Li Wenshi, Ji Meng had already climbed to the realm of 9 stars martial lord, and finally stopped before the realm of martial king. He did not dare to hide his strength, and this slash was already his peak strength. It was infinitely close to the power of a martial king, and he wanted to kill with one strike. Chi. Li Wenshi spat out a mouthful of air, and his entire body was no longer recognizable. His entire head and body looked like a standing toad, fat and incomparably ugly. He coldly looked at Ji Meng's sword ray, and lightly raised his arm to block it. He was actually going to use his physical body to block it. Boom! The sword ray crashed down, and thousands of pinks were shattered and dissipated. A layer of pimple-like skin appeared on Li Wenshi's arm, but he was not injured at all. Humph, there is a limit to relying on medicine. Infinitely close to a martial king, but still not a martial king. Coldness flashed in Li Wenshi's eyes, and he sneered with a bloodthirsty face, "And in this state, I am a genuine 3-star martial king. Go to hell. Swallow the heavens and spit the earth." Li Wenshi opened his mouth and swallowed a mouthful of yuan qi. Suddenly, it rushed out from his mouth, and formed a vacuum energy wave, which fiercely attacked Ji Meng. At that moment, the surrounding air appeared to be in a distorted state, and everything started to vibrate under his breath. Boom! The entire forest shook, and a vacuum zone was blasted out, and all the trees were instantly crushed. Ji Meng's entire body started to bleed from the impact, and his body flew dozens of meters away. The difference in strength between the two of them was too great. Even if he had consumed the yuan burst pill, he was still no match for Wang Xian. Ji Meng only felt that his body was about to be torn apart, and he let out a painful roar. All the yuan qi in his body suddenly sank into his legs, and then he finally managed to stabilize himself after sliding for more than 10 meters. However, his body was riddled with injuries, and it was as if he had been cut by thousands of knives. Li Yunxiao had already appeared behind him at some point in time. With a slap on his shoulder, Li Yunxiao directly grabbed him and rushed down the mountain. The difference in strength was too big, and there was no chance of winning at all. He could only retreat first, and then plan later. Moreover, he had obtained enough information this time. Whoosh! With a light shuttling sound, Li Wencher's giant toad shadow flew over the two of them, and landed in front of them, looking at them coldly. Trying to escape? Dream on. He placed his hands gently on the ground and began to inhale and exhale. Circles of clouds and mist poured out of his mouth, forming rings of smoke that continuously spread in the air. With each breath, his body would swell up a little, and he would become more and more like a toad. Li Yunxiao and Ji Meng's expressions changed at the same time. The increasingly powerful demonic energy made their chests feel stifled, and breathing became difficult. Young Master Yun. Ji Meng suddenly grabbed Li Yunxiao's arm, and said resolutely, use the method you used the other day to stimulate my potential. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and a trace of horror appeared in his eyes. You have already consumed the Yuan burst pill. If you stimulate it again, you will die. Ji Meng's expression was determined, and he said anxiously, otherwise, I will really die. There is always a chance of survival if I try. Hesitation flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he quickly took out a few 5-colored divine void needles. He had obtained 2 5-colored divine void stones from Lan Fei and Lan Xian, and these were the last few. Whoosh! 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 He raised his hand, and the needles all pierced into Ji Meng's body, and instantly disappeared. Li Yunxiao said in a deep voice, I stimulated half of your meridians, but it is also very dangerous. Do your best to control the degree of your explosive power. Don't lose control. Ji Meng instantly felt waves of power spread out from where the needles landed, flowing into his meridians and bones, and gathering in his dantian. The power was so strong that his body trembled uncontrollably. Ha! He suddenly roared, and the aura on his body instantly broke through the barrier of 9 stars martial monarchs, and smoothly rushed into the 5 elements realm. In the distance, Sun Xiaomei, who was trapped in the profound thunder cloud shocking roar, narrowed her eyes, and her beautiful face was full of shock. Li Wencher coldly looked at everything, and his heart was also abnormally shocked. However, his face still had an indifferent expression, and he mocked, evil methods. Take my vermilion toad demonic technique. Boom. After a few breaths, Li Wencher's body finally swelled up, as if he had reached his limit. Suddenly, an unimaginably huge force exploded out from his mouth, and his toad body also followed the sound wave and rushed forward. Green Lotus Sword Song. After his strength increased, Ji Meng's mind became clear. The martial intent of the Green Lotus Sword Song was instantly understood. A huge green lotus suddenly bloomed, and suddenly blocked the sound wave. Clang! Li Wencher's hands fiercely grabbed onto Ji Meng's soft sword, and the two forces collided together. It was hard to tell who was stronger. Bastard, how is this possible? Li Wencher's face became extremely ferocious, and his toad face roared again and again, you trash, how can you block my full power attack? 120% of your power, destroy this bastard for me. Bastard? Ji Meng's eyes were red, and he coldly smiled, let's see who is the real bastard. Toad, die. Boom. The two forces collided again. Both of them were putting their lives on the line, and swore to kill each other. Ka. Suddenly, a disharmonious sound came from between the two. Ji Meng's pupils shrank. His level 2 profound weapon could not bear the pressure at this time, and cracks appeared on it. Li Wencher was ecstatic as he laughed weirdly, hee, let's see how you die. Dang. Under Li Wencher's relentless pressure, Ji Meng's level 2 mystic weapon finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into countless pieces. Ji Meng's pupils shrunk, but he didn't panic at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with madness. He smiled coldly and put his palms together. The surrounding mystic weapon fragments were attracted by his vital energy and started to spin around him. They turned into astral winds and spread out with him as the center. What? Li Wencher, who was planning to kill Ji Meng in one go, was cut by the mystic weapon fragments the moment his hands touched the astral winds. His eyes were filled with shock. 10,000 peach blossoms. Ji Meng shouted loudly as he pushed both of his palms out. The surrounding astral winds turned into a tyrannical force as it struck towards Li Wencher. Countless fragments of the profound weapon were mixed within it, making it look even more powerful. Zhucha real body, block. Li Wencher couldn't dodge in time and quickly used his demonic energy to protect his body. He hugged his four limbs and was pushed back dozens of meters by the strong astral winds. Ji Meng, take this. Li Yunxiao threw the lunar frost sword. This sword is? Sun Xiaomei, who was far away, was shocked. Seeing your brother Yi's lunar frost sword? Why is it in your hands? Li Yunxiao turned around and smiled. He gave it to me. Do you have a problem with that? Sun Xiaomei's eyes darkened and said coldly, you reckless thing. Do you have the right to speak to me like this? Although she was usually delicate, it depended on who she was talking to. The one below her was just a martial artist. He was no different from an ant in her eyes. Li Yunxiao raised his middle finger and sneered, if you don't want to say it, then shut up, bitch. Sun Xiaomei's expression changed and said angrily, little bastard, what did you say? Do you know who I am? Li Yunxiao smiled disdainfully, of course I know. Bitch. Good, good. You really don't know what's good for you. Sun Xiaomei was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She said angrily, do you believe that I won't come down and kill you right now? Li Yunxiao sneered impatiently and said, I said you're cheap and you don't want to admit it. You obviously can't come down, but you still want to act cool in front of me. If you dare to move, your sunflower water technique will be broken, and the profound thunder cloud shocking roar will bite you to death first. Alright, don't stare at me with your eyes, your fake eyelashes are falling off. If you have the guts to kill me, then come down. If you don't have the guts and don't dare to move, then be obedient. Don't act cheap in front of young master, lest I look down on you. Sun Xiaomei was clearly enraged. When Li Yunxiao finished speaking, she was immediately dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. After Ji Meng caught the lunar frost sword, he immediately flew forward and slashed at Li Wencher. He was not used to this sword, but the sharpness of a third-grade profound weapon did not diminish. With every slash of the sword, the air would freeze into ice, causing Li Wencher to be shocked. Sun Xiaomei held it in for a while and finally couldn't help but say, Brat, what did you do to him? How did his strength suddenly increase so much? Her tone also became gentle. Li Yunxiao ignored her and stared at Ji Meng with deep worry. He knew that Ji Meng was burning his life force in exchange for power. Sun Xiaomei got snubbed and glared at him angrily, but she couldn't do anything to him. If she rushed down to kill this person, the profound thunder cloud shocking roar would be released, and it wouldn't be so easy to trap him next time. Haha, haha. Ji Meng's eyes revealed a crazed look as he laughed and slashed again and again. The power of each slash was stronger than the previous one. Li Wencher took out two big hammers out of nowhere and tried to block with all his might, but he seemed to be unable to do so. The lunar frost sword slashed on the hammers, causing sparks to appear. Ji Meng didn't feel any pain, but was immersed in the madness of killing and was completely dominated by power. Pfft. After Li Wencher held on for a while, he finally couldn't do so. He spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and his demon form began to degenerate slowly. His eyes were filled with fear as he quickly retreated up the mountain. Haha, you want to run? Die. Ji Meng's eyes were filled with craziness as he slashed again and again with his sword. Li Wencher was shocked and quickly shouted, Junior Martial Sister, come and save me. I can't hold on anymore. Senior Martial Brother. Sun Xiaomei shouted and no longer cared about the profound thunder cloud shocking roar. She pulled herself out of the Kuei water hula hoop and flew down. Roar. As soon as the profound thunder cloud shocking roar broke free, it immediately turned into a thundercloud and rushed over. After being trapped for so long, the anger in his heart exploded, and the entire forest was covered in a dark green color as if thunder was roaring from heaven and earth. Senior Martial Brother. Sun Xiaomei gently landed beside Li Wencher. Her right hand formed a palm, and a clump of water vapor condensed in her hand. She pushed it out, and it quickly spread out in front of the two of them, turning into a water mirror that protected them. Ji Meng's lunar frosty sword slashed down fiercely and directly into the water mirror. It was as if there was another space and he missed. Ji Meng's pupils dilated and he quickly pulled back his sword. The water mirror only lasted for a few seconds before it turned into layers of water vapor and evaporated. However, it bought Sun Xiaomei enough time. She picked up the injured Li Wencher and quickly retreated. Roar. The profound thundercloud's shocking roar turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the air. In an instant, it rushed to the front of the two and struck down. Li Wenshi turned pale with fright. Even he, a martial king expert, felt a chill in his heart when he saw such a strong lightning power. Although Sun Xiaomei was panicking, her eyes were as calm as water. There was even a flash of surprise and excitement in her eyes. "Senior Martial Brother, do you love me?" "Of course I do. Why are you still asking this question at this time?" "Since I love you." A trace of a smile appeared on Sun Xiaomei's face. She lifted Li Wenshi and kicked him fiercely, directly kicking him into the thundercloud. A trace of demonic excitement flashed on her face. "Since you love me, then die for me." "Ah!" Li Wenshi let out an extremely miserable shriek. His hair stood on end as he was electrocuted by the thundercloud. He was sent flying as if he was burnt. After venting, the profound thundercloud's shocking roar seemed to calm down. It landed on the ground and stared at the two vigilantly, ready to attack at any time. Sun Xiaomei looked at the flying Li Wenshi. A trace of determination and fierceness flashed in her eyes. She leaped up and flew up. Fish. A sharp blade pierced through his heart and came out from his chest. Li Wenshi looked at the blade dripping with blood on his chest. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He recognized this dagger. On her birthday that year, he had caught 3 second-level artificers to forge it for her. After that, he killed all 3 arcane masters who harbored hatred in their hearts. This dagger was called Parting Hook. It gathered and separated at the same time. Thousands of feet long, the hook was difficult to let go. Why? He knew that with such heavy injuries, even if the parting hook did not pierce through his heart, it would be difficult for him to survive. But this parting hook made his heart hurt more than if it was pierced. Why? Sun Xiaomei suddenly laughed. She laughed so hard that she staggered. "What are you asking me? Look at what you have become." She fiercely pulled out the parting hook and kicked Li Wenshi to the ground. She pointed at him and scolded, "Look at you. You have completely become a toad. How can I stand it?" "Pa." She stepped on Li Wenshi's stone and lowered her head. She seemed to be reminiscing. "I remember that year, your clothes were whiter than snow, and I was dressed in brocade. I was moved by your appearance, moved by your temperament and strength. Although you were always suppressed by Senior Brother Yi and Senior Brother Song among the 6 supreme disciples, you will always be the best in my heart." She seemed to have encountered something painful in her memories. Her expression became sinister as she fiercely stomped on him. "But in order to surpass Senior Brother Yi and Senior Brother Song, you actually went to the land of the demon race and exchanged for this damned vermilion toad demonic art. You became neither a human nor a ghost. You completely became a toad, a toad." 2 streams of clear tears flowed down Sun Xiaomei's face. Her eyes were actually filled with resentment. She fiercely stomped on him a few times and said sinisterly, "Have you ever thought about my feelings? My husband turned into a toad? Do you know what people say about me behind my back? You damn thing. Ever since you turned into a toad, every time you cultivated, my love for you faded day by day. In the end, I only wanted to kill you." Puff. Li Wenshi spat out another mouthful of blood from her vicious stomp. His eyes slowly became empty and enlarged. The trace of obsession that flashed in his eyes also suddenly stopped at this moment, slashed open, and dispersed. "Ha ha, ha ha. You are finally dead." Sun Xiaomei laughed crazily as if she was extremely happy. She suddenly stopped and looked coldly at Li Yunxiao and the others. She sneered and said, "Want to kill me? Come at me if you have the ability." As soon as she finished speaking, her entire body turned into a water shadow and flew towards the mountain peak. Ji Meng and Mystic Thunder Cloud Shocking Hell's face darkened as they wanted to chase after her. "Stop chasing." Li Yunxiao quickly walked forward and slapped on Ji Meng's body. More than 10 5-colored godly void needles flew out and pierced through the tree. The 5 colors on the needles had already faded by more than half. Ji Meng only felt that all the strength in his body was instantly sucked out. He could no longer stand and collapsed. Li Yunxiao hurriedly supported him. He took out a few medicinal pellets and poured them into his mouth. He then placed him behind Mystic Thunder Cloud Shocking Hell, patted its head and said, "Little Xian, bring him down the mountain, pass through Flying Phoenix Town, and head towards Anyong City." The higher the level of a demonic beast, the higher its intelligence would be. As a rank 5 demonic beast, Mystic Thundercloud Shocking Howl already had the intelligence of a human child. In addition to that, it had been trained by Su Pinghong for many years, so it had already understood human nature. It showed a trace of reluctance as it rubbed against Li Yunxia's body. "Haha, don't worry. I will be back soon." He patted Mystic Thundercloud Shocking Howl's head and chased it down the mountain. Watching the mystical thundercloud shocking roar drag Jimming away, Li Yunxia's expression gradually darkened. He turned back to look at the peak of the mountain, where the True Spirit Fire Phoenix was flying in the sky. True Spirit Fire Phoenix. I didn't expect it to be a treasure related to a true spirit. Even a powerful expert like Emperor Wu would fight for it if he encountered it. How can I give up? He clenched his teeth. Even though he knew there were powerful enemies waiting for him, he still couldn't help but continue forward. On the peak of the mountain, Xianxia seemed to be a little impatient. He urged, "Huyanming, how much longer until it opens?" The red-haired man sitting in front of the stone wall pondered, "Soon. About 6 hours." 6 hours? Xianxia was a little angry. "You said 20 hours the day before yesterday. Now there's still 6 hours? You've already been here for a month." Anger surged in Huyanming's eyes, and a hint of displeasure flashed through his eyes. He said coldly, "This is an ancient seal left behind by an ancient powerhouse. If it wasn't for the corrosion of time, I wouldn't be able to break it even after 10,000 years. My current speed is already fast enough." Xianxia was stunned. He didn't expect Huyanming to talk back to him. He wanted to flare up, but he suppressed it. After all, he was the only one who could break the formation. Huyanming was the only alchemist among the 6 supreme sons, and he was a rank 4 monarch. Even in the Fire Crow Empire, he enjoyed an extremely high reputation, not inferior to Xianxia. He wasn't someone who could be reprimanded so easily. If not for the treasures here being too tempting, he would have left long ago after being urged by Xianxia several times. Martial uncle, bad news." Sun Xiaomei appeared on the peak of the mountain, her face filled with panic. She sobbed, "Senior brother Li and senior brother Su were killed." Yi Shaoshan frowned and said in shock, "Who is it?" Although junior brother Su is only a martial monarch, that mystical thundercloud shocking roar is completely obedient. It's definitely a martial king demonic beast. Even I have to be wary of it. Song Qingtian also said in shock, "That's right. Putting junior brother Su aside, you and junior brother Li are both martial kings, but you couldn't stop them?" Sun Xiaomei stammered, not knowing where to start, so she could only say, "Only 2 people came. One has the cultivation of a martial lord, the other has the cultivation of a martial warrior." The 3 of them were stunned. Xianxia's expression immediately sank as he angrily said, "Xiaomei, are you joking?" Yi Shaoshan and Song Qingtian also revealed doubtful expressions. Sun Xiaomei said anxiously, "No, I don't know how senior martial brother Su died. However, his mystic thundercloud shocking roar had been subdued by the other party. I had trapped the demonic beast, and senior martial brother Li and the other 2 people were originally assured of victory. But that martial monarch used some unknown secret technique, causing the martial monarch's power to rise sharply and kill senior martial brother Li." "Thundercloud thunder," Cloud Ming said, subduing the profound thundercloud shocking roar, allowing a martial monarch to instantly erupt with the strength to kill a martial king? Could that martial warrior be an artificer? Everyone's gazes immediately turned towards Huyanming. Huyanming was quietly listening to the side. He frowned and analyzed, "It's naturally easier for an arcane refiner with strong soul power to subdue a demon beast. However, how strong can a warrior's soul power be? Rank 2 artificers are capped. How can they subdue a rank 5 demonic beast that already has an owner? Also, I've never heard of a secret technique that can raise a martial monarch's cultivation realm." Xianxia said solemnly, "No matter what, everyone be on high alert. There can't be any mishaps in the last few hours. Otherwise, even at the risk of being scolded by your master, I'll skin you all alive." The few of them stood there quietly, not saying a word. Sun Xiaomei said, "That martial monarch is also heavily injured. Only that beast and that martial warrior are left. I'm afraid they won't dare to go up the mountain. Hu Yanming sneered, who says they won't dare? He's already here. What? The few of them were shocked, and their divine senses frantically spread out. The four of them stood in four different directions and flew down. Li Yunxiao, who was hiding in the dark, felt bitter in his heart. He didn't think that there would be a martial ancestor in the enemy's camp, and even a rank 4 artificer. He inwardly thought, where did the 100 warring states get such a powerful force? Brat, come out if you don't want to die. Xianxia shouted. Yuan Qi immediately condensed in the sky and spread out, enveloping everything within 1,000 miles. A martial ancestor could attack 1,000 miles, Li Yunxiao felt bitter. With a martial ancestor and a rank 4 artificer, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he could fly. He could only brace himself and stand out from his hiding place. He said with an embarrassed smile, can I live if I come out? Martial uncle, it's him. Sun Xiaomei said in surprise. She didn't think that Li Yunxiao would dare to chase after them. Moreover, he was alone. She couldn't help but admire him. Xianxia said coldly, if you want to live, then you wouldn't have come up. If you come up, then don't even think about living. He raised his hand and was about to make a move. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with fierceness, but he still had a mischievous smile on his face. It can't be, right? You're a senior expert. You said to come out if you don't want to die. I listened to you and came out because I don't want to die. Are you going to go back on your words? Xianxia was stunned and immediately snorted, don't even think about using flowery words to get me to let you go. Even if you speak today, you will still die. Wait. Hu Yanming, who was in the middle of breaking the formation, suddenly said, leave him alive. I have something to ask him. Xianxia's face sank and said coldly, Hu Yanming, this matter is too important. Don't mess around. Hu Yanming said angrily, mess around? Martial uncle, could it be that you're even afraid of a warrior boy? What waves can a martial ancestor do? If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Humph, you will take responsibility? Can you take responsibility? Xianxia said coldly, I am the highest commander of this operation. I am also your martial uncle. Everyone has to listen to me. Hu Yanming was so angry that he started laughing. He coldly said, since that's the case, then martial uncle, you can break the formation yourself. Forgive me for not accompanying you. He immediately stood up and was about to leave. You. Xianxia was speechless. He couldn't change Hu Yanming's mind. He fiercely flicked his sleeve and angrily said, if anything happens, see if I don't skin you alive. Humph. Hu Yanming coldly snorted and turned to Li Yunxiao, brat, come here. Li Yunxiao inwardly sighed in relief. His life has been preserved for the time being. He can only take one step at a time. He quickly walked forward and asked, what's the matter? His eyes fell on the stone wall and a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. Eh? You recognize this formation? Hu Yanming's heart suddenly moved and he asked in shock. Formation? Is this a formation? Li Yunxiao hastily concealed his emotions and played dumb. It does look like a formation. What's the meaning of so many tadpole runes? Only then did Hu Yanming let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he was too sensitive. How could a Tier 2 alchemist recognize this ancient array? He had only found the relevant description in the Supreme Palace's ancient records and researched it for a long time before he found a way to break it. He smiled and said, your talent isn't bad. You're already a second-rank arcane master at the age of 15. Who's your master? The other three were shocked in their hearts and their faces turned pale. This youth is actually a second-rank arcane master? They couldn't see through Li Yunxiao's arcane level, but they could tell his age with a glance. A 15-year-old 9-stars martial warrior was already extremely talented. He actually had the identity of a second-rank arcane master. That was definitely an existence that could shock the world. The killing intent in Xianxia's eyes became even denser. Such a monstrous child's identity couldn't be simple. I must find an opportunity to kill him to prevent future troubles, Li Yunxiao said. My master is the president of the Tianshui country's arcane master Su Han. It's indeed Su Han. Hu Yanming smiled. Other than him and Zhang Qingfan, there's no one else in the Tianshui country that can make a move. However, your talent is more than 100 times higher than Su Han's. Learning from him would be a waste of your time. I'm the 4th rank arcane master of the Fire Crow Empire, Hu Yanming. Are you willing to take me as your master? He actually wanted to take me in as a disciple? Li Yunxiao and the others were shocked. Qi Jinzi's eyes flashed with anger as he decisively shouted, Hu Yanming, we'll talk about taking in disciples in the future. Right now, we just have to focus on breaking the formation. Humph. Hu Yanming snorted unhappily. Looking at Li Yunxiao's sluggish appearance, he said, you should consider it carefully by the side. I believe that you should also understand how big the difference between arcane masters is by a single rank. You should be very clear about that. After he finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Li Yunxiao and focused on breaking the formation. It was naturally impossible for him to take him as his master, so Li Yunxiao didn't have to think about it at all. He just watched from the side as he broke the formation. Although his technique was still rusty, he had already grasped the crux of the formation. Although his speed was a little slow, he was indeed breaking the formation bit by bit. The treasure in the Phoenix Mountain was discovered by Qi Jinzi by accident in the Supreme Palace's records. Initially, he was skeptical about it, but after a few investigations, he felt that it was highly possible. That was why he instigated the 6 unparalleled masters to help him. In order to not leak the news, he created the matter of 1,000,000 soldiers trapping Kuan Jin. At the same time, he massacred the 3 towns at the foot of the mountain and set up a restriction. The formation on the stone wall was indeed an ancient restriction formation. Even Li Yunxiao couldn't see through it completely. Unless he was given a year and a half to study it, he wouldn't be able to break it in a short period of time. The characters on the restriction were cryptic silver tadpole characters from ancient times. They were similar to the golden tadpole characters of the Great Divine Evolution technique. Although they weren't exactly the same, they seemed to be from the same system. It was precisely because more than half of the formation had been broken that there were signs of the birth of a treasure, triggering a phenomenon in the world. Li Yunxiao also comprehended something as he watched Hu Yanming break the formation. At his level, there weren't many formations that he could learn from. The only ones he could learn were these ancient ruins. As the tadpole characters were gradually broken, Qi Jinzi and the others became excited. They stared at the flaming phoenix on the stone wall nervously. After all, it was an ancient ruin that had been passed down for countless years. No one knew what was inside. Perhaps a true spirit fire phoenix would really fly out. Rise! Hu Yanming lightly shouted. He was more nervous than anyone else. The breaking of the formation had already entered the final stage. His forehead was covered in sweat. After the last seal was imprinted, the tadpole runes on the stone wall finally turned into pure silver. One by one, they flew down from the stone wall, forming a chain-like shape in the air, and gradually dissipated. The fire phoenix that was trapped in the middle of the stone wall finally broke free. It directly rushed out of the stone wall and flew into the sky. Immediately, the entire sky was dyed red. A scarlet phoenix soared in the sky. True spirit fire phoenix, true spirit fire phoenix. Qi Jinzi excitedly muttered to himself, looking at the phoenix in the sky. Hu Yanming and the rest also raised their heads in shock and looked over. Could it really be a living phoenix? Isn't this too ridiculous? Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, became abnormally vigilant. He knew that the phoenix in the sky was only a remnant of the phoenix's consciousness. After it broke free, it would dissipate not long after. The real treasure was probably about to appear. Chirp! The phoenix in the sky suddenly let out a long cry and fiercely swooped down. Everywhere it passed was a sea of flames. The entire sky was burned red, as if it was a fiery hell. Not good, it's rushing down. Qi Jinzi was greatly shocked. The supreme true might of the true spirit made it hard for him to move. A powerless feeling of fear gushed out from the depths of his heart. He even wanted to directly kneel down. Pooh! Sun Xiaomei was the first to be unable to bear it. She directly knelt down and prostrated on the ground. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Song Tiancheng and Yi Xiaoshan also knelt down. Boom! The phoenix finally descended. No one was able to avoid it. In an instant, they were engulfed by the fiery hell. The entire world turned into a sea of flames. After a moment, everyone was shocked to discover that they actually didn't die. Although the surrounding flames transmitted a temperature that made them feel fear, it didn't burn their bodies at all. They didn't even feel the slightest pain. This is? Hu Yanming said in shock, the remnant of the phoenix's consciousness? That means that we are currently in a remnant memory of the phoenix's consciousness? Heavens! To actually be able to fully display the world of consciousness, just what kind of existences are these ancient true spirits? Li Yunxiao's heart was equally shocked. In his previous life as a rank 9 alchemist, in the entire Sky Martial continent, there were very few existences whose spirit power was above his. But at this moment, he could feel that the remnant consciousness of the fire phoenix far surpassed that of his previous life. What is this phoenix trying to do? Since it brought us into its consciousness, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, the entire sea of fire began to melt away, revealing a vast barren land that stretched as far as the eyes could see. Here? Li Yunxiao felt a strange feeling in the sky. The surrounding yuan qi was actually 10 times denser than usual. He cried out involuntarily, could it be the ancient Sky Martial continent? What? Xianxia was shocked when he heard this. Could it be that we've returned to the ancient times? Hu Yanming looked at Li Yunxiao in astonishment, then looked at Xianxia with contempt and sneered, this is the fire phoenix's consciousness, a remnant of the ancient land in its consciousness. We have not truly returned to the ancient times. Xianxia endured his ridicule and asked with a calm face, then what do we do now? How can we get out? Get out? Hu Yanming smiled, if I'm not wrong, that treasure should also be in this consciousness. It wasn't easy to get in, so how can we casually get out? In this world that was completely constructed by consciousness, the strength of the consciousness could change the entire world. Hu Yanming was a rank 4 alchemist, his spirit power far surpassed Xianxia and the rest. In this place, he felt like a fish in water, no one was in his eyes. Just where is the treasure? Everyone looked around, but other than the boundless desert, they could not see anything else. Hu Yanming was also astonished and spread out his divine sense to look around. He was not very confident in his guess. After all, this was the first time he had experienced something like this, so he could not help but feel nervous. Brat, what are you looking at? Yi Shaoshan suddenly stared at Li Yunxiao and shouted. Everyone was stunned and turned their heads to look. They saw Li Yunxiao raising his head to look at the sky, his face filled with doubt. Ah! The sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked up, only to see that in the sky, there was actually a huge shadow of a phoenix. At the center of the phantom, a bright flame was slowly jumping. That is? The phoenix's flame? Hu Yanming exclaimed in shock, then became wild with joy, I understand now. The so-called treasure must be the phoenix's flame. As an alchemist, his pursuit of strange flames was stronger than anyone else's, although the others did not need to refine artifacts, the phoenix was an ancient true spirit. How powerful its flame would be. No one had any confidence in their hearts. But if they could obtain it, it would definitely be beneficial to their martial cultivation. For a moment, everyone was abnormally excited. Li Yunxiao indifferently looked at them and sneered, look at you all being so excited like monkeys. This flame is thousands of miles above the void, how are you going to obtain it? Even if you can fly, who knows how different the void here is from the outside world. You must know that this world of consciousness can collapse at any time. If it collapses, everyone's life will be in question. His words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on everyone. That's right, let's not talk about whether or not they could obtain the phoenix flame. Even if they obtained it, how would they get out? If this world collapsed, would they still be able to survive? The 4 of them were dumbfounded, their hearts not having the slightest bit of confidence. Li Yunxiao inwardly sneered as he focused his gaze towards the void. The phoenix phantom was descending at an extremely fast speed. Because it was too far away, it looked as if it was not moving at all. Greed and excitement could not be concealed in his eyes. He could feel the flame in the center of the phantom with a single glance. It was unimaginably powerful. It was definitely not an ordinary phoenix flame. It was definitely the true life flame of a true spirit phoenix. Legend has it that ancient true spirits were existences in the 10 directions divine realm. That true life flame was condensed from the origin power of a fire phoenix. Not to mention how powerful it was, just the concept of the 10 directions contained within the power was enough to make those peak Jiotian realm Emperor Wu of the Sky Martial Continent go crazy. Hu Yanming's eyelids suddenly twitched. He cried out in alarm, "Everyone quickly look, that phantom seems to be slowly descending." The other three were shocked. Their divine sense was far inferior to that of Li Yunxiao and Hu Yanming. Only after a moment did they discover it. They were abnormally happy. Xianxia exclaimed, "No matter how we get out, let's first obtain the phoenix flame." Hu Yanming's expression froze. He coldly said, "There is still some time before the phantom descends. Everyone, how are we going to split the flame?" Everyone's gaze fell on Xianxia. His cultivation was the highest here. Although he was their martial uncle, with a treasure in front of them, even a martial uncle would have to be on guard. Only Hu Yanming sneered in his heart. The others did not know that the soul power in the consciousness world was powerful enough to make up for the lack of cultivation. If they were to open it later, he would be the strongest. Xianxia laughed and said, "Martial nephews, could it be that you are afraid that I, your martial uncle, will hog it all for myself? The so-called treasures of heaven and earth, everyone who sees it has a share. Naturally, you guys will get a share." Song Tianqing coldly snorted and said, "We still don't know how many flames there are. We also don't know if it can be split or not. I wonder what martial uncle plans to do." Xianxia smiled and said, "How about this, if the flames can be split, martial uncle will take 2, and you guys will each take 1. How about it?" "Humph." Hu Yanming sneered and said, "Martial uncle's appetite is really big. I've always been the one working hard to break the formation. Martial uncle seems to only know how to urge from the side. You actually want to?" Xianxia's face turned cold and he said coldly, "Martial nephew Huyan seems to be unconvinced. If it wasn't for me, would the few of you dare to make such a big move? They would have been destroyed by the Aqua Sky Nation long ago. Furthermore, this fire phoenix treasure was found by martial uncle from the ancient books. Why can't you get 2? Hu Yanming smiled and said, "I have no objections to martial uncle taking 2, but I have to take 2 as well. That's why we made this deal." Song Qingtian snorted heavily and said, "Humph. You want 2 too? Then what about me and senior brother Yi?" Yi Shaoshan also nodded and said, "If martial uncle takes 2, I will accept it. But if you take 2, hee." Hu Yanming sneered and said, "What do you want?" A cold expression flashed across Song Qingtian's face as he smiled sinisterly and said, "Unless you can suppress the 2 of us, then I will accept it wholeheartedly." Since that's the case, Hu Yanming sneered and said, "Then all of you can come at me together." "All of us?" Song Qingtian was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "Haha, Hu Yanming, is there something wrong with your brain? You, a martial monarch, want to fight 2 martial kings alone? Are you going to come at me or not? So much nonsense." Hu Yanming pointed at the air and sneered, "Since that's the case, then I'll make my move first. Lightning, descend." The entire space of consciousness trembled and a lightning bolt as thick as a bowl formed in the air and fiercely smashed down. Boom! The lightning bolt landed beside the 2 of them. The 2 of them lightly jumped and dodged, but their eyes were filled with shock. Although the power of the lightning couldn't hurt them, it was indeed a genuine martial king level attack. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He realized that there was no fluctuation of energy on Hu Yanming's body. How was that possible? Haha. Hu Yanming laughed maniacally. His face was filled with excitement and disdain. He said coldly, "Don't forget, this isn't the real world. It's the space of consciousness of the fire phoenix. Everything in this place was formed by the condensation of consciousness. Whoever's consciousness is stronger will be able to use the power of space here and do whatever they want. In other words, in this world, I, Hu Yanming, am the strongest existence." A trace of determination flashed across his face. Soul power spread out crazily, and the entire sky seemed to be pulled by his power, slowly distorting and changing. The originally endless desert slowly turned green in the blink of an eye. Grass and flowers grew on the ground. In the entire space of consciousness, other than the continuously descending phoenix image, Hu Yanming was like a god of creation, standing on the ground. Yi Shaoshan and Song Tianqing were instantly dumbfounded. How could they contend against such power? Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "Stop! This space of consciousness has experienced who knows how many tens of thousands of years, and its power has already dissipated by more than half. If you act recklessly like this, it'll easily cause the space to collapse. At that time, we'll all die inside." Hu Yanming's expression also changed, as if he had thought of this possibility. He looked at Li Yunxiao in astonishment, then slowly retracted his soul power. He said to Yi Shaoshan and Song Tianqing, "Now, do I have the qualifications to take 2 portions?" Both of their faces were ashen, and they remained silent. From the might of the previous scene, they indeed couldn't do anything to him. Furthermore, if they wanted to leave this damned place, they would probably need to borrow his strength. Thus, they could only acquiesce. Hu Yanming laughed coldly, then turned to look at Li Yunxiao, and said coldly, "You're not bad yourself. Looks like you're not an ordinary rank 2 alchemist. Who exactly is your master? I don't believe that Su Han has such attainments." Li Yunxiao faintly smiled. "Why are you asking so many questions? Do you want to share a portion with me?" Xianxia coldly snorted, "Humph, it's fine if you want a portion, but you have to exchange your life for it." Hee. Li Yunxiao lightly laughed a few times, then no longer said anything. However, his heart was abnormally relaxed. Hu Yanming furrowed his brows. Although he felt that Xianxia was a little strange, he didn't think too much about it. After all, a mere rank 2 alchemist was nothing in his eyes. Everyone quietly stood on the ground, raising their heads to look at the rapidly descending phoenix image. Finally, after a moment of waiting, a boundless phoenix landed on the ground. The slowly burning true fire of life quickly followed the lines of the image and burned rapidly. In an instant, the entire ground was immersed in a sea of fire. Illusion? Hu Yanming was shocked. The flames around him all seemed so illusory. Only the location of the true fire gave people a heart-palpitating feeling, making them want to worship it. "Kid, what are you doing?" Just as the few of them were feeling uneasy, Sun Xiaomei suddenly shouted. She saw Li Yunxiao slowly walking towards the true fire. "What are you doing?" "Of course it's to collect the true fire." Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently, but his feet didn't stop at all. "Collect the true fire? You really are courting death." Xianxia furiously soared into the sky. A ball of cyan true qi appeared around his body and slowly gathered in his palm. He slashed at Li Yunxiao and fiercely said, "True fire is not something that someone of your level can peek at." Li Yunxiao's eyes darkened, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He drew a circle in front of him with his right hand, and suddenly, the weather changed. Thousands of clouds gathered in his palm, and all the yuan qi within a radius of several miles was sucked out, and then blasted out. "What?" Xianxia turned pale with fright. The power of this palm was above his own. The expressions of the other 3 changed drastically, and their pupils constricted. Boom! When the 2 forces collided, Xianxia was unexpectedly at a disadvantage and was sent flying. Bang! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Hu Yanming was aghast as he said, "You're only a rank 2 arcane master. How can you use the power of the mind space?" Li Yunxiao coldly smiled and said, "We're both arcane masters. Since you can do it, why can't I?" Hu Yanming was furious and sternly said, "I'm a rank 4 arcane master. How can a rank 2 arcane master like you compare to me? Since you've exposed your strength too early, only death awaits you." He suddenly had the intention to kill and shouted, 10,000 lightning, strike for me. Rumble. A large number of dark clouds appeared in the sky, and balls of lightning energy crackled and converged together, forming a huge energy ball. The entire ground was covered in a flickering cyan light. If such a huge amount of lightning energy were to fall, even a martial ancestor realm expert would die on the spot. The others looked at Hu Yanming in shock and retreated one after another, fearing that the lightning power would accidentally injure them. Li Yunxiao indifferently stood there and coldly looked at the sky. He lightly shouted, "With me here, who asked you to summon lightning? Disperse for me. Disperse for me." A voice pierced through the sky and reverberated across the land. As if it was a voice embodiment, the dark clouds and lightning that covered the sky suddenly calmed down and started to slowly disappear. A ray of sunlight shone down from the sky. PFFF. Hu Yanming's consciousness was forcefully dispersed, and his mind was shaken. He vomited a mouthful of blood and roared in anger, "How is this possible? Just who are you? Your soul force is actually above mine." Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and raised his head to enjoy the warmth of the sunlight. Golden tadpole characters flashed between his brows. This place was formed by the true spirit fire phoenix's consciousness. His great divine evolution technique could be used without any restrictions. Under the sky, the strength of his soul had reached at least the 5th rank. He faintly sensed the consciousness of the sky. The connection between his soul and the heaven and earth was getting closer and closer. He could use the true spirit fire phoenix's consciousness with just a wave of his hand. Li Yunxiao muttered to himself, "It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of power. Everyone, let's attack together. This kid is too weird." Hu Yanming also felt a kind of heart-palpitating power, which was currently unceasingly expelling his spirit power from the mental world. Xianxia also flew into a rage and shouted, "Don't hold back. Use your strongest attack." The 5 of them frantically circulated their spirit energy to the peak and took out their profound weapons to unseal themselves. Hu Yanming's eyes were bloodshot, and veins were popping out on his forehead. He had a sinister expression on his face as he used his soul force to resist Li Yunxiao's connection to the consciousness world. Azure Underworld Divine Lightning Flash. Jade Flame Sacred Blade. Extreme Cold Chi. Rain Nether Claw. For terrifying aura soared into the sky and charged towards Li Yunxiao with lightning speed. The combined attack of 3 martial kings and a martial ancestor realm expert, as well as Hu Yanming's desperate use of his soul power to resist. As long as Li Yunxiao's connection to the heavens and earth was severed, he would definitely die. Ah. Li Yunxiao lightly smiled, as if he didn't care about the attack in front of him. He raised his right hand and streams of heaven and earth energy converged from all directions, condensing into a long blade in his hand. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the sun, moon, stars, birds, beasts, mountains, and rivers were engraved on it. How is this possible? Hu Yanming's body was drenched in cold sweat. He gasped for breath and roared, "Under my all-out attack, you're actually able to use your willpower so easily. Just who are you?" Li Yunxiao didn't care about him. Instead, he affectionately looked at the large sword in his hand and muttered, "Long time no see, old friend. Although we're in the consciousness space, being able to look at you once again made me reminisce endlessly." He raised the large sword high up with a cold expression in his eyes. Looking at the 4 incoming forces, he spat out word by word, "The sword slashes the stars, looks down on the world." He seemed to have gathered all the willpower he could use into this sword. As Li Yunxiao's large sword slashed out, the entire space started to emit rumbling sounds and became extremely unstable. Boom! The 4 forces were completely devoured by his sword. The remaining might didn't decrease as it fiercely pressed down on the 5 of them. Blood-curdling screams and cries of unwillingness were drowned out by the explosion of power. Li Yunxiao's complexion also became extremely pale. He could no longer maintain the form of the sword slashing the stars in his hand. He turned into rays of fluorescent light and disappeared from his hand. The golden tadpole characters of the great divine evolution art on his forehead became even more brilliant, frantically nourishing his damaged spirit power. Not good. The space is about to collapse. Li Yunxiao revealed a trace of anxiety as he hastily rushed towards the true phoenix fire. If the consciousness space collapsed, nothing would happen. He would only return to the peak of Phoenix Mountain. However, the true phoenix fire would disappear. After Xianxia and the others received his attack, they disappeared without a trace. Li Yunxiao couldn't care less as he quickly ran forward. After a short while, he finally came into contact with the true phoenix fire. He suppressed the excitement in his body and used his hand to gently grab it. Hoochie! The true phoenix fire soared as if it had a life of its own. It directly entered his hand and burned his arm. Ah! The pain caused Li Yunxiao to be extremely frightened. The true phoenix fire directly penetrated his vitality protection and burned his body violently. In an instant, he became a man of fire as he struggled and screamed in pain. What the hell is this? Am I going to die here too? To his horror, he discovered that the flames not only burned his body, but even his soul was burning at this moment. Impossible. I am Emperor Wu Pejuan. How can I die so easily? Li Yunxiao was scared out of his wits. If his soul was destroyed, he would really be dead. He no longer cared about the flames on his body as he hurriedly sat down. His soul directly appeared in the Universe God Monument and he instantly escaped death. This is bad. My body is completely finished. He stood in the Universe God Monument and felt the destructive intent coming from his body. He was completely dumbfounded. What made him even more astonished was that in the sky above the Universe God Monument, balls of fiery clouds started to appear. Slowly, they took the form of a phoenix and soared in the sky. The fire phoenix seemed to have discovered his existence. Instantly, it let out a long cry and dived down from the sky, chasing after his soul. Everywhere the phoenix passed, the sky was plunged into a sea of fire. The entire Universe God Monument, under the ravages of the phoenix, was completely burning. Li Yunxiao was completely dumbfounded. This time, there was no way out. There was no way out in the entire world. Looking at the phoenix that was formed by the true fire falling from the sky, Li Yunxiao was completely at his wits' end, and he laughed bitterly to himself. It was not easy for him to be reincarnated. How long had it been since he awakened? He was about to die again. This time even his soul was directly burnt. He was afraid that he would not be able to reincarnate again. Just as he was feeling bitter, the fire phoenix finally landed on his body, causing sparks to soar into the sky. His entire soul appeared in the raging fire and began to burn. His consciousness began to gradually weaken. Chirp! A long cry of the phoenix sounded faintly from the bottom of his heart. His blurry consciousness slowly drifted away, following the faint cry of the phoenix, seemingly drifting endlessly far away. There seemed to be all kinds of strange images appearing in his mind. It was as if he had transformed into an immortal phoenix, soaring in the sky. The world in his eyes seemed to be the sky martial continent, but there were some differences. What his eyes could see was countless times further than usual, as if the end of the sky was only in the blink of an eye. This is? His gaze suddenly sharpened. Below where the phoenix soars, there was an endless mountain range with spiritual energy soaring into the sky. Li Yunxiao's heart was in a frenzy. He recognized the terrain of the mountain range with one look. Although the spiritual qi was not as terrifying as what he saw, he would never forget that this was the place where he had fallen in his previous life. Xianxia mountain range. Following the phoenix's pangung flight, the fragments of his memory began to return to his mind bit by bit. It was difficult for him to calm down. Some of the things that happened in his previous life also began to surface, and he seemed to have some understanding. Am I not already dead? Why is there still a remnant of my consciousness? This should be the memory of this phoenix when it was alive. Forget it, I will follow it to see what the sky martial continent was like countless years ago. Li Yunxiao thought of his own state, and immediately calmed down. He threw away the distracting thoughts, and his mind returned to the things that the phoenix saw. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot out from the heaven-shaking mountain range, followed by another one from different angles. 6 pillars of light rose rapidly from the mountain range, directly piercing into Yunxiao. Each pillar of light was thousands of miles apart, resonating with each other from afar. The 6 pillars of light surrounded the phoenix. As the pillars of light rose, the entire heaven-shaking mountain range suddenly trembled violently. Large numbers of birds and beasts scattered, and even the energy of the world seemed to rapidly retreat at this moment, revealing the terrain of the mountains. A strange feeling gradually spread out. Boom! A muffled roar came from the mountain range, and a black aura began to spread out from the mountain range. This power dispersed the originally abundant yuan qi. Suddenly, a huge monster emerged from the black. Only its upper body was solid, while its lower body was made of black gas. Its gaze was like lightning as it shot towards the true spirit fire phoenix in the sky. When Li Yunxiao saw the monster's appearance, he was shocked. This monster's appearance was exactly the same as the one he saw on some of the remaining ancient stone walls in the heaven-shaking mountain range. According to the words written on it, this monster should be called the Black Flame Evil Spirit. Roar! The black flame ferocious soul's upper body swelled up, and it suddenly swelled up. It let out a fierce roar, and the space around it shattered like a mirror. Cracks and black holes appeared in the sky, and a strong sound wave shattered the space, violently shaking the phoenix. Chirp! The fire phoenix let out a long cry and danced in the sky. Suddenly, it spat out a flame, instantly burning the whole sky red. A sea of fire rolled down, like waves surging, colliding with the sound wave. Boom! When the two forces collided, the whole sky was directly split in half, and a long black hole appeared in the middle, filled with various kinds of cosmic negative energy, wantonly devouring everything. Li Yunxiao was completely shocked. He was also an existence that once stood at the peak of the Tianwu continent, but this kind of battle that shattered the void with one move, when had he ever seen a battle that shattered the void? That year, when he competed with the tyrant Emperor Wu for the Heaven and Earth Wind list, he had already smashed the sacred region into pieces, and that was already a legend. But compared to this kind of direct tearing of space, it was completely child's play. Although he had no body, his consciousness still swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That was not the only thing that shocked him. What kind of monster was that black flame evil spirit? It could actually fight against the real spirit, but why was it not recorded in the ancient books? When he first saw the mural of the black flame evil spirit, he thought it was some kind of ancient totem, or some kind of high-level demon. But now that he saw it, it was completely not the case. This black flame evil spirit actually had the power of the divine state of 10 directions. Roar! Seeing that the fire phoenix blocked its attack, the black flame evil spirit seemed to be very dissatisfied. With a roar, it directly rushed up, and the black gas in its lower body continuously pulled, as if it was pulled by a rope, unceasingly. Chirp! The two experts of the divine state of 10 directions suddenly fought together. Red flames and black gas were everywhere in the sky, intertwining with each other. Soon, the clear sky gradually darkened, and the void within a radius of thousands of miles began to appear one after another black cracks. Within 100 miles, everything had been broken, and the huge black hole was crazily devouring all kinds of energy. Even in such a state, the two powerhouses were still fighting crazily. The fire phoenix's attack was mainly dexterous. It flew above the black hole, constantly spitting out true fire. The black flame evil spirit kept attacking the phoenix, and the black gas in its hand was released crazily. Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes for a while, but he could not see anything. What on earth was this black gas? It could actually resist the attack of the true fire. The two experts fought more and more fiercely. In this way, they fought in the sky for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, they began to gradually lose their strength, and the broken sky began to gradually repair itself. Li Yunxiao's consciousness was on the phoenix, and it was very clear that the fire phoenix had long been exhausted, and it was struggling to use its life to support itself. As for the black flame ferocious soul, it was probably not much better. The black chi had also become extremely thin, and the injuries on both of their bodies were even more shocking. One of them was completely red, and the black energy had invaded it, almost turning it into a black phoenix. The black flame ferocious soul, on the other hand, was burned red everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Finally, the black flame evil spirit seemed to be unable to resist. After a few consecutive roars, its body quickly sank from the sky, and as the black gas in its lower body shrank, it returned to the Tiandang Mountains. The primordial chi in the whole mountain began to pour in from all directions. The 6 pillars of light that rose into the sky also began to thin at this moment, and finally turned into little fluorescent light and dissipated in the sky. Apart from a large number of holes appearing in the sky became overflowing with overflowing silence. Chirp! The fire phoenix dragged its heavily injured body, and began to fly into the distance with a sorrowful cry. Li Yunxiao could clearly feel that its life force was rapidly draining, especially the black gas that was wreaking havoc in its body, crazily devouring the phoenix's life force. Finally, after flying for an unknown period of time, the phoenix could no longer hold on, and it fell head first. At this point, Li Yunxiao's consciousness also ended, and the entire sky became dusky. So that was the memory of the fire phoenix before it died. Legend has it that the phoenix can be reborn, but why did it die directly? Li Yunxiao was a little puzzled. What confused him even more was, what is going on with me now? I don't feel like I have a body and soul, so why can my consciousness still exist? Just as he was puzzled, a ball of flame suddenly rose between the heavens and the earth, gradually burning his consciousness. He recognized that this was the fire of life of the phoenix. In this ball of fire, not only did his consciousness not extinguish, but it also began to gradually become clear. This is? He looked at the ball of fire in astonishment, and a figure gradually appeared. It was the projection of a soul. Finally, he started to feel the existence of a soul, and his consciousness finally had a body to reside in. He slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly realized that he was still in the universe God monument. The true fire of the phoenix was still burning on his soul, but he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he felt more and more comfortable. Finally, the fire gradually condensed and flew into his soul at a high speed. All the flames in the universe God monument were drawn in, and they condensed into a fire cloud mark, which appeared on his forehead. My soul, it has been reconstructed. Li Yunxiao felt the brand new soul in astonishment, and a strong and surging power flowed in his soul. Rank 3, it has reached the level of a rank 3 alchemist. He was dumbfounded, and he muttered to himself, not only that, but the power of this soul is so boundless, as if it is endless and boundless. He lifted his head slightly. At that moment, the sky in the universe God monument was clear. Li Yunxiao sat down with his legs crossed, and he started to feel the connection with the outside world. When his soul had escaped, his physical body had already been burnt into ashes in the fire. At that moment, as he probed, a strange expression appeared on his face. In the consciousness space of the fire phoenix, Li Yunxiao's body was sitting with his legs crossed, and his body was glowing with a strange light. It was crystal clear, as if every blood vessel could be seen clearly. It was the glazed body of the tyrannical body refinement technique. The body suddenly opened its eyes, and they were filled with shock. It carefully examined its body from top to bottom, and found that it was not injured at all. In fact, it was several times stronger than before. My body has been reconstructed. Li Yunxiao was surprised and delighted. He felt the surging vitality power in his body, and he had actually reached the level of a 3-star martial master. He had jumped 3 levels consecutively. Li Yunxiao was instantly overjoyed. So, the phoenix fire wasn't trying to kill me, but it was trying to let me be reborn. He stood up abruptly, and a fire cloud mark appeared between his eyebrows. With a closer look, it was as if he was in a hell of fire. Phew! The true phoenix fire has been absorbed into my soul, and I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. However, the power of the true phoenix fire is too strong, and I can't control it at all. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I return to the peak of the Jiutian realm, Emperor Wu, before I can fully unleash it. He sighed slightly, but very quickly, a smile appeared at the corner of his lips, and he said to himself proudly, however, with this fire protecting my soul, in this sky where there is no longer any real spirit, who can hurt my soul? Li Yunxiao calmed his mind, and the space around him began to rapidly change. He knew that this was because he had collected the true phoenix fire. The remnant consciousness of the fire phoenix had completely disappeared, and the world was beginning to collapse. But with the soul power of a 3rd-rank alchemist, it was enough to ensure his safety in the midst of the collapse. He stood there proudly, unmoving, and quietly watched the world crumble bit by bit. Very soon, the scenery around him began to fluctuate, and he turned into a series of afterimages that faded away. Li Yunxiao's figure returned to Fenghuang Mountain. When he turned his head to look at the stone wall, it had already become as smooth as jade. The ancient formation had completely disappeared. Li Yunxiao began to radiate his divine sense. After advancing to a 3rd-rank alchemist, his divine sense had increased by several times. Very soon, the entire situation of Fenghuang Mountain was under his divine sense. Every blade of grass, every tree, and even the slightest movement in the wind were all within his grasp. Humph, you want to injure me with your current injuries? Li Yunxiao suddenly sneered and raised his head. The sunlight in the sky was suddenly blocked by an illusory figure. Xianxia floated in the sky, covered in blood. He raised his right hand, and strands of energy gathered from all directions. However, they were all as thin as gossamer, and it took a long time for them to condense into a small ball. If you're not convinced, you can try. Li Yunxiao sneered and took out the spring water sword. A cold light flashed, and like falling flowers and flowing water, it soared into the sky. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and a look of unwillingness and despair appeared in his eyes. He roared hoarsely, "You've actually advanced to a third-rank martial master. I can't accept this, I can't accept this." When he saw Li Yunxiao's sword sweep out, he knew that with his current body that could collapse at any moment, he had no chance of victory. Who would have thought that he, a grand martial ancestor, would actually be schemed against by a martial artist child and end up in such a sorry state? "Brat, just you wait. When I recover, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I'll definitely crush you to pieces." He roared angrily a few times in dissatisfaction and finally gave up on the idea of killing Li Yunxiao. He dragged his injured body and flew away. At this time, a figure flew out from 3 different places on the mountain, following Xianxia. It was Yi Shaoshan, Song Tiancheng, and Hu Yanming. The 3 of them had almost lost their lives under that attack. At this moment, they were only left with a single breath of true qi. When the 3 of them saw Xianxia leave, they knew that staying behind would only spell disaster for them, so they also left one after another. Only Sun Xiaomei, who was the weakest, was blasted into smithereens in the space of consciousness. She collapsed along with the world, leaving nothing behind. "Humph, wait for you to recover. At that time, who knows who will be the one killing who?" A cold glint flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. These people's injuries were too severe. It would take at least a year and a half for them to recover. Now that both his soul and body had been reborn, he was like a completely different person compared to before. With a year and a half's time, he would be able to cultivate to the extent where he could kill a few people. Suddenly, he frowned and a smile appeared on his face. He felt a surge of warmth in his heart. At this moment, the entire Phoenix Mountain was under his divine sense. There were 4 figures flying towards the mountain peak. They were Shao Qingwang, Luo Yunsheng, and Chen Dasheng. In front of them was the profound thunder cloud shocking roar leading the way. "Young Master Yun." Shao Qingwang and the profound thunder cloud shocking roar were the first to rush over. They looked around suspiciously, but didn't find anything strange. The profound thunder cloud shocking roar looked at Li Yunxiao strangely. It seemed to have sensed some changes and carefully rubbed against his body. "Yunxiao." Luo Yunsheng was the second to rush over. She looked at him anxiously and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. What could happen to me?" Li Yunxiao laughed. "Good lad, where's the enemy?" Chen Dasheng was the last to ask. Seeing that Li Yunxiao was safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. Li Yunxiao chuckled, "Let's go back first. The army of the 100 warring states will probably retreat in a few days." Chen Dasheng was stunned. He suddenly exclaimed, You're a martial master?" Three-star martial master?" The other 2 were also shocked at the same time. A monstrous wave was set off in their hearts. Not to mention the huge gap between a martial warrior and a martial master, he had directly broken through 3 levels in such a short period of time. Shao Qingwang's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. He smiled bitterly in disbelief. "Before the army set off, you were still an 8-star martial warrior. It's only been half a month and you've already become a 3-star martial master. Are you going to let us live?" While Luo Yunsheng was shocked, she was even more certain that Li Yunxiao was Gu Feiyang's disciple. Other than that peerless master, who else in this world could teach such a disciple? Li Yunxiao smiled. "I also didn't want to. It's just luck. Let's talk after we go down the mountain." "Luck?" A trace of black lines appeared on their foreheads. Even the mysterious thunder cloud shocking roar had a look of disdain in its eyes. The 4 humans and 1 beast quickly returned to Anyong City. Following Hu Yanming's departure, the array that enveloped the 3 towns also dissipated and no longer existed. Under Chen Dasheng's command, the 800,000-strong army marched straight into Kunjin City. Immediately, the army of the 100 warring states fell into chaos. Under the pincer attack from 2 sides, they were finally defeated. After suffering heavy casualties, they retreated back into the 100 warring states' territory. The army finally entered Kunjin City and the 2 armies met up. When Li Yunxiao was about to meet Li Chongfeng, he was a little nervous. His soul's memories were mainly of Gu Feiyang. However, in these 15 years, he was indeed the eldest grandson of the Li family. He was Li Chongfeng's biological son. Looking at this middle-aged general, although he was also very handsome, he still felt a little awkward to call him father. Stinking brat, you don't even say a word when you see me. Li Changfeng directly dismounted from his horse and walked forward to fiercely slap him. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and raised his hand to catch the slap. He was surprised to find that although the slap looked powerful, it was actually very light. His heart warmed and he immediately called out, "Father." Li Changfeng angrily retracted his slap and scolded, "You actually dared to block my slap? I will slowly deal with you when we get back." A trace of happiness flashed in his round eyes. How could it escape from Li Yunxiao's eyes? "Humph, you brat, you gave birth to a good son." Chen Daxing's eyes were filled with jealousy and dissatisfaction. Li Changfeng stared blankly for a moment and immediately said, "Did this brat cause trouble for Uncle Chen along the way? Just wait and see if I don't beat him to death." Chen Lin also fiercely punched Li Yunxiao's chest and angrily said, "Pretend. Continue pretending." Pretend? Li Changfeng's mind was filled with question marks. He said in shock, "Pretend what?" Han Qianfeng also scolded, "Pretend what? You're just pretending. You have such a good son and you've hidden it for so many years. F***ck. To think we even thought of you as a brother." Chen Lin also scolded, "Isn't that so? Every time I see that useless thing in my house, I get angry. But as long as I think of your Yunxiao, my heart quickly calms down. Now look, F***ck. How do you expect me to calm down?" Li Changfeng. "You too, what are you talking about?" Han Qianfeng angrily scolded, "If you continue pretending, then you're not a brother anymore. Don't tell me you can't see that Li Yunxiao is already a 3-star martial master." Chen Lin also said angrily, "Don't tell me you don't know that Li Yunxiao is a 2nd stage arcane master." 3-star martial master? 2nd stage arcane master? Isn't this kid a good-for-nothing who can't cultivate? The two's words were like 5 bolts of lightning striking Li Changfeng's head. Only then did he dejectedly look at Li Yunxiao. With his cultivation as a martial lord, naturally he could see that Li Yunxiao was a 3-star martial master at a glance. But every time he saw his son, he couldn't bear to use his divine sense to check, so he didn't notice it at first glance. You're really a 3-star martial master?" "Yes." You're really a 2nd stage arcane master?" I used to be, but it's more or less the same." "Brat, you've made me suffer." Li Changfeng's eyes instantly turned red, and his body trembled. He forcefully held back his tears and fiercely rushed up and kicked out. He directly kicked Li Yunxiao away. The army stayed in Kunjin City for 3 days before returning to the capital. Li Changfeng casually found an excuse that he wasn't feeling well and wanted to return to the capital to recuperate. He threw the matters in the city to a few deputy generals, and only then did he stubbornly stay with Chen Daxing's army. Moreover, he squeezed into the same chariot as Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao didn't have the mood to care about him. Every day, he carefully observed Jiming's condition, and his expression became more and more grave. Ever since Jiming returned from Phoenix Mountain, he had been unconscious. Jia Rong gave him some medicine, but it could only stop the spread of his injuries. His vitality was still getting weaker and weaker. Fortunately, his life was temporarily preserved. As long as he didn't die, although it was a little troublesome, with his ability, he would be able to save him. This time, Chen Daxing purposely chose the furthest route to return to the capital, and passed through the most cities. After a delay of more than 10 days, they finally returned to the capital after a month. But none of the soldiers complained about the detour, and all of them were beaming with joy. If there was anything to complain about, it would be that they didn't take the detour far enough, and that they didn't pass through enough cities. This time, they returned with a great victory, and the public was shaken. In the past 5 years, this was the largest battle against the 100 warring kingdoms, and the results were unexpectedly good. The entire court was starting to get nervous about welcoming the army. This was because everyone knew that the return of the army didn't mean the end of the matter, but it meant that another battle to decide the fate of the crown prince had reached the final moment. An even bigger storm was about to sweep through the entire capital of Tianshui country, and everyone was starting to pick a side. One had to know that it would be too late to pick a side after the situation was clear. Everyone knew how to add flowers to brocade, and only by providing charcoal in snowy weather would one be able to enter the inner circle. Xianxia's face was gloomy as he read the report from his subordinate. His eyes were filled with resentment, and he said sternly, I already knew that those trash from the 100 warring kingdoms were unreliable. Fortunately, that matter has already succeeded, and I've unexpectedly obtained a huge piece of good news. He stood in the empty hall, and said coldly, Qin Yu, Li Yunxiao, Xiao Qing Wang, I'll be waiting for you here. I'll wait to see how you fall from your high and mighty positions, and shatter into pieces. A platform was built outside the capital. Every time the army returned victorious, the king would personally lead the officials to welcome them. This time was no exception, but the entire court and commoners could smell an undercurrent surging. Hearing that the king did not intend to welcome the army this time, but Qin Yu had ordered people to build a platform, the situation in the court began to tense up. At this moment, the army was camped 30 miles outside the city, waiting for the ceremony. Now everyone was guessing whether the king would attend the platform on the day the army entered the city. If he did not appear, then Qin Yu's action was undoubtedly roping in the military officials, which was a heavy crime. Moreover, the people in Qin Yu's faction were all restless. If they followed the army out of the city to welcome the army, it would be a heavy crime. But if they did not follow the army out of the city, they would undoubtedly be kicked out of the front line. Now, everyone could see that Qin Yu, who had the support of almost all the military forces, had already won. Finally, after 3 days, the platform was built. There were no clouds in the sky, and a gentle breeze blew. Qin Yu took a bath and changed into a jade robe embroidered with 5 dragons playing with a pearl. A black bat-pattern rhinoceros belt was tied around his waist, and he stood on the platform with a dignified appearance, giving off a majestic aura. White Eye was still dressed in white, and his face was veiled as he followed behind him. His eyes were filled with admiration and infatuation. Your Highness Prince Yu, it seems that His Majesty will not be coming today, Lord Su said carefully behind him. Qin Yu's gaze turned to the palace in the center of the capital. It was a deathly gray in the twilight. The law of the kingdom stipulated that no building in the capital could be taller than the palace. But this time, the platform was specially increased by more than twice its height, and it was more than 10 meters taller than the palace. Looking down, the entire Tianshui kingdom was in sight, and it was very pleasing. He smiled coldly and walked straight to the 9-dragon throne prepared for Qin Jing. He sat down in front of all the officials and said coldly, Father's health is not good. Today, I will act on behalf of the Son of Heaven. Long live your Highness Prince Yu. Lord Su hurriedly walked forward and knelt down, shouting. This time, all the officials looked at each other. Such a brazen shout was obviously a great crime. But at this moment, no one was a fool. They knew that the crucial moment had arrived, so they all knelt down and shouted together. Instantly, the sound of their voices spread throughout the capital. Long live your Highness Prince Yu. Long live your Highness Prince Yu. The expressions of the ministers who had yet to leave the capital all changed drastically. Extreme worry appeared in their eyes. Even the ordinary people on the road were shocked when they heard this. They seemed to have realized that something big was about to happen. The peddlers and pawns also stopped their business and began to close their doors, not daring to come out. Long Qing stood far above the city gate and looked at the towering platform in the distance. He sighed and turned around to order, from now on, the whole city will be under martial law. No one is allowed to carry weapons on the street, and no one is allowed to gather to cause trouble. If there is any situation, kill first and report later. Lan Hong brewed a pot of tea in his courtyard and slowly sipped it. He looked at the sky and muttered to himself, has it finally begun? Li Chunyang was also standing on the platform. He felt as if he had swallowed a fly as he looked at the courtiers who were fawning over him. He frowned and said, Your Highness Moon Prince, this isn't very nice, is it? Qin Yu was slightly taken aback. Then, she stretched out her hand and stopped the crowd from shouting. She smiled and said, All right, stop shouting. Dear ministers, please rise. He turned his head and said, Lord Su, record down all the names of the officials who did not come to the welcoming platform. Yes. Lord Su hurriedly responded, his heart bursting with joy. Since he had entrusted such an important task to him, it was obvious that he had already regarded him as a trusted aide. He immediately retreated happily. The rest of the ministers heaved a heavy sigh of relief in their hearts and secretly rejoiced. At the same time, they sneered at the ministers who were about to be unlucky. In his mind, he was thinking about whether he could climb up or arrange for some of his nephews to take up the position that was about to be vacated. Duke Jing, how much longer do you think it will take for them to arrive? Qingyu couldn't suppress the joy in her heart and asked with a smile. Li Chunyang released his divine sense and narrowed his eyes. About the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. All right. I will wait here for this historic moment. Qingyu rubbed his hands together and found it hard to calm down. Suddenly, a cold voice came from below the welcoming platform and mocked, "What historic moment is it that makes you so excited like a monkey?" Everyone looked down and saw Qin Yang supporting Qin Jing as he stared coldly at him. A eunuch screamed, "His Majesty has arrived, hurry up and come down to welcome him." Everyone had a nervous look on their faces as they stared at Qingyu, ready to follow his lead. Qingyu smiled coldly and said in a loud voice, "Father has arrived, please forgive me for not coming out to welcome you. Unfortunately, this welcoming platform is too high and it is inconvenient to come down. It is better to let Big Brother support Father up carefully before you pay your respects." Qin Jing's face was ashen as he stared at Qingyu like a poisonous snake. He muttered while trembling, "Good, good, as expected of my good son." With the support of Qin Yang, he slowly walked up to the platform. The entire place was silent and there was no sound at all. Everyone was silently watching this historic moment. Many of the officials felt like it was the end of the world. A new emperor changes his officials, a new generation replaces the old. Li Chunyang also sighed softly and felt that he was really old. Recalling the days when she lived harmoniously with Qin Jing, her heart was filled with sadness. Soon, Qin Jing and the rest walked up to the welcoming platform. Qin Yang said coldly, "Father has already come up, why are you still not paying your respects?" "Qin Yu, it is time for you to get up from your father's seat, right?" Qin Yu snorted coldly and stood up from the throne unwillingly. His body stiffened as he bowed down. "Your son greets father." With his lead, all the civil and military officials knelt down one after another. Only Li Chunyang did not move, standing there like a statue. He was already in the martial king realm and did not need to kneel. Qin Jing glanced at Li Chunyang with his cloudy eyes. The white hair on his temples seemed to flash with loneliness. Only then did he carefully sit on the throne with the help of a few people. Qin Ruxue also silently followed behind Qin Jing. She was well aware of the special situation today. As a member of the emperor's family, this scene would happen sooner or later. She came out today because she wanted to see Li Yunxiao. Moreover, no matter what, she could not bear to see her old father being humiliated by his own son. "Rise," Qin Jing said lightly to the officials, "all of you are doing well." No one knew what he meant by that, but the loneliness and helplessness in his words were overflowing, making people unable to help but sigh. The once ambitious emperor had now reached the point of old age. Finally, not long after the emperor sat down, dark clouds began to float in the clear sky. The ground began to tremble slightly, and on the distant horizon, densely packed figures appeared. Large flags began to be erected and fluttered in the wind. Qin Jing sat on the throne in a daze, as if he was about to fall asleep. Qin Yu frowned and went forward to report, "Father, we can begin." Qin Jing recovered slightly and said softly, "Let's begin." His voice was extremely weak. After he finished speaking, he fell back into a state of drowsiness. Qin Yu looked at the many green dots in his cloudy eyes and sneered in her heart. At the same time, she looked at Qin Yang mockingly. Then, she walked to the front of the stage and said loudly, "Let the welcoming begin." Immediately, 2 pairs of armored cavalrymen wearing festive costumes began to blow their horns and slowly spread out to the sides. A few war drums were also pushed out from the center. 2 muscular men stood on the war chariot and beat the drums with all their might. The sound shook the heavens. Chen Dashing and the others all rode on their war horses with grave expressions. Everyone had already exchanged messages with Qin Yu. Today would be a day that would be recorded in the history of the Tianshui nation. Chen Jin said excitedly, "Young Master Yun, you have made the greatest contribution this time. Her Highness Qin Yu will at least confer you the title of Duke." TSK, that's 2 dukes in one family. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said indifferently, after he ascends the throne, I will lead the Tianshui nation. Why? Chen Jin cried out in shock. He seemed to have suddenly understood something and fell silent. Chen Dashing gave him an appreciative look. He thought to himself that Jin Lin was not someone who would be stuck in a pond. Sooner or later, he would be a person who could ride the wind and clouds and transform into a real dragon. Luo Yunshang's heart also skipped a beat. She began to panic. Could it be that the Lord was going to lead the Tianshui nation? She began to feel uneasy, but she quickly made up her mind. No matter where Li Yunxiao went, she would follow him. That way, she wouldn't be too far from the Lord. The 800,000 soldiers were all donned in armor. Under the dazzling sunlight, they looked like an ocean of armor. What followed was the murderous aura of the soldiers, which made the officials on the stage feel extremely uncomfortable. Stop. When the army reached the stage, Chen Dashing shouted and the 800,000 soldiers stopped in unison. Their orderly footsteps were like machines, without the slightest mistake. Royal Father! Qin Yu shouted. Only then did Qin Jing regain his senses. With the support of Qin Yang and Qin Ruxue, he slowly walked to the stage. Looking at the dazzling silver armor below the stage, he felt pain in his eyes. With a hoarse voice, he said, "This emperor has led the officials to welcome the victorious army." He purposely raised his voice, wanting to shout out loud, but his voice was filled with exhaustion. Only those powerful warriors could hear him clearly. Today is not only the day the army defeats the enemy and returns victorious. At the same time, it is also the time for the Tianshui nation to carry on the past and open up the future. Qin Jing's words caused everyone's heart to tremble. His eyes seemed to have recovered a bit of spirit and he shouted, "Today, I will announce the candidate for the crown prince." Qin Yu's expression changed. She suddenly stepped forward and shouted, "Wait." End of chapter 109. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.